so people watching the entire evening. It got to be 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and we had just a few results. It got to be 10 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we got a little bit more, 11 p.m., nothing, and eventually just past 11:30 p.m. Eastern time on our stream, we realized from looking at what various DNC officials were putting out on Twitter that the results were unlikely to come out last night. And that was it for us for the night. And as of this morning, we still do not know who won yesterday's Iowa caucus. Now, it is normal that it can take a little while once you have the final vote to get the final numbers for what are called state delegate equivalents. But we're talking about, we don't even have the final vote, which is a preliminary number used to sort of get an estimate of what the state delegate equivalents are ultimately going to be. Now, the explanations that were being provided have shifted. The first explanation was that the results were delayed because the DNC is running them through quality control. That was already probably the wrong lie to tell, if it indeed was a lie, because that was interpreted by some as, we don't like the results, and thus we are delaying and seeing what we can do to maybe change the results or wait for results that the DNC is happier with to come in so that they can release them all at once. And where a lot of people's minds went was, this is meant to hurt Bernie in some way, shape, or form. But it actually doesn't appear to be the case. It appears that that was merely a cover. Again, this is what we believe as of right now. It appears that the quality control talking point was a cover for what was a total breakdown and failure of a technological system, an IT, internet-based app software system that was used to tally and report the results of the Iowa caucus. By the time you hear this, by the time you watch today's show, you may know the results. You may have a clearer explanation as to what exactly happened last night. The DNC is saying that the results are going to be released sometime today. Now, in the wake of this, multiple candidates have claimed to either have internal numbers showing that they won or gave speeches making it sound like they won. In fact, Amy Klobuchar did something hilarious last night. At around 11:15, I think it was 11:15 p.m. Eastern time, we had no results. Amy Klobuchar was in like fourth or fifth place based on like 2% of the vote at that time. She came out and gave a speech that seemed like a victory speech, even though she certainly wasn't in the lead. And she certainly hadn't, we didn't have enough information to know whether anyone had won. She kind of gave a victory speech, which in a way was genius because nothing was going on. Everything was stopped. And a whole bunch of networks ended up covering the Klobuchar speech, even though she was like in fourth or fifth place with about 10% of the vote at the time. Then you had Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg was the early leader yesterday. He put out a statement kind of like implying he won. He says, Iowa, you have shocked the nation. I guess the real shock was how incompetent the process was. But Pete Buttigieg, with his comment, suggesting, I guess, that it was shocking that he was doing so well, at least in the early numbers. Then Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders says that Bernie has his own internal polling saying he got 29% of the vote, Buttigieg 24%, Warren 21%. With Joe Biden in a distant fourth at 12%. And we'll talk about the Biden thing in a second. This is all now being compounded by the claim that the unreleased Des Moines Register poll from the weekend had these results, which were Bernie first, Biden fourth. Yesterday, I told you that over the weekend, the Des Moines Register decided not to release their last poll before voting, because of a claim that had been made that someone who was interviewed for the poll said, when they asked me the question about who I support and they read me the list of candidates, they didn't read every candidate. And that, of course, is a really big deal when you were doing polling. So the Des Moines Register on that basis said they were canceling the release of the poll. That, however, the claim now is from 538 that it was in that unreleased poll, Bernie 22, Warren 18, Buttigieg 16, and Biden 13. And that is very similar to what Bernie's internal polling is showing. If these results or some version of them are accurate, this is a potential game changer for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, in a sense, had the most to lose last night because as the longtime presumptive frontrunner, even though he was polling a close second in Iowa going in yesterday, if Biden ends up with half of the support that polling showed, this is extraordinarily damaging to Joe Biden. And if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised to see the DNC establishment rapidly shift, likely to Pete Buttigieg. You would think maybe they would go to Klobuchar, but Klobuchar did even worse than Joe Biden yesterday, based just on those early results that we had. We'll see what the final numbers show. And that could be a disaster for Joe Biden. But then if you zoom out a little bit, and this is really the tragedy, this is a fiasco that plays directly into Donald Trump's hands, who immediately started making fun of the whole process on Twitter to great effect. And why wouldn't he? The process became a complete and total farce. Trump tweeting about how a coin toss is used to decide who gets a last delegate within a particular precinct. And that's true. That's part of the process. Check out this video of a coin toss happening yesterday.
What you're watching right now. And then flip it over. Flip it over. Heads. Buttigieg. You want to do Buttigieg.
All right, so Buttigieg will get 3 delegates. In the end, these single delegates decided by a coin toss make very little difference, but it looks really silly when people are voting and then you flip a coin. It's crazy. Trump then tweeting, quote, "The Democrat caucus is an unmitigated disaster. Nothing works, just like they ran the country. Remember the $5 billion Obamacare website that should have cost 2% of that? The only person that can claim a very big victory in Iowa last night is Trump." And you know what, guys? He's right. Unfortunately, this gives a ton of visibility for their keep government out of stuff ideology. Now, in reality, the issue here is the DNC, not the government, but it doesn't matter. And case in point, Trump retweeting a guy I know, Guy Benson, who posted, "No, but seriously, let us run your health care," they said. Now, it's a complete wrong reaction to last night's fiasco. The DNC wouldn't be running healthcare, but still, this stuff works. The fiasco plays directly into everything that they are arguing and have been doing for years at this point in time. And the way in which this might again mess up the credibility of the entire primary process is reigning once again. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Imagine that Joe Biden is expecting to come in first or second based on the polling, and he ends up fourth or fifth, as he might end up based on the early results we have. After this fiasco, with a delay for quality control, followed by we just don't have any results, we'll get them to you hopefully sometime tomorrow. If you're Joe Biden, you were polling first, second, and you end up coming in fourth, fifth, you immediately say, I don't believe these results. I don't believe these results can be trusted. And you either say foul play or just errors or whatever the case may be. And then you immediately have a disastrous situation where the presumptive frontrunner, at least for a long time, right, is publicly saying, I don't trust our own results in this primary caucus. It's a disaster. It's to quote Trump, it is an unmitigated disaster for Democrats. It will further divide Democrats. It will help Donald Trump even more. It's truly sickening, and it allows Trump and the right, it allows anyone who wants to make the case that Democrats are incapable of governing to make it on the basis that they can't even get a caucus right. Now, I know that in the end, there will probably be explanations that go back to, it was whoever the technology was outsourced to that dropped the ball, and they're offering a refund for what they charged to make this app. It doesn't matter. What matters is story and narrative. And that is the story right now. I'm curious whether tonight Donald Trump will take advantage of this fiasco in the State of the Union speech, which we will carry live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Starting at 8:30, the speech is at 9 p.m. Join me early at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I hope you'll join. I have published tonight's State of the Union bingo card to my Twitter page at @dpacman. You can download it and play along. We'll see who ends up with bingo tonight. Let's talk about John Bolton briefly. There are multiple new reports out that Donald Trump is keeping a list of people who crossed him during his presidency, who he would like to get locked up eventually. And his own former national security advisor, John Bolton, is reportedly on that list. We heard this from Rick Wilson. We've had Rick on the show, longtime Republican strategist. He's an anti-Trump Republican. He says that Donald Trump is likely to start putting pressure on the Justice Department to try to get revenge on people like Bolton. Bolton, of course, recently saying that in his upcoming book, in the manuscript portion that was released, says that Donald Trump personally told him, withhold the Ukraine aid until Ukraine smears Joe Biden publicly. Of course, the Senate is expected to vote to acquit Donald Trump tomorrow, Wednesday, in the Senate. Rick Wilson says that John Bolton has one choice right now, and that John Bolton must leak the full manuscript of the book today. The reason Wilson says this is that if Bolton doesn't leak the full transcript with additional context and assertions related to what Trump told him about Ukraine, Trump gets acquitted tomorrow and then ruins Bolton's life. Wilson says Bolton's only shot is to try to get the full story out today of what he saw Trump do, get it into the public before the Senate votes to make the vote look like a sham kangaroo court vote, which of course is exactly what that vote will be. Investigative reporter Gabriel Sherman says it's not just Bolton on Trump's enemies list, it's Republicans and Democrats. Adam Schiff is on Trump's list. Jerry Nadler is on Trump's list. Even Republican Senator Mitt Romney from Utah is reportedly on that list. I can imagine this list of enemies written in crayon on a napkin from Kentucky Fried Chicken that Trump was eating on Air Force One, but it doesn't matter because this is a dystopian reality. Sherman reports that he was told Trump wants John Bolton criminally investigated. One possibility would be for the mishandling of classified information that Trump seems to think John Bolton was engaged in, which is truly, even if true, pot calling the kettle black when you were Donald Trump talking about mishandling sensitive information. There's another report that Trump wants to leak emails showing that Bolton was doing pay to play while on the National Security Council. That's been denied by people close to Bolton. If this happens, the transition to full-blown authoritarian dictatorship will be complete. The attempted jailing of former elected officials and of administration officials on trumped-up charges as directed by the president. Now, this is a good opportunity to clarify something. We need elected officials held more accountable than they are held. I have no problem with elected officials, current and former, being investigated as part of a fair judicial process. We lack that. We have this de facto immunity that so many of our elected officials and our elites have merely because they are in a position of power. But you don't do it by having the president make a list of enemies that he wants revenge on and then forcing the Justice Department to investigate them. This is exactly why, though, I'm saying there have been no consequences for Donald Trump's actions. So why wouldn't he do this? Russia probe, possible cognitive decline, hush money payments, campaign finance violations, hiding his taxes, emoluments violations. And he's fine. He's continuing to be president. He's making the U.S. a laughingstock. Why wouldn't he be emboldened by that and say, hey, let me make a list of enemies and I'll try to get them jailed sometime soon? Because he's gotten away with everything so far. And unless we vote him out on November 3rd, he will likely succeed at triggering at least some investigation of his political enemies. He will get away with all of it. As far as John Bolton, I hope it's clear to him. He has one choice. It's not even really a choice when there's only one. He has to spill the beans, period. As far as Lev Parnas, I hope he publishes everything he has, including every video he has access to. But in the meantime, this authoritarian nightmare has to be stopped one way or the other. And there's really no the other right now. The one way is vote him out overwhelmingly on November 3rd, because nothing else is having any effect. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. Make sure you're following me there.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. please don't do that. But please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, today's new members of the day are Brian Smith and Tommy Bush. I was in a band with Tommy in Brooklyn when I lived there. So great to see both of these names as today's new members of the day. Also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustaining member of the day, Frank Traficant, who has been with us almost 5 years. Join up today. It's cheap. It's easy. It feels good, man. Joinpacman.com. I have to tell you, Michael Bloomberg is doing something absolutely hilarious because it shows how easily triggerable Donald Trump is. Michael Bloomberg is trolling Donald Trump about his weight. Remember that this is something Trump is very triggerable about. By all serious accounts, Donald Trump is clinically obese. Now, he officially claims to be 6'3" tall and weigh 239 pounds. If true, that puts him like a pound below clinically obese. But nobody believes that height. Trump is pictured in a number of pictures. He's standing next to people known to be shorter than 6'3", and Trump is very clearly shorter than them. So we know this is a very sensitive topic for Donald Trump, the alpha male. This is an ad that Michael Bloomberg put together where he specifically uses what are known as fat pics of Donald Trump playing golf. Now, I'm not calling them fat pics pejoratively. These are specific pictures of Donald Trump playing golf in like an all-white, very light khakis and a white shirt, where he is known to be absolutely furious when these pictures are used because, okay, he looks extremely large in them and Trump doesn't like looking this way. Check it out. It even includes a picture of Trump looking visibly exhausted and sort of climbing to reach what looks like an errant golf ball that he shot off the course. Take a look.
People have said when you were mayor, the city gave Trump a contract to operate a golf course. Yes, that's true. But he was the only bidder, and running a golf course is the only job that I would hire him for. I'm Mike Bloomberg, and I approve this message.
It is now being reported by Charlie Gasparino, no left-wing bomb thrower. He's a reporter for Fox Business Network, that the Bloomberg ads with the so-called fat pics have made Trump furious and that he's been melting down privately and also tweeting endlessly about Michael Bloomberg, who he has dubbed Mini Mike. Trump tweeting in close succession, quote, "Mini Mike is part of the fake news. They are all working together. In fact, Bloomberg isn't covering himself, too boring to do, or other Dems, only Trump. That sounds fair. It's all the fake news media, and that's why nobody believes in them anymore." Continuing to focus on Mini Mike, saying, quote, "Many of the ads you are watching were paid for by Mini Mike Bloomberg. He is going nowhere, just wasting his money, but he is getting the DNC to rig the election against crazy Bernie, something they wouldn't do for Cory Booker and others. They are going to do it again to Bernie 2016. And then once again, and this one is actually hilarious, Trump tweeting, so triggered, "Mini Mike is now negotiating both to get on the Democrat primary debate stage and to have the right to stand on boxes or a lift during the debates. This is sometimes done, but not really fair." That is absolutely hilarious. The stuff Trump comes up with when he gets triggered is so funny. He also did something Trump did that he rarely does, if ever, which is he tweeted about exercising. Now, remember, Donald Trump is the guy who believes that when the human body exercises, it depletes some total amount of energy that you have at your disposal for life. And so he's not a guy who brags about exercising. And yet, after the fat pic ad came out, Donald Trump tweeting a picture of himself golfing with a caption, "Getting a little exercise this morning." So regardless of Bloomberg's chances, and the chances aren't great, although I do believe it's possible Mike Bloomberg could end up third in delegates won if he continues the strategy that we've outlined a couple of weeks ago. This is just fantastic. I would love to see Bloomberg also do some ads that are compilations of Trump's slurred speech, you know, the United States of America, God bless the USA, the Israeli city of Jerusalem, and that type of thing. Whoever is doing these knows exactly what the trigger points are for Donald Trump and is exploiting them. I saw that the Bloomberg campaign is hiring some data science people here in Massachusetts, probably in other Super Tuesday states as well. Clearly, Bloomberg is not being shy about laying out the cash, and we can expect a lot of action from Bloomberg. I just hope there's more of these ads that are triggering Trump visibly on Twitter. Last thing to clarify, I'm not making fun of obesity, nor do I find it funny. It's a serious medical condition. What I'm pointing out is that the supposed alpha male Trump, who's the best at everything, both eats a terrible diet, doesn't exercise, and is so easily triggerable when you hit certain pressure points. And Michael Bloomberg is taking advantage of those. Okay, I've been thinking about whether or not to do this story, and it just has to be done. All right. Joe Biden is really weird about touching voters. I'm not talking about the creepy Uncle Joe stuff related to women. Okay, I'm talking about something totally different here. I'm talking about how Joe Biden gets very strange in even remotely contentious conversations with men who ask him questions on the campaign trail. Now, I'm going to show you two videos of this. Normal caveat. If Biden's the nominee, I'm voting for Biden. This is not about anything other than this is strange. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't point this out, since I point out strange behavior by other candidates. I talked about this in a recent live stream, and I pointed out Joe's behavior is oddly aggressive towards voters. And some people immediately said, David, Joe's not aggressive. You're just a beta male and you're uncomfortable with confrontation. First of all, this has nothing to do with me, and I encourage you to look at these videos. If you're listening to the podcast or on the radio, find the visual component we're going to play and tell me this is normal behavior. If you normally behave this way with people around you in your real life, I want to follow you around and see who you're hanging out with, because how Joe Biden behaves in these clips with voters is not normal. Let's look at the first one from Iowa. Here, Biden was asked about committing to phase out fossil fuels. And look at how Joe Biden starts poking this guy in the chest and getting aggressive with him. This is not normal. And as we look at the clip again, this time without audio, you see that the guy he's talking to has this sort of uncomfortable smile on his face because he recognizes Joe Biden's behavior is abnormal. Joe Biden's staffer or handler there, that's a voice we've gotten to know well on the campaign trail, as she's often trying to get people to move on and get Joe Biden away from people. She starts saying, move on, you know, get a move on when Joe Biden starts getting irritated with the voter. Here's another example of this. This one was when Biden was asked about some of his views on fossil fuels. This was at a Biden event, and a guy showed up. The guy had critical questions, tough questions, but they are reasonable questions. And again, Biden gets in the guy's face, gets really close to the guy, starts poking the guy in the chest, eventually tells the guy, find someone else to vote for, go vote for someone else. And you again hear that same handler say, thank you so much, trying to end it. But Biden just insists on talking and pokes the guy and then kind of holds on to the guy's open coat. Strange behavior. Take a look.
Lines, but then you want to replace these gas lines. That's not going to work. We got to stop building and replacing pipelines. You got to go vote for someone else.
All right, thanks so much, sir. We're going to have you here.
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm going to vote you in the general if you treat me
I
right.
know. Well, I'm not.
Well, can I have a
Look,
picture?
you're asking a picture of me. You're coming up and telling me you don't support me.
No.
My plan. Yeah, you did. You said you
I said I would support you in the general.
in the general. I'm looking for a primary.
We're happy to
and
get
a
a number.
caucus.
We can follow up.
That's what I'm looking for, okay?
Just as
Now,
we're trying to get.
you believe that Bernie can do something by 2030?
I'm actually supporting Tom Steyer.
Thompson, well, that's good. He's the guy that did
Thanks
more
so much,
coal
sir. We have a
mines.
long line right here.
More coal than the entire country did.
All right, thank you. Happy to get
You got the right
Can I
guy.
get a picture?
This is not about would I vote for Biden over Trump. Of course I would vote for Biden over Trump. This is not about anything other than something about the gleam in Joe Biden's eye when he starts poking voters and treating them like this is extremely odd. And again, to people who saw me talk about this briefly on stream and said, David, you're a beta. This is not aggressive behavior. This is how men interact when they have conversations. Are you telling me this is how you are interacting with people in your everyday life? People you know, friends, family, coworkers? I don't have anyone around me who, number one, treats people this way, or number two, would allow themselves to be treated this way. So if you watch these videos and this strikes you as the normal interactions of adults who are talking, I want to hear from you, because maybe it's me in, my sissy liberal northeastern city, as many of our viewers like to say, but this is not normal behavior that I've observed between adults anywhere. This is the type of behavior I see between drunk adults on the Las Vegas Strip shortly before they get into a fist fight, right? That's what it reminds me of. Let me know what you think. We'll have a couple of these clips on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman as well.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It is great to have back with us today Rob Larson, who's a professor of economics and also author of the book Bit Tyrants, The Political Economy of Silicon Valley. Rob, great to have you on.
Thanks, Dave. Great to be here.
So when I was on the Joe Rogan program a few months ago, we had this exchange where he started talking about how, of course, a company like Google is a liberal company. And it was an interesting conversation because it seemed that what he was talking about was, does Google have a policy about anti-trans bullying and that type of thing? And I pointed out, listen, Google is a company that is advocating for less regulation, is advocating for, at a financial level, against some of the antitrust interests that the people may have and may want to have exercised through their government. And so if they, have an internal policy where you can't misgender people, that's not really making them a liberal company when you consider the sort of broader circumstances of where they are in the world of regulation and not paying taxes and so on and so forth. What is the right way that we should sort of think about the political orientation of these big tech companies that often have a sort of progressive-ish seeming public side, but behind the scenes are really very similar to, an oil company or whatever else the case may be?
Yeah, right on. Well, that's, very true. These companies definitely do affect a very, woke, very pro-diversity sort of public posture. But to me, I think, based on my research, the right way to sort of frame this issue is to look at it from the point of view of what the company wants and then what the workforce wants. And if you sort of dig into it, a lot of the time when people talk about how these companies are liberal and they're so on the left, it sounds goofy because these are, after all, publicly traded corporations whose stock is held by the wealthier households of our society and big financial institutions. How could they be leftist and anti-capitalist? I think a lot of the confusion is people look at what, the workforce is saying and then impute that to the company. Like, well, the company must be liberal then. But of course, as we've seen just in the last several months, we've had a couple of fairly significant labor actions against Google, where the workforce, various components of its enormous workforce, are doing walkouts and going on small strikes and doing independent organizing. And just lately, I mean, I think maybe the ultimate rebuttal to claims these companies are liberal is just lately Google has been retaining like the same classic union busting, anti-labor organization law firms that Walmart and Microsoft have been hiring for years, And especially too, when you look at the interface with public policy in the face of all these new investigations that big tech, including Google, are subject to, what they call the techlash, So the congressional investigations, the FTC and Justice Department probes, and the state attorneys general as well. Google is now one of the biggest lobbying firms in Washington, spending many million a year, more than all of its tech peers, more than Amazon even, on lobbying the government. And of course, they play a big role in election financing, both directly and through their PACs. So to me, what I would just suggest to folks like Mr. Rogan is it's really worth taking a small amount of time to differentiate between what the labor force is pushing for and what the company wants. And then, yes, like policies that are, say, for example, diversity oriented for a richer representative staff, as in protecting the rights of trans workers, versus like the real money aspect of the equation, which the firms are most interested in, all the lobbying and maintenance of their monopoly. And Google got the FTC to just stop investigating it during the Obama years. Like, that's where these bodies are buried.
One of the big differences between tech companies and a lot of other companies is that there's often some kind of almost like a fairy tale, a romanticized story about the origins of the company. Mark Zuckerberg invented it in his Harvard dorm room, invented Facebook. Jeff Bezos was in some job he hated and, had the idea to start Amazon and whatever else. You don't see that with a lot of other types of companies that many of us interact with regularly, whether they be car companies, airline companies, or whatever the case may be. I'm curious whether part of that is because a lot of those other companies have just been around much longer, so the story of their creation seems less relevant because it's further away, or is there something more? Has there been a concerted effort to keep the mystique through these sort of fairy tale origin stories?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, pretty much those are the two dynamics. If you look at all of our great blue chip Fortune 500 companies, including your classic old company giants, like GM and so on, or Ford, IBM, they all have this very folksy, yes, small business. I developed this company in my mom's basement in the Depression sort of origin mystique. It's true. These companies are all much younger, of course. Several of them are only 10, 20 years old. So their origin story is more recent and therefore more foregrounded. But also, just because of the information-based nature of these products, there's a little bit more of but how did you get the great idea for this company? Because since they're information-based, the idea for their platforms and for their services is kind of more of the core of the whole business than it is if you're manufacturing light bulbs and stuff. So it's true, like there really is that small business started in a garage mystique. But of course, as I look at in one of the chapters of the book, the firms vary, of course, but very typically their origins in terms of their technology comes straight from the public sector. So Google, again, is a classic case. People talk about, Sergey Brin and Larry Page. They had the idea to start the firm, and it's this great idea, and they've built all these great businesses since. I just want to remind people Google's original web address wasn't google.com. It was google.stanford.edu because they developed that at Stanford, research labs in their computer science program, one of the great publicly funded research university campuses in the United States, where you've got stable funding and you are allowed to indulge your intellectual curiosity and think freely about what would make a good search engine or what would make a good social networking system. In the marketplace, you're under near-term pressure for profitability, to get your stock price up and keep Wall Street happy with you. In the academic world, you're free to take your time. And of course, the internet itself, after all, was originally developed by DARPA, the Pentagon's research arm, along with the university system. And in the book, I just go through Amazon, Facebook, Google, and the internet, and the hardware itself, like the stuff in your smartphone. Almost all of that technology comes from one or another public sector research institution, or at least through heavy public funding, which again insulates you from that short-term market pressure. So to me, the story of the origins of these firms is one of the juiciest phony aspects about them.
Well, so to stick with that a little bit, can you talk a little bit about what sort of regulatory or financial incentives also existed that allowed these companies to do what they did and to grow as quickly as they did? I mean, certainly at a base level, people increasingly dependent on the internet and more of day-to-day society being run through the internet is a huge boon to a company that exists on mobile phones and on the internet for sure. But in terms of regulation, tax breaks, et cetera, what else was done that allowed these companies to grow so quickly at the start?
For sure. Well, the very loose regulatory framework is an important part of this story. All through the era when the internet and internet-based services were becoming more popularized, like I'm old enough to remember in the 90s, when the internet came to town and you could go to some library campuses and look up other card catalogs. At that time, it was a bipartisan view that what you don't want to do is regulate the internet or online industries, because that's going to impose new costs on them or limit their innovation and their creativity. And for the longest time, like well through the Bush years into the Obama years, that was something that was more or less bipartisan. We don't want to regulate the net. It's growing. It's giving us all these fun free services and so on. Now, of course, as these firms have become so important, and as you say, as we're so reliant on them, and we start seeing their power in elections, in our society, in the way that we deal with everything through our phones, people are a lot more interested in putting some leashes on their behavior and on their power. But to me, the real issue with having had such a loose regulatory framework for so long for big tech is what I talk about in the first chapter of the book. These are markets that are subject to what we call network effects in economics. And network effect is just something that applies to certain markets where an information-based product is at play. And the big thing there is that with those sort of markets, the service gains value the more people use it. So like a telephone, as more people get on the phone network, your telephone gets a little bit more valuable to you because there's more and more people you can potentially call. Well, the same network effects apply to companies like Facebook. You want to be on the network that has all your friends on it, not on the one that has no one on it. And Google search, even as more people do Google searches day in and day out, their algorithms keep learning from that. And the more searches that are done, the stronger their algorithm and search processes become. So the thing about network effects is they're a strong incentive that leads to monopolization or maybe having two or three very dominant firms in a market. And that is what we see in big tech, from Facebook's and Instagram's, oligopoly to, Google's mobile search monopoly to YouTube. There's a long list, but it's all these straight economic aspects to it.
So there was a big deal made when Amazon, basically after being shamed by Bernie Sanders, decided that they were going to start paying everybody $15 an hour. And the end result, I thought, was great. Of course, it was a calculation for Amazon that there was going to be a PR benefit, more than likely, that in the long term would exceed the additional cost to them of paying the $15 an hour. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's imagine that it worked, in that an elected official shamed a company and they made the right decision. When Donald Trump, between being elected and inaugurated, went to, I believe it was Indiana, and announced that he struck a deal with Carrier Air Conditioner that they were going to keep their factory open in Indiana. And what he basically did was just give them money, right? There was a plan where Carrier decided we're leaving, and Trump came in and said, hey, here's some money if you stay. My criticism at the time was, this is not a scalable economic policy. This is saying, hey, I found a company that has already made a business decision. I'm changing the calculus by giving them some cash. And of course, in the end, that money was used to start automating away those jobs. Anyway, half of the workforce still went to Mexico. It was a disaster. There's not that much of a difference, in a sense, between Trump giving money to Carrier to get them to stay and Bernie pressuring one company to pay $15 an hour. Now, of course, the one that Bernie did is working out much better in terms of its results. But my question is about the scalability of policy when it comes to these things. We can't really be relying on elected officials to be making one-off deals, can we? I mean, it seems to me that we need something systemic to be done about regulation, incentives, job creation, whatever the case may be.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even like across, the wide spectrum of opinions about big tech, I think that is sort of recognized. So again, whether you're suspicious of big tech from a more left or a more conservative point of view, I think broadly it's recognized what you need, is a set of stable rules that are uniform from one company to another, and stable across time. You can't just be piecemeal threatening or throwing cash at these firms. But again, what it sort of comes back to, though, is the power of these firms. Like most companies couldn't get all of America's cities to debase themselves and beg for a second headquarters, but Amazon absolutely was able to do that, and it was quite a spectacle. And they ended up splitting the investment and walking away from New York, and then, of course, putting tens of thousands of jobs there anyway without millions of dollars in cash, which kind of shows perhaps the lack of necessity for these huge subsidy and incentive packages. But hopefully, with these new investigations we have coming down at the national level and indeed the international level of these big tech firms, we do have the FTC and the Justice Department here, and overseas, like the strongest regulation so far that any of these firms are subject to is all emanating from the European Union, from privacy to data storage to the right to be forgotten. It's interesting, and of course I talk about it in the book a bit, because the difference in these regulatory conditions. Plus, it does end up mattering that all of these big tech platform companies and their monopolies or semi-monopolies, they are all American. And the European Union is used to being partially dominated by American firms, from IBM to Coke. But they're a little more willing to regulate firms that are out of state, despite a real political presence that those firms have overseas too. But I think a new rules-based approach is very reasonable, especially one that limits the power of these firms. Again, we have a fairly long record now of all of these firms. Once network effects builds up their market power, from Microsoft all the way to Google and Facebook, they aren't shy about using it to crush competitors and destroy rivals. I mentioned this in the book. There's just a piece of Wall Street Journal reporting about Facebook, and they didn't seem to be using this word ironically, but they mentioned that Facebook has a whole little division in the company whose job is to monitor startups, new small web-based firms that might potentially compete with Facebook or one of its other apps like Instagram or Messenger. And they try to buy up that firm at a very early stage when they can buy it for just $1 million from some founder in their garage, or crush it or go after it legally in some other way. And the way the journal described it was Facebook is out to disrupt any potential challengers, which is kind of funny because, of course, all these firms talk about is how we're disruptors and we're breaking up that inefficient old economy. Now that they're the economy and the 5 biggest companies in the U.S. are all these tech platforms now, which is unheard of, they try to disrupt and put control over their upstarts and small competitors too. So I think rules that rein in these firms' power, or even go further in putting the workforce more in charge, or and in that way potentially partially socializing the platforms. To me, those are the things we should look at, things that address the firm's market power.
No question about that. We've been speaking with Rob Larson, who's a professor of economics. The book is called Bit Tyrants, The Political Economy of Silicon Valley. We are linking to the book. Definitely check it out. Rob, always a pleasure having you on.
Thanks, Dave. My pleasure.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
In today's disgusting but totally unsurprising news, Donald Trump allegedly referred to MSNBC reporter Katie Tour's transgender mom as a bitch with a tranny dad. Those are the president's alleged words, so I'm allowed to say them. This is from a new book called Sinking in the Swamp by Lachlan Markey and Asawin Subseng. Katie Tour is the daughter of Zoe Tour. You might remember Zoe Tour from the O.J. Simpson low-speed helicopter car chase in that white Bronco in 1994, if you were around then. Zoe Tour doesn't like Trump, and Zoe Tour is a trans woman. And the book alleges that Donald Trump makes horrible comments about women all the time. He called Meghan McCain, the daughter of the late Senator John McCain, dumber than her father, pointed out that she's been getting fatter after she said things on The View that Trump didn't like. This actually started with Trump getting into it with Katie Tour herself when he was running for president, writing off her questions, sometimes during interviews when he didn't want to answer one of her questions. He would say, "Oh, give me a break. Next question, Katie." Very, very condescending. He started calling her Little Katie, started calling her a third-rate journalist, all of that stuff. And once when she tried to follow up a question with Trump, he simply said, "Be quiet." Then, of course, we get to these latest allegations that Trump referred to Katie Tour privately as, again, a bitch with a tranny dad, referring to Katie Tour's transgender mom. This is the president. Now, he will have defenders no matter what he says, and lots of people probably agree with him. There's a lot of people in this country, I don't know if it's, 15%, 17%, that are extremely anti-trans. And while they probably would never be willing to say what Donald Trump is accused of saying, they aren't going to get too upset about hearing that Donald Trump said it. That's one group. There's also people who don't necessarily even agree with Trump attacking trans people, but they do generally want things to sort of go back to the way they imagine things were in the 1950s. And they see treating trans people respectfully as something that's not quite in line with their 1950s ideal. So they're not really going to get bent out of shape about attacking trans people, but they're not going to go and do it themselves. And then, of course, remember, First Lady Melania Trump's big initiative was going to be ending bullying, fighting bullying. And her husband is one of the biggest bullies of all sorts. Of different groups of people based on their identity that we know of. I wish it weren't the case, but too many people either like comments like these or they're just indifferent as long as Trump won't let Mexicans in the country, right? Or whatever their priority is. It's one of those areas where we just need to change the dialogue completely. A different president could do that. We talk about lots of the things that would take a long time to change. And Trump didn't create racism. Trump didn't create xenophobia or anti-trans bias or anti-Semitism. But when he says things like this, when he doesn't do anything about the coalescing and growing extremist movements, he makes the people who are into those ideologies emboldened and more comfortable publicly displaying their beliefs. If Trump leaves the White House in a year, that's not going to change the views of these extremists, but it might put them back at least in a little bit of a more hidden position in society where they might think twice about going public with these views. And then over time, hopefully those views will continue to dissipate or age out, as we like to say. We can hope. Imagine being Katie Tour and finding out that the president referred to a parent of yours in this way. It's almost inconceivable, or at least it would have been in 2015, But this is 2020 United States, and this story barely makes headlines in the midst of everything else that's going on. Really, really shocking stuff. An incredible thing happened yesterday, which is that the David Pakman Show YouTube channel reached an extraordinary milestone, 800,000 subscribers. That's an 8 followed by 5 zeros. We have the video. It happened live on last night's Iowa caucus stream. Let's take a look at the big moment. Buckle in, folks. We are very, very close here. We have reached 800,000 subscribers. Amazing. And I don't know why, but this has not updated. How lame is that? It seems to be broken. It's stuck at $7.99. Can you imagine? Oh, there it is. Amazing. Incredible. I hope someone records that. Please clip that. Please send it to me. I want to post that to my Instagram page or whatever. Please email me that. We did it. Yeah, as you can see, a riveting and very, very exciting moment. But in all seriousness, thank you. Thank you to the 800, now getting close to 801,000 of you. Check out a graph of our subscribers that I put together today. I have some interesting little factoids for you. We've been building the YouTube channel for a long time. I went back and looked. Our first month on YouTube, we had 4 subscribers. I don't mean that we gained 4 subscribers a day. After our entire first month on YouTube, we had 4 subscribers. Our entire second year on YouTube, we gained 3,200 subscribers. An entire year, 3,200 subscribers. Just during yesterday's live stream of the Iowa caucuses, we gained about 600 subscribers in a 3-hour stream. And we reached this amazing milestone of 800,000. So thank you so much. The next goal, of course, is 1 million. We'll probably do something little for 900,000, but 1 million is really that nice round number. Now, this is funny. Weeks ago, I started looking at the numbers. We were in, first week of January, second week of January. I was looking at the numbers. I was looking at the calendar, and I was thinking we might be able to do 800,000 by my birthday, which was on Sunday, February 2nd. And as we were getting closer, we were 10 days away. We were 5 days away. I looked, and still February 2nd seemed viable. And we missed it, but my calculation was only off by like 22 hours. The new goal is 1 million by election day, okay? 1 million by November 3rd, 2020. It is very hard to predict with much precision because so many factors can affect this. Right now, on Social Blade, which tracks this data, it looks like we're on track to hit 1 million subscribers sometime between October 12 and December. So we might clear 1 million 3 weeks before the election. We might miss it by 6 weeks. It could end up getting pushed into 2021, depending on what happens. Now, as we close in, I will fine tune the numbers, but the goal, which would be so huge for the progressive movement to have another show enter this category in the millions, along with TYT, the Young Turks, it would be huge to do it before the 2020 election. I'll keep you posted, but as of right now, it's possible. It's possible. And thank you to the more than 800,000 of you that are currently subscribed to our YouTube channel. Really feels great to have accomplished this. We have a voicemail number. The number is 219-2-DAVID-P. This voicemail doesn't feel so good. Take a listen to what this person has to say.
David, you're a liberal hack, and Trump 2020, Trump's going to win. Nobody cares about you and your f***ing liberalness. The reality of the situation is you're just like Fox News, who you love to criticize just because they love Trump, but you love Bernie, so I don't see the difference. And I think you should be arrested for spreading false misinformation. And honestly, if this was Soviet Russia, you'd have a bullet in your f***ing head.
Wow. Now, I do wonder, false misinformation, is that a double negative? Does that mean we're spreading just information, true information? Misinformation would not be accurate. If it's false misinformation, maybe it is good and the person doesn't realize it. In any case, that's what we are fighting, right? So as a reminder, you're not going to convince that person to vote for anybody other than Trump. So don't bother. Don't waste your time on it. And these, I play these voicemails for you. Number one, just to let you know about the level of vitriol that exists out there. But number two, because these are illustrations that we can't win. It's not a viable strategy to say, let's all go out and convince people like that dude not to vote for Trump. It's not going to happen. The focus needs to be get out the vote, prevent voter suppression, prevent a toxic, destructive primary that will actually do damage to the opportunity to remove Donald Trump. That is the focus. Find the half of the country that doesn't vote and talk to the people who agree with us and make sure that they go out and vote, because a conversation with that guy is a dead end. Might as well run a motorcycle directly into a brick wall. You're not going to get anything accomplished. The focus has to be a different one. We have a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about DNC members who are discussing possible rule changes at the convention to potentially deny Bernie Sanders the nomination if it were to come to it. Secondly, even insured adults who have health insurance are increasingly going to primary care less and less often because of the out-of-pocket costs. These are folks with insurance. We will talk about that. We will also talk about the news, shocking in the media world, that right-wing radio host Rush Limbaugh says he has advanced lung cancer. Immediately will be missing a lot of his show, undergoing treatment. We will discuss that and much more on today's bonus show. Get access instantly by becoming a member at joinpacman.com or by becoming a patron at the $5 or greater level at patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Good evening, everyone. I will call this meeting to order. New Payne Select Board, Monday the 3rd of February, moving right along. As far as the first item on our agenda pertaining to additions or amendments to the agenda, I would like to recommend that we move Mr. Fisher up on the agenda so that he can get out of here. Not that I don't want to let everybody else get out of here, but. At this.
Make a motion on that, or?
Yeah, that would, I will amend, I'll change the agenda. I don't need a motion. You can, I'll go to jail for it. I would like to go through the minutes of January 21st. Does anyone have any comments, suggestions, additions, or corrections? Yeah, motion.
I make a motion to accept the January 21st.
There's a motion on the table. All in favor of it, please say aye.
Aye.
I'd like to cover road business too, Jay.
I met with a representative from Nikon, gave us suggestions and pricing on crack sealing the pavement. We also prioritized the road sealing, the crack sealing in town for the next couple of years. By doing this, we should be able to get a little longer from the pavement. The sand salt shed project should be on the agenda for review at the next meeting. We received the AOT environmental approval on the Depot Road box culvert, so things are moving a little forward at least. So last week, Wade from VLCT came to the garage and did an inspection. He's made suggestions for us to complete like he did with the office in Waynesville Hall. One item he wanted was the load rating posted on the upstairs parts area. The engineer had done this when the building was completed, so we just need to locate it and post it. Another suggestion is VLCT's online training, which I've been completing. There are, I don't know, 15 maybe different ones. They're an hour to an hour and a half each. So I'll keep working on those.
Is that for the road foreman specifically?
No, it's, well,
different kinds of stuff.
Town garage stuff, you know, machine guarding, PPE, protective equipment,
Yeah. Safety stuff.
compressed gases, because we have tanks for the torch. So we have to have all of those, and then I have to turn around and explain some of that to the guys and document that we talked about it. And
right.
So. Jeff Nugent from Wyndham Regional Commission has loaded the erosion and inventory, culvert inventory onto my iPad so I can use it while out and on the road. It works nice because you can actually locate their segments where they start and stop, and you can actually see the notes from culverts as you're going over them, what they are, so it should be kind of handy. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions, anything for Jay? So we'll have a motion, please.
Make a motion to approve it.
I second.
Is there discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of approving Jay's report, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. I would now entertain a motion to go into executive session with our attorney and our administrative assistant on a legal matter.
I would make that motion.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Apologies to everyone else, but we got to get this one going. Thank you. In open session, and I would entertain a motion to invite Mr. McFadden to a future select board meeting to continue discussion on the solar field question.
With Bob Fisher.
With Mr. Fisher.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Is there discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We'll keep in touch, and thank you for your
Thank you, everybody.
efforts.
Enjoy your night.
You too.
Back to the agenda as original. Administrative assistance report, please, thank you.
The town report was sent off to the printers on Friday. I will have the proof back by February 11th to make any changes needed. Town report will be delivered here by the 20th and need to be mailed no later than the 22nd, which will be 10 days before town meeting. On Friday, January 31st, I received an email from Wyndham Regional Commission. They had found a problem with the mapping documents from the U.S. Census Bureau that we were given and notified me that this has been, until this has been corrected, I need not send in that document. They will let me know. There's a boundary that is inaccurate and it's not listing 16 homes on one property. I attached the email to my administrative report for clarification.
Thank you. That's it?
That's it. I've been busy.
Thank you.
Great job on the report.
Thank you.
Motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion before us. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Now the good part of the meeting, unscheduled members of the public.
I am
You are
actually a scheduled member of the public who, in order to save the town money, did not use the ink to get on the schedule. I came in this morning. So
no problem.
So I'm often in no man's land, so it's a familiar place. I have to say, what a sense of deja vu it gives me, Mr. Chairman, to see you back in that chair, where we're pretty close to where I started out with you in my service on the board.
I don't remember that so long ago.
Well, Mike Rowan was chair when I started. Then I think you filled in for a little while, and then I filled in. I was elected, but then headed off to the legislature, so I think you resumed the chair, and it's nice to see you back there again in any event. We had good times. I wanted to just commend Dick Merrick, just for the record and for public television, so they know who it is. I wanted to just give you a quick update now that we seem to be into a premature spring about the work we've been doing up on the hill at the first common and the first burying ground. We have substantially completed clearing that. We've got some logs to still get out of there, and Bucky Pelsu was very helpful last fall with chainsawing and helping, and he's volunteered to help with his tractor this spring, probably around April when the snow disappears. We'll get the rest of that cleared. We enlisted Gary Katz to make some more sign containers. He had made the one for the front of the common. Barb Barber has faithfully promised me that she will get that sign back up. The ink faded on it after the first season, so she's redoing it in real house paint. So we'll get that sign back in. We put up a replacement sign with the help of Mel Martin, who did the layout for us after we had the text worked out. We did a replacement sign for the Newfane Hill Cemetery that we got in last fall. We added some information on that. We added information about the various veterans who were buried there, what wars they were in, some other things. We basically replaced the Stuart Halliday sign. We tried to keep as close to his style as we could, but it's on a sort of an anodized metal background. So with that and the pressure-treated casing, it will probably outlast all of us, which is a good thing. We won't have to face dealing with it again. But the old sign was just about completely deteriorated. It was torn down the middle from the temperature changes, and the wood was going, so we decided that we would help out. Gary Katz made that case. He made the one for the front of the common, and he also made one for the burying ground, the first burying ground back on the corner of Otis Lane. So we are getting ready to put that one in the spring when the ground thaws again. We have found 19 marked burials in the first burying ground, which was used from 1773 to 1795. There are no gravestones there. There's one memorial marker that we think was put in the 1890s for Mrs. Park, who was the mother of the first child, and she's actually buried there somewhere. We found 19 burials that are marked with groups of field stones lying flat on the ground, which have gradually been popping up here and there as we clean the brush out. We keep kicking over one of them, finding stones. So that's kind of the snapshot. I brought along a copy, which I assume you can have copied and each have a copy of the text of the sign that's going to be up there, which I thought might be of some historical interest for you. We know 7 of the people who were buried there from various, or 12 people I should say, from various records. Park family members and the Sawtelle family who died in the fire up there in the 1780s. We know they're buried there from pretty good historical records. We also have from the journal of the first minister of Newfane, Hezekiah Taylor, who was minister from 1774 to 1810. We know all the other deaths that occurred in Newfane during the period that that cemetery was open, up to 1795. So we have a list that is going to be on the sign of people who could be buried there. I'm pretty confident that a lot of the burials were probably marked with wooden markers, which have left no trace at all. But we know that they went to the Hill Cemetery in 1795 because the one up there was getting fairly crowded. And the 19 burials don't occupy that big a piece of it. So there obviously were a lot of other burials up there. And there were quite a few other deaths during that period. About 2/3 of them children who tended to die young or else survive to a ripe old age usually. So we've got a lot of stuff done. The request I have tonight for you, since I knew you'd want to have some role in this, we managed to get the wood donated from WW for the signs. Gary Katz donated his labor, Mel Martin donated his work, and we got the fund for the Newfane Hill Cemetery to pay for the anodized signs for the 2 burying grounds. So far we've had no public funds expended. What we would love to get though is to keep that area clear so it doesn't go back to woods. Would be to have Mark Gray start adding that to his clearance list for maintenance of the old common, since it's all part of the old common. It goes back to the jail area. For those of you who haven't been up there, and if you're interested, I'd be happy when the snow melts and it dries out a little to go up there with you. We've cleared out the area, trail back to where the first jail and the jailkeeper's house was in a well. We found the foundation of what we discovered from the minutes of the early town meetings here. It was a schoolhouse, the first school that was in that same area. And then we cleared another trail back to the corner, and we've cleared the entire first burying ground, which is about 2/3 of an acre. So the goal now is to keep that from going back to the jungle it was, where literally when we went in there, I wouldn't have been able to see any of you if I was sitting here and you were there. It was just totally overgrown. So we'd like to get Mark to add that to his list. I'd be happy to meet with him in the spring and show him, what would need to be. It's basically weed whacking a couple times a season to keep it from growing back up. So that's one thing. The other thing that maybe in the future is that I would kind of like to see if I could find a place that might be able to give us something like a taller version of the markers they use for veterans' graves, and the post with a little medallion device on it, so we could have something that says, the burial of one of the first settlers in Newfane, because these were really the founding people of Newfane for the most part up there. It was used in the period before there was a cemetery down the hill, before the one up behind here by Mantel's, which dated a little bit later. But this was the first burying. It's one of the first burying grounds in Vermont, as far as I can tell, from the old cemetery association. So it's kind of an interesting project, but we'd like to keep it. We'd like to keep it from going back to jungle. So.
Could I ask?
That's my pitch.
Couple quickies.
Sure.
What's the approximate size of the area that you would have Mark work on?
It's probably under an acre. I'd say it's a little bigger than the area he currently does, but most of it is cleared enough so it really just requires some weed whacking to keep it down. We've grubbed out a lot of the roots of things, so hopefully that's going to keep it. And I want to actually continue doing some of that, take out some of the smaller stumps so that they don't keep putting up a lot of growth. But it's not a huge area, and some of it's relatively clear anyhow. The area sort of in front of the jail gets very little growth. It's fairly heavily shaded by mature trees. So that area gets nothing. A good bit of the burying ground, which is, as I said, maybe half to 2/3 an acre, half of that or more is ferns, and I wouldn't touch those. I'd leave those as they are. So you're probably talking a 1/4 acre there at the best.
Of course, the basis for my question is our budget's all set.
Yeah, right.
But maybe we can be flexible enough to take this under our wing, even with the current budget, and then.
My guess is it's somewhere around there from the standpoint of the budget.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, no, it's a very valid question.
I have another thought too. Have you thought about writing grants though through the town? To be able to maintain that?
I'm not sure who we could
preservation
get to fund it. Usually, you know, when cemeteries are created, there's usually a fund created to
But I'm
a
saying
perpetual
state
fund.
of Vermont, we have a lot of different grants here.
There might be, I don't know of any offhand that we fit, but there could be.
There might be enough interest in town or in the county to work on establishing a fund that would work for the future, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and
Wild idea.
that's not a bad idea at all. And I don't think it would have to be a huge fund to generate enough to pay for clearing it 3 or 4 times a year, maybe.
What was
I went up there, I
question?
saw a lot of it.
What was your other question?
I saw a lot of clearing. I was like amazed.
Yeah, it was.
How much had been cleared out.
It's pretty much all been hand clearing too, because it was so thick that you couldn't
I was
use it.
thinking there was a lot of older people too doing this.
Speaking as one of them.
We've really done a great job with that.
I made the comment when I did the little walking tour that I wasn't English, but I left 40 pounds up there.
It's a good job for Boy Scouts to.
Yeah, that would be the sort of thing. Once, you know, we wanted to be careful of it as we worked on it, that we had people who knew what they were doing. We'd like to actually, we've had one conversation, I think, Laura Bacon, with the state archaeologist about the possibility of looking at doing a dig up there at some point in some area, maybe try to find where the refuse heap was for the jail and the school, and see what's in there, and have some museum quality items, hopefully.
Yeah.
So far we found some shards of pottery and 2 or 3 buttons, but
Maybe it's another Oak Island.
On the potential markers for supposed veterans, I wonder if there might be some help from one of the service organizations.
well, these are burials of, we don't know who they are.
Yeah.
We know who 12 people are who were buried there. We don't know if any of these markers are for them, but I don't know of any offhand who I've identified as a veteran who are in there. They're early settlers, but I don't know of any of them that I found any link to the only French and Indian War veteran we have in Newfane is Luke Knowlton, and he's buried in the Newfane Hill Cemetery. And I did discover that they didn't know that he was a veteran, so I talked to Bob Litchfield, who puts the flags up, and said, you probably should add Luke to your list, because he's our earliest earliest veteran.
Well, certainly these people wear their own Department of Defense.
Yeah. There are 2 militiamen who the Centennial History of Newfane says are buried about 1,000 feet from the courthouse in the woods, but their graves were lost even in 1875 when they wrote the Centennial History. So we know there are 2 militiamen from Fort Dummer who were killed in an Indian skirmish who are up there, but we don't know where they are. So we give a mention in here, and I'm not sure I want to indicate too clearly where they are, because somebody will go up there and decide to do a dig of their own. So anyway, that was my reason for being here.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. I'll tender this to you, and
okay, or give it to the boss.
Okay.
Does the board feel that we can go ahead and ask Mark to work on this using our existing budget? If we go a little over, so what?
I don't think it hurts for him to have a conversation with Mr. Merrick and to
Well, I
see
think
what.
that's great, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, to have a conversation and then come back and talk some more.
Yeah, okay. See what he thinks would be involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think just to put this in stone, could I have a motion to?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Whatever.
To ask Mark Gray to take on minimum maintenance of the area and to meet with Mr. Merrick. All in favor?
Aye.
That's not.
You know, I'm gonna say you have a much more cooperative board than I ever had, because they approved the motion before they even heard we were moving. That's raw power.
We work well together.
Well, you know, I mean, there's one good thing about doing something like this anyways, because
yes,
just like she said, it's, you know, the same with like a lot of our boards.
Yeah.
We're all older people.
Yeah.
We gotta start bringing in some younger blood
Yeah.
to do some of this stuff, and
Yeah.
at least if you put it in this, that we're gonna Mark going up and mowing the thing once or twice a year, it's gonna go on for a long time.
I go up there and,
You know?
commune with nature and.
Yeah, use it.
I've seen a fair number of people actually using it to walk through, and I'd like to get a hold of the school and maybe arrange to get some of the kids up there.
We used to do
And the
field
salt
trips up
service
there
up
when
there,
I was
too.
younger through the elementary school, so it's nice to see it cleared up again so that the kids can go up
I never
and learn
been
about
there.
their history.
We also have about 8 or 10. We used Gary as much as we could before he disappeared, Gary Katz. We've got about 8 or 10 posts and small little platform things that we're going to use to put, because things like the jail keeper's house, the cellar hole is there, but there's no marker for that. There's a marker that the jail was there. There's no marker for the school. There's nothing in the front that tells you there's anything in the back. So we're going to try to spot some of those around to get more information.
Yes.
And they're the same type of thing we used at the railroad station to be able to give information about different spots around the locale. So I think that makes it more interesting for people too.
My daughter went up here once during one of the school things, because I never knew nothing about it really until she brought it up one day. She said something about a whipping post or some kind of chain.
Yeah, well, the whipping post. Yeah, the last person whipped in the state of Vermont was
up there. So she see that. I didn't know. Maybe the teacher just told them that so they make them pay.
And we used to go, I went to Newbrook Elementary School, or it was New Payne Elementary School at the time, and we used to go up regularly for field trips to learn about our history.
the early history.
See more stores up there. I see that.
Yeah, and kids I think enjoy that, and they learn history in a way that's powerful as opposed to memorizing dates. And
Well, that's one of the things she remembers every time we go by it now.
I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
No.
Have you anyone in mind that could build a new whipping post?
That'd be a good idea. The danger is who they decide to use as the whipping.
I used to be a living history tour guide for the Phillips Schuyler Country House.
Mm.
So I'm totally into living history and telling the history.
Doing that is
In costume.
Yeah, that. Well, I would point out that the history of the 250th anniversary of the formation of the town of Newfane was coming up in 4 years. And we've already started having a little bit of conversation in the Historical Society about that, but we ought to wake up on that one, because that really shouldn't go unmarked.
Yeah. The other thing is that I also was involved with an old cemetery in Saratoga Springs, New York. And all the founding fathers were buried there. And we had an author or a playwright actually create a play, and I presented it to the public of all the different people that were buried and what their history might be, and different, they came out from behind the stones, basically, and told their stories.
Yeah,
so if you could find somebody to write a little play.
Yeah, and some groups have done that, and have done it as as fundraisers for that matter.
Yes.
In the autumn, around Halloween, Friends versus Michigan had a very successful.
Did you do it on site?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, you do it right at the location, and we certainly have a lot of interesting stories.
So if there's some, I'm sure there's a writer out there who'd love to do that.
Do the scripts.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of ideas.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Comment?
Before you leave.
Yes.
Yes.
I quickly Googled grants for cemeteries.
Yeah.
I 20 plus, then I Googled grants for Vermont cemeteries. I'd if you've got somebody who's Googleable on your group, I'd suggest that's an avenue for the future.
Yeah.
To
We'll take a look.
yeah, and involve the community in what's going on,
Yeah.
and the kids, as you were saying. So.
Get more people into it.
Yeah, so it's the Vermont Preservation Trust.
Yes.
And grants for preserving cemeteries.
Okay.
And also doing the sonograms under the ground and finding where burials can be that you're not aware of.
Yeah. Roger Elby had thought he had some sources for that as well. For that, we may up the number of markers we need those, so we have to be careful with the balance.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Suggest metal.
Thank you.
Suggest metal markers.
Thank you, Linda.
Not wooden.
That was awesome.
So another 200 years we can find people.
Okay, the next item on the agenda doesn't need much, except that there is a hearing as required by law to be held by the select board. Let me just read Newfane Select Board hold a public hearing as provided for in 24 VSA 4442 at 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 19th, 2020, at the Newfane Town Office to hear comment on a proposed amendment to Article 3, Section 343 of the Newfane zoning bylaws to establish natural burial as a conditional use in resource districts in the town. So 5 o'clock on the 19th, here, the select board's hearing. And
We're having a hearing?
we have to.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to.
I'm just asking.
Unless you want to move, we talked about it earlier, and I agreed to.
No, I'm not saying, I'm just saying it's a hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put it in my calendar.
Okey-dokey. Next item is broadband wireless, and I feel just far short of ridiculous bringing this up because I know nothing really about it, except that broadband has to do with quality of communication of various sorts, and there are areas that have good broadband coverage and there are areas that do not. The state of Vermont has just made it possible to do some preliminary exploration, if that's the right word, in towns to try to find out in this area is to try to find out what towns, what areas in town are either not served or unserved, and in many people's minds unserved is not served. It's not a big difference. There have been a couple of meetings so far. The state put out a grant. There have been some meetings, I've been to 2, where they talked about the process, which is aimed at deciding where these areas of non-service are, by doing a survey, and then taking the results of that survey to make it come up with a potential business plan for getting coverage into those areas. On Thursday of this week, there will be a meeting at Newbrook. I'm not exactly sure what time, but
6.
I didn't see if I could find out before we break up tonight.
I believe it's 6 o'clock.
I think it is too. I probably have it written in here.
It's at Newburgh Fire Station or the school?
fire station.
Fire station. And that meeting, I understand, is to be dedicated to the survey. Which brings us to what I think is Newfane's biggest problem. How do we get everyone in the town of Newfane to, one, get a survey, encourage them to fill it out and get it back so that the next step and possibly the next steps can be taken.
I think we put it on front porch with a link with a copy of the survey.
Yeah, but
People can
the
send
problem is that people without broadband, without connection, don't go on the front porch.
Unless they're at work.
So the planning commission did a survey a year and a half ago. We had a response of 151 respondents and would have had more if we had known that there's a switch that you can, we do Survey Monkey is what it's called. And there's a switch that you click and you say more than one person can answer the survey on the same computer. So we had couples that only one person really could answer. So I think we would have had probably about 175 if instead of 151. What we did was we placed the survey in both post offices. We did door-to-door mail that told people where the survey was, because that can just be a flyer and that's cheap. That's $150, I think, for the whole town. We did that. We did the $35 ad on the bottom of the page on the Commons and the Reformer. We did the signs, the sandwich board signs.
At the town hall.
And we also had a community forum that told people it was going to happen. So we did every way that we possibly could by mail, by and the other thing we did was we let people, you could either fill it out by paper or you could do it online. And doing it online, anybody who wanted to, they could do it on a and if by paper, then they drop it off at the town office, and then Angela and I went through and entered the results from that. And it sounds like it's going to be a pretty simple survey. I know when we did our survey, one of the big things was that people didn't have broadband and they didn't have cell service. So I volunteer to help on that.
You've just been appointed chair.
I second that.
You gonna volunteer?
Do you expect?
I volunteer.
Would you expect that that survey is quickly and easily available? A copy of it?
Oh, the old one?
Yeah.
The old one that we did?
The old one that
Yeah.
you did, yeah. Because I think I'd love to look at it before I go to this full meeting. I mean, this group.
Yeah. Sure.
Thursday evening.
Once the filming gets done, I'll pull it out of the drawer.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very surprised by your saying that you made it available at the post offices.
Yeah, I remember when you did that survey. It was all over.
We asked and they said, okay.
Because I can remember at least once when I was told nothing that does not have something to do with post office business can be done in there. So we'll try again.
It was a lucky day.
It's worth a try.
The Williamsville Post Office allows us to actually, in addition to town meetings and agenda, they actually let us, if there's an event going on that is about the area and the town, the villages, they let us post that. Or I should say, they post it for us, we hand it to them.
Yeah, well,
We don't
suspect that things may change with people changing and so forth. I'll have more on this after Thursday, but my immediate reaction was that we may very well have to mail something, and I hope it's one piece of paper, very quick and easy and inexpensive, to everybody to say we did give everybody a chance to answer. Because a lot of people, Survey Monkey, you gotta get to it. Front porch, you gotta get to it.
Or do you want to have something where then people mail it back to you?
Well, I think that certainly is to be discussed. There may be some discussion on it Thursday evening. It may be that they want it to go to one central location like in the regional. We'll tiptoe into this and see where we come out.
Can I also add the fact that Southern Vermont cable telephone, all that is being sold off. And a lot of
Yes.
people are very upset about it.
To Comcast, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the concern
That meeting is tomorrow evening.
over in Landmark College.
Yes, Landmark College.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
Yep.
Well, and I just got an update that Comcast, who's supposedly taking over Southern Vermont Cable, is raising its rates, not just for cable, but also for internet and also for the different subscription rates.
It's going to be very expensive.
Just cable is expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's $160. I pay $160 for it. And I do that because otherwise I
for
don't
the
get
triple
internet.
play For Southern Vermont.
How much?
142.
That's
I got everything. I paid $204.
And I paid
From Southern
Vermont?
Then you must have different stations.
I have the
No.
triple play and I pay probably 140,
But see, why did I do?
150 a month.
Because I got programs for the kiddies.
Oh, yeah. You have extras.
Wow.
Don't fight.
HBO and all those things.
It's expensive.
No, I only have, I do to Netflix and Prime, but that
But those
doesn't
are
go-
separate.
Those are separate.
No, that's a separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Well,
no,
if you don't
was
have
saying-
internet.
So anyway,
Yeah.
On broadband, after Thursday, I'll know a little bit more, and next Tuesday, not next Tuesday, but Tuesday the 18th, I think, is our next select board meeting. Tuesday because Monday is a holiday, and I'll try to get as much information to you as I can then, if not before then.
I will not be at that meeting, I apologize.
Your next meeting, excuse me, is Tuesday, February 18th. I think I wrote it down.
Anything else under new business? Do you have anything you'd like to add to what I
No, thank you.
stumblingly brought forward?
You did perfect. I'm proud. I'm
Okay.
proud to be your backup.
So then on the 18th is the select board meeting, and then there's the hearing for
The next night at 5.
at 5
I
o'clock.
suspect we'll be out of here pretty soon, quick.
And the hearing is for what again?
It's for Article 3 of the bylaws to add
It's
the
an amendment to the zoning
Burial.
bylaws.
Oh, it is the big hearing. Okay.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
I just will say, when the planning commission had our hearing for that, we had about 12 people come supporting that. I was, usually the planning commission has a hearing and nobody shows up. One person, two. This was like we had a whole audience. We had to get extra chairs. It was great.
That is awesome.
Good.
Correspondence? Maybe.
Sorry?
Correspondence?
Yeah, I was just trying to remember one other thing that I had thought of and had unthought of.
And then you rethought it.
I did. Correspondence, we have a hefty piece of correspondence here from Downs, Rackler, and Martin, which in essence says they're going to make some modifications to the cell tower on Oak Hill. They intend, it is an intention to do that. I have to admit, I'm not sure whether there's any kind of a
plan is to upgrade from a 4 gig to a 5 gig.
Yeah, my question of myself and so forth is whether there is any already scheduled hearing on this proposal, or what is the process for our doing so if we decided we wanted to.
I thought they already did that.
Sorry?
I thought they already did it.
I don't know. Is there a feeling in among the board members that we ought to get further information and look at it more, or just let her fly?
Well, you
Let her
said,
fly.
did you say Oak Hill?
Mm-hmm.
Is that up on Brown's?
Our one cell tower.
It's around the parish.
Parish.
Oh, it's over on Parish.
You go over Grimes Hill, you headed towards Williamsville, you look. Just you start down, you look straight forward, you'll see the tower.
Really? Into Waynesville?
Yeah.
It's a
Off
big
Grimes Hill. Off Grimes Hill. I'll go right.
Come to my house, I'll show it to you.
But isn't there one also off of Brown's?
Yeah.
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 AT&T? Yeah.
They put that one in up on the Bill Statz's. They did one up to Stub Thomas's on Dover Mountain at the exact same time.
Yeah.
I think I just let them do what they do.
It would, okay, Mike?
Well, it just says that AT&T proposes to modify telecommunications antennas and equipment at the existing telecommunications facility, so they're just looking to upgrade that one spot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that in essence will help folks with this broadband issue, so I don't see why we shouldn't go forward with it.
Yeah, I think you just notifying us to let us know what they're doing, that's
I
it.
think at this point, we keep an eye on it, and if anybody gets upset, we decide whether we go with them or what. Thank you. Is there anything else that anyone would like to bring before us at this point? Hearing none, I would say that we will go to pay orders and eventually adjourn. Eventually.
Good morning. Welcome.
Is it a good morning? I have had coffee spilled all over me twice this morning. It's so hard.
Was it good coffee?
It was fabulous coffee, but my clothes are not appreciating it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Representative Senator.
I'm pat myself down. But I do love.
All right, welcome to the conference on S23, which was started in your neck of the woods, came to us while the four of us served on the committee last week. Let's just go quickly around to make sure that we all know who each other are. Representative Tom Stevens.
Mary Hooper Montpelier.
John Kalaki from South Burlington.
Michael Sorokin, Chittenden County.
Senator Ballin, Windham County.
Allison Clarkson, Windsor County District.
Former House member.
Former House member.
I am the only former House member on this team, which makes me specially qualified to be on this conference committee.
So with everything in front of us this week, I was hoping that we would be able to just dive right in. I think we both have expressed our bodies' respective desires to see this pass. And so it's just a question, I think, of being across the table and getting a clarification of what actually we're talking about.
Yep.
I presume it will be a little bit less complex than the family leave bill, but there are plenty of complexities within the differences in the two bills. So Damien and then Joyce, if we could get, Damien, if you could just lead us through the differences and also kind of educate us on some of the changes that we put forward that may not be relevant any longer, whether it's because studies have been done or other language has been put into the bills, into the statute someplace else. And then Joyce, if you could run through after Damien the issue brief that you were able to get done last fall, that would be great. Was it fall? Damien, all yours.
Thank you. I'm just pulling up the document on my iPad. For the record, Damien Leonard, Legislative Counsel. And you should all have a copy of the side-by-side in front of you at this point. And you just pull it up on my iPad and I will walk through it with you.
What you may have.
Thank you, Senator. I apologize. Senator Clarkson, here I have one. Oh, we have an extra copy. So, here.
Here we go. Okay.
We got it. All set. There you go. Here, you can have your copy back. And we have an extra copy over there. So, just to bring us up to speed, the House's proposal of amendment to the Senate's original proposal of amendment on this bill was to go with a minimum wage increase of 2.25 times the CPI, or 5.5%, whichever is less, until the minimum wage is equal to or greater than $15. And then after reaching $15, the minimum wage would return to its increase by the CPI, or 5%, whichever is less, which is the current increase that we've been seeing year over year. The House proposal also established tip pooling requirements that were consistent with federal regulations, and provided that the minimum wage increase, that 2.25 times multiplier, could return down to just the CPI in any year in which both state sales and use tax revenues decreased by 2% or more relative to the prior year, and the state revenue forecast had been reduced by 2% or more. So that's what's commonly referred to as an off-ramp, or a
recession trigger.
Yes, a recession trigger there. That's designed to kind of mirror recession. It's something that's done in New York and California, or that is in their minimum wage laws.
Damien, may I ask?
Yeah.
We know that New York has several zones for minimum wage increase, so is that true in each of the zones?
Right, so in New York, they can make the assessment with respect to any of the zones, and that comes out of the understanding that the economy in the city
Yep.
may be different from the economy upstate.
Well, particularly in the Adirondacks, I mean, north of Albany.
And again, that was done in a climate, that was written in a climate last year where there was, from the fiscal offices
Yeah.
on down, of pretty more than lukewarm
Yeah.
fears of a recession on the horizon, which, according to the fiscal stuff last week, seems to be less
Right.
urgent.
Less urgent, but.
Always on the
Still there.
horizon, but just less urgent than it
Okay.
was a year ago.
Yep.
Yep, so in contrast, what the Senate sent back at the end of the session last year did away with the increase to $15 and instead came with an increase to $11.50 on this past January 1st and $12.20 on next January 1, and then returning to the CPI increase thereafter. So that's kind of the core of the bill. The other pieces in here, in the House version, there were some changes in the definitions. There was a clarification on the definition of student to be consistent with the current Department of Labor interpretation, and the additional definition of tip because of the tip pooling requirements. That is all out of the Senate version. The next, in the House version, there were two sections, sections 3 and 4, that dealt with the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. Those sections complemented what was put forward by the House in a bill to address that issue, and then what eventually went through in the appropriations bill at the end of the session, generating, I believe, something like $7 million in additional funding for that. And this was designed to complement that. So that has already passed through. It is not in the Senate version. Section 5 of the House bill and Section 2 of the Senate bill required a report on increases in Medicaid reimbursement rates that would be needed to enable the payment of minimum wage to employees of certain Medicaid participating providers and independent direct support providers. The Joint Fiscal Office has prepared an issue brief on this subject. They did not have some of the teeth in that bill or in that provision requiring providers to report. But Joyce can talk more about the data that was provided in that report. Section 6 in the House bill created a study committee to examine the possibility of creating a separate minimum wage that would increase more slowly than the standard minimum wage for employers that provide certain benefits to their employees, such as health care benefits above a certain level. Section 7 would have required legislative counsel. That section is not in the Senate bill. Section 7 of the House bill would have required legislative counsel and the Joint Fiscal Office to submit a report regarding potential alternative mechanisms to the CPI for indexing the minimum wage to inflation after 2024. That did not make it into the Senate bill. Just as an aside, and I've said this to both committees of jurisdiction, this is something that any member could request from us at any time if you were interested in that. So Section 8 in the House bill was Section 3 in the Senate bill. That created a study committee to look at the impact of altering or eliminating the basic wage rate for tipped employees. This is known as the tipped wage. So currently that's 50% of the standard minimum wage. And then it would have also looked at eliminating the sub-minimum wage for secondary school students during the school year. I think everyone here is familiar with that, but just as a reminder, under Vermont law currently during the school year, secondary school students are subject to the federal minimum wage, which is generally $7.25, but can be lower in certain instances. And then during the summer, the break between school years, they're subject to the Vermont minimum wage, which is $10.96. And this has been a source of confusion for employers in recent years.
And other concerns.
Right.
David, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but can you just give us a reminder, what would be you said there are some instances in which employers could pay less than the federal? What are those?
So they would still be paying the federal minimum wage, but under federal minimum wage law for employees under, I think it's under 20, I'd have to double check.
Okay. So it's
You
an
can
age
pay a sub-minimum wage for a probationary period at the beginning of their employment.
Yep.
And that's set by federal law, so.
And there's also a training wage.
That's
So
what I was
they
talking
get
about.
$4.25 an hour, right?
Right.
Isn't there a $4.25 an hour
I
law?
can't remember the rate, but yeah, there's a training wage for employees under a certain age. That's well below the $7.25 an hour.
Great, thank
So
you.
it's not only confusing, but difficult for people who are actually trying to earn money to go to college, which is wildly too expensive. So, I mean, there are lots of issues that are packed into that.
Right.
If we establish a different rate, our policy over, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't nuts.
Yeah, so the way the federal wage and hour law works is it sets the floor, and states can enact laws that are equal to or more protective of employees. So you can, a higher minimum wage, greater overtime provisions, that sort of thing, can all be set at the state level.
So for instance, we have our minimum wage is now $10.96 because we have what we put into law over time. New Hampshire does not have a minimum wage, so they default to the federal minimum wage as their minimum wage.
Just imagine what their high school students are being paid.
So I think that's, I mean, the longer we do, with the frequency that we do to go into this statute, it's become clear that there's certain aspects of it that are outdated.
Yeah.
You know, the spread, the difference between our minimum wage and the federal minimum wage has grown over time. So I think that was the thought behind having that study, just to say that this is this. I mean, I can't imagine that someone would turn and say, I'm going to hire somebody for $7.25 an hour when they can work next door for $11.96 an hour. That's the market at work. But the fact is that they can. And then in terms, if I can just jump ahead to the agricultural study, which is next, we've learned the same issues. The agricultural workers can be paid the federal minimum wage, but there are market issues.
Sure.
There are contract issues for other workers who come in. There's just the different levels, and when asked, when you see the list of exemptions after a while, you finally have to just ask, well, why is this so? And so that's what this was for. We approached the House Agricultural Committee and the department last year, and they both expressed an interest in having a study done so that because if you ask the Department of Agriculture, they'll give you the 42 different answers that they aggregate from people.
Sure.
But this is just a way to try to get an understanding of it so that we can move forward with better information. So much of the statute was written long ago.
Okay.
Could we have, in the Senate version, I know it's the same as the House and what we sent over at the end, but in our original bill, did we have a study on tip wages in there?
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was something that the Senate added in the original amendment that they sent over to the House.
Okay.
So the House kept that. The House added the agricultural wage study, which was then kept by the Senate and what it sent back.
How about the sub-minimum?
The sub-minimum wage for secondary school students, I believe that was in from the Senate, and then kept by the House.
Remember, we had a fairly robust conversation about a universal wage rather than a tip wage, rather than a differential, and we had that great professor from the West Coast talk to us about all the challenges that tip wage earners face.
Okay,
So Joyce just pulled up the federal regs for me while I was speaking, and I can confirm that it's for workers under 20 years of age. The first 90 days under federal law, you can be paid $4.25 an hour, and then you go up to $7.25.
Okay.
So we've talked about the working group to examine the wage and hour laws for agricultural workers.
before you leave that, so that makes the issue of when a school student becomes even more relevant if it can default during a vacation period to that training wage, right?
Well, so it's the way the department interprets it is it's during the school year and regular vacation periods, and the department interprets that as basically from when you start school, whenever the first day of school is around Labor Day, to the last day of school in June. That that window there and all the vacations in there are subject to federal minimum wage.
So that could be as low as $4.25.
That could be if you're within your first 90 days. Yep. So
regardless of the fact that we have a different a different minimum wage.
right, because the way it's set up is we have, I think 7 exemptions or groups that are exempt from the minimum wage overall. Agricultural workers are one, and then secondary school students during all of the school year and regular vacation periods are another. And that group, the department, because the laws are construed to be protective of workers, they construed that as narrowly as possible to be protective of student workers. So during the summer, if you're a high school student who just works summers, it's just the state minimum wage. If you work during the school year, your employer could choose to go back and forth between them, or they could choose to pay you the state minimum wage. What they can't do is pay you the federal minimum wage year-round. So those 2 studies, both sides agreed on them, and to the best of my knowledge, the language was kept the same by both parties there. The next was requiring legislative counsel to prepare draft legislation to modernize the wage and hour statutes, including identifying obsolete or out-of-date provisions. This was left out of the Senate version, but 2 members of the House who are part of this conference committee here, Representative Black and Representative Stevens, both requested bills that included that work. And that was presented to the House General Committee last week for a bill introduction. So that is not necessary at this point.
So can I ask you a question, go back to section 2? I know you and I had talked about this in your office, and I walked away thinking that that was put in as belts and suspenders.
Yes.
And that is actually no longer necessary because of what the feds have done.
So the tip pooling requirements, originally, if we go back to last biennium, what had happened is the federal government had proposed regulations that included a very large loophole that would have allowed employers of tipped employees who do tip pooling to actually keep part of the tip pool rather than distributing it to employees. Congress, and it's rare that I get to say this, but Congress passed a provision that corrected that issue. And so they actually corrected the issue. So now the tip pools, you can pool between the front of the house and the back of the house, provided you're paying the federal minimum wage as your base wage to everyone, so at least $7.25 an hour. But it prevents managers or owners of restaurants and other places that do tip pooling to actually keep a portion of the tip pool. It has to go to the employees. And that was the primary issue that the Vermont was concerned with, was that issue of having some of the money go away from employees. Some of the initial language on this required that it stay with the traditionally tipped employees, but the latest language follows the federal guidelines where if you pay at least federal minimum wage, you can pool between the front and the back of the house.
So dishwashers, people who are plating salads.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's part of a bigger overall issue about compensation in restaurants and what we're used to. But this goes to tip pooling only. This does not affect restaurants this federal law does not affect restaurants that work our traditional way, which is to say you can pay 50% of the minimum wage as a tip credit, if you will.
Right. It does not affect them. So they have to have a tip pool, and they have to pay a base wage to their tipped employees that's equal to or greater than the federal minimum wage. So you're already talking right now, our tipped wage in the state is $5.48. So you're already talking someone who's paying $1.75, $1.77 more than the tipped base wage in the state as a base wage to their tipped employees. So if they go back down to the state's base wage, they're not eligible for that federal tip pooling provision anyway, and because it's more protective than the state law, we'll follow it without requiring us to adopt anything. All we can do is we could adopt something that's more protective of the tipped employees. But at this point, the House's latest proposal did not do that, and so the Senate pulled out that language because it's not necessary to accomplish that.
Okay, but the language about the student was also taken out.
Yeah, so, and that is not necessary at this point because that's the current interpretation by the Department of Labor. What the only benefit of including that definition is just clarity on the face of the statute. So that definition didn't actually change the status quo, it just put it in the statute so that there was, clarity kind of for employers who might not go to the department's wage and hour regulations or might not call up the department for guidance.
And that issue would be part of the study, no doubt.
Yes.
Right, and the study, if the study comes back with a recommendation to change the student minimum wage or eliminate that exemption, that would all be dealt with at that point. So that's an issue that would be front and center in that study.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so I didn't mention this at 10:30, but we need to be done today, this morning at 9:30. So we need to be done by 10:30.
So as do we.
Yeah, and so just keep that in mind with our conversation. That would be great. And then we will try to schedule something else for later on today, reconvene later on today. So Joyce, please let us know.
Actually, before we move over to Joyce, can you just summarize what is no longer necessary because of changes in statute and where there is similarity between the two? I think maybe it's obvious, but just starting at the top.
So sections 3 and 4 are no longer necessary because that was addressed in last year's budget bill. Section 2, assuming the tip pooling requirements stay out of there, is not really necessary unless you wanted to get that clarified definition of student in there. But if you're planning to address that through the study committee, it's not necessary. And then on sections 6 and 7, 6, that's a difference there, and that's something that you'll have to decide. Section 7 is not really necessary because you could request it on your own, but if you wanted to require it to be done as part of the legislation, you could include it. And then section 10 is not necessary because those bills have been drafted.
So section 5.
Section 5 is in both bills. Oh, well, that is really something for Joyce to address, whether her work this summer and the issue brief she wrote covers that. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Joyce.
Thank you. So I don't have copies of the issue brief regarding the survey of wages for healthcare workers paid through Medicaid, but I believe that you've all received it, perhaps, Representative Hooper.
We have it right here.
Oh, you have it right there? Oh, terrific. Excellent.
Ron is unbelievable.
Excellent. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to run through this quickly. The bottom line is that we tried very hard to get as many jobs reported in terms of minimum wage, in terms of hourly wage and hours worked as we could. We hired a contractor, we worked for 3 months to try to collect wage data. It turns out that we got wages paid for 6,631 jobs. We believe that there are about 7,200 workers who are paid $15 or less in the state, paid through Medicaid in the healthcare sector. The jobs do not translate to the workers because many workers have more than one job. For example, the folks paid through ERIS, the direct care workers, might have 4 or 5 jobs in a single pay period. So we are not able to estimate the cost to the state of raising the minimum wage for those workers directly from the wage data. But the issue brief does contain information about the distribution of those wages, and you can see about 45% of the jobs for which we got information do have hourly wage of $12.50 or less. But I would caution that those are heavily weighted by those ERIS workers, the direct care workers, because we were able to get complete payroll data, 4,500 jobs for that group of workers. So the other part of our study was to try to update the inputs for estimating the cost to the state of raising the minimum wage for these healthcare workers. And there we relied on help from some of the trade organizations, looking at nursing homes and visiting nurses and hospital workers and all adult care facilities and so forth. So that we think we now have a better estimate of the cost on average of raising minimum wage for these healthcare workers. Now I say on average because there's no way to directly target the money to specific providers. For example, we know that providers in the Northeast Kingdom and in southern parts of the state pay less on average than providers in Chittenden County, for example. And with a statewide reimbursement rate for Medicaid services, there's no way to send more money to the providers who need more money. It would just be a similar percentage increase across the state. So that's a very quick review of what we've done and some of the insights that we've learned. Are there any questions about all that?
I have one. So the analysis does not provide, at least in this issue brief, the amount of money the budget will benefit by in terms of increasing minimum wage.
That is correct.
Reduce benefits and increase taxes.
That is correct.
Because I remember when we did it for the child care, there was way more than enough money there to pay for the increase we want to put into child care.
So I have 2 additional handouts that I can discuss today if you like. One shows the new inflation projections that we just received from Tom Corbett and Jeff Carr, the new consensus inflation projections. And just as an illustrative path, I've used 1175 in January 2021 and 1255 in January 2022, simply to illustrate what something would look like. So I have a handout there, and I also have the handout that is the table of all the numbers from the issue brief for the minimum wage. And this simply moves everything forward by a year, and again uses the 1175 and 1255 dates. So shall we have those out?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And while we're doing that, Joyce, just Damien made mention that the study language that was in the bill, that was in the House version of the bill, gave you teeth to get more information from agencies, but simply doing the issue brief, you asked and they either returned your request or not. Is that right? Like, what is the difference between having the language in the report versus what you did?
So I will confess I haven't read the language recently, but we did everything we could to get data. We had, over 200 providers who cooperated and sent their data. There are something like 8,000 providers in the state who bill through Medicaid, and we know that because we got the Medicaid budgets for all the providers from AHS. Many of those have very small Medicaid billing, probably under 1,000, maybe under 2,000, but we sort of ignored those. And we tried to get the largest providers in terms of their Medicaid billing. So we tried our level best.
But is this a sufficient? I was treating this as a sufficient substitution for what we were asking for if this bill had passed last year.
I think that is true.
Okay.
Yes.
John.
Joyce, you know, when I was looking at your study here, thank you, when you said 45% in 1250 or less, I'm thinking, well, that means 55% are already paying over 1250.
Yes.
In this group of 7,000. And then on page 5 of this study, the VNA, it looks like 75% of their employees are being paid over 12 to 15 an hour, right?
Yes.
And on the next page, the cumulative distribution of wages on page 6, again, 75% of reported jobs are being paid over 12.50 an hour.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, that is true, but again, we did not get a representative sample of all those jobs, you understand that? So this is
I
for the
understand that,
reported
the
jobs.
geographic differences,
Right.
but it shows in some places, the marketplaces move that ahead.
the needle.
Yes, and in large part, that's because people start at a low wage, and after so many months, they move up to a higher wage and so forth. The thing to remember there is there's so much turnover in
Right.
this industry that some of these providers have 40–50% turnover.
Yes.
So many people are starting at the low wage for, let's say, 4 to 6 months.
But one of your
before they move up.
findings is when you talk to people, they said that raising the minimum wage will actually help with retention.
Yes. They think it will help somewhat.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The thing to remember there is that, of course, the minimum wage rises for everyone, including workers at McDonald's and workers at the
Yes.
retail store and so forth and so on. So they're still competing to
Got it.
some
Yep.
extent, but they hope
Okay.
it will help with hiring and retention.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay, so let's look at...
Representative
Well, no, if you were in the middle of a thought, go ahead.
No, I was going to turn to the next.
Okay. You said that the data is heavily weighted toward the heiress folks.
Yes.
And so what's the significance of that? Are they paying less or more, do you suspect?
Yes, so you can see on page 4. So there are two types of heiress workers. One type is paid hourly, and the second type is paid by the day. And folks paid by the day generally spend overnights with patients. Maybe they're doing hospice care or other kinds of care that require overnight work. And so you can see that, let's see, about 50% of the hourly jobs are paying $12.50 or more. And about only 7% of the daily jobs, once you convert to an hourly rate, are paying $12.50 or more, right?
Sorry, only 7%?
Well, it's 93% are paying at or below $12.50. But the folks who work overnight may be able to sleep some of those hours and so forth and so on. So their pay rate is different. So I've converted to an hourly rate here. So yes, 4,500 of the 6,600 jobs are the heiress jobs because we got complete data for that payroll provider. So that means 2/3 of those jobs are influenced by these folks that tend to be paid lower.
And of them, of that 4,200, 400 are these daily workers
Correct.
versus...
Well, yeah, this is 4,200 who are paid hourly and about 400.
Okay, so
Yeah.
4,600
Right,
total from
4,600.
heiress and got it.
Joyce?
Yes.
Do you have a sense, when we did the minimum wage summer study committee, we looked at this population, obviously not in the same kind of detail as you did, but we came to the conclusion that in the first couple of years, that increasing the minimum wage wouldn't necessarily have a significant impact on these heiress workers or other workers, especially when you factor in the fact that they, in 60 days or 30 days or whatever, they get a bump in their wages. And substantially, they were still ahead of what we were projecting for a wage. But we did identify that as years 3, 4, and 5, we had a problem potentially looming that we need to. Do you think that was, in general, given all those factors, a fairly accurate statement based upon?
I think we didn't have complete information, and we may still not have complete information, but we have a little bit more information that says turnover rates are so high that there are many workers who are paid below $11.50 or below $12.50 an hour. So because 40% of those folks are turning over every year, starting a new job every year, there are that many people in the workforce who are earning the very low wages before they get bumped up, right?
Right, but the target wage of the increase in the minimum wage was higher than that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, right.
Okay.
So may I just tag under while we're asking Joyce about what she considered and didn't consider? It's great to have the revenue data in one of your handouts here. What I don't see is, okay, so you have net reduction in federal funds to the Vermont economy from decrease, because the impact in what we'll save eventually over time, again, it's gonna take a while, in increased income is of course a reduction in dependence on assistance programs, which we would hope would not only reduce federal funds, federal money, but also state money. And I don't see any net reduction in state money here. Is that?
Yeah, it's here.
So that's all
Is
that,
included.
where is that?
Yeah, it's up here.
That's all
I mean,
included. It says,
oh, it's including both.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just saw net gain. Right. Hoping to also see net reduction. Great.
Did you want to walk us through
There
that?
is, yeah.
yes, so let me just start with the minimum wage path that has the small table and the little chart. So there have been changes in the inflation projections that will affect both current law and any new minimum wage path going forward that is indexed to inflation. So the chart at the bottom here just shows that the current projections, I'm sorry, the contrast between the blue and the green doesn't show it better. It was perfectly clear on my computer screen, of course.
Blue's on top.
The blue on the right is on top, yes. So you can see that they're just a touch higher this year than they were last year. And you can see the big surprise was in actual inflation for 2019. The consensus had us up at 2.5% and it came in at 1.8%. So that was the big surprise. But some of you may have seen some intermediate projections from this summer. We had some August projections, and those were actually a little bit higher than the current December 19 projections. So don't be confused. Okay, so here we have on the top, we have the path under current law. So the consensus projections would now say that by 2025, current law would get to 1230 by 2025. Of course, that would have the same real spending power in 2020 dollars as the current wage 1096. It's simply indexed to inflation. If we think about the illustrative path, 1175 and 1255, then you can see that we would get to 1346 by 2025. And that, of course, would have the spending power of 1226 once you adjust for inflation.
Assuming that we adjust for inflation.
Well, no, I'm just doing current dollars.
Oh.
So I'm going from 1096, and then assume that the 1175 and 1255 happens, and then assume that it's indexed by inflation.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
right.
Yes, absolutely. Right. So you would get to 1226. And there's a note underneath here, underneath that table, that says that current law gets to 1381 in 2030, but the 1175, 1255 path, indexed to inflation thereafter, would get to 1511 in 2030.
Jeez, by then, livable wage will be, you can just imagine.
So we, under this 1175, 1255, and inflation thereafter, we would get to approximately $15 in 2030. And the bill that the governor vetoed, I remember we were suggesting that if we didn't do anything, it would get to $15 in 2034.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And let's finish this. I mean, the differences between the two. I mean, I think our plan ended up getting there, given all of the different parameters of the CPI and the algorithms that were created in order to push it forward. Got us there by 2026 or 2027. I believe the original Senate bill that came over to the House got us there by 2024 or 2025 with set increases up until that point. and up to $15 up by, I think by 2024.
Right.
Which, again, the committee version agreed with that, and then in the House there was the battle over, with the recessionary language became very strong influence on how we determined what we came up with, and then you returned 2 years that keeps us on a certain path that's close to what either one of the proposals would do, but acknowledges that we actually want to try to have something that we can get signed.
Right.
And you felt that was more palatable. Is that a way of looking at it, that there's not a desire to like do 2 years and then go out to 2030, but by putting an increase for 2 years, the feeling was, let's get this going again.
Let's give it a jump start.
I mean, did I represent that pretty accurately? I mean, because I don't want to misrepresent that.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize that what the Senate sent over also was a year ago, and we were thinking that inflation was going to be about 3% at that point. So obviously there needs to be some adjustment from what we sent over a year ago, because we've lost a year. So.
Shall we turn to table 2? So these are the fiscal numbers that.
May I just say something sort of, may I just say one thing, Tom? I mean, for those of us who are also working so hard on housing, which is all of us, it is still beyond frustrating that these numbers do not reflect the cost of living and our livable wage. And that what I hope we can do as a legislature over time is repair the increasing differential between the livable wage and the minimum wage. And as we all know, Franklin Delano Roosevelt meant the minimum wage to be the minimum amount you needed to live on. And after having our head in housing all year, all summer and fall, to be looking at these figures when we know they don't even pay for a single bedroom, one family rental apartment in Windsor County is just beyond frustrating. So while I'm appreciative of all the work we've done, I just also am reminded that we have so much more work to do to make Vermont and bring our wages up so that we aren't 18% behind the rest of the country in our wages, and help our people live with dignity in this state. So anyway, I just had to say that because here we are still talking about these amounts that aren't even going to pay for a rental apartment. Sorry.
Representative Palaki.
Well, if I could just add a little bit on that, because I don't know if everyone saw the Women Work and Wages in Vermont study.
Yeah.
And women are a disproportionate share of Vermonters who make less than $11 an hour.
Yeah.
The median age of women earning under $11 an hour is 38 years old, and 28% have earned college credits or have college degrees. So this is a gender issue in our state as well. So I think we're all on this, that we have to increase this. And then you break down disability and people of color, and it is unbelievable. So we're all with you.
I just had to say that as we noodle these numbers, which are already inadequate.
And to be clear, that feeling is shared by the House on many frustrating levels. I think it's just really, and that's why we put together the language about the future of compensation, because of the difficulties in all of this. And I think a minimum wage, we're seeing an economy that's heated up, so less people are being paid the minimum wage, but then you have statistics that show that the people who are, all these things feed into this, and we are, there's never a beginning and there's never an end. And I think this gets us across a line with the acknowledgement that there's always miles to go.
So what matters here, I mean, we all care deeply about what has just been articulated, but none of it matters if we don't get this across the line.
Absolutely, because we've already lost time.
Yes, we have. So we need to be cautious about that and what we're willing to do.
And I just want to say that if you look at Joyce's chart here, we're still talking about helping 40,000 Vermonters and putting another $121 million in their pocket.
Yeah.
It is still a meaningful bill. It's
Yeah.
over a shorter period of time, but it is still meaningful. So I don't want to lose sight of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Sorry, that's just a long way to get to chart 2, and I'll just point out it's 1018, so.
Okay. Okay, so table 2 is simply an update from the fiscal note that was issued at the end of last session. And I've simply moved everything forward by a year, updated to $2020, and used the 1175 and 1255 path. So these numbers should look very familiar to you. They haven't changed a whole lot. I will say that they are preliminary in that I haven't gone back to check the newest inflation estimates and how those might affect these numbers, but they will be close. So you can see, let's see, we've just walked through the jobs and the initial income gains of the low-wage workers. So the net fiscal gain to the state, again, looks at how much more money is coming in and how much less money is going out the door for support programs and benefit payments. So that's the 9.4 million that you see in 2022. The net reduction in federal funds to the Vermont economy comes from decreased federal benefits and increased federal taxes, because of course higher incomes mean higher taxes for some households. So that would be about 39 million less coming to the state. The approximate net disemployment, which means the number of jobs that we would be down because of the increase in the minimum wage, is about 280. And this is according to modeling done by Tom Cavett for JFO.
And that's jobs in the same way that you just described them before, that it's not the people in those jobs, it's the jobs themselves.
Correct. Yes.
Out of how many jobs?
How many jobs?
I think it's over 300,000.
Oh, it's certainly more than 300,000. In a year, we know that 380,000 people work in Vermont.
And many of them work multiple jobs.
And may work multiple jobs.
Say that again, 380,000.
So the tax department gets 380,000 W-2s. So that means a wage report for unique Social Security numbers.
I can't do math, so this is
You're on the
less.
appropriate.
I was gonna say, wait a
We should all be
minute.
frightened, yeah. So this is less than 1%.
Far.
Yeah, far less.
Far less, it's actually a tenth of a percent.
Yes.
And I feel like this number is less than it was when we were looking at this a year ago, but
So relative to the minimum wage going up to $15 an hour, it certainly is.
yeah,
less.
of course,
That's correct. And you can see the long-term outcomes at the bottom of table 2 there. The net annual long-term disemployment, the number of jobs that we would be below business as usual. Okay, so think of business as usual number of jobs, and we would be down about 500 in the long term.
I remember a quote from Tom Cavett that was really stuck with me from the summer study when he looked at these numbers, and people were trying to get him to gauge the economic impact, and people were focused on the number of jobs, part-time or whatever, that might be lost. And there were similar proportional, and he said, but using these numbers, he said, if I had to look at the fact that I'm a low-income worker and 280 jobs might be lost versus 40,000 that may see gains in their income, those are odds I would take.
yeah.
Not only that, but it gives employees an opportunity to work for a wage that is more attractive and let go of the job that is less attractive. So.
And then there's the demographics that we hear about, where people, the baby boomers, which is the bulge in our demographics, is lessening in the workplace. And so as people leave the workplace, that's the people part, not necessarily the jobs part.
Right.
So what do we have left, Joyce? I just want to be conscious of the time.
Right, so you can see disemployment as a share of total jobs is the 0.1%. That is similar to the short-term effect. That's on the chart at the bottom there. And disemployment as a share of minimum wage jobs is 0.8%. So that says that it's the minimum wage jobs that would be affected the most. The effect on the level of Vermont GDP is very, very small, 0.08%. And again, that's business as usual, that line, and they go down to 0.08%.
Yeah.
Very small, very modest.
Okay. Well, keeping time in mind, are there suggestions that the Senate would like to make or proposals, or shall we meet, find a time this afternoon to trade proposals, or where are we right now? I think there's, I mean, Proposition 2 conversations started on the floor,
Yeah,
so.
you better get.
And we don't
Why
want to miss that.
why
but
don't
if-
we come back to you with some proposals, either orally or we may even have them written up?
That's fine, I think. So do you have time between, I'll say as early as 12:30 and between, before the budget address, do you have time?
I haven't spoken to my conferees here, but I guess I just have to ask Becca what time our caucus is coming from.
Yeah, so we're starting caucus at 12:10. I try to get them out a little bit before 1.
So, and the budget address is at 2, and we have to be in our place, in our seats by 10 of.
What time did you say the caucus would likely be over?
Shortly before 1.
Oh, okay.
12:55.
So why don't we
So can we
do
make a
11:50,
proposal to meet at 1 o'clock?
Or 1 to
1:15? Is that what?
1:15 to trade proposals and have further conversation?
Sounds good. Damien will be slightly delayed. Explain that.
We are on the record.
Great.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be back. I met with Damien and asked him to put together a written video conference report for your consideration, and he said he probably could get it done by 1:30. It wouldn't be edited, but he would get that to us. So I can explain what's in it and talk about it, and hopefully by the time I'm finished and you're done asking any questions about it, he'll be here with the copy. So based on our where we thought inflation was going, and circumstances have changed since last May, we're suggesting that we go to $12.55 in 2 years. And that would be going to $11.75 in year 1 and $12.55 in year 2.
And that would keep the same CPI as what's in the bill, in the law now?
After that, we keep the same CPI that's in the bill. Okay?
So it's a straightforward 2-year proposal, just like what the Senate.
Right, just the numbers are slightly different. As far as I think if we went through everything Damien said this morning, it seemed to me there was only 2 real studies left in the bill, or 2 remaining issues left in the bill. One was the agricultural study and the tipped employee study and student study. And what you're going to get from us is a proposal that has Joint Fiscal and Legislative Council do a significant workup, answering the same questions that's in the study committee, as opposed to establishing a formal summer study committee. In the Senate, formal summer study committees are frowned upon, or at least more rare in second year of a biennium. And having served on a number of these around these kinds of issues, for instance on the minimum wage, it's a bear in terms of the amount of time that needs to be expended in terms of all kinds of witnesses that come in. And I'm not sure it adds a lot more than what Damien can provide. I've seen his reports that are really detailed, and you could spell out what you want. You want to know what other states have done, what the impacts have been. He can collect that data. He can get, position papers from the various advocates and attach them to the thing. He's not going to be able to make a recommendation like a summer study would be, but he is going to be able to give all the information we need be to help the legislature go forward in the future. And so I think that we would prefer to go that route as opposed to the route that was proposed for both of these, which was 2 administration officials, 2 legislators, and 2 stakeholders being part of the thing. think we've also seen, I think you'll agree, that these summer studies tend, despite our best efforts, tend not to get started until September. And we're in an election year, and people are going to be pulled in different directions in terms of November. And so I think this would be a cleaner, and quite frankly, it could be a more productive way to go. So it's going to be a very simple proposal to you, and I'm not sure if you have any questions or want to wait till Damien comes with the language.
So does who makes the list of questions? I mean, I know that we have certain things put out here, but who
I told him to take what was in both of our bills in terms of a summer study committee and try and address those same questions for him to answer, to provide the backup information for legislative council and joint fiscal together.
So basically, he would operate as, I mean, not unlike what he did with the bill that he already did work on by request, which was the modernization, which we originally had in here as a report request. I made it a bill request, and he did that kind of work. So you're thinking along the same lines that if we ask him, as you said, for the information that we need to then pick up the policy and move forward.
Yes.
Rather than have a committee that hears all that and then puts out a recommendation.
I would encourage you, if you want to, as you think about this, I had a piece of legislation a couple of years ago dealing with misclassification and the use of debarment procedures that were not getting done in the state of Vermont, and in legislation, we asked him to do a report.
Right.
The quality of that report was incredible, what he put together. I think it was 35 pages long.
So the question I would have for him and Joyce and JFO is just their capacity to take this on. Of course, that's hard to say because we don't know what else we would be asking
What
of
else are we
them.
putting on?
But I think we need to be attentive to
Yes.
the fact that
It's a good
these
question.
guys aren't magicians.
It's a good question. I anticipated it, and I
Yeah.
think he would agree that he would probably have to spend more time staffing the committee than he would in writing the report.
And Joyce, you don't know because you haven't seen what we're necessarily asking, but this capacity does that raise a flag on your side of the shop in terms of the ability to produce?
So we have to be careful about how much we take on for the summer because we are a limited number of people, but we just don't know what else is coming down the pike. So I imagine this would fit in for the summer, yeah.
So provisional, okay? Is that a provisional, a conditional?
Yes.
It's not a bright red.
Well, we worked, in the minimum wage study, we worked Joyce and Damien pretty hard.
Yeah.
And so what would be
And they wrote the report too.
what would be the report due date? And I think only in terms of I don't know what our, in the House, I'd have to ask, but we always operate with such the Senate has such a limited, you have a deadline for bill requests that are pretty early.
But not in the first year of a biennium. We can introduce something, it's a much more liberal deadline in the first year.
biennium.
For both of
It's the
us.
first week of December that
It's
you have.
not the first week of December. I think we can introduce things actually.
So, I mean, in order to feel like we can ask for a bill that will utilize this as a report for its statistical backup.
Exactly. We should ask him. I think in the first year it's January 30th for us. I think that's our.
I actually don't think we have a deadline.
No.
No, we have.
He will
but-
know.
We have, but I know that there's been a desire to, but it also goes pretty late in terms of, I mean, there are many times where we don't get bills in the first year of the biennium until almost crossover, just because the deadline is so late, and that's why they moved up the deadline this year to try to make sure that all the bills are out for the second session and enough time for us to actually maybe act on them.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice?
So in one of the reports that the House was looking for there were, in addition to members of these bodies in state, executive, people from the executive branch, there were also representative employers and I assume employees probably. And I'm curious if we lose any richness from having that conversation by having those reps as part of this. I understand the proposal, I'm just thinking about what did the alternative structure bring, and was there some richness to what the report would say by having employee and employer reps?
Well, he can't take testimony.
Yeah, right.
But he can ask for position papers from the advocates and ask questions of the advocates on both sides and somehow incorporate those as not necessarily facts, maybe he defines them as facts, but maybe as this is what we heard from these people. So I think that's.
He can ask
yeah, of course.
He can ask anybody for,
for information without, he will pass the information on as if it were a book report, I guess
Yeah.
is.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just reflecting on the fact that it's a different conversation when you have representatives of those groups at the table.
Yeah,
So in
which I think-
thinking about the questions that need to be asked, we need to make sure that you're getting that information.
Well, right, I think that puts the onus on us when we consider the bill anyway, regardless of whether there was a summer study committee with in all the stakeholders present. I mean, obviously, we tried to call in as many people as we could on this bill.
Right.
So it's the same idea, it's just I think it's acknowledging that their voices had not yet been heard in ways that matter. I mean, the advocates, yes, but to hear the voices would be important, and that's on us. That's on us to follow through. So you'll have, were we to wait for Damien until 1:30, or would he?
He'll be here in 4 minutes.
If he's, we can check, I can run down and see if.
I can text him.
No, he's.
I think he's aiming
either
to
on
be here in 2 minutes.
But you're probably gonna wanna look at it anyhow.
Yeah.
So are we, because I haven't seen the final draft, but it's not Damien. And then we could set up another meeting later today.
What do you say?
Yeah, we should, we'll take some time amongst ourselves to think about the number and just discuss what we think about this idea. I mean, on the face of it, I agree that it is difficult to get these committees up and going, but I just want to talk to conferees and see where we are with this. We're seeing the information. This gives us an opportunity to also another bill that's already in the works, because it's an opportunity to think through this more if we find it that offer isn't sufficient. But we'll talk about it.
May I offer?
Please.
As a freshman legislator, and there were 40.
That excuse is wearing thin with you.
I know.
Particularly given the number of commentaries.
But here's I hear what you're saying about the studies and the election year, but my experience in our committee is when people who were working with tipped wages, men and women, and their lived experience of the sexual harassment they have to go through and their experiences of it. That, and then people who work with farm workers and say they work with visas, it's this amount, and if they give them housing, it's this amount, really made us think about we really have to get a fuller picture of how Vermonters are compensated in this state, all of this. And so I think that studies to me were like, okay, this gives us an opportunity to go deep and really go into lived experience and understand all these aspects of people who are working on farms. And I will have to ask, or I have to be reassured by Damien that that actually can happen in a study where no lived experience can be informed.
Well, I would say that that's not fully fair. I think that you're right, John, I think we would have a lot of that in the summer study. But I also think we can get that in our committee as follow-up to the report, and we can bring that into committees as we weigh these bills.
Okay.
But the other thing is, all of the reports he'll get from, let's say, VBSR or the Chamber or from Migrant Justice or whoever is going to weigh in, the restaurant associates, like that wonderful woman on the West Coast, all of them will be lived experience. Every report he gets will reflect some aspect of lived experience. So I'm not afraid he's not going to get lived experience. It's our job then, as we listen to the testimony and as we explore and do the deep dive, to bring in those voices to inform us of the stories that have informed the reason for their advocacy.
But I think you make a good point. The middle ground might be in collecting data from these advocacy groups, to encourage them to submit, anecdotal testimonials as well. It's not the same as seeing person live, but the committees themselves will be very well prepared then, as opposed to us diving in right now. I mean, you'll have a lot of background behind you, and I'll get you a copy of this misclassification report. It was pretty. I mean, he does a great job.
And I think one possibility, again, when we've envisioned the larger study that we have the bill for, is to, just the way you phrased it, makes it fit into there. And I think what you're saying is that at the very least, the technical information that Damien can put together provides a base where actually witnesses wouldn't have to repeat themselves or, go through it. Just, it could potentially lead to just where it is about the lived experience rather than.
I think we can get the best of both worlds.
Well, let's when John has an opportunity to talk to Damien.
Ron, did you call Damien off, or is he still coming? Because I can call him.
No, I think if he, really.
He said he would have been here if he had done it.
I would say that if we can, Ron, if you see Damien, like if we leave now, because we have to just,
I've got him pulled up here.
But it's, we need to get a copy of it. We need to take 5 or 7 minutes or so.
We need to see it as well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the final version.
But we want to take some.
Making a decision, you just need to get the.
We need to get the copy. We need to talk a little bit privately about the solid proposal that's in front of us on the increase over 2 years, and then we will each get the your proposal that'll look like
We'll have a draft.
this or what have you.
Right.
And what times do you have tomorrow morning?
8? 8:30.
Are you going back to your committee after the speech?
We are. Or are you
Well,
finance?
is there a
I was
reason
just
why we
wondering
couldn't meet
this
this
afternoon, later
afternoon? I
this
think that would be our preference.
I can't be.
Okay, okay.
Not even at 4:30?
Or 5?
We have a meeting at 5 and I have something at 3:30.
Okay.
So,
All right, yeah, just wanted
All
to
right,
see.
so I do it first thing in the morning.
first
Let's
thing in
see.
the morning.
What's tomorrow morning, Wednesday?
Yeah, we have
Tomorrow.
8:30 on the workforce development, but we could do 8, and we could push
Can
back
we-
workforce development until 9.
Okay.
That's not my preference.
Okay.
Could we do a wee bit later? Because I have an 8:30 that
Yeah.
I'll skip, but
And right now I have a hole in my schedule at 10 a.m. or we could meet at noon.
We
I
could
left
do-
my,
we
left
could
my-
do-
We don't convene till 9:30.
Not 9 o'clock, 9:30.
We're sharing pathways with human services.
Great, so yeah, I mean 8,
well, that's not preferable.
I'm
for
saying
Becca.
8 is not preferable to me,
It's not
8:30.
preferable for me.
Yeah, so it's just like
Is
9,
eight-
9:30, 10.
so what time do you have
Or we
to,
do 10.
what do you have, you have something at 8:30?
I can change it.
I
I have,
can't do
the committee starts at
You can't
8:30.
do
I
8:30.
cannot. Yeah.
Could you do lunch, Mary?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we just do lunch? Why don't we do 12?
Sure.
I'm game with 12.
Okay, that's the default in case, unless it changes somehow. We can
We
find
always
some-
have that.
We can always, if we can find a sooner
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
we'll do it.
Yeah.
Mary, what, this afternoon, if governor goes to When is it, the next, what's your?
My committee has governor reps in at 3:30.
3:30.
And then that will go easily until almost 5, and then,
Does the governor usually speak more than an hour?
oh, I don't know.
Like, could we?
Yeah.
I would say
yeah.
70 minutes is
Yeah.
usually what you could.
Okay, so we couldn't say 3 o'clock?
No.
No, it's too tight, okay.
No, I mean, we all have to wait to leave until the Senate meeting, so.
We have noticed
And it takes us
not to deter you from departing.
It was just like he was implying that it takes us a long time, and it kind of does, is the
Well,
truth.
you know, well, notice we stopped applauding
Can
when
you
you
make sure
guys.
that we get copies of the, whatever Damien gets to you?
start anyway. So the first item, we're going to be joined in a few minutes by the Health and Welfare Committee, Senate Health and Welfare at 10 o'clock. They're due to come in. I got the wrong agenda here. So better look at the right agenda. I got it. Thank you, Joe. What I thought would be helpful is if Eric was to go over the vetoed bill with us. So my plan is at 11:30 to get back together in room 1 and talk about next steps, if that's all right. And then we're going to hear at 10 a.m. with from the folks from Harvard regarding the research on gun waiting periods. So if Eric, if you would go over, many of us may not remember completely the bill that the governor vetoed last June or May.
Yeah, I think it was.
Did he wait till
June 10th? Yeah.
If you'd go over the veto message as well as what was in the bill that was vetoed, and so we can understand what parts he didn't like and what parts he liked, and why he vetoed the bill.
Sure, sounds good. Morning, everybody. Eric Fitzpatrick with the Office of Legislative Counsel. As Senator Sears was indicating, here to talk about S-169 as well as the governor's veto of S-169. Last year I had to do the same thing. I had to refresh my own recollections to all the pieces that were in S-169 because there were several. It wasn't just one particular firearms related piece of legislation. There was a number of different things, and that gives rise to the title of the bill, which was an act relating to firearms procedures. There were several different pieces of it. And actually, several of them were related to firearms legislation that you had passed the year before. Remember, you had passed a couple of quite large, lengthy bills. There was Act 94 that had a number of different firearms procedures. There was the Extreme Risk Protection Order legislation that had also been passed the year before. And some of what was going on in S-169 was some I won't call it cleanup, but certainly some amendments, some clarification of some of the procedures that you had already passed the year before. So does everybody actually have a copy of S-169? Yep. Has it passed both bodies? And have a copy of the veto letter as well?
I don't have the veto.
Yeah, they're in the folders. It is? Yep.
Way down, Gary? Nope. It's just a one-pager, looks like that.
And there's a letter, and there's the... Yeah.
Oh, it might seem to be the last page.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, thank you.
All set. So okay, great. So let's look at the bill itself first, just to refresh all of our recollections of what the different pieces of it were. First section dealt with the ban on large capacity ammunition feeding devices, the high capacity magazine ban. Remember, it had been in Act 94 the previous year. And the general approach of the magazine ban was if it's a long gun, any magazine that had a capacity of greater than 10 rounds, and it was a handgun, a magazine with a capacity of greater than 15 rounds, was generally prohibited, right? The criminal penalty associated with it, they were banned. But there was a number of exceptions, a fairly lengthy list of exceptions. And what you did last year, what the legislature did anyway, in S-169, was to do some amending around some of those exemptions that had already been in. So you remember one of the exceptions had to do with shooting competitions. Everybody remember that one? There had been an exemption for high-capacity ammunition feeding devices brought into the state of Vermont. They had to be brought into the state. It wasn't ones that were possessed by Vermont residents. They had to be brought into Vermont for purposes of use in a shooting competition. You made a couple of amendments, but that had a sunset. Everybody remember that? That sunsetted last year, July 1st, 2019. So a couple of different changes were made in S-169 to that piece of the magazine ban. One was that the sunset was repealed. So that actually isn't in Section 1. It happens to be at the end of the bill in Section 6. That's a repeal of the sunset on that exemption so that they could be brought into the state for these competitions going forward without any time. Everybody remember that piece? So another change that was made to that exemption, which is right on the underlying language on page 1, in subsection C1A had to do with the fact that originally that exemption only applied for people bringing these high-capacity devices in from out of state. Vermont residents didn't have the benefit of the same exemption. In other words, if they were going to use it at a shooting competition, it was only folks from out of state who were able to do so. So what this proposal was in S169 was it made that also apply to Vermont residents. So if you possessed it, if you were grandfathered in by having possessed the magazine before the effective date of Act 94, well, Vermont residents as well as out-of-state residents could use them at these competitions. So that's that piece of it. If you move on down to page 2, another exemption that had existed for the magazine law, magazine prohibition, was for law enforcement use. So legitimate law enforcement purposes by law enforcement officers, but they were applied to Vermont officers only. The question had to come up with what that does happen sometimes, that an out-of-state officer might either pursue a suspect into the state of Vermont or otherwise be coordinating their law enforcement work with a Vermont law enforcement officer. And the idea of this exemption, or at least the proposal in S169, was to expand that exemption so it applied not only for Vermont law enforcement officers, but out-of-state law enforcement officers too, who were in Vermont for legitimate law enforcement purposes. That's the second piece. Actually, that's as far as the magazine goes. It's only a sort of minor language piece. You'll see the subsection F on page 2. It's just a language change. It was proposed that rather than saying establish shooting competition, it's organized shooting competition. I think it was just a minor change. I thought that was more accurately described competitions themselves. So that covers the magazine piece. Now, another amendment to what you had passed in Act 94, which was done in this bill, had to do with background checks. And the background check piece was also a big part of 94.
So-called betting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that correctly. That's on the top of page 3. Exactly. That was the issue. Remember, there were background checks generally required for private sales of firearms. Federal law requires background checks for sales by firearms dealers. What you passed required for private transactions, not between dealers. But there's a list of exemptions. There are times when you don't have to get a background check when you sell a firearm. One of these times was for an immediate family member. But you see, the proposal from S169, top of page 3, is to expand that list of who is an immediate family member. So a transfer between siblings-in-law, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews also would not be required to get a background check. It's another amendment to what you've done in 194. All right, so now the next piece is substantively new. This is not a change to what you had already passed the previous year. This is the waiting period. And you see what passed the legislature was a waiting period of 24 hours that applied to handguns only. So generally speaking, you can't transfer a handgun to another person until 24 hours after the completion of the background checks that's required by either federal or state law. Now remember, the federal and state law background checks vary depending on who's making the sale. Federal sales by a licensed firearm dealer. The background check for Vermont is a private sale under certain circumstances. So any one of those sales has to undergo a background check that's done through the National Instant Criminal Background Check System run by the Department of Justice. So once that background check is complete, the 24-hour clock begins. And that's a 24-hour waiting period that this establishes. You see the way it's phrased is 24 hours after the completion of the background check. Now again, that also, as we just said, not all sales require background checks. So, for example, when you look at subsection C there, the section doesn't apply to a handgun transfer that does not require the background check. So, if it's a transfer between an immediate family member, law enforcement agency, an emergency situation, any transfer that doesn't require a temporary loan, for example, any transfer that doesn't require the background check in the first place is not going to be subject to the waiting period. You don't have to wait the 24 hours. Let's see how that would work. So that was the language that passed both bodies. in S-169. Next piece, section 4, relates to the extreme risk prevention order. Remember that also had passed the previous year. The legislature established those. Now, what had come up in this situation was that, remember, an ERPO can be filed for by a law enforcement officer, or sorry, by a state's attorney or the attorney general. They can, use information that they get from law enforcement officers, but the LEO, him or herself, can't file it directly. What had come up was some physicians were concerned that they might obtain or come into awareness about information about a person who was dangerous, but they felt that they couldn't disclose that information to a law enforcement officer or to the state's attorney without violating HIPAA, the Federal Health Privacy Act. So what this language does is it essentially piggybacks onto an existing HIPAA exemption. HIPAA already has an exemption for situations in which there's a reasonable basis for thinking that there's a harm that's going to come to somebody. It allows information to be disclosed during those situations. So this essentially works that same exemption from HIPAA into the ERPO law so that emergency room doctors, physicians, healthcare providers would be able to disclose that information in an emergency situation directly to a law enforcement officer who could then pass it along to the state's attorney that they want to file for.
Does that include mental health professionals?
Yes. Healthcare provider does. That definition you can see there.
Somebody asked me.
No.
Can I go back to something?
Yeah.
Just on the previous page where it says background check is completed.
Pardon me, sorry?
On section 3 of the previous page,
yeah.
Where it says after the completion of the background check, I'm assuming that means after the results of the test have been returned to the dealer or the seller. It doesn't mean after you've completed the form with the seller.
Correct. Correct. It's, I think the reading of it is that it is after the NIST system sends
gives you the results.
Okay, Eric?
Yes.
The next is the report.
Just some reporting about ERPOs.
But that was the request of Dr. Barsardi, Bennington. There's a national effort to try to, by emergency room docs, to try to keep track of the red flag laws that have developed around the country.
That's right.
To try to, and so they were looking for reports from all the states that have this essential law, to try to compile the effects or lack thereof.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's exactly that, to try and provide them with that sort of data and information so they could see how the ERPOs were working in practice and whether they were getting the information that they needed in dangerous situations. Section 6 I already mentioned, that's the repeal of the sunset, rather, of the contest. Exactly, shooting contest. So that's a review of what was in S-169. That was passed by both bodies last year, and then it was vetoed by the governor on June 10th. If everyone has a copy of the veto letter in front of them now, you'll see that it's relatively short. And the essence of the rationale for the veto, I think, is in the second to last paragraph. But a quick review of what's in the language before that is just sort of an introductory paragraph mentioning that the veto was happening, a review of what was done the previous year, which I just spoke about. The veto letter reviews the same thing. During the past year, background checks were passed, the ERPOs were passed, ability of law enforcement to remove firearms from those accused of domestic violence, establishing of an age limit so that firearms have to be, the person has to be 21 years of age or older to purchase a firearm. So that's a review of, as I mentioned, what the legislature had passed the previous year. And I think the key paragraph to look at is the one following those bulleted points. See that one? It says, with these measures in place, we must now prioritize strategies that address the underlying causes of violence and suicide. I do not believe S-169 addresses these areas. So again, the paragraph afterward follows up on that. It says, moving forward, I ask the legislature to work with me to strengthen our mental health system, reduce adverse childhood experiences, combat addiction, and provide every Vermonter with hope and economic opportunity. So I think the real operative paragraph is the one immediately preceding that one, and that sort of goes to the rationale for veto. I think if you say, if you read that as expressing the view that the S-169 doesn't address the underlying causes of violence and suicide. So that's I think the rationale that's there in the language. That the elements, the provisions of the 169 that were passed, including the background check, don't actually impact violence and suicide. I think that would sort of imply that it's a data issue, it's an information issue, that there is no evidence, no evidentiary connection between the provisions of 169, including a waiting period. For example, there's no evidence indicating that there's a correlation between a waiting period, for example, and a reduction in violence or reduction in suicide. And I'm sort of extrapolating a little bit as to what's in there because it's relatively brief, but that's the way I read it.
Yeah, I would just say,
I'll be right back.
I feel that there's a built-in contradiction here, which is the governor is touting his signing of Act 94, and he's saying, among other things, that the ability of law enforcement to remove firearms from those accused of domestic violence makes our community safer from violence, and he's proud of that. But he could as easily have vetoed that and said it doesn't get at the root causes of domestic violence. So in one case, he's saying removing the gun from the situation makes our community safer. In the case of S-169, he's saying removing the guns isn't what we need to do. We need to go to the root cause. It seems in both cases you would want to attack the root cause and potentially remove the gun from the situation. So I don't know. This letter doesn't strike me as overly helpful in anything but understanding what his it's not really a rationale for veto. It seems to me it's more like a failure to provide a rationale.
Yes,
Well, I was surprised when I read the letter here, and that's all it said, and I agree with Philip for that. Because there wasn't an objection to any particular thing in the bill itself. I mean, did he object to the waiting period? Did he object to the, we don't know at all, except that it doesn't attack the root causes, which is true. It doesn't attack the root causes, but we are trying to do that in other bills. So I agree with Philip. It's a pretty weak.
Other comments? I think there were some public comments by the governor regarding the waiting period was his main objection, as I understand it. But he hasn't. This letter doesn't provide a direction as to what he would support. So it makes it difficult to plan a bill that would be things that that the governor would support. Right? Unlike S-37, I do feel picked on this year. The two bills he voted vetoed, quite frankly. I think they were both reasonable bills, but obviously but I, in that veto message, he was very clear as to what he objected to and what things that he would support. This veto message is not clear what he would support, and this is very vague. It's language that I see, elsewhere. Of course, we want to deal with mental health issues. Of course, we want to deal with addictions.
Is that an invitation for the governor to come and explain and clarify?
Well, I don't usually. I think the governor comes here and explains administration. Yeah, they could certainly, before we make a decision to override or whatever. But we've got to decide what to do. we could come up with another bill and then get their opinion as we develop that bill, whether it's a new waiting period bill, or we could take this bill, rewrite it, and put in 48 hours, and see if he likes that better.
So I would suggest that this was probably the opportunity to explain, because that's what a veto letter is explaining why I'm vetoing. I mean, we could have them come in and further explain, but the veto letter is the explanation of why I'm vetoing.
Probably they don't want to provide.
I think that we can internally have a debate about our respective interpretations of what he was talking about. Well, I understand it doesn't give clear guidance on what specific provision he is objecting to in the veto letter in total. I understand we're going to take information here today that is in support of the one clause I believe the committee is thinking is the source of conflict. And I would think that it would be only fair if we're going to open that door up that we have the administration come and be specific. Because if that is the provision that we are now taking evidence on, then I would only think that the fair way of approaching it would be to provide an opportunity to present the evidence that would support what the governor's position is.
Yes.
I think Joe's point makes good sense, assuming we're writing a new bill. If the committee's decision is to override the existing bills, then I don't think it's necessarily at this point that we need to be taking testimony from the administration, because the veto is he has weighed in with the veto and the letter. But yeah, if we make a determination to write a new bill, then I think we would ask for all kinds of witnesses to speak to it, and the administration would be a normal route of, trying to figure out the direction. Does that make sense?
My only reaction, Philip, is that we're about to take what I view to be evidence on a provision that people are assuming is the one source of contention. And I don't see the door being open for a full discussion of that. I see two folks on the schedule who I understand are going to come in and support one provision that is the source of contention. I would therefore question, we're not going to have an open discussion on both sides of it, why we are taking testimony from these two individuals now. We could have a full-fledged conversation and vote within the committee based on what the governor's veto message says. But once you open the door to provide evidence, it seems to me at least uncomfortable that the door doesn't get open to both sides.
I'm sorry, Senator, but nobody said the door wasn't open to both sides. The committee is going to hear from two experts from Harvard who have studied waiting periods. That's simple. And I don't know what they're going to say, whether it's in support of the bill or in opposition to the bill. They are national. Have done a national thing. They're not. I don't think it's necessarily when we make a decision to override the bill. All I want to do is get the best information I can to help make that decision. I'm perfectly happy to hear from the governor if the governor wants to come down and meet with this committee. But I'm not willing to hear from every person about whether or not we should attempt to override the governor's veto. If we do a new bill, I'm perfectly happy to have testimony from everyone. But if the governor's legal counsel, while we're making a decision, or the governor himself wants to come to this committee, he's more than welcome. But if in terms of us making a decision whether to try to override his veto, I'm more than happy to hear from either he or his legal counsel. But I don't feel like I'm taking testimony on this. I think we're taking testimony from two people who have offered to drive all the way up here from referencing something. This is the exact process we used on S37. Exact process. We heard from some people regarding the veto message, the people to help us understand the decision made by Judge Crawford, which had changed things, and the veto message on S37 was clearer. So I don't see the difference. That's why I didn't schedule Jay Johnson or Phil Scott. But if Governor Scott or his legal counsel want to come down and talk to us, I'm more than happy to. Open invitation.
I happen to have a meeting with him at noontime, and perhaps if we can at least agree not to hold a vote on anything prior to getting an answer to that.
We will not hold a vote on whether to override until after we hear from him. If the governor wishes to testify. But I would like to welcome the Health and Welfare Committee to join us. I don't know if our witnesses from Cambridge are here.
So, Brattleboro Planning Commission, monthly meeting called to order, February 3rd, and it is 6 p.m. Are there any announcements?
I have 2 announcements for you. Stephen Dodson, the Sustainability Coordinator, started today.
Right.
He is currently at the Energy Committee meeting, and he will be coming, he's going to stop up here afterwards. So.
Okay, great. Any other announcements?
Oh, I have one more. Sorry. Andrew and I met the Green Mountain Power people out at the substation today, and we got some clarification on a couple of things with that development. So the lighting that they have on site is only in the event of an emergency. So it's not on in the evening. It's just if there was power issues at night and they had to have workers there, then the lighting would be on.
If it was on, is it pointed down or not, or is it just lighting up the whole site?
It's not necessarily shielded. It's kind of, they're on a post, and so they are kind of
They're both
down
pointing away from the house.
They are?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're both like angled. The house is back here. They're both like
But there are a couple of lights that are on the fence, kind of like they have now, that kind of go straight out, but they're down lower. And so it's really only for emergency.
Did they speak to the residents about that?
I don't know that they spoke to them about.
Because I know when they came to the meeting, they had been trying to contact them. They had been the residents, them being Green County.
Yeah, I don't know if they have.
That was one of the things. Is Ian filming right now? Mm-hmm. And so maybe they'll see this and.
Well, we'll reach back out and just say.
Yeah,
I mean, they seem to know that the neighbors had wanted the temporary fence during construction, so I had assumed that they had had a conversation.
Okay.
Certainly, we should not be assuming anything. The erosion control at the 45-day plans, they don't necessarily put them on the plans, but they will be in compliance with the Vermont low risk handbook for erosion control. So there definitely will be erosion control measures during construction. Stormwater, it all flows to the north, which is kind of towards the Veterans Bridge, and there is a very wide kind of riparian vegetated buffer there. So they aren't proposing any treatment other than it'll run off the parking lot into that it's about 100 feet to the West River, and that is also, that's consistent actually with our regulations in that there's a little bit of impervious surface, but not enough to trigger stormwater. So they are thinking about it. We, even when we were writing the letter, we knew that we had no teeth in the land use regulations because they're under 500 square feet of impervious. The area inside the yard is considered to be pervious because they use this gravel that is, there is kind of a containment berm in case there's any oil releases, and there's this product in there that basically if oil hits it kind of, because there's drains out, and so if there is oil in it, it blocks it up so that the oil doesn't release.
Then they have a protocol for coming and stopping that?
Yes. And they actually did do testing at this site for pre-construction, and the soils were clean because they would have to manage them if they were taking soils off site. So they were clean. So that's good. And then the last piece of it was the landscaping on Putney Road. So there is some vegetation that's existing. It's pretty mature kind of bushes. It's not, it doesn't look like much at this time of year because it's deciduous. Tree-wise, there isn't room to plant trees because you need about 10 feet. There is some overhead lines, and then you hit a slope up to Putney Road. So we preferred what was there as an effective kind of screen, but we're not going to get any street trees on there. They seemed open to planting street trees, but the two issues were they need to, they would have had to take out the vegetation that exists there, the bushes, and they kind of need those because they need to prevent people from climbing the fence and the berm. So I think that if we pushed the street trees, they would have been willing, but with the overhead wires and the need to protect the fence and the area with a 10-foot clearance of this, it seems like what they have is okay.
Everybody satisfied with it?
Yeah.
Never.
I just wonder if, to get really entertain the thought of getting picky, if some evergreen shrubs, exist and could have been.
I brought it up. Yeah, we talked about it, because the Jason Memorial there has dwarf spruce, and it's an evergreen, and it doesn't grow that big. It's not like an arborvitae that will grow pretty tall and kind of stay. It's more like grows out than up.
Yeah.
So, but I did mention it.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Yeah.
I mean, it borders on my getting picky. If we wanted an evergreen there, we could request it.
Yeah, because if there's anything aesthetically to want to block, it's probably transformers and fences and barbed wire.
Did we ask them about reducing the parking lot size and actually planting the edge a little more so it wouldn't quite as
We did not ask them about that. Part of their construction is they're using a part of that parking lot to drop a temporary substation. So that current substation is not operational right now. It's totally powered down after the fire. They had to put in some additional transmission wires to kind of connect it and bypass it. But it's not operational at this point, so there'll be a temporary station there, which is on more towards the West River side of the parking lot. And then that will go away when the other one is. But no, we didn't talk about shrinking the size of it. I mean, I think that the equipment gets in there. We could follow up and ask them.
This is untidy. It's like,
Yeah,
create
it's-
the edges in a nicer way. Yeah. And when are they doing construction? Like, is this supposed to happen next summer or something?
Yeah, so their timeline is they're hoping they'll have the certificate of public good by August, and then it'll be about 3 months construction, so they hope to be done by November. They'll go straight to construction. Yeah.
Are we good?
Oh, and did they, were there then any updates to the designs?
No.
Okay.
They will be submitting, so what you saw was just the 45-day advance notice. They will then submit the final package to the Public Service Board, and we will get another copy of that at that time. So if there's any changes, we'll see it. But they didn't talk about any changes that they have to today.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're still on announcements. Is that it? Anybody else got any announcements?
One more announcement.
Yeah.
Stephen walked in while we were talking about Green Mountain Power, so.
Hi there.
Wanted to
I've met some of
introduce-
you guys, but not all of you here. Happy to be working for the town now.
Welcome, Steve.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here, finally. Okay, public comments.
No comment?
Nice job, guys.
Can I give you a piece of paper and write your names down for the minutes?
Yeah, we should. It's like 2 minutes late, so.
If you wanna, I'm still working on my computer, that's why I'm standing, I apologize.
Okie dokie, no public comments.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for doing that.
Approval of the minutes of January 6th, 2019. Did everybody get a chance to look at them, or you need it? All right, take a few minutes.
I'm trying, it's not like reading, it's just stuff on the
It's copies of them.
I have a question. My memory was that the scoping study for the bike
Yes.
plan on High Street would be from the intersection of High and whatever the other road is where the old gas station or something used to be, but it's actually gonna be from Main Street all the way to Exit.
The scoping study is gonna be Main Street to Exit too, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
About
There's.
1 mile.
Yeah, yeah. And we're working on a RFP for that.
Segue between, segue just is SEGUA or something like that. That segue is the one you ride on.
Is the one you ride on.
That's a trade-off.
They get like autumn, must be autumn. SEGUE.
We'll get
to
Yeah,
that.
that's it, that's it. And then what is that? Is he with the state of the range?
SEGUE.
Segue is like the connection from one to the other.
Okay.
Or I could use a different word.
That's a mile too.
Segment.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. That's like that word.
Are we good?
Yep.
So is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 6th.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Okey dokey, discussion, land use regulation amendments.
Yes.
Over you.
We had a very nice couple slides to show you to talk through this, but this is just.
Well, can you put it down here and we can just peer at it?
No, because it's not getting off the screen.
Oh, stinker.
Yeah, there was some updates today, it was kind of crazy. A little bit crazy, we put some software on it,
Yeah, we got
so I don't know
GIS
if I
in there.
totally
Oh, that's it, so it's on a
crashed
little
the
vacation.
computer.
It's got too much stuff in it.
So we can do this the best we can.
Yep.
Okay.
Walking through it. It's fun. You want to skip to act and go back?
Well, that's working. The ground running sale first.
It's up to you, I don't know that that's gonna kind of resolve itself, to be honest.
We can soldier on without it.
No? Oh, for the noise.
What we do, we can always send it out if you guys want to see that PowerPoint.
And you have the notes, so that'll
Yeah.
help.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
They're not the full detail, but at least it's a nice guideline.
So what we wanted to do was kind of go back to kind of the basics, which some of you might be more familiar with than others. And we just had a couple of graphic representations to let you know where our zoning came from and kind of what everybody had decided on at the time. So do you want to go through your slide,
Sure.
through it, or
I'd love to.
start with that?
So we did kind of get to the basics of what zoning is. I'm pretty sure you guys all understand what zoning is, but just to kind of rehash at its core, it's just the dividing up of land, obviously, into different uses. And then the regulations and laws that regulate land use and structures that can be built upon that land. And zoning is a regulatory tool to implement the town plan or any plan. That's a tool to promote what that plan is, the purpose of the plan. And then going to, I guess, the purpose of zoning, one of the things is to protect negative impact on adjacent land uses, and then provide for orderly development. I think are the two really kind of at the heart of that. So
And I
doing
think
that,
the first part, kind of protecting the properties, it's really down to health, safety, and welfare. So if you think back to its origins, it was big industrial plants, popping up in neighborhoods where, people were living. So there's, pollution and other things that were of concern. Or it was big buildings crowding out the light on other buildings. So it's really, its origins were health safety.
the big case that upheld it was Euclid versus Ambler. One of the bigger land use law cases. So that,
It's like the 19th.
zoning is a police power that the municipality can use. And then I guess going on to the types of zoning, seen specifically in Brattleboro, I get Euclidean or conventional zoning, which is more of the traditional focus on segregation of land use types, permissible property uses, and the controlled development intensity through dimensional standards. Performance zoning is a type of zoning that specifies what may or may not be done in terms of the end result, instead of getting detailed regulations on the exact form of development. And then form-based code adopts predictable build results, based usually more on physical form as an organizing principle, with a lesser focus on end use. And we kind of see, we have like a combination of all three.
Yeah, we have a hybrid.
Is that common
Yes.
nowadays?
Yeah, so today. And then go into some limitations of zoning, because they're not all perfect. They can be controversial, specifically kind of going to the idea of private property, what you can and cannot do with your land, and then the scope and limits of government's ability to regulate land. It can be hard to define at times. Land use law, potential legal action can occur, and then obviously zoning cannot force a certain type of business or housing to show up just because it states it in what our regulations say you can't put there. I mean, the market really defines a lot of it.
And on the flip side, we can't force somebody to leave. So even if we have a zoning district where there's a non-conforming use in it, we can't make that use leave. You can have rules that once that use has terminated, if it's ceased operations, then it can't reestablish itself. But we definitely, can't force somebody to leave while they're still operating.
Yeah. Zoning can't guarantee good design.
Yeah. So we do have design regulations in our regulations, and still kind of it can be up to somebody whether they think it's good architecture or not.
Stepping back to the part before that, were you referencing grandfather?
Yes, grandfather.
Yeah.
Or non.
So when a new regulation comes, if there's things not conforming to it, then,
Right.
That's good.
Right. That's okay.
Yeah. And then zoning cannot regulate the number of certain types of uses.
Right, so the kind of, a good example would be types of retail. So you might not like dollar stores, but you can't say no dollar stores, but allow other types of stores. So a lot of times you might see like one liquor store pop up and another one starts popping up, or fireworks stores or whatever. So you can't say, oh, no, we're only allowing 2 and the rest of you need to go, or only 2 Dunkin' Donuts, one on this part of town and one on the other, and no more. So it's by use, not operator or business.
Don't we have rules pertaining to liquor and the amount that we have liquor licensing?
It's a different thing. It's different, not zoning.
Yeah, exactly. That's town ordinances or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
And then zoning can add to development costs.
Just because of requirements, because it could be design, it could be environmental requirements, certain types of stormwater systems or landscaping that we require can all add to costs.
And then kind of bringing this holistically to the town plan, back to how the zoning is trying to implement that. We do follow a comprehensive plan process in Brattleboro, which we're lucky to have. And basically, we have those regulatory tools in zoning, and then we also have programmatic tools, which would be like the neighborhood development area. That would be a programmatic tool to implement a comprehensive plan. Our town plan. And then I really wish we had that PowerPoint for this next part, but that's all right.
Can I just jump in on the town plan? Are you going to get into the transects?
Yeah.
Okay, we can always split up in a half. Some of the things that our town plan guides us about land use is like we're pretty explicit that we are trying to encourage growth in already developed areas. So, we kind of define that as kind of pretty much the north-south access, so east of exit 2, but then there's West Brattleboro Village and those areas. Out in West Brattleboro, some of which are constrained by the floodplain. But yeah, so we're definitely pretty clear in the town plan that we really want it in existing areas that are sewered and water, have sewer and water. We also want to encourage, we think that there'll be over time, some redevelopment in the neighborhood areas that are around downtown and up Canal Street. And so we want to continue to encourage a mix of housing. So if we could get up and operating, we've kind of been working on for one of the future meetings, looking at how many units are in the houses around downtown, because they're not single family homes. Some are 2, some are 5+. So we want to continue to encourage that development pattern that exists.
So the PowerPoint presentation was for this conversation? And
yeah, just
some, or something.
We had some visuals. We had some
I wish it
visuals.
was working. I wish I could see what you guys. I think I get it. I think I'm following. But no, can you email?
I will. I'll email it.
Yeah.
Especially when we get into some of the examples of looking at lots, because we're going to get into the CNU memo, and so looking at some of the lots where we know something's wanted to occur and we haven't necessarily been able to accommodate it.
So I guess looking at, Brattleboro at a transect level, so there's something called transect planning, which actually stems from the Congress of New Urbanism. Some of the principles of that came up with this idea, but just looking at it, like here's Brattleboro, And just imagine that there's this line that went across it from west to east. So you would have what would say rural or natural landscapes going to more of the working lands like agriculture, to more of the suburban pattern. This, cul-de-sac development, yeah.
Stockwell Drive, some of those, I think 1980s, maybe late 70s development.
And then kind of moving towards 91, you get more to the urban center areas to our downtown, which would be the urban core, the most density.
I would also say Putney Road is suburban as well.
Here. And then obviously so somewhat urban south of downtown. So that would be the transect scene in Brattleboro. But the whole idea is that you kind of move across that continuum. And the idea of, protecting the natural landscapes. And then you can still preserve that compact walkable pattern of the growth area, which would be the downtown and as they call it, urban south. Which I think in a way is kind of corresponds to like our neighborhood center, and that we have that's at exit 1 and then right off Putney Road. So there's some similarities, but it's just another type of planning and concept.
And it kind of works. I mean, when we were doing the zoning districts, we weren't necessarily thinking about doing it as a transect. But we were aware of the development pattern that, Canal Street development happened in the 1960s. It's kind of the 1960s commercial development, where Putney Road was the 1980s commercial development. And so we were thinking about the needs of each of those areas, and like Putney Road, which we have zoned as the service center, we're like, okay, that's the bigger buildings, it's primarily commercial, but we really want to make that, infill it with residential development. So there's certain rules for up there.
Well, I was going to say, I think the future land use map, which is right here, kind of also dictates that as well.
Dictates or portrays?
Or portrays of, where, the darker purples are more, dense, and then you can see how it transitions out.
So, because what did you guys call this?
Transect.
It's a transect.
Transect.
How do you say it?
Transect.
Transect.
Yeah.
And it's just to encourage development in already developed areas.
Well, that's what we laid out in the town plan, is we really wanted to encourage development or redevelopment. So infill development or redevelop the existing properties. Because from a municipal standpoint, it's got road, we put a lot of investment in those areas. So there's water and sewer lines, and there's roads, and sometimes there's sidewalks. And so,
can I ask you a question? Are we certain that our existing infrastructure could withstand growth?
Yes.
Water, sewer, all that stuff is
yes.
Any growth, or is there a limit to the growth of it consistent?
I think we're only operating around half the capacity of the wastewater treatment system, treatment plant. It might be a little on the low side. But yes, we can withstand growth. The water treatment plant is due for an upgrade in the coming years.
But it's only like half capacity right now.
Can I see that?
Are there wells in town as well? Like, is everyone?
There are backup wells. Well, do you mean for
public use or for private?
We have backup wells in the retreat meadows area.
No, I mean, like, do private people have wells?
Private,
If you go to the
private
atlas, there are private wells.
Oh, sure.
Are
There's
using them, or are they?
Which part of Denver? Or which part of the town are you talking? The rural areas are
more wells.
pretty much this RR, and the two greens are pretty much on well and septic. And that, so the zoning in the rural residential is 1 unit per 1.5 acre. Or, just said, 1 unit per 1.5 acre. And in the rural, it's 1 unit per 3 acres. And part of the reason is if you are building new, you are going to need a well. and you're gonna have to have certain distances that are a shield around the well. And then you're gonna have to have your septic on-site sewage system, and then you're gonna need a backup for that. So if it gets really hard to fit that all in a lot, and keep it on your own property, and have room to build as well. So that's why there are larger lot sizes out there. And especially in the western parts of Brattleboro, there can be a lot of physical constraints too, especially if you're talking about the light car district, there's a lot of steep slopes. So what we do out in those areas is, we're trying to cluster development. So if there was going to be a housing subdivision, we would allow them to build on smaller lots in the subdivision with the hope that they might share some of the septic system, have kind of a common system.
With the hope or with the mandate?
Well, it becomes a mandate because if you're over a certain number of units, then you would have to
Consolidate your sewage.
Yeah. And the state is responsible for on-site septic and on-site well permitting, so we're not involved in that. So in 2018, the wastewater was at 50% capacity, and now it could depend on what kind of load they're taking, like breweries and that kind of thing have different needs that they might need to balance out. And then the water supply has 3 backup wells. It's actually, it's got a capacity to process 3 million gallons per day, and on average, it's at 1.2 to 1.3 million gallons per day. So there's capacity.
So why is there such a dire need to upgrade the water treatment plant then?
Federal regulations.
Pharmaceuticals is the next thing.
Is it pharmaceuticals?
Yeah, we don't know how to pull out pharmaceuticals very well from our waste streams, so that's gonna be part of what they keep pushing for regulation.
What is that, like a filtration system or something, or would that include?
Yeah, but that would be for wastewater, not drinking water.
Sorry, maybe I was mistaken. I wasn't following.
We were talking about the drinking water system, great, which.
Okay.
As a condition of the state permit to operate a water treatment facility, the facility must be evaluated every 20 years. Let's see, it says that upgrades must be done to the filters and the aluminum sludge lagoons. So, I think it's state and federal.
Do we get in, do you know, given this drinking water upgrade that's coming, there'll be like some public tours or something, or?
I don't know. I really share that information. I mean, I think we're still a couple of years.
Yeah.
For sure. So all of that was to kind of explain the CNU, where that Congress for New Urbanism, I know you had some questions the last time.
Questions. We had more
concerns, critiques of the Congress for New Urbanism, right? So the way that whole memo came to be is that the state of Vermont is looking at they're looking at local zoning regulations and figuring out where are there barriers to creating housing choice in Vermont. And so they picked several communities and said, we'd like to audit your regulations. They hired the Congress for New Urbanism. They have so the Congress for New Urbanism is a collection. It was started by 3 planners, some may have been architects, with the goals of creating walkable communities, having more equitable housing choices and creating mixed uses. And what was the other one? I'm not sure where it started, but now it's kind of climate change. They're trying to plan around climate change. And so that was kind of what they were looking at. They are very much design oriented, so they're kind of the form-based code. the Congress for New Urbanism is a collection of engineers and architects and landscape architects and planners and whatnot who are involved. So they were hired by the state to kind of take a look at land use regulations and even state planning policy as to what are the barriers to creating housing choice.
And by the state, what agency?
It's the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so I was contacted by staff there. They knew that we had done our land use regulations in 2015, and they said, hey, would you like us to look at them? And I said, that'd be great, because we were talking about some changes, and we knew that housing has been a concern of the select board, and Brian and I were aware of tweaks that we wanted to make, things that weren't working, because we would see projects come in the office and we really couldn't. We thought they were good projects, but there was a barrier in the land use regulations. So that's where this memo came from. I went up, I did a presentation on our regulations and what I thought were some of the barriers, and then they had one of their fellows who kind of spent a little bit longer with the regulations and wrote this memo. Some of the criticism of the Congress for New Urbanism is that if you use the New Urbanist principles as like a marketing tool, that you could actually be creating like new neighborhoods that are detracting from what you already have. That's not like we're kind of the way Andrew and I look at using their principles. It's kind of it is the walkable neighborhoods. It's kind of focusing on the public space, wanting to create a mix of uses. I'm thinking of an area in. Come on up, Jessica. Come on in. There's a big project in Londonderry, New Hampshire, where they're trying to like redevelop, or I think they're creating a new interstate exchange, and they're trying to create this new development with new urbanist principles, where you're going to create a new downtown and neighborhoods around it. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to take principles and figure out how can we create that infill housing for more choice and make it walkable and reinvest in our developed areas.
So can you define housing choice? Like what is that? Is there a definition for that, or is that just we work it out by knowing what housing is and knowing what choice is?
Well,
or do they mean something specific when they?
No, I think that's my term that I'm using.
Oh, okay.
A mix of housing types. So, multi-unit housing rather than just single family, which we already allow, but accessory dwelling units, anything that might meet. If we use the word, it's probably going to raise some hackles, but might meet market demand. So our zoning regulations right now, because we say, you have to have a footprint of this size for the building, and you can only get, 12 dwelling units per acre on it. We're saying, we're kind of dictating what a builder can build and what their market is, because all of a sudden that in itself can raise housing costs. Where we know we live in a community where there are a lot of single person households. So, say you have a 12,000 square foot building and you're getting 6 apartments out of it, so you're pretty much looking at 2,000 square feet. This is just hypothetical. Obviously most apartments are not that big. But we're saying at 12,000 square feet, you're only getting 6 apartments. So that cost is going to be spread among the 6 units because they want to maximize what they can get to help bring down the building costs. Whereas if we said, okay, we're not going to put a cap on the density, or we're not going to say what the building footprint is, we're kind of letting, in my mind, we're letting the market say, okay, well, this is Brattleboro, like we need single bedrooms or we need studios, so maybe we can fit more in it than these larger apartments. Am I explaining that well?
Yeah, no, you are. I mean, I guess the general term housing choice makes me think, somebody could choose to have a big old house on a big old lot. And that wouldn't necessarily go to our desire, right? So when we're talking about housing choice, we're actually talking about more units on less space. That's what we want the choice to be.
Well,
we're at least allowing it, we're not mandating.
Diversity of options, so
Yeah.
that it's not all one kind, it's like you can.
And the demand would,
Yeah.
if there's demand like you described, then it would veer it more towards small studios than a big old house on a big old lot. Even though
It
that
wouldn't
would be
prevent,
allowed,
it
yeah,
wouldn't,
right.
it wouldn't prevent somebody from building a
From-
single family house. That, you know, right now, we do have a maximum building footprint, so in like the residential neighborhood, the biggest you could build is 4,000. That's a very big house, that's a big, because then it can be 2 stories, that is a big house. But if you, so I had examples. The building on the corner of High and Oak Street that is in the residential neighborhood zoning district, that's the yellow building. It's, I don't know exactly how many, pictures of it from Google. My computer is.
In memory?
Was it?
Yeah.
Interesting. Really cool.
Really?
Andrew, do you recall what the building footprint on that was?
Oh, it was over 4,000.
It was over 4,000.
4,400.
You're on Google Earth.
One is a school now?
No, it's across the street from the school. It's
Yellow,
the yellow
northeast corner.
apartment.
Oh, it's a
house.
apartment, yeah.
Another example,
Oh, wait, sorry.
yeah, that one.
Trees in the way.
Yeah, that.
Right.
Right there. Another example on the housing front, so.
Oh, cool.
In the village center, out in West Brattleboro Village, we have a maximum building footprint of 6,000 square
But so the example with this yellow house was that wouldn't conform now?
Right.
No.
You couldn't build that because the footprint is bigger, and also it has lots of units in it, so I feel like that is about a 1/4 acre, is that what we figured out? So
Probably 12 units in there or
Yeah.
something.
probably something like that.
Like that.
So under our density regulations, you could get about 3 units in that.
Oh,
Wow.
Really? Yeah,
Mhm.
wow.
yeah, so
When was that built?
I don't know.
But
Yeah,
before zoning.
19.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and
Well, but,
when was it considered to have all those units
Yeah.
after that?
yeah,
Well, I guess the question to ask is if that seems to be working well, then we shouldn't disallow it. But if it's not working well,
I
I haven't heard any complaints.
I think that it's under good management, and so the parking issues are resolved, but at the same time, it's close to downtown, so you could rent that out and conceivably have a permit in the transportation center, or use the high street lot or something like
I have some
Can I ask
piece.
a question about the choice of larger properties, larger parcels used for single dwelling? Should there be something in there because we want to increase walkability about maximum road frontage for a parcel like that?
So that is something that we could do as well. They didn't pick up on it in the Congress for New Urbanism memo, but what I would say is our frontage requirements are pretty suburban. Like a village center is a 60-foot minimum frontage requirement. You could set a minimum and a maximum, so that somebody who didn't assemble a bunch of lots, tear down, and
All this is
you could do that
trees
because
protecting
that
my
would-
beautiful house.
Yeah, because that's not consistent with the development pattern. So we might want to drop what the frontage requirement is to maybe 30 feet, and then set a maximum of 150 or something like that. I've seen that done as well. To prevent that kind of thing,
And
knocking down.
would the choice impact, sorry if you've already gone over this, but setbacks from property lines, and so that there is room between?
So setbacks is another thing that we could tweak. I was gonna show you an example. So one of the things in the Congress for New Urbanism letter is they talk about how you can only have one principal number of buildings per lot. So there's an example out here on Grove Street where it's a lot.
Beauty Grove.
It's right next to it. It's right back there. We're gonna use this as an example.
What's the address, 80?
It's the second. Yeah, everybody's got computer programs.
It's kind of like an L-shaped lot, so it's got wide frontage, like a reverse wide lot. So there's a multi-unit building here.
What's that?
There's a driveway here.
Oh.
Yeah, but if you go the other way, and so,
Where's the street?
it's Grove Street.
No, I mean on your map.
Oh, Grove. Can't remember what the lot size on this is. But the idea was, okay, you've got a multi-unit building here. What if we wanted to stick, this looks a little probably narrower than I should have drawn it. But I will tell you, it's 50 feet there. What if we wanted to drop a kind of a tiny house or a cottage or something there? So, and just keep it on the one lot.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, yeah, and it kind of goes back deeper. You can see it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So here, our regulations basically say, in order to do that, you either need to, one, create a planned unit development. And I can tell you right now, we have no planned unit development that would fit that type of development. Or the other thing you could do is you could put another residence on there, but you need to double the setback on the side that it would share. Because we wanted orderly development, and therefore, you know, somebody might do that now, but in the future there's going to be problems and they'll want to subdivide the land. At 50 feet in this zoning district, you need to have a total of 25 feet. So you could have 15 feet over here, and then you need 10 over here, but then you need another 10. So you end up, and at 50 feet, you end up with maybe a tiny house you could fit on there because they're pretty narrow. But you're probably not going to get a cottage or, you know, maybe something that's 500 square feet or something.
Would it be in our best interest to do away with setbacks? Like how, I mean, it's starting to sound almost as if we'd have to do this on a case-by-case basis, which obviously we can't do.
There's a couple of things. I mean, we could look at it, and Andrew has started to do some analysis to figure out what is the appropriate setback, and we did do it at the time that we did the land use regulations, and you know. But if you look all over the place, you're going to find different things. What I think that maybe needs to happen is we've got these dense housing around downtown that is all in one zoning district. So whether you're on Stockwell Drive or whether you're on Grove Street, you have the same regulations that apply to you. And I think that it's not really respecting the compact development nature that exists here. And so maybe we need to look at dropping the setbacks to 5 feet. You know, we have to figure out what is people's tolerance. There are definitely homes that are right up to the property line, but if you have 5 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other, and the property line runs through, then is 10 feet acceptable? Are people comfortable with that?
Well, it's also been us to talk about creating more than one residential zone. Because you're talking about like what's in West Brattleboro compared to what's, on Green Street or, Elliott.
Right, so the yellow is what we're talking about. So we're looking at, and let's leave out this because this is Mountain Home Park and it's a bit different. But, the development pattern here, these are 1980s subdivisions. Where this is, what rings downtown is, 1800s development. So it's like we have one size for both of those and it's not really working. And on the other hand, we also want to consider, are there other things we need to do and move away from some of that Euclidean type zoning that is really about the separation of uses.
So the question is who here is deeply concerned I'm not. I personally am most excited about, if we're inducing development, I'm most excited about developing in areas that are already developed. You know, instead of, for environmental reasons, instead of like encroaching on natural habitat of wildlife and stuff. Is anyone here concerned of the development concepts of inducing or inspiring developers to focus on in town, like Felicity, you're asking, you know, like the boundaries or setbacks 5 or 15 or 30 feet or whatever. If we're all on board for this, you know, like it's not ever going to be a perfect plan, you know, so like 5 feet, you know, it makes, you know, walkable Brattleboro not really doable, you know, in some areas. So I'm wondering, like, is anyone here deeply concerned of this approach?
You mean cutting the setbacks?
Yeah, or just in inspiring or inducing development to happen in already developed areas. You know, like
No, I mean, I think we already crossed that bridge, right? That's in the plan.
Okay, yeah.
The question is, how enthusiastic are we gonna be vis-a-vis the zoning to support that? I mean, that seems smart. I guess I'm just trying to think about continuing to keep the new housing attractive so that people actually move in and live there.
Yeah, and then to still not affect other folks' property values and stuff, you know, to try to make it livable and make everybody.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the sort of case by case is that the difficulty of say you're in a down economy and you know, people are concerned about their property values, having a cheap by jowl neighbor might actually make your house not sellable.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if you're close to a side of a house, if 2 houses are close and they don't have windows facing each other, it doesn't matter. But if they're kitchen windows and bedroom windows, you know,
right.
So case by case.
Yeah, so case by case, but that can be a huge.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah, that's why it's supposed to be.
That would be.
Well, then that's the role of the like waivers and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, the neighbors can come
Say,
to the
like,
DRB
this will
meeting.
apply in this scenario, can we?
I mean, that's another thing. We did waivers that were so strictly confined as to what you could get a waiver to. We could look at the waivers and situations. I think that we need to go through, I think it'll be helpful to have some of the analysis that have been working on, that Andrew's been working on, done. And then, you know, there's always going to be that, it's another limitation of zoning, it's not a perfect fit. So there's always going to be the one, you know, unique or more than one unique situation that you don't have a perfect fit for. And so maybe we need to think about what those are and check our waiver criteria to see if it works.
But in the meantime, weren't we thinking about figuring out how we could actually make more consistent the neighborhood so that we would be able to make decisions neighborhood by neighborhood as opposed to having to do case by case? Sort of this area is doing this sorts of things, so we want to encourage them to do more of that. You know, this area is doing this, we want them to do more of that. Right?
So does that mean breaking the zoning down? Like, when we went through from the last iteration, we broke it from 12 or something to what we have now, whatever it is. So it would be breaking it to even more like granularity of like zoning districts, or?
I don't want to get too crazy with the zoning districts. I think that we might want to look at boundaries. I think that we should consider having a second residential type, maybe a more urban residential neighborhood type that deals with the areas that surround downtown. And then I think we need to look at some boundaries. Well, the mixed use boundary is not really. So the mixed use neighborhood, the mixed use became an area where we didn't really know, we were struggling with where things fit in. So these were areas that had a lot of offices, maybe some commercial. They had building sizes that were bigger than other districts. They were a mix, but it really was more about, we kind of got these uses, we're okay with more mix of uses in there. But I think that in some areas our mixed use is pretty limited. We've got one example that is on Elliott Street, where we've been talking to a property owner Right across the street is the urban center, and then it goes right to residential neighborhood, and then on Flat Street down below is mixed-use neighborhood. And, you know, there's some churches and offices that extend down Elliott Street. We really drew the urban center to kind of coincide with the block buildings. But I think that's an area that we should probably take a look at again, because you know, there's parts of Canal Street where one side of the street is mixed use and the other side is residential neighborhood, and there's offices on both sides. And so I find with our existing zoning that we really zoned it to preserve the existing pattern, but not really to be thinking about growth. And it's for the most part, it's worked, but I go back to Red Clover Commons. That could not be developed under our regs now. And I think that most people think that that was a good infill project that fits in with the neighborhood. Wilson's Woods is right behind it, but if you're in Wilson's Woods, it's not like you have this large building that's towering over you. We haven't had complaints, I should say. You know, some people might not feel like that. But if we think, you know, and that's type of apartment building might not be everybody's favorite thing, but it's got 50 units and it's in a great location because the hospital is nearby and there's restaurants and retail and pharmacies. And it's kind of exactly the type of development that we want.
And it's had like almost no like negative impact on the neighborhood too. You know, so like when it was first going up, I was like definitely deeply concerned, but then I was like, okay, just be cool, see how it plays out. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine. Except for we need some sort of traffic calming, especially in the morning. I don't want to say traffic calming, I mean so some sort of something for the mornings when school is in, so that to get people to slow down, especially when there's old folk walking around.
Yeah.
So but that's not a complaint. I'm still excited.
I mean, we could look at West Brattleboro Village. You know, there's several properties that right now are not zoned in the village. We've talked about the Melrose Terrace property, and what happens once that floodplain is restored. Actually, some of those buildings come out of the floodplain. So, you know, what is the future of that? Or even some large parcels that are in the residential neighborhood. I think it's in the residential neighborhood, touch the village. What's the future of those properties? So I think that it's not, some of the boundaries are not calibrated right for thinking about the future and thinking about growth, and it's hard to do sometimes when we're not in a growing pattern. But at the same time, by having it so tight, we might be precluding some growth that could happen.
Well, and this is what we anticipate. I mean, when we
Exactly.
worked it, we were like, we'll see how it goes for a few years, and then we probably need to go back and like tweak it based on like what comes up, what applications come up.
So how do you want to proceed?
Well, I wondered if we wanted to get into discussing the values so that as Andrew and I are working on it and at the March meeting, I'm not sure we might be doing the downtown plan at the March meeting. But the next time that we come to talk about it, we know what your values are so that like I heard you talk about, you know, being concerned, how did you phrase it, about impacting other people's properties.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I mean, they're not. Those are not necessarily my values, but I know that they are concern of some people. So I sent you guys this Just City Index, and I know I sent it like at 3:00 this afternoon. So, but the Just City Lab is at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, and they facilitate. I mean, they basically have a sort of values-based system that they're trying to propagate. So they go around and they highlight programs that operate according to their system of values-based planning. Because the premise of the Just City Lab is that you can use planning to create a more equitable society. But in order to be able to do that, the notion is that you have to establish within your community a set of values against which you then measure all of your choices. And the thing that I sent around, or I sent the direct link to, is their value index, which gives you these very large categories of values and then a whole series of defined other things. I think there's something like 52. Is it 52 or 192? Anyway, there are a lot of them. So the point is that you have to, every community is going to be different what you choose to value and the things you choose to highlight. But once you've done it and established your set of values, then your decision-making process becomes easier because you just measure the decisions against what you've established as your values. So I'm not quite sure how we go about doing that. I was also on my way here thinking, are we like allowed to do that? Or do we need to take our values to the select board and say, you've appointed us, these are what we think our values are you going to let them stamp our values so we can go forward? Well, right, and so that was, I hadn't thought about any of that until I was on my way here, and I thought, I don't know that the planning commission is entitled to establish its own set of values.
Well, when we did the land use regulations, we kind of had some principles, especially, we call them principles, especially like when looking at the district boundaries. So, I mean, I think it's perfectly fine that you guys lay out the values. I mean, eventually we're going to have to defend the work to the select board, and if they are not on the page with the values and they reject your work, then, I mean, we can always do a check-in with them if that would make you feel more comfortable. But I think establishing your own values as we set about in the planning commission work is fine.
I think as a facilitator and manager of us, that I think it's within your
purview to do.
Yeah,
to do
to
that?
help
Okay.
to help us understand what we're doing.
Okay.
I think it would take a lot of the guesswork out.
Yeah.
For us, so just
I thought it would also sort of streamline our activities so that because we do want to plug ahead with this revamping some of the zoning.
Can I ask you something, facility? Felicity, sorry. With these values, getting to these values for us, we're going to involve the public, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, because, all right, just wanted to
That's
there. Well, just when we're developing them, just to make sure that this is a public process.
Right, right. I mean, and I would
Well, I mean, I
Not
don't
saying
think it
that-
has to be like a completely publicly
You can-
vetted thing. I mean, that could be a process, that could be a different one.
I
think
mean, if it's talking about the Just City, I feel like we can't do this without engaging the public. That's me, coming from my, planner's advocacy hat, so.
Right, because if a Just City does include the public.
Just
You mentioned town meeting, and that's a good opportunity to get a whole bunch of.
Yeah. I don't think town meeting.
We're gonna be a
I don't
Just
think
City.
that's, I think if we're gonna do this, I think not at rec town.
We just got a ton of this sort of relevant information out of the downtown, out of the.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown
Survey.
design, the design plan we just.
Oh, yeah.
Some
Right.
information out of that.
Right.
Only out of 500 participants, like obviously that's a lot less than 12,000. But if we could get a little bit more, but we do have some of that information already.
Yeah, and that was our targeted zone.
Yeah.
So this is kind of thinking on my feet, and Andrew, I totally appreciate what you were saying. I was thinking of it more as, these are principles guiding our land use, tweaks. When you and I are working on stuff, we can run it through this and be able to, use that lens for the planning commission. If we are talking, and I haven't read enough about it, I know you have some familiarity with it. If we're talking about it, establishing it for, for the community, then that is different. That's a different process. But there might be some room as we talk about like what Stephen's role as sustainability coordinator is, and maybe we can take a look at this and see how maybe we take it to the broader community. But I was thinking more on a micro level of this project, so.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on where we want to go with it. They're kind of two different things.
It's also valuable in the sense that that if you establish a really good and strong set of values that has been publicly vetted, new commissioners coming and old commissioners going means that the actual work of the commission is consistent because you're consistently working with the same set of values and not getting new values every time another commissioner comes on board and shifting and changing and doing something different. Which I don't know necessarily, that might be part of the process, a transitional process, but it seems somewhat arbitrary and unplanning-like.
Is it something that we could internally just work on with this one project and see how it works in application, and if we like the system of having values and applying them to policy, then maybe we do a little bit more public outreach and have something that we can then eventually bring to the select board. So best of both worlds.
Is there, like, does our town plan need to be updated on that particular cycle?
Not until 24, I think. Yeah, so right, it's 8 years.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a good place for
Not
that.
tomorrow.
No, but yeah, when I'm thinking the same, like there's an exercise in understanding how this process would work, and so you could use the planning commission as almost a little pilot training ground for that in anticipation of the town plan. And maybe this is part of that conversation of updating the town plan is maybe working it through the spring.
I think we can probably do a hybrid to where, you know, we do have a public meeting, a planning commission meeting, and invite people to the table. And then, you know, so at least have some sort of public process early on. And
do they have like a roadmap for how they have?
They
like
do,
how
they do,
how
they
you
have
might implement
they have a
this?
how-to kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
good,
helpful.
even better.
Yeah. No,
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it's very helpful. I mean, if everybody was interested in doing this, we can circulate the how-to kit and then.
Is it free?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's just city, so, yeah. Equal
Why
access.
not?
The one thing is they ask who you are. When you download anything, they just want to say, who are you?
Yeah.
So you tell them who you are.
In the current town plan, is any mention of like values just kind of an afterthought or not really primary?
Yes, there are. I seem to remember them in one of those side
Yes.
establishing a set of.
I think it's the beginning of each chapter, I think we value or.
Oh, yeah, every chapter
it's kind
has
of a value statement,
value,
but
a
that
purpose,
was done by
goal,
the,
and
there was
details.
a advisory group
Right.
that we kind of worked on those.
I think the thing that I really like about the Just City Index is that it defines each one of these words. So because as the example of how housing choice demonstrates, depending on who you are, you can define some of these words in very different ways. Whereas this, if you establish equity as one of your values, then you have a definition that goes with that equity, and so that's what you mean when you say it. And if somebody asks you, you can tell them.
Is that part of the process then to getting it shared?
Yes.
Obviously, a shared understanding, but what
What
if
do you mean? Like something?
are you using their definition?
You're using their definitions, or if we don't like their definitions, provided we establish a value and then define it, we use our own. The point is that you don't use just the words, it can get transformed into something else.
Let's just say we do establish these like more philosophical values, a micro or macro level. These kind of values, so every time we're doing some sort of planning initiative like that, we're using that lens to guide what we're doing.
That would be
For all planning endeavors.
That's the idea.
I like that. In school, we talk about, not the same, it's a principle called phronesis, and it's very philosophical, but it's kind of going to more of the epithet, using your empathy to guide yourself, and instead of like the scientific rationale, we're being actually human and we're actually thinking about people. So that's why I kind of really connecting with this concept, because I feel like it's how we should be addressing the issues we're dealing with today, which is through
Yeah, thinking about people.
Aspiration, thinking about people, exactly.
And the environment.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
It has like a rollout plan and
I have
engagement plan. Do you wanna at the next meeting,
So is the
like,
work already done?
share with us what you've learned about
Sure.
rollout and
Yeah.
deadlines, and maybe if you guys talk between now and then about who might do that work. But what I would be also really interested in hearing from the rest of the planning board folks is what values right now do you think you represent when you come into this room?
Oh, based on like looking at their
Like just
options?
which ones are you like most often like I'm no. And then there's there's so many.
But like in and of itself, like would help
Just
as we're making some of the decisions about the zoning. So
like right now?
No, not right now, but I agree at a meeting.
But it would be nice just for us to do that little bit of homework between now and then.
Very team having pictures of it.
Team,
And there are Tom's finding some redundancies. There's a lot of.
But they're kind of more tangible than these overarching philosophical values. But I mean, that could be useful, like in the introduction, to say all of this is seen through the filter of the lens of these guiding philosophies, values.
Why wouldn't you just want all these?
I know, it's just gonna.
There's the show that I went to in New York that I was gonna report back to you guys on like 6 months ago. It was 4 different projects that had been done by 4 different collaborative teams. And they for each project, they established 9 of the values. And then they showed you, so they had one, and then they said, and so this is what we did. So they're short, like 2.5 minute, I think they're 5-minute videos on the website. You can go and look. And so if you go and do that, if you don't mind doing a little homework, you get the sense of the relationship between establishing the value and then following through with the particular kind of plan design.
So that was that project based?
It was
they
project
established
based.
them at the beginning of the project.
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
So I'm just thinking, okay, the toolkit will say your project is updating the zoning, it's not gonna be that specific, but we know our project is updating the zoning regulations. So we're gonna establish these values for this project.
Right.
As opposed to for all planning projects, because it could change.
It could certainly change. And I think the idea of because you can imagine the process that if you have 52 values that you have to, every decision has to be filtered through 52 values, you'll never make a decision. So for each project you say, these are the most important things. So taking the example of the setbacks, if you've decided the most important thing is property values, that's going to change the decision you make on the setbacks. Whereas if you decided that your value is housing equity and you need more housing units per square feet, then you're going to reduce your setbacks.
Yeah. So like taking like 3 values per situation.
I like that. I mean, I think it was I think it was 9. And it made it made a lot of sense. And of course, if you look at the list, none of these are sort of exploit and rich get richer. I mean, they're all about creating a more just society.
I definitely like that too in the situation of the setbacks. Like, how were we all going to agree? Like, I was 5 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. It's a difficult decision to make. Like especially to streamline things to where we're not doing it on a case by case basis.
Right.
Because that's no fun either. So.
And I think the other thing is that it enables us to make decisions that don't necessarily double back on what we think we're doing. to contradict what we were doing. Because it seems to me that that's one of the conversations we've constantly had, sort of, how does this get turned around so that somebody can do something we actually are trying to get them not to do? And so if you start from the basis, I don't know exactly how this is gonna work, but if you start, I think we can sort of figure it out so that that won't happen. I hope.
Yeah, it's interesting to think this through, like to look at the values through a frame. It's like a frame of like, okay, the zoning, right? Certain things sort of stand out. Like, oh, that seems like durability and adaptability. Like they're, things that seem like those would be good values for zoning, right? If you were looking at
A different project.
a different project, yeah.
Yeah, or creative innovation. So
Right.
very good one for zoning. Cool. So, great, then we'll.
Bring it.
All right. Okay, so you guys your homework is to go through them and
you sent us the link this afternoon.
I sent you a link.
I'm so like
It's hard to whittle it down.
it's hard to whittle it down if you don't know what the frame is you're thinking about.
But we're thinking about zoning, and I think what we're particularly thinking about is the notion of the different kinds of zoning that we have, and if we want to redraw the map a little bit to get rid of some of those weird anomalies, how would we go about making those decisions?
And right now, we're only interested in our planning commissioners' values.
Well, for the purposes of like homework for the next.
Yeah, in the future, I think we want to try to internalize the town plan, because that is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And take a look at the toolkit and see how we can do this with the broader public.
Could you mentioned a video or something you saw?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will send you the direct links. All of it is on the Just City Lab website, but I can send you the direct links to those
Especially if there's like inspirational video, I want to see what you're seeing, so
Yeah. No, they did. I mean, there was one really cool project where they had there was a school in New York City that was sort of, for reasons that they couldn't quite figure out, segregated. And so this collaborative team came in and essentially measured all these factors to try to figure out how this school got segregated when there was no rhyme or reason to it. And they figured it all out, and then they replanned it so that they transformed it and desegregated the school just through planning. Wahoo.
And are the workshops free?
I don't think so, but maybe they are. I was also thinking that, we're getting all this money to do this, that, and the other thing. Maybe we could get a little thing to get them to come here and do a training for us.
I was wondering about that smart. I wonder if we could use that small grant that I had sent you.
Oh yeah,
I wonder I wonder. I think it's up to 1,200. Be worth taking a look at.
Yeah.
That might be a project we could get a mini grant for.
And there's also the thing that I'm not going to remember because I can never remember words. This rural, developing rural communities. It's this federal thing.
The USDA's?
No.
Are you thinking of the acronym or the?
Here it is. It's the rural development hubs. Rural development hubs, this sort of notion that the federal government has that, in fact, we're not paying enough attention to the rural, and so that there is more money to support rural communities in developing. Because the movement, everybody says the current movement is people are going to cities. Mm-hmm. But in fact, there's lots of development and exciting things that are happening in rural areas. And so there's a need to strengthen these rural areas and prepare them for the development and don't keep focusing on the cities. So maybe there's some money through that. This was something that was the Aspen Institute.
Okay.
Because this is considering Brattleboro, the entirety of Brattleboro rural area.
Yeah. Yeah,
We're not
the
talking
whole
about, like,
state
the
of Vermont is a
rural
rural
area.
area as far as the federal government is concerned.
Except the Burlington.
Really? Oh, yeah, Burlington is.
Yeah, Chittenden County, and that is.
All right, wow.
Okay.
Where are we at?
Okay, so I'll look at the toolkit, you guys, pick up on your values. And,
Clean up your business, soul searching.
and do some soul searching, and then we'll
Workshop and
we'll
dust off your values.
do a game plan for revising the zone.
Yeah.
Cool, that sounds good. Alrighty, we're on to new Hinsdale Brattleboro Bridge.
Yes, so, I'm sitting on a steering committee with representatives from Hinsdale and Brattleboro that we've had, kind of oversee the new bridge. There's gonna be 2 overlooks as you cross the bridge. One over the channel that's closest to Hinsdale and one over the channel that's closer to Brattleboro. So you've got the island in between.
You're talking about the new bridge, or you're talking about the existing?
The new bridge.
They both face north?
Both the overlooks will face north. So we've been talking about having interpretive signage in those overlook areas with the idea that Hinsdale will choose the topic of one of them and Brattleboro will choose the other. And so they're so Hinsdale, it's my understanding that they are looking at doing an interpretive panel on the history of the island. So kind of the cultural, social role of the island as fairgrounds and ballpark and all that
Dance
stuff.
hall.
Dance hall, yeah. Things like that. And so Brattleboro has been asked to weigh in on what the other interpretive panel might be. And of course, I don't feel comfortable making that decision alone, so we kind of wanted to vet some ideas with the planning commission. And I do have I have a thought of kind of where I think it should probably go, but what you all have to say. So.
Well, the Montastic, the Connecticut River Joint Commission, Montastic Subcommittee, I just looking for the letter, but I'm not seeing it, reviewed the wetlands permit for the, wetlands impacts. And so one of the things, we submitted comments on that, but one of the things we actually suggested was that one of the interpretive, and I didn't know how many there were, but that some of the interpretive panels would actually talk about the wetlands, riverine wetlands, as you're looking at in the bridge.
Well, my idea is somewhat in that area. I mean, interpretive panels, I don't know if we're gonna be the ones to actually figure out what the art is, or like the town of Brattleboro, I should say, and what the message will be. My thought was, because Hinsdale was kind of focusing on social kind of aspects and kind of a human impact on the island, I was actually thinking something more in the natural landscape. So whether I took it to Wantasticate and was able to kind of make the Abenaki connection, or it's just something on the Connecticut River watershed, or so I was thinking it's kind of a
species of fish in the Connecticut.
Well, yeah, because you could talk about migration. You could talk
Water
about
fowl migration.
you could talk about the interesting geologic aspect that like is actually two separate
Plates, right?
plates.
so cool.
Yeah, and then you could talk about the kind of immediate ecosystem that you're viewing.
And it's interesting, the existing ones, they're still talking about converting those into bike and pedestrian bridges. So I think in the future, there's more opportunities for interpretive panels. Of course, those will be New Hampshire, but even as you come right across the bridge and you land down near the Whetstone Station, there could be other interpretive panels as well.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have a history of transportation up and down there.
Exactly, that's originally what I thought I had wanted on the Brattleboro side, but then when I knew what Hinsdale was doing, I'm like, you should go.
Are they set on that?
Nature stuff.
What's that?
Are they set on that?
Set on 2?
Oh, on
Hinsdale,
the
I don't know for
social-
sure that they're set on that, but it seemed to be conveyed that it was.
Okay.
How did they make that? Do you know how they made that decision, or like what the?
How Hinsdale did.
Yeah.
select board or something. I don't know. Sure you don't wanna have a sign on it, nuclear energy? There's also.
Something nice.
Story.
And we're going north, but that's.
Yeah, and there's something interesting about the fact that you're facing north.
So basically the view.
Can you turn around? Like, can the sign direct you to turn around?
Well, the sidewalk
face
is
south?
only on the north.
Yeah, but you could
That
be
makes
on the
sense.
sidewalk on the north side and turn around and face south. So you could actually represent the south on the thing, you just have to turn around and look.
You could, I mean, usually the interpretive panels are like kind of the direction you're facing. I guess you could turn around,
Yeah.
but you're looking over in 2 lanes of traffic and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
guardrails. I don't know.
very frustrated drivers staring at that. I like the idea of the wildlife, like the waterfowl or fish.
Ecology.
Yeah. And the geology thing, because it's a New Hampshire, Vermont story, right?
Yeah, that's a super cool thing. I mean,
But also the nature stuff.
and depending on how big the sign is, like, doesn't necessarily need to be one, like, you can tell the story.
It will be one panel.
Yeah.
The sizes will still to be determined. How do we make a decision? We just advise you, do either the ecology, the waterfowl, or the geology.
If Hinsdale wasn't doing that topic for their panel, what would we maybe propose? If we didn't have
I
a
have, I'm going to acknowledge, I have very strong biases on what I would put on the sign. So maybe trying to put that on the table, I'll sort of keep my mouth shut a little bit. So
The Abenaki thing.
Careful.
Yeah, the Abenaki thing, talking about downtown Brattleboro, stuff in the distance, if you can see now, it's got any, I'm not saying it's gonna be better, I'm just brainstorming.
Yeah,
I like the island
I was
focus.
thinking about the
Island
Brattleboro, but I think there are other places where we can put some
Right.
Brattleboro signage and we can do it in a different context.
Yeah, people are walking the bridge to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
they're
or
out.
just to get to the shopping across the lake. Oh, no, because that would be on the little bridges, so, on the lower one, so yeah, if they're crossing that, they're going for the view and.
Yeah, no, but I think
Yeah,
focusing on either Abenaki history or the fishing, that would be my choice. I think going for the nature would be better.
Talking about how the islands, because haven't the islands shifted over time? They're kind of controlled now, but they got deposited and washed away.
Well, once a
Yeah, I think
dam,
once
where
it was
they-
dammed.
Oh, once a
Yeah,
dam.
it's not so
Closed.
It's not even an island compared to what it used to be.
What do we tell you guys? Nature, industry.
Oh my God, we can.
I'm down for whatever, but I love fish.
So you I mean, we might vet some more with some other people, but I would say the planning commission is definitely on the natural environment.
Can I just make a comment on signage? I feel very let down by the signage around downtown Brattleboro because it's all different designs, all different colors, all different fonts, all different holy yuppie apparatuses. I don't know how big or visible these are going to be, but if it's a design that sort of can be carried through downtown, or if it's with at least one of the choices that's been made downtown, that would be really nice.
I would say it will be different than the design choices that exist in downtown. I'm thinking, have you been to like a national park or it's gonna be kind of one of those signs that kind of is angled, so like you're looking at it and it's kind of.
So it's not going to be like an obelisk, like the Molly Star.
No, it's not gonna be like a Molly Star. It is going to be more of kind of this height and it's kind of angled, so you read it, so there could be graphics on it. So that kind of signage. The standing panel signs is another one, but that's not the way we went. So it'll kind of like come off the rail and come down. I think we're following like national park guidelines, size and
much influence do you have on, I mean, I was thinking that if they're doing a historical interpretation, of the carrying it a lot of history, is there, going to be frame in that history? Or is it?
For the island?
Yeah.
I
or
do
is
not
it
believe so.
just the
No.
history of the island, or white history of the island?
I think it's I will know more in about a week and a half, maybe, about what their plans are. I can call up the community development director too. So I don't know. I could only guess.
Yeah. Fun.
I'm just reading about one bridge over the Hudson River that has interpretive signs, and their topics were about a school of art there and some 19th century painter.
Well, yeah,
I prefer
that's a
art
big.
topic.
Big deal.
Well, Hudson River School.
Yeah, it's a art school.
Don't let's be knocking any painters out there. Nor any art historians who are currently out of work who need to maybe write signage.
Is that all of our?
Yeah, that is the end of our agenda.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Me, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Okay, so we are reopening the planning commission meeting of February 3rd in order to hear public comments.
Excellent. Bruce Rosborn, recent transplant from Massachusetts to Brattleboro about 3 months ago. My wife Carolyn. I'm a land developer in Massachusetts, and we have moved here, very versed in zoning, et cetera, where we're from, and it's a lot of the restrictions where we're from won't allow us in our personal lives to do some of the things moving forward that we might want to do for our family, for housing, et cetera. So I thought that it would be nice to stop into a planning meeting like this to get the temperature of where we're moving to, And some of the big questions we're approaching are, let's say we wanted to build a tiny house, which is almost impossible in the state we just came from. If we wanted to do that here, are we subject to traditional zoning? What can we do? What can't we do? And that might be more than this meeting, but I thought it would be a good place to start to see if we could meet with somebody, just talk about kind of what we're thinking, and see what we're up against, where we're from. If it's a tiny house, you're not doing it. And we had a state just north that made it attractive for us to come up and just explore that option.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
What temperature did you read on the road?
I normally come to planning board meetings with $1,000 an hour guys, just because we're going to get pushback and we know it.
Right.
Our time in Vermont so far has been very splendid, and I expect nothing less. I was a land guy until I got a good number.
Just real briefly, and I think Andrew, do you have a card on?
Well, yeah, I give you a card because you always can go to our office and have these conversations as well.
That's me.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So I'm Sue, I'm the planning director, and
Okay.
Andrew's the planning technician, but he answers a lot of these questions.
Mhm.
Generally, we treat a tiny home similar to a single family home or, another unit.
Mhm.
If you have an existing home on the property, then we'll treat it as an accessory dwelling
Yeah.
unit. So an accessory dwelling units here in Brattleboro are pretty permissible. You can
Are the minimum, like, when you started talking about the purpose of zoning, I said, is this possibly a town that has not adopted zoning at all yet? Because those don't exist where we're from.
Yeah, no.
And now then I realize you're amending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you were putting, if it was a vacant piece of land, then it would be subject to, if you
Minimum
were
lot size.
subdividing, it would be subject to the minimum lot sizes. But we have a couple of different options to kind of create smaller lots or create like a tiny home.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was possible to connect to town sewer, town water, or for well and septic,
Yep.
et cetera, or,
Yeah, both of those you could connect. I mean, I would say we've had a lot of phone calls about tiny houses and less development of them. And I think one of the barriers tends to be the water and sewer because some of them definitely want them to be the more mobile where you could pick up and move, and when you are told you have to have a connection, either get a state permit if you're well and septic, and they do allow some alternatives to having just a leach field.
The very specific obstacle that I face all the time, and I sell land, and people ask that question of me. In Massachusetts, unless you get a variance, you're going to be required to build a minimum of 600 square feet. A tiny house might be 120 or 200 square feet or something. You're well under, and it's not permanently attached. There's no way you're going to connect to a municipal sewer system. That's just the way it is. So this is very nice to hear that that's not a steadfast rule, because we're going to be under that, and we're going to be, if we'd like to connect, we're not automatically prohibited from that.
A layer added onto that is I think that regulation is the Massachusetts building code, not zoning.
Yep.
And so in Vermont, the building code is really lax or absent for single family owner-occupied dwellings.
Yep.
In fact, there's almost no regulations for that. As long as there's not business happening in it or rentals or daycare or stuff like that.
Most often where we're from, is you can't be a primary residence if it's going to be for more than 2 weeks out of the year. So you would have to have, in that case, 26 of these and move every 2 weeks. You understand? It's
You
not
can't
possible.
have a tiny house as a primary residence?
Absolutely not. It can be an accessory building.
It must be 600 square feet.
So I was eager to meet with you guys because if you really want to bring people in, I know how to do it. Correct.
Yeah.
We can't do it there, but there's been a state knocking on my door for a long time just north, and that's you guys, right?
Yeah.
And this just looks like the greatest opportunity in the world because it just makes sense. I hear you talking about, what's right for the people, et cetera. Where I'm from, if they allow it in rural Massachusetts, which is not much different than here in most ways, that would create case law or precedent that could be applied to right downtown Boston. Now you get a tiny house next to a skyscraper, no problem, right? We don't have that here. So the motivations are different. This is a state that sounds like it's more is about the people. And if that's your housing choice, you can choose it, right? And we can hopefully find a way within reason. And that's it's all this is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, the only caution that I would have is that if it's not on town water and town sewer, we're less versed in the state permitting of wastewater and on-site septic.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to
say water and.
Now, I'm gonna have to meet with some septic designers here because I'm used to you have to design a home, and the septic system is based on the number of bedrooms, and in Massachusetts it's a minimum of 2. Tiny home has 0 or 1, right? So we fail again.
Yeah.
And so I have to get a little more educated as to how do you create a septic system that's designed to serve, a 200 square foot dwelling with a loft.
Right. And they do allow alternative systems here in Vermont, so that could be helpful.
Nitrogen systems, and I assume,
Can you do tiny house with a composting toilet?
But I designed one in
unless you bring water, correct?
Well, there's a weird fact that if you're going to have a composting toilet, you still have to have a septic design that's approved.
Yeah.
So you go through this funny game where you go through all the trouble. You spend a ton of money to get that design made up, drawn up, and approved to not build it at all and put in your composting toilet.
I'm used to hitting ledge at 2 feet down below the surface, right? And we need 4 feet of naturally occurring soil. So our question is always, well, how can we do? You just can't build.
You can't do a mound system, right?
In some towns you can, but then they'll typically require 2 feet of naturally occurring. And let's say you get to Gloucester, Rockport, whatever, you can see there's ledge. It's a wonderful piece of land, can't do anything with it. So we always say, well, can we have a tight tank? And it comes and it gets pumped every 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And they say, sure. After you get perked and you get a naturally occurring system designed, you can opt to get a tight tank. Thinking, well, that kind of negates perks, right? So it's intentionally often set up just to protect home values. We already have everybody in this town that we want stay out, and that's the temperature in most of the areas I operate in. So that makes sense.
Does any of our zoning say any of the districts say a minimum to a single family home?
The size?
Yeah.
No. Oh. No minimum.
No minimum size. Minimum lot size.
We have yards.
Yeah.
We have
Just minimum. I heard earlier 3 acres.
3 acres in the very western part of town.
Acre and a half otherwise.
No, acre and a half in kind of another section of town. But if you're in the downtown area, it can be a little, there's no minimum lot size in the downtown. There's 6,000 square feet in most of the residential neighborhoods that surround. So it varies.
And no minimum frontage when you're close to town?
Only in the urban center. Okay. The others are at 60. That was one of the things we were saying. It's kind of
60
suburban.
is very low as far as so.
Yeah, but it could be lower too if we want to.
Yeah.
Well, what did you call it? Diversity of housing, other than housing.
So if I wanted to just set up, if I had just some quick questions, is it possible? Who would be the best person to speak with just to figure out the kind of a roadmap for where we go from here?
Yeah, you have Andrew's card. I don't have any on me, so you can give Andrew a call and he can set up a meeting with the planning
Yep, and
department.
we'll probably have Brian Bannon, who's our zoning administrator there too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're welcome to stop in anytime too.
Sure.
We're just in that building right next door.
And is there a GIS system for this town?
Andrew does some work on the GIS, and then sometimes we do consulting with the Regional Planning Commission.
Okay. All right. So I won't take up any more time.
She's got the brand software.
Thank you. And we're not as much amending the zoning, we're more adapting it.
Right.
Yeah. Tweaking it. I like to say.
I have a lot of opinions on a lot of stuff. You guys don't want to talk setbacks or anything.
So, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
How do you do it last time?
Yeah. We moved.
Oh, I did. I'll make a motion to finally adjourn
I'll second that.
officially.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I feel like I'm like.
Introduce yourself and then we can go from there.
Yeah, my name is Henry Perrow. I'm the owner, operator of Perrow's Gun Shop and Police Supplies in Waterbury, Vermont.
And from there, Henry, I guess right now, and somebody else may have some other questions, but interested in basically how it works when somebody comes into your shop and buys a gun and maybe get into the 3-day waiting period type thing, and different steps that may or may not happen through that time.
Yeah. Well, the first thing when a customer comes in, they must be positively identified, and most easiest way is a Vermont photo driver's license, in which we verify that it is the person in the picture. We verify that that is who is coming in to purchase the firearm. So from there, they fill out a form called 4473, and they answer a series of questions a little further into the identification process: social security number, height, weight. And then from there, we do what we call a federal background check on that person. It's conducted by the FBI. What we do is we take that information that has been supplied to us and we transfer it to the FBI computer. And what happens is there's 3 typical responses. There's a proceed, there's a deny, and then or it could be a delay. So a proceed is obviously they can purchase the firearm. A deny means no. The denied file, I went to a seminar by the ATF. They have a separate computer with millions of names in it that are known felons, bad people who should not have a firearm. And it's pretty much instant. When you hit it, it will come back denied, because that's the first computer system that it searches. If not, then it will go into the next system and look a little deeper. If there's a hiccup, if you will, and a hiccup is pretty vague. A hiccup can be a common name. Last I knew, there was approximately 50,000 John Smiths in the United States. So out of that 50,000 John Smiths, I'm sure there's some bad ones, probably convicted felons, people who should not own a firearm. So what it does, it puts it into a 3 business day status. It doesn't count that day. So if I did one today and it came back delayed, tomorrow is the start of the 3 business days. So you have 3 full business days, weekends, holidays, they don't count. The other issue.
So if somebody came in on a Monday, they wouldn't be approved for 4 days.
For 4 days, really.
Right.
Because it's 3 complete business days.
Right.
And then we can deliver the firearm on the 4th day. And it's all documented through the computer when that firearm can be delivered.
Right.
And this is all according to the FBI. It's not something we make up. Another reason people get put on a delay status, other than common name, is if they have a top secret clearance in the military. I've tried to inquire why, and the best answer I can get is because when they do the background check, it shows that an in-depth background check has been done, but it doesn't show why. So it takes a little bit of time to figure out it was because they applied for top secret clearance. So those are the 3 biggest, or the other reason is they can have a restraining order. There's other reasons, but the bottom line is it's a 3-day delay to do a further research.
So those ones that were delayed.
Yeah.
And it's because of the in-depth check, they do eventually get approved, right?
Yes, I would have to say yes. Sometimes, for whatever reason, it can go beyond the 3 business days.
Yeah, it just takes
But
longer.
for the most part, I believe the last statistics, the 3 day is cleared up 97, 98% of the time within those 3 business days. And they'll come back with a yes or a no within those 3 days. And we are required by law to go back into the computer system. So if you were put on delay and there was no response and you came in on the 4th day, we still have to take that one extra step and go back into the computer system to verify any additional information which may have come forward.
Martin?
Yeah, a couple questions. So, have you run into a situation where an individual's delayed because on their, maybe you don't know what the delay is, but because they have a misdemeanor assault charge and there's some time that needs to be spent to figure out if that's related to domestic violence? I do understand that that's one of the other kind of big area where you might have delay, but I wonder if you personally have.
Well, yes, because I also have experience in the law enforcement field for the city of South Burlington.
Right.
So what will happen sometimes is if they do have an assault charge, simple assault,
Yeah.
what they need, the state police, I think what happens is the FBI will contact the Vermont State Police and they'll pull the record to find out if it was, you got a scuffle over a football game with one of your buddies who's been drinking, being a simple assault, or if it was a simple assault on a family member, that would be part of the domestic violence. So back in the old days, it was simple assault, but they didn't really break it down.
Right.
Even go
Do they
back.
still do that, is my understanding, that it's still not broken down?
I believe it is now broken down. I believe. I wouldn't swear to it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to double check that. So the other thing is, have you been in a situation where somebody after the 3 days has been determined to be a prohibited person? Do you get involved in that at all? Are you notified that, yeah, you did, well, I assume that the first question, once they figure this out, is did you turn over the firearm after the 3 days?
Yes.
So let's say at like a 10th day, they figure out, oh, this person should have been denied.
So, yes, I have been involved in a couple of those. So after the 3 business days, we can deliver on the 4th day. they have to go back and attest, they have to sign under penalties of perjury, the answers are still correct. And then we can deliver the firearm. We have to re-identify them, certain procedural. So, and then we have had, not very many, a couple, 3, 4, where the ATF will call and say they're calling on the status of John Smith, date of birth. We pulled the paperwork and said, yes, we did deliver the firearm on this date. So what typically happens, they send a local ATF agent in, they get the paperwork, and they go and they take the firearm away, and or they charge them also, because it's perjury if you lie on that form. And it's pretty simple the way the forms are set up, with fingerprints and palm prints and signatures and identification to have good evidence. So there's been a couple cases where the ATF has called me. They did a follow-up to see if I delivered the firearm, and I did. And within a few hours, the ATF agent will come in, pull the original form, see what we can remember, if we could identify the person, typical crime scene investigation, because it is a crime, and then they will go after that person. And then it kind of, I lose contact because they can't tell me anything.
Sure. That makes sense. So through the years, you've had 2, 3, 4 of those?
I would probably say 4, just guessing.
You can probably tell me pretty close how many years, but probably not how many gun sales.
Well, of course, Vermont went to the record keeping, the Brady checks and the backgrounds in 94, 95. So I would say from that period, I've been in business 38 years, but it didn't happen in the beginning, right? Because the records weren't computerized. So lately, say in the last 10 years, to be safe and benefit of the doubt, I'll say maybe 4.
Selena?
You know what, my question got answered through Barton's line of questions.
We've got telepathy. So I'm wondering the times that it's come back no.
It comes back no a lot more than a proceed and then when they go back. So 5% of the time.
Okay.
It's a low number.
Okay.
It's a low number.
And you hear that right away too, usually?
It's pretty much instant.
And then you have to communicate that to the person?
Yes.
How does that go?
A lot of times they try to get into, well, why?
Right.
And I go, well, they don't tell us. So because of my law enforcement background, I can talk to them. I say, you don't have to tell me anything.
Right.
But did you ever have a restraining order? Did you ever get in a motor vehicle crash where there was serious bodily injury? And I try to, I did have one guy goes, yeah, I was a kid in college and I got in a serious crash and some people got hurt. I said, well, that could be a felony depending on a lot of circumstances. So they go, oh. So what I do is I try to send them down to State Police Headquarters, VCIC, and then they can get a record on themselves.
Right. But people don't get angry with you about it?
Not really. The people, there's 2 classes of people. People like the college kid who maybe got into a car crash 20 years ago and injured someone.
Yeah.
Didn't really think about that as being a felony. And then there's people who come in who kind of hoping the system would fail them and they'd be able to leave with a fire.
And I remember when we heard about, when we were taking testimony about a gun bill a few years ago, there was a witness who talked about his brother being very suicidal and going and getting a gun. I mean, obviously he wasn't on a list. Are there ever times that you have sort of questioned, someone's not on a list, but they're obviously distraught, and how much leeway do you have in those kinds of things?
Well, we have a thing called dealer denied, and I have used it. And I have instructed my employees that when the hair stands up on the back of your neck, there's something out of place, and I'm not around, they go on dealer deny, which, or dealer holding pattern, delay, dealer delay. And we blame it on the federal government. Geez, you got put on delay. We got to blame the feds for something. So we kind of blame them, just take the heat off us. And I have turned certain things over to law enforcement. Straw purchases. There's certain things you look for, and I'll contact the chief in that hometown, and they go, "Oh my God, yeah, we've been kind of looking for them." And
You said straw purchase?
it's a straw purchase. Yeah, a straw purchase is, say, I'm a convicted felon, and I come in with my girlfriend, and I'm kind of looking and going, yeah, that's a nice one there, but you don't really touch it. And then so the girlfriend comes over and goes, "Hey, I'd like to buy this."
Pearl Street Beverage thing.
What's that?
There are people that go into Pearl Street Beverage and purchase.
Yeah. So it's a straw purchase, and if we get any information, anything like that, we click on dealer delay until we can contact, and we've been very successful in preventing straw purchases. Been a young gentleman came in, and I know the family, and he was trying to purchase a firearm. He didn't quite know what he wanted. There was all these indicators that you pick up on. It just doesn't seem right. I put him on delay, called the family, and it was, oh my God. And they came right down. And I said, now the problem is, I know you, I know the family, so we got to do something. So they called him back in and talked to him, and they got him the help, and he's, reliable.
It sounds like your law enforcement background is really helpful.
It is, but it's also, a liability nowadays with just about anything you do. You'd be so quick to be sued over anything that, not just me, but I'm friends with all the gun dealers in Vermont. They don't want to take the chance of, so my rule is, exercise on the rule of caution. Just if something's out of place, just click dealer delay, blame it on the government, see what happens. So it does happen.
Is there any training for somebody that's newly opening up a gun shop? Because it sounds like you've got some really wise advice. So
yeah, there's some courses, National Shooting Sports Foundation. Some of these other groups will help guide you through. I'm in the process of trying to take the next step and open an indoor shooting range, which is a new venture for Vermont, and my staff needs training and guidance, and those are the folks that are kind of helping.
Well, and then Martin. Next. So, how often would you say you have a sale that goes through the 3 days and you haven't gotten back a yay or a nay on the background check?
Very few. I think that's what I was referring to when I said about 4.
Oh, okay.
So after that 3 day, you can deliver. And
Right.
I think it's probably been about 4 and 10 years.
Just after the 3 day period,
yes.
You could make the decision whether or not to sell because you hadn't heard back.
Yes.
So do they get back to you if they figure out that no, this person was fine? They send you the unique
they do.
identification number? Right.
Well, we get a transaction number, almost like credit card approval, instantly.
Transaction.
And it ties everything together, that transaction.
Oh.
So they can call 30 days and say, hey, reference transaction number, did you deliver the firearm? Yes. On what day? And that's when they'll come pull the actual paperwork.
But do they get back to you if they have determined that the person was not a prohibited person? Do they get back to you and say, yeah, that one was fine?
They have, but it's not the same as if they're not.
Sure.
It's not a priority to say they're fine.
Right. Yeah,
So-
no, you wouldn't think that they would at all.
Yeah.
in fact.
So, but they do once in a while.
Okay.
They do.
So just a couple other questions. Do you have any sales that involve somebody having a unique personal identification number under the voluntary appeal file? It's a, I don't know, I think when you were here a couple of years ago, we may have talked about this a little bit as well, that there's this process that if you've been denied before or you've been delayed because of your name and you want to streamline getting your future firearms, that you can go through this process that probably, I don't know how involved it is. But are you familiar with that?
Yeah, it is quite a process. You have to be fingerprinted. There's it's an appeal process. It's, some of the people I know have hired attorneys. My brother-in-law got caught up. His name is William Mallon. Not really a common name, but apparently there's one serving time for murder in California, and then he died while he was in prison. Somehow, all of a sudden, he had purchased quite a few firearms. We go through the same background check, all of a sudden he got denied. Couldn't figure out why, so he had to go through the appeal process, fingerprinted, maybe photographed, but I don't know that for sure, but definitely fingerprinted. Copies of your driver's license, birth certificate, all kinds of documentation. You have to send it to the government. It takes about 6 months. And then if you're cleared, if you're not the person that is dead in California, then what they have is what they call a UPIN. It's a unique personal identification number. And then you put that in when you fill out the form. And then we put it in the background check, so it kind of goes right to the correct person.
Right to that file that has the UPINs. So you still checked, obviously, the ID and that, they don't just present the number.
Oh, yeah, no,
result.
definitely.
Right.
Yeah, because,
okay.
If somebody found somebody's wallet and it had UPIN number on it, you wouldn't allow them to come in by gun, so. You'd still have to go through the exact same process, one extra step.
So there's no special consideration for relatives then?
No. Well, no, we have high-ranking military officials that get put on. We have police officers. I had a chief of police in uniform one day get denied. It happens, and then you have to fight to have your rights restored, even though it's not your mistake. It's the government made a mistake, and they take your rights away. But here he is in full uniform carrying a firearm. Yet he couldn't buy one, and he had to go through that whole UPIN process.
Yep. So, hypothetical, 3 days goes by, you sell the firearm, transfer it, whatever the terminology is. Turns out this person should not have a firearm. It's the feds that are going to investigate that from there.
Yes.
And how quick do they get on that?
I hate to give a real time frame because it doesn't happen a lot.
Right.
I would say within 24 hours they're on it.
Yeah.
So it could have already been a week or two, and then they finally get the response back.
Right.
And I say, so probably within 24 hours they have one of the local agents out of Burlington investigating.
Okay. So that's within 24 hours of you getting notification that they're not supposed to have the firearm.
And internally, maybe it's even quicker. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe I'm the last chain that gets notified. I don't know that.
So you wouldn't be notified to notify the FBI then? They would have...
Yeah, the ATF would take care of all the...
So that happens, they're notified before you are?
I don't know what sequence.
Okay.
Well, maybe I am notified first, because the first question, did you deliver the firearm? Right. If I say no, well, end of story.
Yeah.
But if I do say yes, then it's a priority.
Okay.
But even if I do say no, the ATF agent gets the form, because that means that person lied on the form.
Yeah.
So they will look at the form. They'll look at why he was denied, and he did 6 armed robberies in Springfield, Mass. Well, he's a bad guy, shouldn't have a gun.
Yeah.
Then they will go after that person for perjury, lying on that form.
Do you know the penalties around that?
Pardon?
Do you know the penalties around that offhand?
I really don't. It's a federal law.
Right. Martin?
So what happens with the individuals that are immediately denied, and they have filled out this form and presumably could have perjured themselves?
The local agent gets a copy of that form. They're notified. My understanding is that whenever a Vermont gun dealer gets a denial,
Right.
it shoots it to the Burlington office. That's where, I believe all the agents are housed out of Burlington.
ATF? agent?
ATF. So there's an agent that's in charge of denials. So we'll come across. And then, you know, because you hear how hard work the federal prosecutors are, they don't have time to do anything. What the agents will do is they screen it. Why was this guy denied? Did he lie on the form? Well, we go back to the kid that was in college that hurt somebody 20 years ago. He has a clean record every since. Are they going to prosecute him? No. Are they going to talk to him? They might give him a phone call. Hey, just let you know you shouldn't be trying to buy any more guns. You know, and then maybe they'll even say you should get a record from the state police. Just that way you know what you're looking at. The guy that robbed 7-Elevens in Springfield, Mass, they're going to say, and they may not go right after him, but they'll use it. They have it now. So they'd either contact him, do something with it, or maybe he's being investigated in another case and they use it. You know, there's a lot of what ifs. But they do something with them. They don't just sweep them under the carpet.
So, I have a tangential question, not really about this bill. I'm just wondering how often are you getting individuals who are coming in for a private sale to have you do the check on the backgrounds on the NICS system?
We might average one a week.
So the service is available though, people do get to come in and...
We offer the service.
Yeah. About 1 week, okay, interesting.
Barbara?
So it sounds like you've been in the business a while, you're law enforcement trained. Are there laws that you think would make it easier for you to do your job and not be selling them to the people that you know? Or not just you, but other gun dealers? Like, is there anything that you see as something that would be helpful?
Well, when you said to sell firearms to people I know, that's where you get into being subjective. And we can't do that. We have to go by the federal yes or no
And then
system.
other sellers, not knowing the buyer. Like, are there either glitches in the system or things that would make it easier to, just like you're like, hey, it's the facts. Like, are there things that if we put in place, it would take some heat off of you that the state could sort of own?
Mm-hmm. Well, when I testified last year, you know, I said one of the biggest things I would support, and I think every gun dealer in Vermont would support, and I would help to get you there, is to skew everything toward the criminal and not the law-abiding citizen. When you have a convicted felon, when you have somebody, yeah, go after that person as a deterrent. These laws that are being proposed, they only apply to law-abiding citizens. And that just hinders my job, it hinders everything. It's just,
So how would you see it play out then? What would that look like?
Going after the criminals and prosecuting?
And not the others, right, like how?
How do I see it? Well, we would need to fund the ATF or maybe the State Police Task Force with an ATF task force, and they go after these people who are bad people that shouldn't have a firearm. I don't think anybody in Vermont would complain about that. The people that are complaining are law-abiding citizens that, you know, the rights are being chipped away.
And what about the person that's on a, like, relief from abuse, like, they're, have a relief from abuse order, or they may not be sort of listed as somebody who's robbing 7-Elevens, or the really distraught person that you kind of...
So my understanding is that the sheriffs are the holders of the restraining orders, and that they have to report those to the federal government. So they are in the system. That's my understanding. So somebody, I do a background check on you, and you're from Washington County, and Sam Hill has reported that there's a restraining order against you.
And did we hear Friday that actually they go to BCIC?
Just identify yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm Chris Herrick, Deputy Commissioner of Public Safety. And for the record, I purchased weapons from Henry, so. The holding stations is a bit of a different issue, and I don't know how detailed we want to get. But
probably not too deep, because
Yeah.
we have to have Eric on our next.
Yeah, but.
We're going to have you back talking about.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
do that. However, the essence of what you said is correct. It's entered into the NCIC database.
Can I just ask one thing?
Yeah.
So this 6 months, that if you have an identical name or whatever that pops up in this system, it takes 6 months or more for that person to get cleared. The person that's, lack of a better word, innocent, doesn't have a problem before that person can purchase a firearm.
No. So the person may have a similar name, date of birth, whatever, with criminal history.
Yeah.
Most of the time, 95, 98%, is cleared up within the 3 business working days of the federal government.
Okay.
It's that one time that it's got to go beyond. And then what happens is, if John Smith, date of birth, whatever, is a good guy, he's a police officer, he would apply for what they call a U-pin. It's almost like a TSA pre-check, if you will, where they kind of pre-screen you.
Yeah.
And what they do is they give you an authorization number, and then when you come back into the shop, you fill out Smith, John, Earl, date of birth, but then there's a block, U-pin. And then you take your old wallet out and you type in your number, you fill in your number. When that form, we transmit it to the federal government, we put that U-pin number in. And what it does, because a more in-depth background check has been done on you, they've identified you with fingerprints. You identified yourself with a photo driver's license to me. Everything matches. It pushes you through the system.
Thank you.
Great.
So that process to get a U-pin, it's an appeal. It can be an appeal process if you have been denied, right? That you're kind of
yes.
Or it could be a process that it seems like every time you go, it takes 3 days. I mean, you can get a U-pin without having been denied necessarily, if you just want to expedite the process because you have a common name.
I don't believe so. Now, I could be wrong.
Okay.
But I don't believe that is why it was set up. Because what would happen is, I think it would probably overburden the government with people who just want to streamline the system.
Right.
So I think it was set up, and I should have brought a folder with me, but I didn't. There's rules and regulations about it. You could be right, but I don't think it was set up for that. I think it was set up for this long delay process where you've been denied. I don't think you can on a delay. I think it's denied. Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
And committee, we're gonna stay on the record and have Eric jump into the witness seat and get right on 579.
Okay.
Let's
31 pages.
Kristen's trying to get by. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. So,
And if we could let Eric go through the bill and hold our questions to the end, because we're actually scheduled to get done at 4:20. We go a couple minutes over.
thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, I didn't have a chance to ask, like during the proceeding, but I asked him, like, do some people get stalled because of multiple background checks? And he says they do. He said it's almost like a credit check. If you,
the more you get.
right, the more cards you apply for, the more you get or whatever, that will affect your score. So like if you work for 2 or 3 different school districts, and each school district says they want to do a background check, and you go to buy a gun, and they go. And it's entirely different. But, interesting.
Anytime you're ready, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Eric Patrick here again with Ledge Council to talk about H579. I think I was hoping for another document. I don't think it made it through. I don't think it's that one. Nope. Well, we'll just take this. So I honestly sent Mike something that didn't make it up here, so it's going to make it a little harder to do this. I think where I can get that. Yeah, on the computer, I'm not sure I can pull my email on this iPad. So I'll just well, we can look at the document itself another time. I'll just look through it real quick if I could. So you remember we were talking this morning about a general reclassification system, right? This whole put the criminal offenses into A, B, C, D, and E for felonies and misdemeanors, that kind of thing, all based on the essentially the punishment that's involved in the offense, right? How long imprisonment or the amount of the fine. So we were also talking about how, well, there's still, the Sentencing Commission still have the authority to go through the sort of list of all the different criminal offenses and think about, well, how do we want to maybe address certain groups of offenses differently, because you can still make specific decisions about how sentences should be set up for particular types of offenses. So it did that for a couple different types, including property offenses. And that's what we're looking at right now. When we say property offenses, they could be theft, for example, embezzlement, fraud, passing bad checks, any offense that involves taking money or taking property, that sort of thing. And the way the statutes are set up now, they're frequently the offense, the punishment, I should say, turns on how much money is involved in the offense. So if I steal $500, the punishment will not be as severe as if I steal $10,000, right? So an odd feature of the current criminal code is that many times, not always, but many times, the difference, the threshold between whether a property crime is a misdemeanor and whether it's a felony is $900. If it's 900 or below, or below 900. If it's $900 or below, it would be a misdemeanor. In other words, larceny of $900 or less would be a misdemeanor, whereas larceny of over $900 would be a felony. The reason for that is that the reason that $900 is sort of odd number, as you might guess, it was a compromise between $750 and $1,000. A legislative study committee looked at probably a dozen years ago, and they spent some time in the interim trying to figure out how to organize these property offenses, and that was a compromise between those two numbers. It ended up being 900. So obviously sort of an odd number, but in other cases you'll see that not necessarily that 900 is the threshold all the time, but it's pretty common. So what the Criminal Code Committee decided to do was to take an approach and say, okay, with many property offenses, they're going to connect the penalty to the amount of value of property involved. So you see in that list, you see I'm in H579 right now. In the very beginning, we have a section that's going to go in the same group section we looked at the other previously this morning, which is where all these classification provisions are found. And there's going to be proposal is to have one specifically for property offenses. So how is this tiered system going to work? You can see if the value of the property is less than $100, it's going to be a Class D misdemeanor. And if you remember, and if we can do a quick, find this area website. There we are. So Class D misdemeanor, 30 days, $1,000 penalty. Do you see that? So that's if it's, I think, $100 or less, right? If it's, if it involves, oh, the wrong one there. If it's less than $1,000, but $100 or more, so somewhere between $100 and $9.99, say, it's going to be a Class C misdemeanor, which is 6 months. But you see that? So that's how this is work. They're tiered and connected. If it's a, where are we here? If it's less than $10,000 and equal to or greater than 1,000, so we moved up one more step between 1,000 and 10,000, it becomes a Class A misdemeanor. Let me go back and see what that is. Class A misdemeanor is 2 years, still a misdemeanor. See, we're working our way up here. We've got 2 more, I think. So if it's between $100,000 and $10,000, becomes a felony. So it's going to go over that. Remember, the difference between misdemeanor and felony is 2 years. That remains the same. So it's obviously going to be over 2 years. Class D felony for an amount that's between $10,000 and $100,000. That is a 5-year penalty, $50,000. And lastly, if it is equal to or greater than $100,000, then it's a Class C felony, which is 10 years. So that's the proposed setup. So a lot of times, or you'll see not every time, but a lot of times these property offenses, the penalty is going to depend on how much value was involved, how much was stolen, how much was counterfeited, how much was fraudulently obtained. And you'll see, I don't know if there's any reason necessarily to go through this long list of offenses in this bill, especially given that you've only got a few minutes left, but just to give you a flavor of how this works, so here's an example. Section 2 of the bill shows you how this is done throughout the bill. So the crime is in place, fraudulent use, you've intended to defraud, you've obtained or attempted to obtain money, property, services, or anything else of value by use of a credit card, they know or should have known, was stolen, forged, revoked, canceled, and unauthorized. So you're obtaining property with a fake credit card, right? Now, the current penalty, it just happens to be in this case that there are 2 different statutes. So if we look at the next statute, what is the current penalty? Well, right now, it all depends on whether $500 is the value that's used to distinguish the penalty. So right now, if it's, sorry, I misspoke. That's the fine. If the $50 is the threshold that distinguishes what the penalty is. So if it's $50 or less that you used a fake credit card for, it's a 6-month misdemeanor with a $500 fine. Everybody see that? That's on line 6 and 4. If it's more than $50, then it's a 1-year misdemeanor with a $1,000 fine. Everybody see that? So that's the current status. Keep in mind, the maximum penalty there for this crime is what? 1 year, right? That's the maximum. Under the new proposal, this would be sentenced pursuant to what we just described, this threshold we described. So the maximum penalty goes up to 10 years. Everybody see that? Because now, if it was over $100,000, remember we just went through that whole tiering system based on the amount? If it's over $100,000, I'm not sure how many people do that with a credit card, but if it were to happen, then you have a 10-year felony possible. I think if it was between $10,000 and $100,000, it would be 5 years. And if it were, and it goes all the way down. So now, it's also true, remember the minimum penalty right now under the existing law, even if it's less than $50, you get a 6-month misdemeanor no matter what, right? But see that maximum 6 months? But, so under this new proposal, you can also have lesser penalties under certain circumstances. Because let's say it's less than $100. Remember, then that's a Class D misdemeanor, which is only 30 days. See? So a smaller offense, smaller value. used in the commission of the crime will get you a smaller penalty than under existing law, whereas a more value used in the crime could conceivably get you a greater penalty than under. That's kind of an approach that's often reflected in the bill.
So I think just to help folks when they are walking through this, if you get the actual report of the Sentencing Commission, there is a table there that lists all the crimes, and on the side it has notes, and it tells you if there's less time, more time, etc. It makes little notes there on the side. So to follow along when we get more into this, I suggest also having that on hand.
Yes, I had intended to do that. That's what I had sent to get posted, but it got lost in the shuffle somehow, so it's not on the website currently, but I'll resend that to Mike.
So could you show us another example where we don't go to that categorization scheme and just say, hey, this one's a class C misdemeanor, and explain why that is the case on some of them?
About the unauthorized removal of books from the library.
Yes, I saw that one too. That's a good one. I thought there was one right here. Oh yeah, I think it's counterfeiting paper money. Or no, it's not.
I think on page 6.
Although interesting, the thing I noticed this about the counterfeiting paper money offense. Just thought it was interesting. Line 15, it's a 14-year sentence under current law.
What page is this?
It's an odd one. Page 5. Counterfeiting paper money, which I was curious about it, so I poked around in a little bit. It's been on the books in one form or another since the early 19th century. For some reason it has a 14-year penalty. Somewhat odd, but whatever. Then again, someone could say $900 is odd too. We know why that happened, so these are all products of.
Well, I think we should keep something like that, because if you're using paper money still, shouldn't you be punished extra?
It's a policy decision. Policy decision.
That's an equity issue.
Like if you just use Venmo, oh, I guess it is, that's true.
So here's an example of the one that you had mentioned that doesn't go to the tiered system, just essentially keeps it. So possession, this is use of credit card skimming devices. It's a relatively recent offense. This one has not been on the books since the 19th century. Credit card skimming devices are a more recent tool of unlawful activity. So right now, you see, if you knowingly and with the intent to defraud possess this one of the scanning device, and I think if I remember this right, I remember when this was passed, and it's like a. You probably all know this better than I do, perhaps, but I don't. It's like when you use your credit card at a grocery store or something. There's a device that somehow copies your credit card information in that exact moment, and can then skim your number off, and then your card can be used later
I think
on.
they're more common at a gas station. People have them specially made, and they'll actually be like a cone or a carbon copy of the plastic piece that sticks out of the gas pump, and it'll just clip right over the top of it.
Huh. And then they come along later and pull it out, and it's got your credit card info on it. Right?
I'm pretty sure those are some of the more common ones.
Yeah. Well, these are exactly, this statute is intended to address exactly that sort of situation, and you can see when it got passed, in lines 6 and 7 and lines 14 and 15, it specifically is a 10-year felony with a $10,000 fine to use or possess one of these things. So as far as the why, so I'm going to have to defer to the Sentencing Commission on this as to why it is that they chose particular offenses. But I can tell you the mechanics, though, what is going on here then. You see that it's different. It says, in this case, if you do that, you commit a Class C felony. It does not have the language that we were just looking at, which most of these sections have, which is, shall be sentenced pursuant to 52, 53, and 55. What that means is that they're going to be fit into that tiered system we just talked about. In other words, all depends on how much money was involved, right? In certain particular instances, there's several of them in the bill, in particular property crimes, the Sentencing Commission chose not to go with that tiered system. The penalty that you get is based on how much money was involved. In other words, in this case, for example, how much money you skimmed using this credit card skimming device. doesn't vary based on how much money was involved. Instead, it says this is a 10-year felony all the time. This is what's will always be a 10-year felony, and it's not going to be any less if you only used it for $100, and it's not going to be any more if you only used it for $100,000. So there are several instances in the bill that you'll see where the commission chose to keep the penalty as it was essentially and have it consistently be that way and not vary in the same sort of way. And I think probably it will be something that when you hear from members of the Sentencing Commission, I suspect they'll probably talk you through those and let you know why it was in each instance they decided that it was better to go this route than to go with the classification. Does that make sense? Kind of a big picture of what's going on with. And then the rest of the bill is exactly that. With each offense, it either correlates it with this classification system based on the amount of money involved in the offense, or it says, well, in this particular case, let's see if I can find it. There's another one right there, for example. Or we'll decide to keep it as a consistent penalty based on the conduct rather than have it vary based on the amount. I did notice that this is just something I'm saying now, so we remember to ask, or maybe you already know the answer. For example, I noticed that as I was looking up, I was thinking about the difference between passing a bad check and false tokens. I think it's 2003. So 2003, here we are, false tokens. This is can be used for a bad check situation. Someone passes a bad check. But it has to be, you'll see it has to be on line 6, it has to be intent to defraud, and there has to be also on line 6, you actually have to get the thing from the other person for the false check, for the bad check. Whereas under the bad check statute, 2022, you don't have to have the intent to defraud, you just have to do it knowingly, and it doesn't matter whether you get anything back for it. You just pass the bad check, that's what's illegal. The penalty's a lot less. The other thing that came up for me was why bad checks isn't in the proposal. That occurred to me again.
Bad checks is not in the proposal?
Right, yeah, it's not in the chart even.
Oh, well, we probably need to put that one in there.
I was wondering. Right.
Possible we missed it.
Yeah.
Because I think this is one of the examples of why they are trying to rationalize this, because they can charge often the same behavior with 10-year, and I think bad checks is like 1 year.
That's right. Exactly.
And it's not that difference of behavior, if at all.
Right.
And this is to try to to kind of restrict a little bit the discretion that prosecutors have.
Right.
So it doesn't make a difference as far as the penalty.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So one thing I don't think you hit on that I think is going to be pretty important for our continued discussion on this is, or I zoned out when you hit on this and I missed it.
I don't know.
Is the, on page 2, lines 9 to 11, each subsequent offense, the classification shall be increased by 1 class.
Oh, no, I did not mention that.
Because that right there is going to certainly be an area for discussion. I know that, for instance, the defenders are not a fan of that concept, and that might be something that we're going to need to tinker with. The other thing that's possible is to decide whether we want to have a class B or class D and C felonies for those levels, or if we want to go class E and D. But
For subsequent offenses, you mean, or for?
Well, no, just for the tiered system.
Oh, I see. Yep.
And I expect that we'll hear from the ACLU on why we should go to that lower one with lots of good data as far as. Let me say that because
Committee, we're gonna have to stop now. I know there's some people left to get to the meeting, so thank you.
Let's come to order, please. We want to begin by thanking everybody here at Rutland High School and Stafford Technical Center for all the helping and facilitating that you've done to make us feel welcome here. Let us just begin with introductions. Let's just go around the table, starting with you, Sabina.
All right, Sabina, student board non-voting member from Williston.
John O'Keefe from Manchester, Vermont.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
Peter Pelz from Woodbury.
Kim Gleason from Essex.
Kyle Coutois, Georgia, Vermont, student member.
And I'm John Carroll from Norwich, Vermont. Are there any amendments to today's agenda? Hearing none. We'd like to welcome Dave Walk and Bill Olson to speak with us, please.
Thank you. I'll start, and okay to do it from here?
Wherever you wish.
It'll be really quick.
You won't pick up on the mic.
So welcome to the hub of all things good, Rutland, Vermont, the mecca of the universe. I'm really delighted to have you here. Very proud of this school and this school district and the people who teach here, the kids who go to school here, the administration. It's a great place, so we're honored to have you here for your meeting and to explore this rather complicated topic. The school's in great shape. We just went through a NEASC review for both the high school and the tech center. Got rave reviews for both. In fact, the NEASC visiting committee in the other room, this is back in the fall, called Rutland High. A couple of them said it was the best school they'd ever been in, one of the best schools in New England, so we are a little biased, I guess. So I was here 26 years ago when we built this school. I was the principal and later the superintendent. And it really warms my heart when I see how Bill Olson and others have corrected all the transgressions of their predecessor from all those years ago. The school's in great shape in every way. And as I said, it really is a pride and joy of Rutland. So we're really delighted that you're here. When we built the school, I'll make this really quick, it's pretty much the same except for the upstairs was added a few years ago. But we did it it was a 5th bond issue, I think, that finally went through. We built the school, everybody pitched in. The night before school was to open, we're bringing in furniture, and some of the furniture is still here, and much of what we did is still here. But I made a lot of mistakes, but one of the mistakes I made was that there was a lot of pressure on me at that time because there had been so many school board members and others, including a longtime secretary of 45 years, and a whole lot of other people, for whom people wanted to name things here. So in the rush to get everything going with the architect, I decided the school colors are red and white, so we named that wing the red wing and this wing the white wing. That made it pretty simple, red and white, we put it in the computer. But I never bothered to check with the architect because the entire white wing here is red. The floor, the furniture, and for years people have wondered how stupid could they have been? Well, it was how stupid could he have been for not checking. So for those of you students, now you know I was the one who made that mistake, okay? I'm the one to blame. So I'm really delighted you're here. I do want to say to the board just one quick thing. In case you have a tie vote and the chair needs to break the tie, we go back a long way. So 32 years ago, we were in the Senate together, and we were roommates. We lived together. And I know a lot about John Carroll. So if you get to that point and you need that tie-breaking vote, let me know. So be glad to help. So great to see you. I guess that goes both ways, though, now that I think about it.
Yeah, keep that in mind.
So Bill Olson's a Rutland High principal and a phenomenal leader.
Thank you, Dave.
I'll just say welcome. Thank you for coming. I think you were here 2 years ago?
Yes, when it was Connor Solimano's last meeting.
His last meeting, right?
Yes.
So that was a great learning experience for us. We were able we prepared a presentation about how the school has transformed over a number of years. I think the topic you're hitting today at the end of your meeting is part of what we were doing in that. So we hope to have a good learning experience as well. So we appreciate the chance to at least listen and see what people have to say about it. So thank you. And personally, if you need any help today with your facilities or whatever, just let me know.
Thank you. Your staff has been very supportive, Bill. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. I think thank you both, David and Bill. I think we're ready to move to the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists only of the minutes of the 18 December meeting. Is there a motion?
Move that we accept the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Is the motion going to die for want of a second?
I will second.
It's been moved. It's been moved and seconded that we shall adopt the consent agenda as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, are you ready to vote? Those in favor of adopting the consent agenda as written, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Abstain.
And one abstention. We have one abstention, a member who was not present at the meeting. Are there any board announcements? Any individuals wish to make any announcements? Hearing none?
You and I attended the Act 46 Supreme Court hearing.
Yes.
I'm not going to bet on the ponies here
No,
as to who's
yeah.
going to win this, but
Yeah.
I found it very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was high theater.
It was.
It's quite neat. It's sort of inspiring to see that element of our democracy at work. We don't normally see the judicial leg of this three-legged stool we call democracy, but it was a very impressive proceeding. The justices were very well informed about the materials at hand, asked very good questions, and the two attorneys did each in their own way a good job representing their points of view. So it was really neat to see. Any other comments or announcements from the members? Students, do you have a report?
I
Sabina?
met with my school's ACLC club and kind of talked to them about what their thoughts were on proficiency-based learning to kind of gather their views on it, and kind of so I could come to this meeting bringing the ideas that were shared at that meeting. And I do have a document. Someone was kind enough to take notes and write down some things. So if at any point anyone would like to see that, or I can bring that up in the second half when we go to proficiency-based learning, I have that information.
Good, good. And it may be during the questioning you can use some of the perspective that you gathered to frame some of the questions to the witnesses. Very good, thank you. Kyle, anything?
I think I've had enough of my own experience with proficiency-based grading. I should be fine with the proceedings.
All right, good. We'll hear your perspective along the way, I'm sure. Good.
Plenty of perspectives from other students, knowing that on the state board, I've had a lot of students come with their thoughts on how proficiency-based grading has gone for them. So,
Good. Well, we'll hear more about that. Just very briefly, the chair's report. The board, in the person of its two-person committee that the board appointed, conducted a review of the hearing in connection with a guidance counselor in Chittenden County whose license had been revoked. That revocation was appealed. The appeal was heard, and then that licensee or appellee appealed to the next level. And by statute, the next level of appeal of that sort is to this board. And so back in, I'm just guessing, it was October maybe, the board appointed 2 members to hear the appeal. Or actually, technically, we're not hearing an appeal, we're reviewing an appeal procedure. The chair of that 2-person committee was Mr. O'Keefe here, and I was the other member. We met on Friday. Our findings and conclusions are being drafted by the attorney that was assigned to the case. And in due course, the findings and conclusions will be brought to you for review and presumably adoption, and then ultimately action. The action being to send or not to send the results to the parties who should receive our assessment. So that will happen probably at the next meeting if we get the documents soon enough. And that conversation, by the way, we expect that will be in deliberative session, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Deliberative session means that the board meets in private. It's not the same as an executive session, but for practical purposes, it works out the same. So that will either be next meeting or the meeting thereafter. You've gotten a report from me about the development and introduction of legislation that would reform the state board, essentially make it become independent of the agency, and would perhaps more focus its activities. And then there's one just plain fun thing to do. Connor, are you able to come forward and leave the camera on? Yeah. Just come right down. No, I don't want you to run the camera.
Sure. I can do it.
Come on down front, Connor.
He makes it look so easy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the focus is right about here. That's where you're standing. This, come on, this is, look at that camera. So this is a resolution of appreciation. Oh, imagine that. Wow. Yeah. And I'm going to read it. Whereas Connor Vandergriff has served as the trusted videographer for the Vermont State Board of Education from August of 2016, longer than many of us have served, I think only Peter and Bill were here at the beginning, to present, January 2020. And whereas he arrived at every State Board of Education meeting at a time when most of us were just getting out of bed, and on most nights likely returned to Chittenden County long after most of us had eaten dinner. And whereas Connor has dutifully traveled the state from one end to the other, from Chester to Newark, from St. Johnsburg to Middlebury, to make sure that the hard work of the State Board was recorded and available to the Vermont public. And whereas he saw the State Board through 3 different chairs, wow, and 3 secretaries of education, amazing, amazing. And whereas he is always professional, competent, conscientious, extremely accommodating, thorough, and generally delightful to interact with. And whereas he fearlessly navigated protesters and security to videotape the historic year-long decision-making process of Act 46. And whereas he was consistently enthusiastic in sharing his knowledge and passion for videography with interested students, who often managed to seek him out. And whereas the State Board of Education is pleased to have worked with him and agrees that RETN should be proud to have Connor to represent them and their organization. And whereas Connor has conditioned himself to remove his headphones and or adjust the volume before Chair Carroll utilizes his strong-arm gavel. Yes. Now therefore be it resolved that the Vermont State Board of Education recognizes the extraordinary service and dedication, commitment, and superior video productions of Connor Vandergriff to the State Board of Education and in turn to the state of Vermont. Dated at Rutland in Vermont this 21st day of January 2020. Thank you all for your forbearance while I read that whole thing. But I do kind of like that stuff.
We should have been singing.
Yes, exactly. Could have been worse, Connor. We could have sung your alma mater. The last time we were here, you remember this, we sang Fair Harvard.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, we tried to.
Well, we tried to, right. That concludes, oh, yes, yes.
Will we be discussing the bill that's come out of Senate Ed that you and Senator Bruce have worked on?
Hasn't come out of Senate.
No, but I know, but at some point, we
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's 113 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think sooner is better than later, and I think the whole board needs to be involved in this.
Sure. So the next thing on the agenda then is to, let's see how our time is doing. We're right on schedule. We have a period for public to be heard. I should have announced this at the beginning. If you are here, you're asked to sign in. There's two sign-up sheets. One is, it says everyone, and you're asked to sign in. And if you wish to speak, you're asked to sign in to the second sign-up sheet as well. So we will have 10 minutes for public to be heard. I see one person who'd like to speak. Is there anybody else? Please, the microphone is all yours. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, we have two. Jody, you'd like to speak also? Okay, so try to keep it to half the 10 minutes, if you would, please.
Sure. So my name is Shawn Marie Oler. I live in Bennington. I have had the pleasure of being on this board for 6 years, and I have, I won't give you my resume, but I'm here today, one, to listen to the proficiencies and your presentation for the afternoon into evening, but also to talk a little bit about transparency. And in reading through the SBE minutes from the December meeting, I noticed the annual report is taking shape and being delivered January 3rd. The only report I could find in the last 3 to 4 months that looked like an annual report was a draft from the October packet titled "The State Board of Education Vermont's Independent Overseer and Advocate for PK-12 Education." That particular one-pager seemed more like an opinion, but this morning, very early, Maureen from AOE sent me the link which says draft, and it is 4 pages long. And what I noticed in reading the minutes from October, November, and December was there really, I would encourage this board to all speak, because the voice in the minutes is predominantly the presenter and maybe 1 or 2 other voices. And so the report that was sent to me, which is 4 pages, talks about this independent state board, which in fact it is, and the 4-page report is signed by all of you around this table, but nowhere in the minutes does it reflect a vote from this entire board. The statute, which was approved and signed by Governor Shumlin in May 2012, did talk about evaluating policy proposals, including timely evaluation of policies presented by the governor and the secretary, engage local community board members and the broader education community, and establish an advanced education policy for the state of Vermont, which was the end of that sentence. And in addition, cover other duties, like commenting on the agency budget prepared for the governor. So in talking about transparency in this report and in other places, I see no transparency of this board to have voted on this in public or had any discussion other than the October introduction of it at Burton when Mark Tajian talked about what Burton was doing. And so I really am perplexed at the juxtaposition of talking about transparency and then going ahead and sending a document to the executive branch and the, as it's called, the legislature, without a full board vote and without comments from this board. For historic purposes, this board has asked every single year since 2012 for money for its own staffing. It is a bit of a quandary since none of the board is actually interviewed as if it was a position. Everyone comes with different strengths. And to duplicate the agency in staff as proposed in this, I think would be creating another agency. So I also take exception to the minutes of December, where the chair states that the climate in the state, this is a quote, "The climate in the State House is that there have been some reservations of the board in its performance over years past." While this is not backed up by any specific comments from any specific legislators, it goes on to say that in question of the independent school rules and the legislature's unprecedented directive to cease work on them. Well, I have to say, you have Bill and Peter and myself here, and the legislature never asked us to cease work on those. They went through ICAR, they went through LCAR, the process was in place with a draft, just as you're going to do today, without it being fully vetted. Today, you're going to do the same thing we did back in whatever year it was. You're going to vote on a draft proposal that will go through the rules process. And if you look back, it was actually under my suggestion that we put every single piece of documentation from the independent school rules. You'll see letters from Mill Moore, you'll see letters, the list is about this long. And every single piece of document, including the rules, including what Donna Savage did, including what all the attorneys worked for us are there. In the end, the board ended up hiring its own attorney so that we could proceed. I left the board. The board went on to do what it's doing. And I just want to caution this board on, if you are mistakenly saying that the previous boards did mistaken process, I would caution you not to do the same thing. And I add to that transparency for this state is very important. And I really take exception to the fact that this report is not a voted on by the full board. Thank you for your time.
Jody Normando, Dummerston, or otherwise called the Banana Belt, as we jokingly call it. I also want to thank Connor, because I watch you guys all the time, and other than 46, I haven't been to any of your meetings. I'm here because I'm interested in learning about the proficiency-based learning and how other high schools are handling it. I did talk to some of our representatives from the high school, and I have found out how pretty much they're handling it, and they're not here today. I'm here to let you know that there really is interest from other towns south of Route 4 in what happens in education, other than 46. You don't often see us because it's a long way to travel, and I got lost even coming here today because my gadget didn't talk to me. And I'm also here to tell you that I'm really appreciating the new Board of Ed and the direction, the new direction you're trying to go, as well as being interested in what the public has to say. Thank you, and keep it up, and please come down and visit us. I know it's a long way for you guys, too, but we've gone as far as up to Franklin County several times, and this is the closest at an hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. All right, board, let's turn to item E. This is about the draft rules. We'd like to get this done in about 55 minutes if we possibly can, or at least do what it is we might be able to do today. Will you come forward from the agency, please? Board, our colleague Dan French is attending the governor's budget address this afternoon, so I think that explains his absence, if I'm not mistaken. But it doesn't change the expertise that's available to us. We thank you both for being here. Will you speak into the phone for the record, please?
Yes, Emily Simmons, Agency of Education.
Judy Cutler, Agency of Education. Hoping I don't roll out of here. Actually,
yeah, we got
some stoppers under these chairs.
Right.
So we have for you today summaries of the changes being made in 2 chapters of rules. The new chapter 1300, which represents the proposed funding rules, as well as the substantive special education rules through Rule 2300. I would propose that we go through the substantive special education rules first because there aren't that many substantive changes. I think unless you have very many questions, we can do that rather quickly.
Yeah, I think if we can get through kind of just your presentation in 10 or 15 minutes, that would be great, because I think there's perspective from stakeholders that we'd also want to be hearing.
So I'm going to invite Judy to walk you through a quick summary of what you have in front of you, which is the very large packet that has this image on the front, but yours is white, not pink.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. So some of you, I think most of you probably remember, we did a walkthrough of these changes back in June of 2019. It seems like a long time ago, though. I prepared a summary for you of the things that have changed substantively since that time when we reviewed the proposed changes in June.
What document number is that, please?
E2.
E2.
And correct. Oh, I'm sorry.
E2 is the summary. Is that right?
E2 is the summary,
Okay.
and that includes all of the substantive changes that we're proposing, and I've highlighted the changes that have occurred since the last time we talked about
Thank you.
it. So as you can see, there are only 3. Most of the members, I think, are pretty familiar with 2 of those issues, which are the changes to the definition of special education. There's been a lot of discussion about that change and involvement by this board in that process. So I guess what I'd like to say first is just a reminder that the agency's approach to this work has been to keep the revisions to the programmatic rules as narrow as possible. Those that are necessary to implement the act, any technical or stylistic edits that
You're speaking now about 2360?
That's right,
Yeah.
2360. Anything that, incorrect page references or rule references or typos, and anything that is significantly inconsistent with IDEA. So we recognize and anticipate that there will be a lot of stakeholders who would like to see broader changes to the rule series, but we've kept our focus very narrow, and that's on purpose. So I guess what I'd like to know is if you'd like me to quickly review all of the substantive changes as outlined in the summary, or if you'd like me to focus on the 3 changes since the last time we walked through.
Well, I think I'd like to just ask a question.
Sure.
At the last board meeting in December, the board endorsed by vote the recommendations of the advisory group, Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. And the board asked the secretary to be sure to incorporate those recommendations, that language, in the next draft that we would see. I don't believe that's happened.
So the chair's referring to changes to Rule Series 1300.
That's correct.
The advisory group does not have for you recommendations as of this date to Rule Series 2360,
We're
which is
speaking
what
about
Judy's
1300.
discussing. So you're not interested in us answering that. I'll tell you that at your December meeting, which was a Wednesday, the agency had not yet responded to the advisory group's recommended changes. The agency had received those on a Monday afternoon, and you met on a Wednesday morning. So we had not had any internal discussions agency-wide about our response, and you weren't able to hear our response.
I'm speaking about a document that was present at the 18 December meeting.
Correct.
And you've had 30 days since then to incorporate the changes proposed in that document. That's the document that the board looked at and said that those changes are changes we want to see in the agency's rules for 1300.
And you asked the agency to strongly consider them and respond.
We said no, we did not. We directed, to the extent that we're able to direct, we directed that they should be included. Your own minutes will show that. So just to begin with, we're disappointed that the agency seems not to have taken to heart the very clear intentions of this board.
So I was at that meeting, and I'm surprised to hear this, and I'll just apologize. And notice I'm using I, not we. This is just Emily, who works at the agency. That was not the feeling that I got from attentively listening to your conversation. It's not the feeling that I got from reviewing the motion that you voted. And it's also, I'll say, surprising that you would adopt substantive changes to a rule without considering the agency's view on the wisdom of each of those changes or not.
Well, you may be surprised, but it's,
So I'll just, in order to move us forward, because it's easy enough for us to act as scriveners and produce a draft with the language that you want. Of course, we'll do that staff work for you. They're your rules, after all. We wouldn't ask you to adopt rules that you don't support. But we also wouldn't recommend rules to you that we don't think are the best draft rules.
we
that
understand
we can give
you are recommending, but you do understand that we decide what is in the rules.
That's what I just said, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and we also are paying close attention to the advisory group, since that was clearly the legislature's intent when it wrote the 177 that would require, 173, excuse me, that established the advisory group and requires by statute this board and your agency to be advised by that advisory group. So we are advised.
And the agency was advised by those recommendations as well. And we've since actually presented the draft that you have today. We went over those changes. We did not have a draft ready to present the text, but we did go over those changes with the advisory group at their January meeting and had a productive conversation.
Well, you've seen those changes. Those have been before you now for 40 days.
Those have been before us for the same number of days as they have been before you, yes.
Well, we'd like to see them
So
part of the
would you like
part of
Judy
the
to
proposal.
present the information
Why don't you
about the substantive special education rules, or would you like to turn
Yes,
to the
comments,
funding
please.
rules?
Well, just on page 5 of our minutes, it's clearly written that we voted on. And there it is. It's black and white. It's not. So it's on record.
I'd like to add to that, the question of not having the rules, but also getting on Thursday afternoon 400 pages of paper that we're going to review before Tuesday. And we've been working on this for 8 months or so. And that just does not strike me as responsive to a good governance principle.
Right, Bill. We've presented the this substantive rule packet to you 3 times this year, and Judy was about to summarize the 3 pages where there are changes. She made you a summary, and you also have a complete new copy incorporating those changes that she's happy to summarize for you now.
I don't know that we do need to have the summary, but it would have been better to have a summary of the changes we asked for.
You didn't ask us for any changes to Rule Series 2360.
That's true. We did ask for changes in 1300. Other comments or questions? Yes, please.
I remember back in June being sort of like deer in the headlights with this huge package and just being appointed and trying to understand the rules process in general. And I remember at that time, that set of rules coming to us with very little input from the advisory group and otherwise. And then the delay happened and everything was able to sort of go on hold, so we might incorporate the feedback from advisory groups and otherwise. And I think that's when we somewhat took control of the process in terms of trying to navigate the advisory group and the agency. So all of that focus and what I experienced was on 13, whatever that set of rules is. So coming back to the big body, I'm hoping that I am seeing incorporation of some very substantial changes to definition of special ed and other things that if we're opening the rules, we're opening the rules. So my hope is that we're capturing what's important to be done in that work. And it is a huge document. It was a little bit challenging for me to figure out which was the most current. I read through both of them, but I think the one that I was marking up was the one, like E1 or something, but I'm not sure. You guys sent us 2 sets, and they just
And
had
they were
different.
version numbered, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I didn't.
I
It was hard
sent
for me
you
to
all a
find it.
roadmap about what
How to
document
find the
pertains to
stuff.
what, which I
So,
might say
anyway.
you might have done for us. It was just a wad of documents presented in a random sequence of numbers that took, just to figure out which is the new one, which is the old one, was not even clear. Just a simple explanation of what it is we're getting and what to compare to what would have just been very helpful. But apparently people figured that out eventually.
I was certainly able to figure it out. It was coming back to the broader document. I'm appreciating that we're going to go over whatever changes are happening with it because we've been so focused on the funding document. So anyway, that's my perspective.
Thank you. Any other comments? Board, something that I have found very useful is a side-by-side comparison that was prepared by Mil Moore, who is a member of the advisory group, that just shows you what is in the present proposal, I think, for this, I'm talking 1,300 only, and what it is that the advisory group had recommended and that we had adopted as our preferred language for inclusion. So if you haven't looked at this, perhaps you might find it useful.
Mel sent it to me also. I need to conduct a review of that because I think there's one change in that document that is not reflected in the advisory group's draft that they presented to you last month.
Okay.
That I don't have a printed copy with me because I received it last night.
So what's your druthers, board? Shall we go on now to hear what's proposed in the 2360 set? As Judy said, I think it's 3 pieces. I personally, I think I gave you a list of where you could find those changes. So let's do that.
Okay.
And see where we go with that.
Are we going to return to 1,300?
We can return now, or you can continue on the topic
Whatever,
if you
but
wish.
I do think we should return to it.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear about the 2360 and see if we can get some agreement on that.
Sure.
So you want us to be looking at E2, is that correct?
Yes.
And
And
E1.
I was not aware that 2 of these were sent, but it's your packet. I don't know what the number is, but it's this one?
It's E1.
E1, okay. So that is the draft that we're working with, the most current draft. And I think procedurally, it's important to, I guess, clarify that in the administrative rulemaking process, these 2 bodies of rules are separate. They will be going in parallel, but they are 2 separate bodies of rules that will have to be adopted separately.
Understood.
So I think that's why we're treating them in I guess 2 different conversations in a way.
Just a question about that. Procedurally, would it be your expectation or your recommendation that the board file simultaneously its proposed rules for the 1300 series and separately the 2360 series and have them move forward simultaneously with ICAR?
That has been our intention,
Yeah.
and the reason that we've kept our focus so narrow on the programmatic rules so that we can accomplish this sort of dissection of the funding rules out of the programmatic rules, and then at a later date come back and revisit some of the very important substantive programmatic issues that should be addressed at some point, but in order to...
But are unrelated to the funding. Is that
We
correct?
would argue that,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, can I just ask one question?
Yeah, please.
What would happen if one of the rules was promulgated and put into effect and the other one got tripped up for some reason? Would there be a practical... So I think what the chair is saying is file them separately as 2 separate documents.
Right.
We're obliged to file them as separate documents, are they not?
Yes. Right.
And I'm only trying to say, but we want them both to go forward simultaneously.
Yes.
I think that we would have to address the issue of 2 very different sets of funding rules. One that exists now and one that needs to change in order to implement census-based funding. So it might, if we went forward with Rule 1300 and the programmatic rules got held up for some reason, I think we would somehow need to address, and maybe there's a different way than through the entire rulemaking process, but we would have to address how we remove the funding rules from the programmatic rules.
Right.
Otherwise, we have two very conflicting sets of.
And you're arguing that they couldn't be filed as a package.
Well, they're telling us
together.
that we can't. That I didn't know, but I'm willing to accept their advice. They are two separate rules, and I guess
Because we're proposing brand new rules, so
Yeah.
it's not a revision
Right.
to an existing body. It's more than that. It's a
Right.
revision plus new rules plus a new series.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
So-
And do you see any reason to think that there will be a problem filing them simultaneously and in parallel with one another,
I don't, no.
so long as they're both ready for prime time, as it were?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So, Board, are you comfortable with having the agency brief us then on the changes in the so-called programmatic rules, the 2360 series?
Okay.
Please.
So I'll focus on the three that are new, and if you have questions about the old, maybe we can do it that way. Page 24 of E1. You'll see there that we have revised the definition of the special education special education services, and this revision is necessary to reflect the work that was done in the Rule 1300 series.
Okay.
So these two rules should be consistent. 2360.2.12 and the definition of special education in the 1300 series. Now, the 1300 series is an abbreviated definition that refers back
Right.
to the programmatic rules.
Right.
So 2360.2.12 reflects the entire federal definition of special education.
Okay.
It's important to note that structurally, it's a little bit different because in the than the current rule, right? Because in the existing rule, while much of the content was there, I don't know how to describe what happened, and I cannot provide any enlightenment on why this decision was made, but it almost looks like the federal rule was just kind of shaken up and like spilled out in a different format. So much of the content is there, but the format is much different than the federal rule.
And the proposal that you're making
And the
aligns
proposal-
this with the federal rule, and it makes it identical to the abbreviated form in the 1300 rule.
That's right.
Is that
So
correct?
the subsection A
Yep.
in the rule is the same as the abbreviated rule in 1300, and then it continues on for the rest of the content in the federal rule. Now, one provision in Vermont's current special education rule does not appear in the federal rules, and that is co-teaching. Throughout the discussion that many of you were part of regarding whether or not to change the special education definition to align with the federal rule, the idea of whether or not to keep co-teaching there wasn't really examined. The agency is not opposed to keeping it there, and it's a rule that the field is familiar with. We're recommending that it remains in the rules as a point of clarification that of an activity that can be considered special education.
Okay.
It's not a pure reflection of the federal rule, but we're not proposing any changes to the current co-teaching rule.
Okay.
We're just
In the interest of time.
Yep.
Let me just, yes, Peter.
Clarification, co-education is special and regular ed combined?
It's co-teaching.
co-teaching.
I just want to clarify that.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
And in addition, the definition for transition services currently appears,
Where's that, Judy?
that is subsection D.
Yep.
currently appears in the definition of special education services. In the federal rule, it's a separate rule, but the content is exactly the same. So we're not proposing that we add another rule, we're just proposing to keep that in there. It's the same as the federal rule, but
We expect that users in the field will want to know where is the language on transition services, and they should be able to go to the same place unless there's a reason not to. We don't see a reason not to.
Understood. And were you saying that the co-teaching is not in the federal rule, but it's been in our rules?
And we've received no commentary from the advisory group or other stakeholders about co-teaching. It just hasn't been brought up, so we weren't in a place to recommend striking it.
Good, thank you. Bill?
I keep looking at these things and saying, how will this affect services to children, or how will it affect cost? And by looking at this, I can't tell.
I'm not sure I can tell.
And that's for good legal reason, right? The federal definition, although it has not appeared in the text of the Vermont rules, has been binding on Vermont nonetheless. So you might not see a change. We're not in a position to prognosticate about whether you will or you won't.
So for practical purposes,
It's
we've been
applied.
doing this anyhow?
I don't know if we've been doing it. The law has applied.
The law is applied, right, thank you. Right. Any, just in the interest of moving on, Judy, are there other questions on this pages 20, whatever they, 24, 25? All the rest of the pages are just strikeouts in this section. Can we move on to the number 4 in the overview sheet?
Yes.
Would that be
Yep,
okay?
Absolutely. So
Board
that's
members, are you okay with that?
page 79, Peter.
Thank you.
So this is another,
Can we just go back to the other, just to, if you distributed this more, just make sure that the typo in federal real should be rule,
Sure, thank you.
just when you post it publicly.
absolutely. So page 79.
Yep.
Again, kind of was a restatement of the
okay.
I'll call it the problematic paragraph.
Right. So you're going back to that.
So all that we've done is strike the language and just referred
Real good.
simply to the rule. That
Real good.
way there's no confusion.
Yeah, that's a great simplification, that's a clarification. And then number 14 in Judy's overview sheet.
Right, page 203. So this is the Rule 2369 for educational surrogate parents. It appears in the current rules. Back in 2017, so there's a bit of a background on why this is appearing here. Back in 2017, there was, and I don't know if some of you who are involved in special education may remember this, there was a discovery that rules that were filed by the agency weren't the rules that were being used. And as a result, it was due to some version control the last time the rules were revised in 2013. It wasn't discovered until 2017. The legislature had to adopt a provision that allowed the agency to file a corrective set of rules. And essentially what had happened is a draft version was filed with the Secretary of State's office. The agency presented to the board the correct version. Everybody was using the correct version in the field, but the wrong version was on file. It was a bit of a mess, but in the course of the corrective filing, Rule 2369, to the best of our ability to track that back to 2018 when the corrective filing took place, Rule 2369 was inadvertently cut. Because at that time there was a section of the rules called rules related to special education that appear elsewhere in different bodies of state board rules, and I think it was intended to be helpful. but the Secretary of State didn't want that to appear in the filing, and I believe that what happened is they just deleted this rule off the end. Striking this rule has not gone through the rulemaking process. There's no reason to remove the educational surrogate parent rule. It shouldn't happen. It should be in here.
Okay.
So we've reinserted it.
So this is just a technical correction of
That's right.
scramble.
But
in the
wanted
past.
to address that because
thank you.
it was a mystery.
Okay. That's very helpful. Any questions, Board, about what we've seen with regard to 2360? These are the only proposed changes. Is that correct? With regard to 2360?
Well, these are the
your
only.
earlier changes, pardon me.
These are the only agency proposed changes.
I'm sorry?
These are the only agency of education proposed
Understood.
changes.
Thank you. Yes. And there were earlier changes that you briefed us on in June.
That's right.
That's right.
And they're summarized.
Right. This is
They
very
all,
helpful.
yes, they all appear in the summary.
So what you're seeing here, panel, is all of the changes that the agency is proposing with regard to 2360. And you've seen and talked about all of those except the ones in yellow. And now, just now, we've talked about the highlighted ones, the yellow ones. So that means that everything you're proposing, this board has been brought up to speed on.
Correct. Yes.
Maybe if you'll just stay right there, I want to just ask the two members of the advisory committee who are here to just tell us, have you, we've seen what you've done. Is it two or maybe three? I'm sorry.
There's like 5 of us.
5, pardon me.
Yeah, we're sitting back here worried about a quorum.
So anyway, what are your thoughts about what we've just gone over in 2360? Do you have you studied, have you seen this before? Marilyn, do you want to come forward and speak?
Sure.
Identify yourself, please,
Do I
Marilyn.
need to be in front of the mic?
Just move the mic over. Or whatever.
Okay. So,
Will you identify yourself, please?
yeah, hi, I'm Marilyn Mahusky, and I am the Assistant Chair of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. And when I'm wearing my other hat, I'm an attorney with Vermont Legal Aid's Disability Law Project. So this draft is a little bit different than what we've seen in terms of the 2360. So I just was looking at it, and this rule, for example, the educational surrogate parent was not in the draft that had been previously filed with the board. So I can't say for sure that there weren't other changes, but that's
They're yellow
new.
highlighted on this summary.
Right.
So
Well,
gray
but
highlighted.
but this is the first time seeing it, so I can't tell you that I have gone back and double checked to make sure. So relative to the 2360, I think the consensus of the advisory group is that the definition of special education needs to be changed, right? It needs to be consistent with 1300. So that is a change that needs to be made.
So that if we were to use the advisory group's definition of special ed in 1300, there would need to be a corresponding change in 2360. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. That's correct. So you were having a discussion earlier about, do you do this simultaneously? But I think that to some degree, they have to be considered in tandem only because we are changing the definition in 1300, and so it's important that that be reflected in 2360. And, just in response to, the definition of special education in Vermont actually has not been consistent with the federal rules for quite some time, so it is important that it be changed. It actually had limiting language in there that children with disabilities could only access special education if they couldn't get their services otherwise in our system. And that would be a conflict. So it is important to change that.
Let me just see if this is so for you. The 2360.2.12 on page 24 and 5. It seems to me that am I right in thinking that only the first paragraph, paragraph A, is the one that matches precisely to what's in 1300, and that all the rest is additional language, which is a kind of reconstruction of all that used to be there, but organized in the way that it is in CFR.
Well, I don't know that I'd agree that all of it was there, but
it's all there
the new
now.
definition there is now consistent with the federal definition, and the 1300 series is not the full definition, but it
Understood,
references back
understood.
to this
So-
definition.
So you don't have any problem with B, C, D, B, C, D?
No.
Okay, so your issue is only to point out that A does not corresponds with the agency's proposal.
Yes.
But it does not correspond with yours, which this board had endorsed. Is that correct?
No, this definition of special education is, the advisory group is in support of this definition. The agency has properly taken the 1300 definition
Okay.
and put it in the
Okay.
2360.
So you're all
We're good
signed
with
up on that?
We are good with that, yes.
So you're voicing support for.
We are voicing
matching
support.
language in both.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Definition.
Good, thank you, thank you.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
that's helpful. So.
Yeah, that's an important rule
So,
change.
so far as you know, this 22, 24, 25 is likely to be just fine with you guys.
Yes.
Is that right?
Do you
Yes.
want an out because you've only seen it for the first time today?
He said likely, so that's why I said
Yeah,
yes. I with the
I'm-
qualifier likely.
It's just trying to see how close we're coming.
I think so. I mean, I'll go back and I'll double check it,
All
you know,
right.
and I would agree.
Since I have Marilyn here, Mr. Chair, one moment. Judy and I made some decisions about formatting and word use because our former rule did its best job of paraphrasing, and
Mhm.
we would just prefer to use the same exact language as the federal rule.
I think our position has been that it should mirror the federal rule. So
Mhm.
to that extent, we would agree. And so,
Good.
yeah, I mean, I'll
Okay.
go back and take a look at it. And I agree that with the co-teaching, you know, we didn't have I know that the folks at VCSEA and my group spoke about that, and there seems to be some support that in the field that remain.
Okay.
The effect on children?
It will have a positive effect on children because our prior rule arguably had a limiting effect on children who could qualify because the Vermont definition qualified the federal definition and was narrower than the federal definition. So this is a positive change and it will positively impact children and it reflects the federal rules.
All right.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So,
Mhm.
Marilyn, can we move on to number 4 in the, which is on page 79, where this must be a no-brainer. This simply refers you back to what we've just been talking about.
Right. I would think that's fine.
Okay.
Because it is saying it's just
That's just good
reiterating.
drafting. If you ever have to make a change in the future,
Right.
you don't have to.
Right.
You don't run the risk of getting it wrong or
Good
missing
point.
it in a second
Good
place.
point,
Okay.
right.
And so then can we speak about 2369 surrogate parents?
So
That's a return of something that once was.
And I can't speak to that because this is the first I've seen that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would need to go back and look at that. I have also, just as an aside, and I'm going to put on my Disability Law Project hat, have had conversations with the Office of Public Guardian in the past because this rule impacts them. So there are times that it has been problematic where the Vermont rules say that if you are under a public guardianship and you turn 18, then you still need an educational surrogate appointed, and that has created problems. So we've alerted the Office of Public Guardian to say they might want to come in and speak to that. And I would argue that to require the guardians not to serve when private guardians can serve as educational surrogate is actually inconsistent with Title 18. Which is the public guardianship
Okay.
law. But that's an issue for another day, but I'm
Alright.
just highlighting it. I've not been able to go back and look at this today to
Okay.
see whether that reflects the rule or not.
So I think what we've heard is the advisory group has not studied these, but probably, except for this third one about the public guardian, probably going to be okay with these. So now I want, just because I'm very concerned about time, I just want to ask the board, how do you want to proceed from here? Maybe I could offer some options. One option is to have the board essentially do a kind of a figurative cut and paste and say, for 1300, we like what the advisory group has done, and we'd like that incorporated in the final draft. And we'd like, on 2360, provisionally to do the same pending ratification from the advisory group of these changes.
So I just want to say, in terms of 2360, the advisory group had previously indicated that it wasn't going to go into a lot of discussion about the 2360. I don't know if that's an issue that is going to be revisited or not, so I just want to put it out there that I don't know that the advisory group is intending to do that.
All right.
Okay?
Well, then I'll simplify the proposition. We could say, let's go ahead with the board's preferences about 1,300, and let's go ahead with the agency's proposals with regard to 2360, all of them. And let's submit that as the proposed rule to start rulemaking. Yes.
I thought we were going to discuss 1,300.
Sure. Let's come back to that. Go ahead.
So I think
sure.
before
I'm
we
willing.
give the answer and
Okay.
how we do
Yeah.
it would be great for us to discuss 1,300.
ahead.
And then I do have one more question. I apologize that I don't know that it's changed at all since June, but the monitoring component, which is new and required by 173, is this sort of currently in practice and being codified? Is it something the agency has capacity for? Is the one-year time frame adequate for students in terms of timeline? And in the school board is it adequate for a district to make modifications? Not being a practitioner, I don't know those things, but those are the questions that come to mind on a monitoring component of a law and a set of rules. I just don't know. So can
I
either the
piggyback
agency
on-
or somebody respond?
Can I piggyback and ask, what does that mean in terms of documentation?
So this has been a conversation since 173 was passed, and the process of rulemaking has required the agency to look at its internal practices, especially around monitoring. And so our monitoring team is actually in the process of I mean, it's my understanding that
we should say this is the programmatic monitoring. There's
Right.
a fiscal monitoring rule in 1,300. So just to wrap your head around which staff that is. Yeah.
So they are in the process of restructuring their internal monitoring program, and what we have tried to do in the rules and internally is take a closer look at the required fiscal monitoring and the programmatic monitoring, and in any way that we can overlap those to reduce administrative burden, we're trying to do that. These rules, the monitoring rules are fairly broad. They don't go into a lot about what is specifically required for documentation, and we're hoping that will help us with reducing that administrative burden, but we are still working on the structure. But monitoring does happen. I believe I can say this, it has been inconsistent in the past, and we are trying to bolster that process.
So I guess to the question, is this codifying practice currently in place? Is
It's a
it
little hard for us to-
informed in terms of timeline by
So
best practice? I just don't know.
describing practices that are, you could say, in flight, that the agency is in the process of putting into practice, but we can't tell you right now, this is what we do, because we're still bringing that online. And so when Judy is saying this is written in a broad way, we're trying to not make the current practice as it's sort of being piloted immediately non-compliant with the rule. We're trying to have that level, that appropriate level of language that's not too detailed.
Peter, you had wanted more discussion about 1,300?
Well, just relative to the vote we took at the last meeting,
Yep.
and we're going to do it again, I think. Are we sure that we're not going to return to it?
Good question. I think if the board adopts a rule as its proposed rule for rulemaking, then that's the rule. And either they write it for us or we write it for ourselves, but that's what you have decided you want to push forward into the rulemaking process.
Well, I'm not that familiar with the rulemaking process to know how that works.
Well, I can give you a quick overview. We put together the proposed rule, whatever you all say you want to be our rule. Some documentation that the agency knows how to do is put together, and that all goes to the interagency Committee on Administrative Rules. And it involves an economic impact statement and a bunch of other things that the agency knows how to prepare. And that, once that's accepted and processed by them, that kicks off the 6 to 8 month rulemaking process, which is all laid out in the Administrative Procedures Act. In that process, one of the early things that happens is that notice of the new rule is posted, and then later, about early April, a public comment period would begin. It's about an 8-week period, during which we conduct at least 2 public hearings, probably in different parts of the state. Then ultimately, and that's the time when, for example, the Disability Law Project, which has some particular concerns about pieces of 2360, would present those, and others, any stakeholder, any member of the public can come in. And then finally, we then adopt our proposed final rule, or not our proposed final rule, our final rule. And then that goes to the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, LCAR. And for that, also, there's some paperwork that has to go with that. And then if they sign off on it as proposed, it goes to the Secretary of State, becomes final, and becomes effective. Elapsed time is somewhere between 6 and 8 months. So what we're at the threshold of is kicking off that process.
I know.
I'm concerned about, Sean Marie had mentioned the troubles we'd had with the previous set of rules, which weren't properly vetted or complete when they went through the ICAR process. I don't want to repeat that mistake. I think it harms our credibility and it doesn't do things properly. And there are some omissions here that I think need to be addressed.
What are those omissions?
Particularly the independent schools piece seems to be a part of the law, but I don't see it addressed here.
Well, would you comment on that, please? That's a good question. Mill, yeah. Would you identify yourself, please, Mill?
I did not hear the question.
Would you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Mill Moore, Executive Director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association and a member of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group.
Thank you. Bill, pose your question, please, to Mill.
The question is the law says that we need to deal with the independent schools question, says so specifically. These proposed rules appear not to address it at all. And this, to me, leaves us vulnerable to a 2200 series kind of controversy that we've been through before that I would like to avoid.
I certainly would as well. I don't understand the connection that you're making between these rules.
The question becomes, should we move forward with a set of rules that has a gaping hole here, or should we not?
I think maybe I could. I think we're under the timeline set by the legislature. I think we have to move forward, and certainly Judy and Emily could weigh in here. But I believe that the intent is for the agency to present a 2200 series to the advisory group for review. But certainly, there were some very, very early preliminary conversations quite a long time ago that I wasn't involved in. So I think that the advisory group certainly hasn't seen anything in quite some time, and I believe it's sort of to be to be presented at some point that we would begin to see the 2200 series.
The plan, as I understand it, is that the secretary was going to arrange a subgroup discussion because not all members of the advisory group have a direct interest in the independent school portion of the rules. So that decision, that suggestion by the secretary has been pending for a long time. And I presume now that we're nearing the end on the other rules that the secretary is about ready to go forward.
Emily, can I just, we were advised earlier that the 2360 and the 1300 need to be filed separately. 2200, any change to the 2200 would have to be filed separately as well?
Yes.
So,
Remember that 2200 is a rule series that needs to be amended because the legislature changed the statute in Act 173, but with a delayed implementation date of 2022 as it stands now. So the statute that would authorize new rules will not be effective until July 1, 2022. We've discussed several times at this board that you'd want your rules to become effective not later than that same summer, so that they are wed to, the statute and the rules are wed
but
together.
so I guess I don't agree with Bill, though, that we should hold up these other sets of rules on a set of rules that have to be amended separately anyways. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
I don't believe that you should. I think Act 173 has an intentional phased implementation that requires the census-based funding to shift first, which is these rules,
Yep.
and the independent school rules, which are connected in some ways, but independent in many ways as well, to be the next phase of work.
That's very
Yeah,
clear
okay.
in 173. It's a totally separate schedule for the independent school rules.
And if I could just point out, there are a couple of places where there is reference to the to independent schools. So in the version of 1300 that the advisory group recommended, there is language, and if you look at what Mill prepared on that very first sheet, there is language that we felt was important, which addressed, and we're not saying this is the best place for it, but it's an important concept, which is that if an IEP team makes a decision to place a child at an independent school that's a special education independent school, that those services, all of those costs would be reimbursed. So there are, a number of special education only schools where IEP teams place students, and we wanted to make sure that those were reimbursable expenses.
It sounds like despite, a little bit of crunch here, it sounds like the rule process is on track with 173 as far as independent schools and census funding.
Yep.
Is
That's
that
with,
what I'm hearing?
Yeah, the piece that's in here, in the 1300 rules, is about funding-related matters for independent schools. The whole section 20 and 22 in 173 about independent schools isn't about funding, it's about the conditions they have to meet for approval. And it's quite a different matter. And so it seems very logical to address the funding piece as part of the 1300 draft, just as minimally as necessary to obviate any problems there with the funding. And then, because we are on a separate schedule, and by the way, I may be misunderstanding this, but my reading of 173 is that we need to initiate rules, 2200 rules, by the 1st of November of this year.
Of 2020, yes.
Yeah, initiate. That means, look, we're just about ready
This
to initiate
meeting,
this after 8 months. So that means we probably need to get going on the 2200 rules real soon if we're going to be ready to initiate on the 1st of November. I would just point out, however, that then the implementation doesn't need to happen for 2 years. So I wonder if you don't need 2 years to go from initiation to implementation or taking effect. So we might consider talking to the General Assembly and saying, if you want these to go effect in 2022, which is what they say, do we have to initiate this year, or couldn't we initiate next year and give people a little space, because you all have other things to do?
Can I
Yeah.
we're going sort of a big overview of this whole situation and 2200 including. Am I not correct that it was Governor Shumlin that pulled the plug on the 2200 series issue?
Well, he did while he was governor, and then the legislature pulled the plug finally.
Right. So, but we're still under
Well, no,
a time.
no, I can tell you.
Can you help me clarify that?
Yeah, Act 49 is where much of this, pardon me, it's 177. 173 provides that, it says, essentially it says the the State Board may now resume its work on Rule 2200. Instead of a get-out-of-jail-free card, we've been prevented from doing anything. It now says, with the guidance that's provided in 173, we may adopt rules that will implement that guidance. And so we would resume the Rule 2200 process, which has been in suspension. And we wouldn't start from where you left off. We would start with a new set of proposed rules to implement what's provided here in 173.
Which is just special ed.
It's related, precisely, it's 2200 rules pertaining to special education.
And I would add that.
Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, that is very, very fair. The final sections of Act 173 originated as a separate bill dealing with independent school governance alone. They were combined by the General Assembly prior to passage. So when you go to those final sections, you'll see they're quite prescriptive about independent school oversight matters. And those statutes merely have to be translated into rules in the new 2200 series work.
So we're entitled to go back to them, not back to where we were, but back to 2200 and implement what's proposed here.
The statute has been changed quite substantially, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
It becomes effective in 2022 than the statute that existed when Rule 2200 was picked up previously.
Right. So I think that's a fair answer to your question, Bill. Yeah, it's all part of the same deal, but it's on a slightly different schedule.
Pushing against initiation of 2200 here in terms of time.
It's going to be very crowded.
I mean, to keep this here as an endpoint when we're pushing up hard here, it's going to compress us again later on.
Well, I think the only thing that we might seek relief on would be starting, relief from the obligation to initiate the special ed independent school rules in November. That means we should have started our work on it by now, because it's taken us, what, 8 months to get to this point for the 1300 and 2360. It'll probably take us at least 6 months to get to a similar point with the independent school rules.
When you say initiate, what do you?
Initiate is adopt a proposed final rule and send it to the ICAR people. That sort of kicks off that 6 to 8 month process. So we actually have some elbow room if we had an extension on the time we need to initiate. We'd still have it ready for the year 2022. But that's another matter. I think we're pretty clear that it's a separate process, and that brings us back, I'm mindful of the time, that brings us back to where we are now with 1300.
Can I just quickly clarify? It's a separate object. Is the advisory group still going to be engaged in that process?
Yes.
In the 2200
Yes.
series? Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
But a smaller subset, you're saying?
Well, I believe there was
Possibly.
a smaller subset that started having conversations about it, but I believe at some point the whole advisory group would weigh in on it.
Yes, the advisory group's mandate covers all of Act 173.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're comfortable with all of that, then the question to you is, how do you want to proceed from here? We could, if you wanted to, say, here's how we'd like 1300 to look, and here's how we'd like 2360 to look. Please, and this would be a request to the agency to please draft a rule that reflects those wishes of the board. And I'm sure the agency would do as we request. I think about the only sort of pending thing about that is the advisory group signed off yet on the 2360 changes? And the answer is not yet.
Correct.
So there'd have to be kind of a window of time for the advisory group to meet, discuss, hopefully agree with 2360s, and then you would know what it is we've asked you to do.
Well, we would not. I'm a little worried about that because you'd be giving us a conditional request, conditional on what a different body will do at their publicly aware meeting.
So maybe what we could do is,
Do we think that 2360 is, besides the input from the advisory committee, is perhaps a final product?
Well, that's a good question. Do you?
If I could just state that we've asked the advisory group many times to give us their feedback on Rule Series 2360, and the 3 changes that Judy proposed to you today, one was as a direct result of conversations.
Sorry.
So the first change, the definition of special education, is exactly what the advisory group has asked for in their written documentation that you've reviewed last month. And the other 2 changes are technical and what we found in our final scrub to bring to you today.
Isn't the only issue that's out there still hanging is the surrogate parents
And as
portion?
far as, and I'll represent to you today working in the education field, I think the field has believed that that rule has been in effect for the past 3 years, exactly as it appears in this draft.
And we're just proposing to put it back in as is. So we're back to status quo.
The
I'm
other-
seeing some, Marilyn,
other
I'm seeing
change-
some nodding out back there.
Okay.
What do you think?
It's probably correct, but I would want to go back and verify, because again, I'm just seeing that draft for the first time. It looks consistent, but I haven't had a chance to compare it. I would also point out that they added a rule.
Would Russell Schillendorf please come to the main office? Russell Schillendorf to the main office, please.
They moved a rule. So the other thing I don't think that you mentioned today was on residential placements. And that there is a reference in this draft that you're presenting today on the 2360 series that you've taken a rule and moved it. That was in the draft that I looked at, and I just want to point out but that also was a change that was not in the 2360 series. And we have some concerns about that it conflicts actually with the statute.
I don't believe that's entirely accurate. So the rule that you're referring to, residential placements, has been renumbered only since June.
Board, one possible approach for you to think about is to proceed with what we have in front of us today, i.e. your request that the 1,300 rules align with the recommendations of the advisory group and the agency's proposals with regard to 2360 as presented today, and ask for a document that does just those 2 things, knowing that if there are particulars around surrogate parenthood or other things, there is an 8-week period at which we can receive testimony and can make changes. We don't want to make big changes, as Bill has advised us, and I'm sure we all agree with that. We'd like to have it about 98% right.
So let's get that as a motion then.
And please.
It was the first part that I was, first felt senses that you, in terms
So
of.
what he said, huh?
Yeah, what he said, yeah.
Anybody wish to articulate that?
So to move 1,300 with alignment with the comments from the advisory committee and 2360.
Not comments.
1,300 language?
Yeah, language, yeah. Yep.
All right, thank you.
And then what with 2360?
And then 2360 as proposed by the agency today. And the specific motion that I think we're after is a motion to adopt those as the proposed rules for rulemaking. And then there would be a second motion to initiate rulemaking. 2 parts. So are you comfortable with the motion in front of us? And I think it's to the effect of, shall the board adopt the language advocated by the advisory group for 1,300 in whole as laid out in their December proposal, and shall it also adopt the 2360 rules as presented by the agency today? And shall we adopt those as the board's proposed rules?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'm not going to paraphrase.
Second. And Suzanne, do you have it?
No, who made the motion?
And Peter Pelt seconded. Is there further discussion? Is there clarity on what we're voting on?
Clear as mud. Yeah.
I think so.
You think so?
Yes.
Can I
Yes,
just
please.
clarify who's responsible? Do we expect, and is it response, is it fine that the agency is going to incorporate the advisory group's language in what we're moving forward.
Let us put it
Who's
this
doing
way.
it? Are we doing it?
Let us put it this way. This is what the board wants the rule to say.
Okay.
Let's get that clear.
Yeah.
And then we can work out whether they will cooperate with drafting the rule in that, to that effect, or we'll have to figure some other way to get it drafted the way we want.
There need to be no doubt that the agency will staff the work that the board
Great.
approves.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
So-
the only thing I don't know that we've discussed, and we may not have time for it, but I think we indicated clearly in our motion from the last meeting that we expected the recommendations of the advisory group to be incorporated in the next version we would get
Right.
from the AOE.
Right.
And if they were not to be, then we expected there to be some explanation of why that wasn't happening. And so I don't think we did that part. There are some things that were not incorporated, and I don't know if we've heard what that explanation is.
And that is what I came prepared to be totally transparent with you. I think you can tell I was pretty upset to hear that I had disappointed the board, essentially, is what you said to
I
me
don't
at
think
the
of you as
beginning of this
personally.
meeting.
It was the secretary that we communicated with.
So, well, I take full responsibility. So I came prepared with 2 documents today, a red line copy and a clean version, because things were getting a little tricky, to show you where we have accepted, and we think that the advisory group's comments in that December draft are well taken. We want you to adopt a rule that says as much, and some places where we get their idea, and we think some different language would accomplish the result better. And one place where we do not think that their change is consistent with the federal regulation and would be ill-advised.
Would you be able to do that for us? I mean, we're really hurting on time now, and I wish this question had come up earlier in our discussion. Could you do that for us using this?
No, I cannot.
You can't.
No, the document mill that you helpfully sent me actually has language in the first block that is not in the advisory group's draft that you have articulated to support. So there's at least some confusion among the advisory group about what's in their draft and what's not.
Well, no, there's not confusion about what's in the draft. There might be confusion as to what's in this side by side.
Okay.
So I think we should
We're
discard
working
the
from
side
the
by
draft.
side.
We're working
So the
from the
draft,
December
right.
draft.
Okay.
What is your thought?
Yes.
No, we made the motion and seconded it, right?
That's right.
Now we're having discussion.
And I'd like to hear the motion again. I share Kim's concerns here, is we were supposed to be delivered, and I'd like something that gives us some degree of assurance that this will happen.
Right, and I do think it's reasonable to understand what the concern was and why the AOE couldn't do what was asked. So
Fair enough.
And can
Fair
I
enough.
just please read your minutes, Mr. Chair, from the last meeting? I think that it's important to get in the record the motion that you voted on for people who watch the video later.
Yeah. Suzanne, can you find the minutes, or do you have them?
I have it.
We have them.
So on page 5 of your minutes, I won't read the full first paragraph on the top of that page. That's too much. Chair Carroll asked for a motion. O'Farrell moved to endorse the recommendations of the advisory group and urge the AOE to incorporate these changes in their next draft, which will be provided in advance and voted on the next meeting. Gleason seconded. The motion passed. The sentence right before that was not the motion, so I didn't want to read that as part of the motion. But Chair Carroll proposed that unless the AOE came back with compelling reasons not to consent to the proposals, then these proposals should be in the final draft. I think that's where the agency and the board became confused with one another, in all fairness.
Okay.
I've got compelling reasons.
All right, fair enough. That's a fair point. I'm just thinking about all the people who've come here for a meeting that starts at 2 o'clock. Board, what is your wish? Do you want to postpone this to another time, or do you want to proceed? Sorry?
I think the motion covered this issue.
Well, I think that what the agency is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you haven't heard from us as to why we don't concur with the advisory group's recommendations. And that they intentionally made these recommendations knowing full well that they were not aligned with the advisory group's recommendations, and they would like an opportunity to explain why.
You know, I wouldn't even go so far to say we would like an opportunity to explain why. As long as it's on the record that we had reasons why, it's the will of the board what you do next.
Of course.
Could we have the motion read back to us?
Please.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, you're doing fine. Suzanne?
This is my scratch.
Understood.
Shall the board adopt the language advocated by the advisory group in whole from the December meeting and the 2360 rules as presented by the Agency of Education and adopt them as proposed rules? As your rules.
Yep, exactly, as the board's rules.
I think, are we all covered here?
No.
I continue to have the curiosity, but I imagine, as I look at those differences in this, I guess frankly, I wouldn't find the AOE's and my notes on it, description of the process they will do with the technical manual, that was not especially satisfying to imagine that the feedback from the field will be incorporated. So that is an area of difference between the two.
Right.
And I, personally found the clarity in the advisory group's language to be more
I felt the same way.
more clearly linked to the feedback
Yep.
that was being sought.
Yep.
So, and the other component of addressing the costs of an independent placement in a special ed only school,
Yeah.
I think is really important. So I guess personally, unless we're hearing otherwise, or there was no cover to the AOE proposed language that explained where the differences were and why they took the position they did, in the absence of time to discuss further, or I guess I would need to lean in the favor of what the motion is suggesting.
Or is there another motion?
Yeah, no, I
I
feel like we spent a lot of time on
Yeah, we have.
the logistics that maybe we would have gotten the answer.
I feel like
right?
in fairness to the agency, I'd like to give them a chance to make their case. As much as I'm eager to get this thing moving, it just feels like we would be short-circuiting a process if we didn't do that. So what I suggest we do is leave this matter exactly where it stands with the motion pending. I think we can do that, if you're willing, so that we come back to this, and I guess it'll have to be at either a special meeting or at our next meeting, which is very frustrating because we're eager to get moving, but.
Can we withdraw my motion?
No, I don't think you need to withdraw it. I think we can just leave it on the table.
In order to be withdrawn, the whole board would have to consent, because it's the board's
Yeah,
motion now.
Yeah, and I think we could just leave it on the table and suspend this discussion for now and schedule to a time yet to be determined.
And in so doing, are we clear on the expectations?
The expectation is that the agency will do what they don't feel they had time to do here,
If we can change
which is to walk us through those changes and why they did not concur with them.
If we could change the expectations to the agency agrees to present these things in and develop the language, then I think we could do something with it.
How does that go, Bill? I'm sorry?
Emily was saying that they didn't have a strong commitment to do what we had asked, but if we put this in and based on what Emily said, that it will in fact comport with that, then I become happier.
Please.
I think what might be most helpful for the agency to prepare for whenever you get together next, we'll find out, is to prepare two versions of Draft 1300. One that is reflective of the advisory group's changes, and one that we would be advocating for you to adopt, realizing that you're probably not going to, listening to your conversation so far. But we'll give it a shot.
Can we ask that that be accompanied with your rationale? Because I think that is really what we
Yeah,
were looking
that-
for last
yeah.
time, and not hearing it and not having the time for the conversation that I know
It's
you were
what we
prepared
thought we were
for.
giving you in this
But-
hour today.
That's right, no, understood. So if
Fair
it
enough.
were to be coming to us in written form for our consideration
Right.
of A or B, which
Right.
is what we were not hoping
Oh, we
would
might
end
even
up
be able to have-
happening, but is.
If we got that, we might even be able to do it over the phone in a warned meeting.
If I could, Megan sent you a document
Yes.
labeled
Yes.
P5-A.
Yeah.
And that just, if this is going to be postponed, folks could look at this because
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it
that's-
captures what the conversation was at the last meeting. So when the agency came to us with the new 1300,
we didn't see the actual language, but we discussed it, and Megan did do a pretty good job, I think, of summarizing the conversation. That might be helpful to each
All right.
of you to understand,
All right.
maybe a little bit better what the agency's rationale was.
So we would then ask that if you would do a kind of this explanation in writing for us in advance, and if you would share that also with the advisory group, and then we'll convene a meeting to continue and conclude this discussion, perhaps by phone. It'll be duly warned, of course, at which we would like to hear from the agency. We have questions of the agency, and we would have questions of the advisory group who would have arrived with their views on the agency's commentary. Is that a fair enough arrangement?
I'll prepare for you a memo explaining the two real substantive areas of difference.
And why?
I'll have to give that to the advisory group before you meet because you'll be expecting them
Precisely.
to comment on my memo
Right.
before your maybe phone
Right.
meeting.
But you don't have to wait for a meeting. You can send it to them, and then they either can meet or do a phone meeting. We can move this forward. You don't have to wait for a meeting to present it. Just write it, send it to us, send a copy to them, please.
So not to complicate things further, but the 2360, if the advisory group has strong feelings that there's something missing in the reflection of the bigger substantive changes, is that
Okay.
reasonable that they
Yeah.
provide us with that?
Yeah, but
I'll
let's
check
stay
that.
within the bounds of what the agency has proposed, if you
All right,
can.
I mean, I will point out that we did have a conversation at the advisory group about an MTSS rule, which you have,
Right,
that I
I've
sent
seen that.
you. And the
Yeah.
group is, I believe, intending to talk more about that at its next meeting.
Yeah,
So just
but
putting
if-
that out there.
That kind of thing can come up in the public comment period.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
I
fine.
think we really want to try to just get sorted through on what's in front of us.
And is that just because it's not been through
Yeah.
the process before, we can expect that even though we're saying it's 98% what we expect to be right, there is still opportunity through the hearing process to make amendments?
It certainly is.
Okay.
That's the whole
Just
point.
wanted to
Yep.
understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Thank
Well
you.
done, everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And now, so we're only, what, 15 minutes late for us. That's pretty good, y'all. Those of you who have come here for the hearing. Or if you want to just stand and stretch for about 2 minutes, but don't go anywhere. So welcome, everybody. We'll all try to speak loudly so you can hear us. There's a podium being rigged up here. And for any of you who are speaking and are speaking as an individual, that is not part of a panel, it might work best if you speak at the podium. And Bill, if you would turn the podium sort of to address this way, yeah, okay. So you'll be able to address us and be heard because apparently that has a speaker that'll help you be heard. What we suggest to you is everybody has an allotted time, and you all know what that is. Individual speakers, I think typically you'll have 15 minutes. Our counsel to you would be to use no more than 2/3 of your time to make your presentation, so that you're leaving 1/3 of your time for responses, questions, dialogue with us. Recommendation for all of you is you know more about proficiency-based learning than we do. You don't need to spend a lot of time impressing us with your qualifications or your experience. We're impressed, otherwise we wouldn't have invited you. And just think about, what is it I want these people to learn from me? And focus on that. The 2 or 3 things that you want us to really take away from your time in front of us, all right? So any comments or questions or suggestions from the board? You ready to go? So we're here to listen. And we'll begin with John Downs of the Tarrant Institute. And my colleague here, John O'Keefe, will show you his signs telling you stuff about how much time you have left.
This is red.
Right. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I appreciate this chance to share with you some thoughts. My name is John Downs. I'm the director of the Tarrant Institute for Innovative Education, and we're with the College of Education and Social Services at the University of Vermont. With 11 of my colleagues, we've spent the last 5 or 6 years helping schools improve.
Let's, John, turn the lectern facing that way more, the whole box, more.
And I'll try to speak more into the mic. Is that any better? I wonder if we can turn this up a little bit.
You might even turn it even more, even though it'll be sideways for you.
Yeah, okay.
Because the mic will project out toward the folks.
Okay, I'll try to do my best here. For the last 5 or 6 years, since passage of Act 77, my colleagues and I have worked with 50 schools as they've tried to improve education generally, but primarily through implementation of Act 77. Although we've worked mostly with middle grades, that's our area of expertise, grades 5 through 9, because of the configuration of schools in Vermont, we end up in elementary schools and working with younger grades as well as high school grades. I'd like to share a bit about the rationale for our work, the lessons from our implementation work, and maybe some ideas for you to consider as you listen to the rest of the testimony today. I want to start with an anecdote from the very beginning of my work at UVM 13 years ago. And it starts with an assignment from a humanities teacher that every student, this is 7th and 8th grade, should go out into the community and interview someone they admire. One student, who was growing up in a suburban housing development, decided to interview one of his peers, who was growing up on a farm. And he made a video, and in the video, his classmate shows him how to use the milking equipment, shows him how to feed the animals, how to blend antibiotic into the feed, how to compact and deal with silage. And what came out of this, clearly in the video, was how much admiration his classmate had for this kind of work, the amount of responsibility that was entailed in being a 7th grader growing up on a farm. But it's interesting to me that only the one creating the video received any credit for this work. The teachers had never really known what the student growing up on a farm was doing every day, maybe twice a day, and he never received any credit for it. And I wonder what that meant as he went through high school, taking biology, maybe he did some land management kind of learning somewhere along the way, maybe economics. But did he ever have the chance to make the connection between what he was doing in his daily life and that coursework? And if he didn't make that connection, what implications did that have for his performance in high school and whether he even considered college? To me, that summarizes one of the key challenges that we face in improving education in Vermont. Can we close the gap between what's taught in secondary schools and what's really needed for post-secondary success? Can we close the gap in what is taught and what students find engaging enough to learn deeply and persist in the face of challenges? And that anecdote, I think, conveys the opportunities of out-of-school learning that we so often overlooked. When we try to close these challenges, a wide range of researchers and organizations have identified the need for high schools, in particular, to know their students better, to have a keen understanding of individual students, to design flexible pathways that are responsive to who those students are, their interests, what they need, and to develop an assessment system that is formatively rich and that informs that learning and supports that learning. To me, that's exactly what Act 77 tried to lay out. In conjunction with the education quality standards, it said we needed personalized learning plans, flexible pathways to learning, and proficiency-based assessment. To our group, these things can be restated as knowing students well, creating engaging and personally meaningful learning opportunities, and designing assessment to support that kind of learning. Proficiency-based learning entails, in particular, clearly articulated competencies, task-neutral criteria, portfolios and exhibitions that can capture evidence of authentic learning and work, multiple opportunities to achieve proficiency, students taking ownership, and an emphasis on formative assessment and reflection and performance assessment. None of these ideas are new. They are not meant to replace everything else we do, but they do fill critical gaps in our current practice. And yes, we do need to create new systems in order to make them work, and that might have implications for existing systems as well. If there's one thing we've learned in our work so far, it's that these three pillars, if you think of them that way, are interrelated and interdependent. When we've struggled with implementation, when teachers have struggled with implementation, when students have been disappointed by implementation, it's because the three pillars aren't instituted in concert. It's when students are asked to set goals, but only goals relating to the learning that teachers value, not that they value. When they are asked to collect authentic evidence and examine it against proficiencies, but that evidence isn't authentic in their minds, or they can't share it with a public audience, students just see it as more work. Students have rebelled against PLPs until they've had a chance to redesign them as vehicles for capturing what they find personally meaningful. Teachers and students have rejected goal setting unless it's about something bigger, something new. This interdependence, to me, is remarkable because it reflects a coherent policy. That if you take out one piece, the rest of it kind of falls apart. And it's more important when you think of all the other benefits that we could have from some of this work. If we're trying to take equity seriously, for instance, it'll call upon us to know students well, to design learning opportunities that are relevant and meaningful to those students, and to design assessment that really supports learning. It comes with challenges too. Implementation takes years. Probably our biggest failing in trying to improve schools is to not sustain implementation over a long enough period of time. Instead, we move on to the next thing. We can expect a J curve, if you're familiar with that term, that in the early stages of implementation, we will struggle. We will wonder if the new implementation is better than the old way. It takes time to get out of that curve and to see the benefits of long-term implementation. I think that's what's happening when we hear about things like people struggling with grades and that they don't capture what they care about and value. It takes a long time to understand what a new form of assessment means. I think it's what we hear when we are talking about people worried about content knowledge, that more project-based learning, more real-world learning doesn't seem to generate the same content knowledge. It takes time to learn to do those practices well in a way that leverages content to its fullest. I think as you listen to the rest of the day, I encourage you to think about a couple things. One is that proficiency-based assessment doesn't need to solve everything. We have other tools, other assessment tools to solve the problems that proficiency-based assessment just isn't good at. I encourage you to listen for the gaps. What are the gaps we're trying to fill? We came up with Act 77 because kids were not getting certain kinds of learning opportunities. And we were worried that it reflected in low post-secondary participation, for instance. We need to fill those gaps. I also encourage you to think about how this could benefit us in the longer term. Our experience with schools is that this work requires coherent and intensive professional development. It requires devoting the necessary time, seeking collective efficacy across a whole faculty engaged in morally important work they value, seeing real changes over time, achieving real milestones in the near term, not just working and working and working, thinking that it's going to pay off in the end. We can intensify the implementation of these practices to solve a lot of other problems. Equity alone is best served by many of these same practices. Let's think about that, please, as we go through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Yes.
Yes, Bill, please.
You talked about proficiencies, but also personalized learning. And it seems like there are two different concepts there. And one leads itself towards a very set-piece curriculum, another leads the personalized instruction to a very open-ended kind of thing. How do you meld the two?
Well, first, I think it's important to clarify what my definition of personalized learning is. So when we listed the things like students having ownership over their learning, out-of-school learning opportunities, self-directed learning, that is my definition of personalized learning, as opposed to sometimes what we see in the literature, personalized learning being plugging kids into computers. So clearly it's about this deeper learning, which is another term we hear. The key is that the evidence that gets generated from truly personal learning is not amenable to teacher tests. It's not amenable to standardized tests. It requires different tools in order to evaluate it. And that's why we originally came up with standards-based assessment, and proficiency-based assessment is simply an extension to it. One of the key extensions to it is this idea of task neutrality, so that the same rubric, for instance, the biology and husbandry and environmental sustainability that was relevant to the farmer's life, could be evaluated whether it was being experienced on a farm, in a zoological experience, or in a lab. The same rubrics, the same criteria, the same expectations. That's what we need if we're going to design learning opportunities that are responsive across the ethnic spectrum, the racial spectrum, the SES spectrum. That's what I mean.
You mentioned gaps in assessment. It's simply relying upon proficiency assessment left gaps. What are the gaps in assessment, and how do we assess? How do we fill those gaps?
Well, I think we're well on our way to that if we take seriously a comprehensive assessment scheme, which we're supposed to be doing.
Right.
And I think we have many of the parts and pieces. Standardized tests, for instance, may still be our best way of raising red flags about particular students' basic performance in literacy and numeracy.
Mm-hmm.
Proficiency-based assessment may not be good at that. But proficiency-based assessment may be good at helping to determine whether all students are getting access to deeper learning opportunities, opportunities to apply knowledge in novel contexts. If we value those outcomes as they predict post-secondary participation, for instance, or deeper learning in general, then we need an assessment tool to help us do that.
So, John, how would you respond to the criticism that...
Speak up.
I'm sorry. How would you respond to the criticism that proficiency-based grading, so on the report card, leaves too much gap between different learners? So in the old-fashioned days, an A student and a C student could now be graded as proficient. How do you respond to that, and are there solutions to it to try to break that, to try to get more feedback on the level of learning that each student is obtaining?
Frankly, I have a hard time reconciling that, and here's why. I'm not sure that we should even be talking about proficiency-based grading.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the concept of grading in most of our minds tends to cobble together multiple issues, whether it's student behavior, compliance, and yes, perhaps some achievement information. But it all gets jumbled together. So if what we're trying to do in implementing proficiency-based grading is to replace the old grading system, it's not going to work. We're going to undermine the qualities of proficiencies. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that we could come up with just as reliable and probably more valid approach to gauging student progress if we were to look at a portfolio of authentic work that's assessed against proficiencies than we have ever had based on the various teacher judgments across multiple classrooms, teachers who barely talk to each other, much less align their expectations, and then jumble the whole student experience into a grade. I think that we can still achieve an end of knowing whether students are getting the kind of learning opportunities and outcomes that we're after. But it would be part of a comprehensive scheme. It's not just proficiency-based assessment that can do that.
Thank you.
I think, very good. I think we have to stop there.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Tom
this.
Johnson. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from David Ruff, Executive Director of the Great Schools Partnership. Thank you for coming here, David, from Portland, Maine.
That was hard to pull up the plates. I was wondering why that was.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Carroll, for asking me here. And it's actually a lovely drive over this morning, so it was not a problem at all. And I'm really honored to be here and really impressed by all the Vermont educators who are here to, in some way, be a part of this collective work that's going on here. As John said, my name is David Roof. I'm the Executive Director of the Great Schools Partnership. We're a nonprofit. Our offices are located in Portland, Maine, but we're working all over New England and actually outside of New England to an increasing extent. It's there. We envision an equitable, rigorous, and personalized education system that prepares every student for college, for work, and for citizenship. And I would stress that it's college and work and citizenship. It's not one of those ends. And by college, we're specifically looking at four-year programs, two-year programs, quality certificate programs, further learning for kids that are there. And just briefly to note that importance of citizenship, because I fear in some cases we get really caught up in all the academics and we don't remember it's about having good people, not just smart people with us. It's also important to note that we believe strongly in educational equity, meaning that we want to ensure just outcomes for each student. We want to raise marginalized voices, and we want to challenge the imbalance of power and privilege that is in our country today. For us, proficiency is an equity agenda at the core of it. Just a little, briefly to state too, so you know some of our insight on this. We do run the League of Innovative Schools, about 190 schools in New England at this point, 25 members from Vermont. I would say you're second in membership behind Connecticut, only because they have more schools. The Vermonters are heavily, heavily involved in that. So, and I would state, I won't be as able to give you specific examples from Vermont as the people we're going to be following, but I can give you a sense of what we're seeing across the state, across the region, across the country. So quickly, let me talk just a little bit about the country. Proficiency is happening across the country. I would look at two reports for that. One that was put out by the Excel in Ed, or the Foundation for Excellence in Education. They just did a policy analysis, and they found that proficiency is allowable in every state but one. Wyoming does not allow it, for whatever reason, I'm not sure. But it either is an expectation or it's a pathway that can be used in every one of the other 50 states. The other piece that's important is the Aurora Institute. They keep an updated listing on progress in terms of implementation of what they call competency or proficiency. And again, they find that every state has the ability to encourage, support, or require some level of work around proficiency-based learning. I'm interested by a couple of questions you guys asked, and I would love to actually dig into some of those. But to give a perspective there, my sense of the work here in Vermont, I actually think it's probably not right to see it as a proficiency work as much as it is about personalized learning, which combines, to build to your point, proficiency and personalization that's in there and pathways that are in there. And the key thing there is proficiency, simplistically, is simply saying, here's what we want kids to know and be able to do, and we're going to set up our system to make sure they get there. Pathways creates all kinds of learning opportunities for kids. There's problems with both of those approaches. The proficiency approach doesn't actually require that kids take ownership of their learning. It just says, here are the standards, we're going to get there. The pathways approach, the problem is it doesn't actually set any common standards. And so you could create really rich, thoughtful pathways for some students, and not necessarily intentionally, but we have seen it happen, less than rich and thoughtful pathways for other kids. It's only by combining these two pieces where you say, here is a common core set of learning we want for all kids, and we're going to create multiple pathways to get kids to those ends, that we actually reach a deep, equitable learning agenda that's there. I want to actually spend most of my time just talking a little bit about what I would argue are 6 key lessons that we've learned in successful sites that are doing this work. And I'm happy to dig into any of those, and I would say this key lessons came down from about 18 of them, and so there may be others that we can actually share and talk a little bit about. So schools that are doing this well, we see these things. 1, they limit the number of standards required for graduation. Excuse me. So I would make a note. There are a lot of standards that are out there that are needed to develop the curriculum. What do we want kids to experience? What do we want them to go through? There's a smaller subset that is, what are we going to actually assess kids around? What are we going to determine their capacities on? And then there's even a smaller subset that says, these are the, like, we call them level of accountability for students. We're going to hold kids accountable for them. Okay? That is crucially important, because if you hold kids accountable to every one of the standards you've used for curriculum, you get into a checklist mentality. I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. I had a call from a superintendent who called me and said, I'm really aggravated with you. You told me if we went to proficiency, our kids would be thinking deep thoughts. I went in and I asked them about their work, and all they could tell me was, they checked this, they checked this, they checked this, they checked this. And I said, what was your level of accountability? And he said, we made sure they got every single one of those small standards. And I said, that's why they're doing exactly what you've designed for them to do. They're checking off those things. They're not thinking big thoughts. You need to limit the number of standards, we call them graduation proficiencies, that would be there for kids. 2, you need to personalize learning, but you need to be cautious about individualized and isolated learning. Learning is a joint activity. Okay? Kids, there are some times we all have to sit by ourselves and really think and work hard, but overall, there's significantly more success by bouncing ideas back and forth across people. That is a crucial component of this, and in some cases, schools have moved to an isolated individual learning as opposed to setting up pathways for kids to work collectively to deepen their learning. I would put a little piece aside there about online learning. I think there are uses for online learning. I would not at all support an entirely online program. I think it isolates kids, puts them away from teachers, it puts them away from other students, it puts them away from deeper learning. 3rd, transferable skills matter and are extremely influential to both students and teachers. Vermont has done a lot of work around transferable skills. It's incredibly thoughtful, deep, worthwhile work. But getting to that idea of how do I get kids to think about these ideas and move them forward, those are the skills that employers want, those are the skills that colleges want, those are the skills that lead to success. And far too often we worry about the nuts and bolts and we don't get it to transferable skills. It's not to say that nuts and bolts are important. We want all kids to be able to read well, want them to be able to compute well, but it's about those transferable skills. 4, students should be encouraged to learn beyond the common graduation competencies. And so if you have this set and say this is what's required for graduation, we would want kids to say, here's other things we want to learn. Here are other things we want to engage in. There are things that some students are interested in that others aren't. We need to make sure there's space in the learning day for that to happen. Successful implementation is highly dependent upon giving teachers enough time, resources, and consistency. If I could say one thing to you, and John noted this earlier, the biggest fault that we see in systems level change is not holding on to the change we're talking about. And that doesn't mean making adjustments and making corrections on that, but we see states head off in this direction and then take a left turn this way and a right turn that way, and they don't keep going with their work. Teachers are amazing people. If given the time and resources, they will figure out how to make things better for kids. And then finally, and this is a little bit linked into grading, so it's kind of a bunch in this one. Concerns that we've heard from people. College admissions. I would tell you college admissions has not been the problem that the public thinks it would be. You can go on our website. There's over 80 institutes of higher education there right now who have noted that transcripts that come that are proficiency transcripts will not be a problem for admissions. That actually only makes sense. As a little story, we went down to Harvard. We thought, well, we'll ask Harvard first. And the dean of admissions laughed at us when we walked in. And we thought at first it was because he thought the idea was stupid. He said, no, it's because of course we'll accept those kids. We accept kids who are homeschooled. We accept kids from all across the country. We accept kids internationally. If you think we can't understand a transcript, you don't know what we do. And we went and checked that out with everybody else, and they all said the same. The second piece, the NCAA hasn't probably been a big piece here in Vermont, but the NCAA is a little bit of a sticking point here. Because the NCAA looks and says for kids to be eligible for athletics, they have to get so many quality points. So essentially they take a look at your core courses, English, math, science, social studies, foreign language, and they add those up and they give quality points about those. You have to get to a certain level of quality points to be athletically eligible. It's actually not a problem with proficiency. The problem is schools have to go onto the NCAA's website and explain their grading system. If you explain your grading system, you are fine. Third piece, scholarships. Scholarships is a little bit, of all these three, I say I'm not worried about admissions, I'm not worried about the NCAA. Scholarships are a little more tricky. And the reason they're a little more tricky is because there are so many of them, and a lot of them are small, local, very tight scholarship requirements. What we have found out, however, is if schools go to the people who are running the scholarship programs and say, what are you trying to understand through, they might say we want a B average, go to them and say, what are you trying to understand by maintaining a B, they have to have a B average. They say we want to make sure our students are academically prepared, and the school says, we are going to show that in this way. I have yet to hear of a place where that's been a problem. So that one is a little trickier, but it's not a real big issue. And then I would finally end with the notion of grading, which is kind of linked into all these pieces here. It's important to know, grading is a communication device. It's a way that we say to parents and kids, here's how students are doing. And there are two things we're trying to get across with that. One is, what is the absolute that your child is learning? The second is, are we okay with that? Is that where we think your child should be? The giving an A, B, or C does the second. It doesn't necessarily do the first. By getting an A, not a problem. But what does your child actually know? It's not clear there. I would be stress. We know schools that use A through F, 0 to 100, 1 through 4, narrative grades, all doing proficiency. I don't think that is a key component of proficiency. The key piece is explaining what it is you're doing. That's the most important piece so that the communication is understood. The bigger issue there is actually not the nomenclature of the grade, but how we're actually coming to an understanding around what that grade is. So let me stop there and turn to you guys for questions.
Paul has a question.
So during the previous presentation, I heard a lot of the mention of this term of authentic work and how it's going to be assessed over time. And it's the understanding that I've gotten from the two presentations is that PLPs are the real main bit of proficiency-based or personalized learning, as you're saying. So how are students going to be assessed? What is your goal for students to be assessed into the future for that's almost like a standardized transcript of some sort when it comes to proficiency-based learning and or personalized learning plans for colleges to look at, for scholarships to look at, that type of thing?
So there's a couple things in your question. Let me try to unpack them. If we look and say we want all students to be able to read well, there's no argument we want kids to read well. The argument is what do we mean by well, okay? So one of the things that John talked about was this notion of task-neutral scoring criteria. So we would want to take that skill and we would want to very clearly mark out what do we mean by levels of well that's there. If we do that task-neutral, so it's not about this assessment, but about the concept of achieving that skill, then I can look at work that you've done on this assessment, or this assessment, or this assessment, or this assessment. It doesn't matter. So you can actually design the assessment that you, as a student, would want to undertake to demonstrate to me as a teacher you've achieved that standard. Okay? So that opens up the opportunities for different pathways without compromising an equity stance. The second part of your question was a transcript, and is there a way to get a common transcript? So the reality is there isn't a common transcript now that's there. That's a local decision. And I would, at the risk of giving you advice, I think going and trying to describe to local districts what their transcript should look like could be a problem that's there. What we find is the best strategy on that, and we've checked this out with college admissions officers, we've checked this out with the NCAA, is in most cases people do want to see a course grade. They want to see how did you do in English 9, how did you do in biology, and this is the second piece, how did you do in the science standards that are there? So that I can look at that and say, here are the courses that you did, and the course might be an independent study that you did, and I can see how you're doing on those standards. Simply having the courses can hide the standards. So there, by averaging those pieces in there, it can hide that. And so having a combination is a piece that we're seeing as being most successful, but I'm not sure it's going to be a common strategy that everybody's going to use.
Pops, relative Carnegie unit, how are we doing on that? And second, when we were engaged on the New England Secondary School Consortium, there was a big issue about the disengaged young males in terms of what they you know, and the percentages, if you might recall, were pretty high throughout New England. And how are we doing on that front?
So just to unpack that again, a Carnegie unit technically is, there's credits and there's Carnegie units, and the Carnegie units based on time that's there. What we're seeing in most places that are really implementing this work well is they're actually still using a credit system of some type as an accounting mechanism. So they'll still look and say, we want to have 4 English credits, but it's not tied to a time-based system like a Carnegie unit is there, but it's tied to the learning standards that kids are going through. That system seems to be working well with parents, with colleges, with scholarships, et cetera. It's there. And then your second question, Peter.
The concern about disengaged young males.
Oh, yeah, young males. So actually, after you had asked me that when I came in here, I went and looked up some Vermont data that we have. We have a data report. I have copies over here. I'm happy to leave it with you. That we collect common data across the 6 New England states. We look at 4-year graduation rate, 6-year graduation rate, college enrollment, dropout rates. I think that's 4. Oh, and college persistence. Actually, we now have college completion, and they're also looking to a 4-year college completion. And we disaggregate those by gender, by race, by ethnicity, by socioeconomic status, special education, ELL. It's in there. The good news is, and I don't have the individual Vermont data, but I'd be happy to get it and send it to you, what we have, that the gap in the 4-year graduation rate and the gap in the 6-year graduation rate between males and females is narrowing. So it is narrowing. I don't want to give you a false impression, geez, where it's about even, but it is decreased, depending on the state, 20 to 25% on that. So we're seeing a narrowing of that, which we're excited about.
So out of the lessons, when you stated the first lesson, it came to my attention, you said that there'd be a limited number of standards which were required for students to meet in order to graduate. And so obviously, we're not going to have a perfect education system, and we are going to have students who are going to be disengaged in class and not wanting to be there. So creating fewer standards for those students to meet, would that almost make them less prepared to go out into the world because there's fewer things that they're required to do in order to graduate? Because there are students who are engaged and are going to thrive with that, but then the students who aren't engaged, what do you do about that?
So I think it's an excellent question to be worried about what happens when kids need this skill to be successful and don't get it. I think that's the crucial thing you've got to figure out when you take your smaller list. You've got to look and say, what are those things that we would be concerned if that student crossed the stage and got a diploma? I don't think that student's ready for that. And I'll say a personal aha that happened to me, being at a high school graduation of a school where I was teaching. I remember a student walked across and I thought, oh, I'm kind of concerned, just like you're talking about. I know this student. There are some things this student doesn't know, but she's averaged out and she's fine. Right? And then I just happened to glance down the aisle I was in, and I saw a kid on the other end of that who wasn't graduating. Okay? And I thought, I'm actually not worried about that kid at all, because that kid has got these things, but didn't jump through all the hoops that we were talking about. So I would argue your point is crucially important, but we have to be clear about what are those things we're going to draw a line in the sand around and ensure that a child has those pieces.
David, we need to stop there. We thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Next is a panel of 4 teachers. The 4 of you, are you all here? Rachel Duffy, Kate Toland, Chris Whalen, and Jonah Ibsen. I hope you're all here. Come right down to this table, right down front, please. And pull up 2 more chairs. Those of you who are in the way back, there's still some empty seats down front. We'd like you to feel free to use those. And you teachers, we're going to ask you to speak nice and loud. What I'm going to suggest, 2 things. I think since many of you came after the beginning of our meeting, I'm going to ask the board to go around and just state clearly your name and your community, please. Go right ahead. Kyle?
Kyle Coutois, Georgia, Vermont.
Kim Leeson, Essex.
Peter Pelt, Woodbury.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
John O'Keefe, Manchester.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Sabina Brochu, Williston.
And I'm John Carroll, the chair from Norwich. Just a point of information for you. As you might have inferred, 2 of our members are students. And they're on the board for 2-year cycles, so that we get them usually as a junior, with occasional exceptions for sophomores. And then in their 2nd year, they become the voting member. So Sabina is a non-voting member of the board. Next year, she'll be a voting member. Kyle was non-voting last year, is now a voting member of the board. So they have a pretty significant influence and role, since there are only 9 voting members of the board. We work to get their votes on matters that we care about. So we hope you all can hear, and we encourage you educators to speak really very clearly.
Classroom voices.
Yes, yes, the one to get our attention. I'm going to suggest that ostensibly we have 40 minutes, but if we shade that down to 30, we'd be happy. What I would suggest we do is ask each of you to take 5 minutes or so to tell us how it's working in your school, what your experience of it is as a professional. John here will help you stay on track, and he'll show you when you've got 3 minutes, he'll show you when you've got 1 minute, and he'll show you when you ought to wrap it up. And then we'll just go around to the 4 of you, and then we'll have time for some questions and for some maybe questions among you as well. Okay? So let's start.
Great.
Who wants to go first? Will you please?
Sure.
Give your name and.
I'm Kate Toland. Thank you for having me here today. I'm not sure if you drafted the invitation as a whole board, but when I received the invitation, I was very proud of you because you gave us very clear proficiencies that we should be practicing today. You told us that you would be able to support unsupported assertions, and that you would be able to identify unsupported assertions, and that we should speak clear and effectively and use our time well. So I felt like you were already pretty familiar with proficiency-based learning, even though you might not know it. Thanks for having us here today. I'm Kate Toland. I teach at People's Academy, teach social studies. And I wanted to make 3 points about proficiency-based learning. I do have tremendous enthusiasm for proficiency-based learning, and I fully support the continued implementation. I think we're really just getting our feet wet and beginning to get into having remarkable conversations and getting underway. So very excited, and I would like to talk about just 3 significant shifts in my own practice and experience. My first is that proficiency-based learning, which is defined just on the AOE site, as you know, the focus of proficiency-based learning is on students' demonstration of desired learning outcomes. That seems very easy and very straightforward, but when I think about my first year entering the classroom, and I was handed a textbook and a workbook and a course title and not much else, and when I think about a new teacher starting in any school district right now in Vermont, and they receive all of the proficiencies in their discipline from a team of teachers who have been teaching their craft for a long time and working together to understand the heart of their discipline and outline these proficiencies, that's a great efficiency that's come out of this movement already, is that people start halfway or more into the conversation of people's career. The first point is about increased clarity. Proficiency-based learning has improved our social studies departments and our school's clarity about what matters most in learning. We continue to develop clarity about our proficiencies, and we are able to start the curriculum and instruction right with what matters most. It increases excellence in the conversations I've had with my colleagues over the last 3 years. When we sit down to have a conversation, we now think about how can we get better at teaching identifying rhetorical devices and the use of rhetorical devices in speeches and the effectiveness of those rhetorical devices. Tomorrow in international relations, we will start watching speeches from leaders around the world as they welcome the new year, and students will evaluate how leaders talk to their people. And I just emailed somebody last week for their latest learning scale about rhetorical devices. So if you think about efficiency as a state, when we increase our capacity as educators to understand what we're really going after, what matters most for our learners over 4 years in education, I think that's a tremendous efficiency. In terms of equity, instruction is focused and builds over time, and clarity increases equity. When students understand exactly what's expected of them, and not only that, but teachers are very well versed in knowing what a skill looks like the very first time a student has heard it, and at a more proficient with distinction is what we call it in our school. What does it look like when someone's really, really getting good? And we're able to talk to a student at this right here. I'm able to talk to this student. You've never even heard of it. You just transferred into our district, and I'm talking to you about the skill, and I'm also talking to Kim on the other side of the room. She's been at this for the year, and she's doing really well, and I know what that skill looks like at a variety of cognitive complexities. That increases equity, it increases excellence, and it also increases efficiency. The idea about cognitive complexity, I don't know if any of you know what I'm talking about when I say that in terms of proficiencies. Whoa, okay. All right, great. Yeah, that's wonderful. I'm excited about that. It's great.
Was
yeah.
that it? Was that
yeah.
your end?
Yeah, no. When you think about increasing cognitive complexity, we're working together as a group, as a school, as a district to determine what it looks like when a student is first introduced to a skill and has tremendous practice with it, and that's what I mean by cognitive complexity, learning progressions.
The last point about proficiency-based learning is that standalone, it doesn't do that much, as the earlier speakers talked about, just knowing skills. You also need to know your learners really well, which is the beauty of Act 77 and the educational quality standards together, because you need to know your learners really well so that they can demonstrate their learning in a variety of ways. That's the beauty of personalization and proficiency-based learning together.
Good. By the way, everybody, you all know that summaries of what people are going to present to us are in your packet. You fast learners have picked that up, but the rest of us are a little slow. So who goes next? Yeah, we're going to let each person present as Kate
That'll
just
be great
did.
if I can breathe again. That's
Yeah,
great. Give me a
yeah.
couple minutes.
You were really going there.
That's Kate. That's Kate. My name is Rachel Duffy, and I also work at People's Academy, primarily in English teacher, sometimes humanities. And the points I'd like to make are three real pluses with proficiency-based learning. The first, similar to what Kate said, is the clarity, the greater clarity that we've identified proficiencies in our disciplines and then broken those down even further, such as reading, comprehension, analysis, evidence, and that as teachers we indicate the target, what level of proficiency we expect students to reach at the end of particular marking periods. And kids often will ask that, what's the target now? What's the target? And then when we report on those proficiencies, it's more clear, I think, to students, to parents, to me. I'm reporting on reading, I'm reporting on argumentative writing, I'm reporting on what we call the writing process rather than one number or letter grade. And the student the other day told me that's one of the things she really appreciates. I love the opportunity for students to get feedback from me, and I find it more powerful when it's actually scores rather than sort of feedback in the middle of an essay. If I give them that final score and then they have the opportunity to work with me one-on-one, which we've built into our day, every day, not everybody to work with me, but anybody to work with teachers and improve that particular piece of work and improve their proficiency level. And I think more and more students are buying into that. And that I see around Rutland High School, flex period, which is what we call ours, and that's an important piece. Regarding equity, I love that students aren't burdened by averages. And I think in particular, students who come from homes where education might not be supervised as much or modeled as much may, if they were to have a test or a first essay, maybe those first scores would not be as high. And in our old system, those averages stay with them throughout, and we no longer have averages. And I really do see that as a big point of equity. Places I'd like us to improve in terms of proficiency-based learning are we still at People's Academy translate our proficiency grades, so to speak, to numerical grades in the end. And I feel like we're really limiting ourselves going full proficiency when we still have both. That is the end point for some people. What is that final grade? I don't even look at that. I don't even see that. But kids are, sometimes parents are focused on that. I'd love to get away from that, which is what I thought the original plan was, and I believe it was the original plan. I'd like us to work on having those proficiencies similar to, I think, the person before was speaking about students able to show their proficiencies more places. We're still a little bit too much siloed in our classrooms, and we need to move away from that. I'd love to extend to the tech center. We have students who might go to the tech center for a year and come back, and proficiencies aren't part of the language there as far as I can tell. And I'd love to see some connection to the early college as well. We were told, time is a variable in proficiency-based learning. That, to me, was one of the big tenets. But we don't treat high school that way yet, at least in my world. Kids come in, parents expect their kids to graduate in 4 years, and if someone were not to, I think it's seen as a failure. And I think true proficiency-based learning, we need to move away from the idea that everybody's going to finish in 4 years. Some will finish sooner, some will finish later. We have a number of kids who come in below the proficiency level of an entering ninth grader, and it's somewhat hard to believe everybody's going to reach full proficiency in 4 years if they start at a lower level. I know these are big things, but it's what I'm saying from my little position. And I think we need to keep working on improving the work ethic. I do think we saw a slip with the lack of our old compliance method of deadlines or I took off points for papers for years, and I think there has been a greater relaxation about getting assignments in on time. We made a change this year at People's Academy that's helped a lot, and I think we just need to keep tweaking it. I agree with people saying we got to stick with this. We have to stick with this. Despite frustrations, I wouldn't say stop. I just think there's a long way to go.
Well said. Hi, thanks for the invitation. Really honored to be here. My name is Jonah Ibsen. I'm an English teacher at Harwood Union High School in Duxbury. And I'm speaking from the perspective of a teacher who has spent, I think, hundreds of hours over the last 6 years trying to wrap my head around the philosophy of proficiency-based learning and how to implement it in my classroom and help colleagues do the same. I believe that proficiency-based learning is both radical and long overdue, both simple and complex, and in the best interest of students. And I'll try and keep my remarks focused on just 3 noticings that I've made over the last several years. The first of which is I think that proficiency-based learning compels teachers to see their role in a radically different way, a radically new way. So no longer can teachers really see themselves as disseminators of information and students as passive recipients. We really are facilitators of learning, and we need to sort of own the responsibility of all of our students making growth and progress. So we start off the year in the summer planning for our classes by first identifying the core skills that we want students to be able to demonstrate by the end of our courses. And at Harwood, we've done something sort of interesting, which is to do away with the separation between content skills and transferable skills. So all of our proficiencies or learning expectations are open to any teacher to teach and assess. But it's our responsibility to determine which are the most essential for our courses. Then we identify the content that we think is most relevant and engaging and important for students to learn, and that's what we share with our students. We then design ways for our students to practice those skills, to demonstrate mastery over them by the end of our courses, and it becomes our role to give them really clear, specific, and targeted feedback based on shared rubrics in order to help them both see where they are at any given point in time and make progress. I've noticed in my own, I teach primarily 9th grade, and I've seen real growth and progress in the learning of my students over the last 4 years in terms of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And I think I can demonstrate that or exemplify that with a particular example. So just last week, a student was in my classroom for an extended learning opportunity. It's a block built into our schedule where students can work with teachers to be retaught or reassessed or just have more time to work on something or to be given an enrichment opportunity. So this student was working on revising an essay about Animal Farm, and she had picked out this perfect quote, the last sentence of the book actually, and she knew that it was a great piece of evidence to support her claim, but she was having a hard time explaining exactly how, and so she asked for help. And she said, "Can you help me figure out exactly how this quote supports my claim?" And I think 5 years ago, that student would have said, "Can you help me figure out how to get an A on this essay?" And while her motivation may have been to get a 4, to be advanced, the conversation was radically different than the conversations I've had with students in the past. And that skill of being able to read critically and form your own ideas and support them with evidence, it's not just important in high school, but really in our democracy, in life beyond school. So I feel like with that really targeted feedback and that clarity of exactly what we're looking for, I just have seen that progress over the last several years. And the last point I want to make is that I believe that this shift to proficiency-based learning really requires teamwork amongst educators. So I was lucky enough 6 years ago to begin serving on a leadership team in my school, established by the principal at the time, Amy Rex, to start to really wrap our heads around what PBL is and how we might adopt it and implement it in our school. After that, I was also and have been continuously able to be a part of a 9th grade team. So all core educators, we meet every week to talk about our students and what we're teaching and what we're noticing, and we share lesson plans and assessments and ideas and questions. And I just think that cooperative model has been really key for me and really beneficial to students and really important.
Thank you very much. Chris?
All right, over to me. My name is Chris Whalen. I'm an English teacher at Harwood Union High School, and I'm happy to offer my observations about proficiency-based learning at my school. So I want to start off with a brief story about a former superintendent at our school. I've been at my school for 28 years. I've seen a lot of educational innovations come and go, as a speaker had said earlier. But Bob McNamara was the superintendent, and he said he really liked to see mental sweat on the part of the students. That meant that they were engaged in their learning, they were trying really hard and making their best effort. Mental sweat meant that the students were doing the hard work of learning and were gaining the benefit from it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see as much mental sweat with proficiency-based learning at our school. I see teachers working much, much harder, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but I'm not sure I'm seeing students consistently working harder under this new system. Okay, there's my first comment. Some of the speakers had said earlier in looking at proficiencies, and I think I wrote this down in my comments, some students are very much focused on whether a work is formative or summative. When we had a grading system, I think it was something that students would take seriously regardless of what the assignment was. I think when students hear that an assignment is formative, meaning that it's moving toward a summative assessment, it's taken less seriously, it's not done at all, because there's really no consequence. Folks, I believe, contrary to what an earlier speaker was saying, that I think grades or assessment needs to be closely linked to what students are learning, because they care about their grades. So do their parents. They want to know how they're doing. And I think when proficiencies are too complex for them to understand, as in our report card, I think it loses some of its urgency. And I think that's what I'm seeing with some of my students this year and last year as I've started with proficiencies. Folks, I love the theory, and I think some of the practice is really important for us to consider. But I'm going to say that I think good teachers always got to know their students well as learners, and always would work with them individually and would be clear about their expectations. I think that proficiencies might complicate things more than are always necessary, and that's my observation. So I guess I'm going to stop there and would welcome your questions.
So, Sabina.
Okay, quite a few. But
Just one for starters,
So
okay?
the first one, the biggest pressing issue I have with like proficiency-based learning that I've noticed, do a little graph here. So if you have a student coming in at the beginning of the year and they're getting 4s on assignments, right? And all throughout the year they're showing they're proficient and they can have good purpose in their essays. But then you have a student come in and doesn't really know how to do that, but throughout the year they get better and they get better. At the end, both students end up here with a 4 and they know how to write a purposeful claim. What happens when these grades here don't matter? All of a sudden this student feels like I don't need to put in effort at the beginning of the year, and then all of your students are doing this trend instead of doing this. So I feel like that is just something that I've noticed, like personally myself. I go in at the beginning of the year and I'm like, my grade here doesn't matter because in a month or two I'm going to reassess on this, so why should I put in 100% effort right now?
I'd like to respond to that. I hear that all the time.
And
I just want to commend the graphical clarity. That's stupendous. Go ahead.
You know, I think students that have struggled in the past are now really well supported through special education, through counseling and so forth. Our struggling students are well supported. I think the academically talented students struggle a little bit more in this system. And some of them have figured out quite early, I don't need to work very hard, particularly at the beginning, especially when I can redo work over and over again. There's a lack of urgency, that lack of mental sweat that Bob McNamara described, because you can get it done later on, you know?
Exactly.
And I think, you know, if you hear about young people having anxiety today, I think part of it is the fact that it's so open-ended. There's so very little deadline or a cut and dry sort of expectations that it just leaves everything kind of open-ended, and you can get to things when you want to get to them. And I don't know that that's good for young people consistently.
Chris, let's hear from Kate and Rachel and Donna. Thank you.
Okay.
What do you make of what Sabina's
Yeah,
asked?
it's a great question, and I think part of the design, the art of design at this point is making sure that doesn't happen. And so there's a narrative that your course has. So right now I'm starting to teach sociology. It's my first time teaching it, and the benefit of proficiency-based learning is that I did start with the proficiencies last summer, read the textbooks, spent a long time really understanding sociology, and so the narrative of the course, what happens every day, has a lot to do with creating an environment that's compelling and where people, you're doing work together, they want to get the work done. I'm just trying to think about today, students had to go out, and I introduced them to the sociological lens. They had to go out and do an observation and come back, write, hand it in, share their thinking together. Tonight they have a homework assignment related to understanding sociology. What is it? Tomorrow is the conversation about that. And we will begin talking about discussion, listening, speaking, public speaking. So I think your point is very well taken. In our school, we had to really we created a deadline and due date policy. The due date is this is when if you get the work in by this day, and then you can have revisions, we'll get it back to you. It has to be in by the deadline. If you miss the deadline, you may not resubmit on that. And again, there's lots of room within different people, different teachers' professional discretion for that. But I think we're designing learning environments where you're not just doing the same thing every single day, and so you know that in 3 weeks or 4 weeks from now that then you're going to submit something. You will have missed the context where that assignment was your claim and evidence. You're not just going to do one good one at the end. Is that kind of what you're I'm just wondering, so would you show up just with sort of an assignment that wasn't that well done because you don't want to? I would think we want to create environments where people want to show up with their best work and they're ready to get into dialogue with their peers about the text, and they have quotes from the text, and kind of we should create an environment where you want to bring your best work every day, and that's a challenge that we have to.
And yet you're not going to reward her, especially for having done so, if she does it over and over.
I mean,
It sounds like.
Excuse me?
It sounds like you're not going to reward that consistently superior performance. Is that what I'm hearing?
Of course you can.
I think it sort of depends on the grading system that your school has implemented and even the calculations behind it. For example, our first year, or actually our second year of proficiency-based learning, grading and reporting, we adopted Jump Rope as a reporting
That's what
platform.
we use, yeah.
You probably have as well. And I was on the committee that chose the calculation methods. So there are 8 different calculation methods you can choose from if you choose this grading platform. And we chose one called the Power Law, which sounded, in theory, really amazing. It was designed or based on the work of this educational theorist Marzano, and is this real growth model. It has this complicated mathematical algorithm behind it. But what we didn't really realize was the unintended consequence of, so given your graph, the student who went from achieving 1s at the beginning of the year to 4s at the end of the year actually got a better score than the student who was consistent at that higher level. And we actually changed mid-year despite the disruption that caused, because students had figured out that this was a system they could game. And so you can game any grading system if that's your intention. So I think it's really incumbent on each school to, first of all, separate proficiency-based grading from proficiency-based learning. I mean, they're hand in hand, but they're not the same. And you need to design a grading system that holds students accountable, yet also reflects what you believe about learning. And so maybe I wonder do you know what your school's calculation method is?
I don't know what our calculation method is, but I do know that I had an essay a few months back, and now I have a new essay due, and all of those grades are going to be replaced. So none of that work matters.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can just have a straight average. I mean, you could.
Yeah, it's not that, yeah, it's the most recent grade is what counts. I think that's how it works.
Yeah. So that's difficult.
Yeah.
I have not seen that, I can't remember, the orange color, the green one on the, I have not seen that happen as much as I feared. The green person decide, why don't I be orange? Because I can. Not as much as I feared, but more than I liked last year. And so we did institute, as Kate mentioned, this due date deadline practice, and I'm really pleased with it so far. For example, our grades are due today. Our grades are due now. And I have a few students in the one class that ended, 2 of mine continue, that will not pass the class at this point. They didn't meet the deadline. They'll probably be coming to me next week to see what they can do, and I will work with them a little bit more on my time than, when it's convenient for me. But those students who met the due dates, then we would work together if they chose to, if they wanted to improve their score. But we don't have jump rope when we don't do a calculation. We do professional judgment at the end for the grade. So if I were to see, let's say I had 4 essays and a student generally, let's say overall was getting basic proficiency for 3 of the essays, and the 4th one was proficient, I probably would give that person basic proficiency in that particular area.
I think we have to stop there. I really hate to, because it's a very, very rich discussion. I know it, yeah. But I'm thinking of who's next and all that. You've been terrific. Thank you very much, all 4 of you. And
People's Academy, I believe, had the first or second student member of your board many years ago.
oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
And we love your diversity as well. Thank you. So next we have 3 students. No, well, it says 2, but there's 3. And the high schools are wrong, too. That's all my fault. Don't look at Susanna. It's me. We have Hope, Rosanna, and Trevor. Is that correct? And did I get them in the right order? Which is Hope?
I'm Hope.
You're Hope, and you're the one from Montpelier.
Yes, I am.
Rosanna and Trevor. Am I saying your name correctly?
Rosanna.
Rosanna. Sorry. And Trevor are from Rutland High School. And we thank you all 3 for being here. And we'd ask you to do as you saw done before, 5 minutes, just a little background about your experience with this. And then conversation. Yes, Sabina?
Do we have testimonies to follow along?
No, we do not.
Okay.
We do not have last names either. All just because these are young people and they deserve their privacy. So, who would like to start?
Okay. So I'm Trevor McKay. I'm from Rutland High School. So I'm going to begin by just talking about some of the more personal positives that I've seen with the proficiency-based learning and standards-based grading, and then diving into some of the improvements that I think can be made as an overall trend. So the first positive that I've seen is the ability to retake tests. I think that not only helps students that are on the lower end of the achievement spectrum, but also on the higher end. For me personally, if I, for whatever reason, had a bad day, forgot to eat breakfast, stayed up late, and I did badly on a test, that gives me a little bit more leeway and provides a more relaxed learning environment so I don't feel as much stress. And I think that when implemented properly, retakes can also really help students that have struggled with the material with required retakes in order to get to that level of proficiency, and teachers having opportunities to help students with that. And then another positive that I've seen is with the rubrics and the standards that have been given to students. I think, in my experience at least, this has provided students with a more objective way of seeing how they're going to be given a metric to their work, how they're going to be graded, rather than some of the more subjective ways of the past. Kind of another byproduct of this entire system has been more flexible opportunities for students. So that can be seen in the flexible pathways initiatives that allow students, for example, to do early college, or to, in my school at least, we have a flex block period. So that's 45 minutes in the day where students essentially have free to go see any teacher they want. So that really helps students if they're struggling in, for example, calculus, to go to their calculus teacher and touch up on that. And teachers also have the ability to schedule students into their flex block. So if they see a student that's struggling, they can basically tell that student, you need to come see me so I can help you to the best of my ability. And then another thing that I've noticed that's been pretty positive is, I don't know if this is a trend because of standards-based grading and proficiency-based learning, but I've just noticed from at least my middle school, we didn't have any of that. We just had the traditional grading system. I've noticed that there's been a lot less peer-to-peer competition in terms of grades, and a lot more peer-to-peer collaboration in studying for tests and just talking about the class in general. So some areas of improvement that I at least have seen within my school is I think that there needs to be a greater codification of specifically standards-based grading. I think that the way I described it to somebody was standards-based grading needs standards. So, and what I mean by that is that this system is a system that our parents never grew up with, never experienced. It's really hard when, in my school at least, a lot of policies regarding grades and retake policies are at a departmental level. So even within the school, there's different policies and different ways that things are done. So I think that that codification could really help in a system that is a little bit more confusing than the previous system. And going off of that, I think that it's really important moving forward with this kind of learning system that we kind of abandon the 1 foot in, 1 foot out mentality that I think a lot of schools have had where, for example, we still have converted GPAs out of 100. I don't really think that that is reflective of what standards-based grading is trying to achieve, and same with proficiency-based learning. I think that it's really important that we dedicate ourselves to this new system and not trying to kind of uphold the preservation of the old. And I think that more specifically, something that I've been troubled by is when I'm in a class and I get an assignment that I can only achieve a level 2 proficiency on. I think that all assignments should have the opportunity to exceed the expectations. And then going off of the codification, I think that with anything to do with public education or public government in general, transparency is really important. Transparency helps students know how they're going to get graded. It helps parents know how their kids are going to get graded. And it also kind of provides an oversight function. So if parents see a problem with the system, if students see a problem with the system, because it's transparent, they can try to work to fix it. And that leads to dialogue. And I think that dialogue is something that's really important when we're implementing a new system. And that's my third and final area of improvement. I think what we're doing here today is an example of that. Something that's really useful to implementing this new system is having conversations about proficiency-based learning and standards-based grading, having conversations on the ground with students and with teachers and educators. That's really helpful. We can debate a lot at kind of the theoretical and intellectual levels of how the system is going to work, but I think it's the real effects that we really need to be talking about and focusing on. And that'll build trust and lead to conversation about specific issues. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you for inviting me.
Hope?
So my name is Hope, and I am a senior at Montpelier High School, and I think that the central question of why I'm here today is who am I as a student, and how have I fared in a high school where proficiency-based learning is all that I've ever known. And I would say that I've thrived. I was struggled to be academically motivated throughout middle school, and upon entering high school, my grades improved dramatically, and I was much more engaged in all of my classes. Like we went from like 2s, 3s to solid 4s, and I have been in a wide range of school systems throughout my life. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and I moved to Vermont at the age of 12, and I went to a parochial school, and then I went to a large inner city middle school. and I went to 32 for a year actually, and I've been in the Montpelier school system for five years now. And like I said, proficiency-based learning is all that I've ever known in high school, and I've had a great time with it. It would be useful to also preface with the fact that I'm low income and I was raised by a single mother, which means that I'm one of the types of students who really relies on the infrastructure that's available in her public education. And it's when I speak of infrastructure, I talk of what we mean when we think of an achievement gap. How do we ensure that regardless of the household that students are coming from, they can go to school and get what they need and get the resources they need to succeed? And I think that I've been able to do that. I'm not the type of student who gets tutoring or who can ask my mom a lot of questions about what I'm learning. And most of what I learn is through MHS or through what I teach myself if I need any extra help. I've taken 6 AP classes. Junior year, I took AP Literature and Composition, AP Bio, APUSH, and senior year, I'm taking AP Econ, AP Computer Science, and AP Calc. And I've taken 2 dual enrollment classes. The first one was English Composition for first semester, and the second one is Intro to Cultural Anthropology. And I've also pursued independent studies, and that's often when there's scheduling conflicts or I needed to take a class that my school doesn't offer. And so I've done that in the Italian language. I got a PE credit through playing soccer for my school. I've done French online, and I'm taking a music theory independent study second semester. And the community-based learning program at Montpelier High School is great. I was able to do a community-based learning class in soccer, and I was also able to do a chemistry internship over the summer at the University of Vermont. And what was great even is that bus fare would have totaled around $400 because back and forth each day for 8 weeks cost adds up, but the community-based learning program was able to provide funding for that, so I didn't have to worry. And I'm involved in student council, and I'm student body president, and I've also been heavily involved in activism at Montpelier High School, and I also play the violin. I play soccer, as I mentioned. It's not anything to do with a resume. It's just me pursuing what I enjoy and understanding that I genuinely do enjoy learning, and that my school is a place where I can really exercise that. And I also am learning what I need to under proficiency-based learning to do well in standardized tests. I got a 1510 on the SAT, and I got a 780 on the U.S. History subject test and a 700 for molecular biology. And I was accepted to Columbia University, so I'll be attending next fall. So I am an academically motivated student, and I think that proficiency-based learning is a system in which I've thrived, and I can see it with my peers as well. And just a little anecdote to sort of illustrate how I've catered my study habits towards proficiency-based learning. Each marking period, we have a learning expectation that teaches us transferable skills, and we also have a content standard that we're supposed to be aligning our marking periods with. And something that I've picked up, especially in math, in my math classes, I picked it up in pre-calc last year, and I continue to use it for AP Calculus, is I'll evaluate, like, what have we learned, and other students do this as well, what have we learned throughout this marking period that aligns with overall, like, what our goals and the learning expectations that we have. For the past marking period in AP Calc, it was optimization and rectilinear motion, but I was able to succeed on my summative assessments by just making a quick study guide, reviewing what have we learned through the marking period and how can I ensure that I do well on the summative assessment, taking into context how I've done on formatives, the subject matter that's been on formatives, and what we've outlined at the beginning of the marking period. And so in using my experience with formative assessments, I've been able to prepare for summative assessments, and I initially struggled with math. Like I said, I struggled in middle school as a student, and I think that I've been able to achieve in my math classes through hard work and through study habits that I've picked up preparing for summative assessments. And when we think of transferable skills, a few that really relate to that one specifically are preparedness, understanding the problem, reflection, and choosing and implementing an approach. And those are ones that we've learned specifically in specific marking periods, whether that's in English or in art classes or music or science, but overall in how and so that might be very related to a course, like how well can you implement differentiation in calculus, but in studying for classes in the way that I do in those study sheets, I've also been able to work on being prepared and choosing and implementing an approach that works for me. And in that sense, proficiency-based learning has provided me these transferable skills that I'll use throughout college and civic life in general. That's it. Thank you.
Rosanna.
Hi, I'm Rosanna. So I guess I'll just start with an outline to my comment with the question, does the system allow you to learn more? And I totally believe that proficiency-based learning does help to boost what you're able to learn. So Flex is a huge asset we have here at Rutland High School. It's a time during the day where we're allowed to go to teachers and conference with them, ask questions, and do retakes. Retakes are another huge asset that we have. And a lot of teachers here, they require you to take a retake if you get under a certain grade. And I feel like that's a super important thing to be able to push us to learn more and to achieve the standards that we're reaching for. Another huge helpful tool that we have here is that a lot of teachers, they give us the rubrics at the beginning of a semester with them, and then we can see specifically what each unit requires of us and how we can achieve a 3 or a 4 in those standards. The other question is, does this system promote equity? And I believe that proficiency-based learning does promote equity in the fact that it allows all students to be able to learn the same things and provides them with the platforms to be able to do so. I do believe that proficiency-based grading, though, does provide a challenge for some students on the high end of the spectrum and the low end of the spectrum in terms of academic motivation and what they're willing to put into their work. That kind of brings me to a number of concerns that I know that the student body does have here at the Rutland High School. I know a lot of times when I'm talking about grades or I'm talking about college admissions, I know this is a really stressful time for students, especially seniors. I just finished my college application process, and that's a huge deal. Like, seniors, they're super excited about it. That's all they're kind of talking about it now. So yeah, grades are huge, and when it comes to standards-based grading, there are a lot of mixed feelings. So for some of the more prestigious programs or programs around the country out of the Northeast, I know that they ask for you to self-report your grades, and that does not necessarily reflect all of the effort you're putting in all of the time, and I'll reiterate on that a little later. And I know I've also contacted a number of admissions offices and have had to send copies of the grading scale that we use at the Rutland High School to make sure that they knew what the proficiency-based grading scale was and how I could compare to a student who's on a 0 to 100 scale or an 8 through F scale. And I just know that the ambiguity of the proficiency-based grading at this point can be a little stressful for students, and I feel like that's something that can provide a bit of a challenge and some stress on the students' learning. Another huge aspect of standards-based grading that I know is concerning for the student body is how our habits of work grades are entirely separate from our academic grades, at least here at the Rutland High School. This is frustrating as a person who is extremely intelligent in their classes, could not be turning in any assignments whatsoever, like on time, or they could be doing it towards like the last day of the marking period or something like that, just to get them in. And they could be getting, the first try around, they could be getting a 3, and they could be doing very, very well on the assignment and showing that they demonstrated all of the standards that they needed to for that marking period. But we have a separate HOW grade, a habits of work grade, and so while their habits of work grade may be suffering, that doesn't necessarily reflect in their academic grade. And I know that that's a bit of a concerning aspect, because the students who are putting in lots and lots of work and studying and making sure everything is on the deadline, they might not be reaching the grade right away, but it's still not being incorporated into their grade overall. And I know that many colleges during the application period with proficiency grading scale, they'll be asking for self-reported academic grades upon application. That does not incorporate any of the habits of work grades that we have here. So that does not seem fair to me until they get the transcript with the habits of work grade on it, saying that maybe somebody doesn't regularly turn assignments in on time or something like that, that's not incorporated into their first initial representation of the person. And I know that some students have and will become a little less motivated to meet the deadlines that are presented to them right at the beginning of the marking period. And while I do while I do not believe that how an academic grade should be averaged equally, I do believe that there should be some consideration of both of the grades during the final grade. And I know that out of high school, late work will not fly in a work setting or a college setting, and I think that that should be accounted for in the grading system now. I think it's really important that we're having this meeting, and I just want to thank you all for letting us speak.
You three have been a real asset to this meeting. I mean, it's just a wake-up. It's wonderful to hear you, all three of you. So, questions from the board?
John,
Please.
I have a question. You mentioned there's less focus on competition academically. I think most people, I'll pick on John, most people are horrified to remember back in the days when for every A that you gave out, you had to hand out an F. Was sort of the old college system when, not when I was in school, but other folks that sit to my right. Do some of your colleagues struggle with the lack of competition? You know, when I was in school, everybody would come out of the class, you get your test back, and then you go out into the hallway and see how you did versus your peers. In the school that my daughter goes to, there's only 3 grades. There's proficient, moving towards proficiency, and needs improvement. So the P's, for everybody that goes out in the hallway and says, oh, I got a P, it doesn't really provide for some students that, I know each student is different, so we've moved from a system that's highly competitive to one that seems like it places less focus on competition, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But do some of your peers or do you guys struggle with that? You know, so in the system that my daughter's in, that's in middle school, when somebody says, how did you do? Basically, you did well. And that's not a lot of feedback as far as, well, I got a P. So how do you guys handle that, or do you have other colleagues that really struggle with that?
Well, at least at Rutland, we can get a grade in 0.5 increments anywhere from a 0.5 to a 4. So that kind of takes away some of what you're talking about with your daughter's grades.
Yep.
There's the 3-step model. I think at Rutland, I mentioned that we convert our standards-based grades to a GPA at the end of each semester. So I think that also still provides a little bit sense of, oh, my GPA is, you know, whatever it may be when you're talking to your friends. I think that people are starting to realize, I'm not sure if it's a byproduct of the standards-based or the proficiency-based learning system, or if it's just changing times. I think people are starting to realize that education is really a collaborative effort. It's not so much as a kind of who can be the best, who can, you know, be the smartest, because there are so many different ways that we can measure intelligence and so many different subjects that you can be intelligent in. So I think that standards-based grading may have something to do with that, but I think that the students that are getting a 4 also want to see their friends that are getting 2s or maybe 1s or even 3s also meet that level with them. I'm not sure how it's like at your school.
I mean, there were also stories back in the old-fashioned days of people ripping pages out of the books in the libraries to hold back knowledge from the other students so they could beat them on the curve.
I mean, if we check these books, I don't think we'll find that.
They are.
I can speak to that as well. My school uses a 4.0 grading scale, and you can get anywhere from 0 to a 4. And so sometimes I catch myself comparing myself to other students, and I think that what we're trying to teach students and what I think all can hope students learn is how to intrinsically motivate themselves. And so when I do catch myself looking at other people's papers or like wondering, oh, how did I do compared to my other classmates, I stop myself and I remind myself that like what actually matters isn't how well other people are doing, but wherever I'm at, like, can I raise my score by 0.5 depending on by retake week or something of the sort. So I think to an extent it's not really, about motivation being working super connected to that grading scale, but how students can intrinsically motivate themselves. Yeah.
Question about just the linkage between middle school and high school. You mentioned you went to a middle school where there was proficiency-based grading, and I don't know about you guys, but how did that prepare you for high school? Or did it?
I had only spent a year, but I had only spent 8th grade, I think, dealing with proficiency-based learning, and dealing sounds like a harsh term. I had only spent 8th grade in a learning environment where proficiency-based learning was the norm, and I think that I was struggling in school just because I'd moved around a lot in middle school, and I'd moved from New York City, so there was also a cultural and social adjustment as well. I think that having practice and making sure that students are thriving in proficiency-based learning in their middle schools is something that will definitely help them for the transition to high school. So if proficiency-based learning is being implemented really well in high school, then helping students with that transition, I think it would be, as long as teachers know what they're doing with proficiency-based learning is really what matters. I know that at the beginning of my freshman year, some teachers did struggle with it a little bit, but if teachers at both the middle school and high school level are well aware of what proficiency-based learning means and how to effectively implement it, then it should be an easy transition.
Peter?
As a collaborative process,
How much does your student voice have an impact on actually the teaching and delivery? Have you seen any kind of interplay that sort of makes it more, worthwhile or appealing?
Well, one thing that I've seen, especially with taking higher level classes like AP classes, is teachers will often ask their class, do you have another test on the same day? Are you studying for another test in another class? So that way they make sure that their assessments aren't on the same day as another class's assessments. And again, I'm not sure if that's entirely a byproduct of proficiency-based learning or if it's just whatever the teacher's mindset is changing, but I think that is kind of increasing as the dialogue, as the teachers are asking the students more questions about their learning and the process.
I also think that the proficiency-based learning gives a kind of flexibility in the classroom that if collectively a teacher doesn't seem that, if collectively the students in a class don't seem to understand a specific topic, the teacher will be able to spend more time on that topic to make sure everybody is able to attain that standard. And I feel like that's definitely an asset to the students, rather than having to take specific chunks of time to work on things that maybe the whole class understands, when we could be spending more time doing something like that.
I think I'm lucky to go to a school where student voice is apparent, and I know that teachers really value and respect it. I know that students were a little disillusioned with PLPs in the first years of implementation, but this year, for goal setting in particular, instead of jotting down my goals in a way that didn't feel super authentic, I was able to have a conversation with my TA where I just listed some of my goals, and she and I talked about them, and that felt much more authentic and helped me think them through a little bit in a way that was more effective and related to what I needed. And I know that students had, in previous years, mentioned their feelings about PLPs, so that's just a specific example. And I'm a student member on my local school board, and so I also have the opportunity to talk about proficiency-based learning and ask questions whenever board members have them.
One last question.
Yeah. So, if I may throw myself under the bus here a little, in one of my classes, I'm not extremely motivated to put in a lot of effort because not unfortunately, but I don't put in a lot of effort and still can get a 4 in that class. So recently we had an essay due, just did it the day before, and I got all 4s and then a 2.5 on my gum target, went through, redid the gum, and got all 4s. So my grade in that class was a 4. Now I had friends who'd been preparing for that for, the 2 weeks in advance that we had, and they'd been putting in so much effort, and doing their best, studying and talking to the teachers, spending their extra time, and then they're getting like 3s on it. So I don't know if this is like happening at your schools and how you guys feel about that. Like, as students, like how would you feel in a class like if you were either that student who doesn't put in a lot of effort and can excel versus a student who puts in so much effort and their effort isn't reflected in any way at all, and instead they're just getting average?
Yeah, I think that is a problem that's been evident, even with the traditional grading system. There were a lot of students, who just got 100s and they didn't really try, and there's still students that, don't need to work as hard to get 4s as other students do. I think that something that Rosanna mentioned earlier was kind of implementing that how grade into the overall grade. If students can demonstrate that, they're working towards getting a 4 and they're working hard consistently, it's not going to negatively impact the students that still get a 4 without having to do that studying, but the teacher could maybe, add in that how grade into their academic grade. So instead of having a 3 on the essay and then nothing to compensate for that and like their habits of work, they could have a 3 on the essay and then a 4 in habits of work. And then, that could also be maybe more of an optional grade, whereas the student who gets a 4 but didn't really demonstrate that they were working really hard towards that, it doesn't have to negatively impact them, but it can positively impact the students that did do that.
Great answer. Thank you. I think we have to leave it there. You guys were just great, each of you. Thank you very, very much. We're now prepared to go to a hearing from the public. We have, let me just run through the list. Yeah, Mr. McMahon is not available.
Okay.
He injured himself skiing yesterday, so, yeah. So the names I have are, I think it's Galen Russo, is that correct? And Helen Beatty, both up from Learning. Do you want to testify together? We can double your time. Or do you want to testify separately?
Together sounds good.
Together. Yeah. So we'll and then Jeff Francis, John Pelletier, Ben Freeman, Noel Bryant, and Dan Cunningham. They're all here. So I think we can do 4 minutes for each of you. My partner here will help you keep track. About 1 minute in, you'll get a notice that you've got 3 minutes left. And I would suggest that, so we'll have Galen and Helen come up, please, together. And we'll do this for 8 minutes. And we would suggest that whoever's on deck get themselves up in the front row here so we don't spend a lot of time finding you. So on deck is Jeff Francis. Please. Go right ahead.
All right. So my name is Galen Reese. I'm from Memorial High School. I'm a sophomore. And I'll keep this brief because I think Helen has much more to say than I do. I'd just like to start by saying I think that proficiencies are, in theory, incredibly beneficial to students.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah.
That's just for the TV.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to use the podium mic, you're welcome to.
Okay. I'll just speak up.
All right, just.
But that the way they've been implemented has sort of negated their positive effects, in that they are so diverse in the way they've been implemented that their potential hasn't been seen as much as it could be.
Is it diverse within the school or among schools?
Within all schools. That the way they've been implemented in each different school is so different from each other school that it doesn't work as well.
So what's the problem with that?
That, well, each school should be able to interpret to a certain degree, that there needs to be guidance so that every school can see the full potential of proficiencies.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So that I think each school needs some more guidance in the future so they can see how they can use proficiencies in the way that they were meant to be used.
Uh-huh. Seeing some heads nodding around here. Yeah.
I also think that students should be as involved in the implementation as anyone else, because this is a system that is being done as of now, it's being done to students. I think that it should be done with students. I think that students are the main focus of school, but they're not treated as such. I think they're sort of treated as an outcome rather than a system of learning.
Galen, what would that look like?
What would?
Students being more
I think
involved.
they would have an equal seat at the table along with everyone else. Student feedback should be sought more than it is. That students should have as much as a say in the way proficiencies are being introduced as the adults. There would, of course, be, education professionals would have more weight to what they say than the students, but the students would still be heard.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty?
Thanks, Galen. I'm Helen Beatty. I'm here as a prior school psychologist, and subsequent to that became the founder and director of Up for Learning. Recently retired Friday, but continue to believe deeply that shift to personalized learning, proficiency-based learning and assessment is really the linchpin in Vermont to close the achievement gap and promote equity. And so the one point, there were many, but Peter said I had to keep it brief. The one point I want to make is the disconnect between the traditional system of grading and what we know about the neuroscience of learning, and in contrast, how congruent proficiency-based learning and assessment is with the science of learning. And the reason why this is so important to me is, as a school psychologist, how many children I saw damaged by grading, and how fundamentally flawed the grading system is from the get-go. When you consider a system whereby in a class you may be taking pre-calc, you get a 70 and the teacher moves on with the rest of the class, but you missed 30% of the content. You missed 30. And that happens again and again and again, perhaps because you learn differently, or the instruction needs to be shifted some, or perhaps it's because you come from a situation of trauma and learning is really difficult because of that trauma. And additively, that 30%, that 10%, that 20% creates a gap. That means that child is going to hit a wall and they're going to fail. It just is like a crazy way that grading in a traditional system was designed. And I think it hurts most those children who struggle. And what happened was, I would do evaluations with children who were in second grade and in love with learning. And they were struggling, but we were all figuring it out. And then by their reevaluation in fifth grade, they had a social and emotional disability, because suddenly they were seeing grades and they were seeing a system that kept labeling them as deficient. And that was tagged with grades, with numbers that were fundamentally erroneous. And we see that particularly in high school with students who start to get into the cycle of failure and they never can get out. And what it disallows is any of those children realizing and being able to demonstrate their full capacity as learners. Because had they been given more time, more instruction, more ability to fail and achieve and succeed incrementally as learning requires, unless we gave those children that opportunity, they begin to be sort of a victim of a system that labels them as inadequate or deficient, and labels them enough in insidious ways as well as overt ways that they doubt their core capacity as learners. And those are the kids that we lose. Those are the kids in our equity, in terms of equity, in terms of the achievement gap, the prior system perpetuated that. I think when we move to proficiency-based learning, we have guiding principles and practices that are aligned with neuroscience. We know that when young people feel more ownership on learning, when they feel that they can drive their learning, when they can embrace failure and not be marred by it or fearful of it, when they can have like that 2 second graders intrinsic motivation, when that's alive in high school instead of deadened over time by doubt in themselves, when they have skills and capacity, because with proficiency-based learning, incrementally, they built their skills, and they got to a point where they had the space to demonstrate true potential. That margin of potential that we lose, I think, is absolutely, when we know it's based on an erroneous system of assessment, is unforgivable. Like, it is our responsibility to make sure that every student understands and can live into that margin that they deserve in a proficiency system that structures it such that they can demonstrate their full learning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you. Well done. Jeff Francis. Next after Jeff Francis is John Pelletier. Jeff, are you here?
Yeah, but I wasn't scheduled. Did I put my name on the witness list? Oh, he must have been signing.
Oh.
Now he has to speak, right? You can't take
Pelletier wants to use your time and his. Mr. Pelletier, we've just gained a little time, so you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. I don't think I'll need it all. Excuse me. My name's John Pelletier. I am the father of 3 children. 2 are graduates and 1 is in high school at the Stowe School District. This board today, and in the past, has been told about all of the research that shows the benefits of proficiency-based learning, and I'll refer to that as PBL, to keep it a little bit shorter. David Freeman's nationally acclaimed 2010 book, Wrong, Why Experts Keep Failing Us, shows that experts usually turn out to be wrong. Why? Nearly 70% of the results of published studies cannot be replicated by independent researchers. It's called the replication crisis. And here's the scary thing. Inside Higher Education notes that less than 1% of all education research published research is ever subject to any replication, the lowest of any field of study. So confidently making radical education reforms based solely on education research is inherently dangerous. I hope that today's hearings will give Vermonters answers to the following 4 questions. 1, is Vermont still the national leader of the PBL education reform movement? And is New Hampshire currently the only other state in the nation mandating PBL graduation? In 2016, with Vermont State House on the cover, INCOL, also Aurora Institute, also Competency Works. If you have multiple names, it looks like 3 people are saying the same thing. It's a PBL advocacy group that's on the AOE's website, all over it, stated in this report that Vermont is the only state in the nation taking a comprehensive statewide policy approach rather than an incremental or piecemeal adoption of proficiency policies. Since 2016, New Hampshire has mandated PBL graduation. They started their project in 1998 and has falling NEAP scores since 2016. 2 other states had PBL graduation mandates, and they eliminated them before they were required. Oregon in 2014 and Maine in 2018. Question 2, has the Agency of Education ever admitted or provided you with any evidence showing that PBL may negatively impact student performance? A 2018 study funded by a major supporter of PBL, Nellie Mae, entitled, "In Theory, It's a Great Idea," found that 10 main high school found that in 10 main high schools, students who self-reported higher exposure to proficiency-based education practice had lower predicted SAT scores. This study is saying the more of this you get, the worse your SAT scores are. This study informed Maine's decision to abandon PBL. Since the implementation of PBL, and it started coming in academic year 2017 into the classes and the classrooms in Vermont, SBAC and NAEP scores have dropped. It should be noted that out of, I believe, 12 or 13 SBAC testing states in the nation, Vermont is the only state that has not released its 2019 results, and I don't understand why. It is rumored that this falling trend with the SBAC is continuing. A 2019 Vermont NEA educator survey indicates that 72% of teachers believe that the student work ethic is decreasing, nearly half say content knowledge is decreasing, and 81% are not seeing any improvements in equity. Maine did similar surveys, similar results. The experts were wrong when they assured parents that PBL transcripts would not harm anyone applying to college. Tell that to the kids at U32 and BFA St. Albans. Question 3, how much in taxpayer dollars has been spent on this unfunded regulatory mandate? I'll give you my testimony. I estimate it's $168 million, if you include the cost of teachers doing this work. And then lastly, I ask you, because this is your regulation that put this in place, what clearly defined metrics has the Agency of Education and this board put in place to measure the success or failure of PBL? After 5 years of implementation, the AOE has not sought anonymous feedback from key stakeholders, teachers, students, and parents. This board must hold them accountable and require empirical data on the success or failure of PBL. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Ben Freeman.
These are the calculations of the capacity.
So Ben and Noel and Dan, you will all have 5 minutes, not 4. Please.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming today. My name is Ben Freeman, and I'm coming to speak today as a citizen of Vermont. I'm coming as a parent. I'm coming as a local school board member, as a former teacher and educator, administrator for over 20 years, and as a coordinator of a network of people involved in education across the state, looking to try to create greater equity, sustainability, and joy in our schools and in our communities. I'm speaking today in support of proficiency-based learning and of its allies, personalized learning and flexible pathways. Proficiency-based learning is a powerfully transformative tool for shifting the way we reach and engage learners at all levels. It's more than an engagement tool, though. It's a means for helping us reimagine schools from the industrial age to the world of today and the world of tomorrow. And that's reimagining that we desperately need to do. In my professional work supporting a network of educators, community partners, agencies, and allies across Vermont, I get to hear a lot about what's working and what's not working in schools and outside of schools with community partners and across the state. As a parent and a local school board member in the Taconic and Green District, I hear the stories at a local level. I hear concerns about change, about budgets, about too much to do with too few resources, but I also hear about the remarkable work of our teachers and school leaders and the joyous excitement of our kids when they're engaged with their learning and their play. And I think you heard some of that from the students that spoke today, and I think they can probably speak better than most of the adults about what the real experience is. And I encourage you to heed those voices. But in brief, what I hear over and over is that making transition to a personalized proficiency-based system is not easy. It's not easy for teachers, for administrators, for learners, or for parents, but it is best practice. It transforms learning, it transforms the way we engage with all learners, and it's work that must be done, and we must continue that work. In both my work in my work and as a parent and a board member, I'm routinely humbled by the work that teachers and administrators and their allies are doing to reach all learners in their schools. And I'm just as often amazed by the incredible passion and talent of our young leaders, especially when afforded the chance to learn in a student-centered, proficiency-based setting. Importantly, proficiency-based learning and the other complements in Act 77 have allowed for really remarkable transformation of what's happening in schools and some really interesting experimental work. Programs like Lamoille's Epic Academy, Twinfield's Renaissance Program, CVU's Nexus and Think Tank, and Burlington's City and Lake Semester are just a few examples of how schools are innovating under the umbrella of proficiency-based learning. These are standout examples, and they're really quite remarkable, and I encourage you to visit them if you haven't. But the quiet work that's happening in schools locally and across the state is just as important in its own way. By focusing on building proficiency in what matters most for today's learners, as individuals and as members of a new generation, we're building capacity for all of our youth to realize their full potential and to make our society more equitable, more joyful, and more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Noel Bryant, and after Noel is Dan Cunningham. Who is that saying that?
So Dan.
So Dan, you're up. 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Cunningham, and I'm a parent of 4 children in the Burlington, Vermont School District. The convoluted road that Vermont's proficiency-based learning has traveled is well known. The dislike from many parents, students, and teachers may not be evident to this board. It simmers below the headlines of students' futures being harmed at U32 and BFA St. Albans. But how such an expensive program was implemented and why this forum itself needs tweaking are my topics today. There is no argument that students should be proficient. That always seemed like common sense, an essential goal of schooling. Our concern lies in the method of change. Dictated by sweeping, grandiose initiatives, it did not let teachers and communities experiment in a careful, organic way. Critically, it did not value compatibility with the United States collegiate system. The scientific method, which stresses the idea of a thesis, a test, and a feedback loop, never found traction here. Instead of blind surveys, small tests with students, and experiments from teachers, the system was rolled out in a euphoric frenzy. No one stopped to say, is there actual data showing improvement or increased parent engagement? No one stopped to ask, given the myriad requests by teachers for funds, is this where we should spend our resources? No one considered that opportunity costs matter, both in terms of money and in focus. Now, today, many Vermont salaries and career reputations depend on the idea, and salaries and staff argue for continuity. The sunk cost fallacy, well known in economics, shows that those engaged in the project will continue to argue for it, committing more and more resources regardless of what the evidence signals. Proficiency-based learning arrived without a quantitative process to demonstrate value versus other ideas. We need to change direction. I commend Secretary French for stating publicly last month the most accurate description of PBL laws and requirements that I have seen in 7 years. It was based on facts. And I commend you for the effort here today to build a feedback loop in this hearing. But this hearing is not going to give you accurate insight. The list of witnesses has many known proponents of PBL, but contains no skeptical parents. As Warren Buffett once said, don't ask the barber if you need a haircut. Far more important is the idea of the silent constituent. If you want an accurate picture, this must be addressed. Over and over, teachers have emailed or spoken with parents, expressing their dislike or confusion over PBL and refusing to go public for fear of retribution from their bosses. Students and parents even say they fear speaking out against zealous school administrators on this idea. This Orwellian scenario is real, and if you want good government, you must address it. You need to allow teachers, parents, and students to submit feedback anonymously, statewide, without having to travel. I strongly urge a well-advertised, anonymous poll and a system to collect feedback online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Next is Emily Rinkema and Stan Williams. You here? Okay. After these folks, we will take a break for a light supper. We'll be having supper after this presentation, and any and all of you are welcome to stay.
Not only are you sitting for 4 hours, now we're holding you food. All right.
Sorry. It's okay, just take your time.
Just for clarity, I'm Emily, he's Stan.
Thank you.
Just in case there's any confusion there.
So thank you first of all for putting this together, and thank you for everybody here in attendance, from the board and the student reps and the students that have been here, and the parents and the other teachers and educators and just interested parties. It's great to have this opportunity to bring so many voices together. What we're hoping to do was about three things, but I think maybe potentially against our better judgment, we're going to toss some of those aside and spend more time trying to talk about some of the things that we've heard and bring some stuff together. So I apologize if we go a little bit off of our submitted summary with that. We have heard such diverse examples and stories. Sure, we have people who travel the Northeast and work with schools and districts all over, or people who work with a bunch of schools in Vermont, or students who are in the classroom, and then kind of everyone in between. Teachers who are at different stages with implementation, and then obviously with parents who have students either in or against, or in the system or out of the system. And so one of the things with those is I think it's important that we honor all of those realities. We are in a time right now where too often realities are seen as opposition, or it's right and it's wrong. And I think every person speaking here today is speaking of their reality. And I think that's really important for us to remember and to think about. One of the difficult things in talking about PBL, I'll use that for the terminology, reality, I'm going to use an example. If I was in London at a bar right now, which might be nice, I don't know, but and I was talking about football, and the person I was talking to, we were having a discussion about football. I'm talking about the Steelers, and I'm upset about how the season ended, but he's super excited about the fact that Liverpool is having a great year. But the problem is that because I'm using football and he's using football, our conversation might start to get muddled, and we start to get agitated with each other because our realities are very different and they get lost in the language. One of the recommendations, one of the things we think, for instance, that the state, schools, the state, the idea of language is a key thing that is keeping conversations from happening sometimes at the level that they could, a level and understanding about what some of these are. So our hope is to open with a quick metaphor that will tie again kind of what we're looking at as reality, and when we're talking about PBL, the intentionality, the responsiveness, and the simplicity that comes with it. And so the metaphor, when I was coming here today, I know we said no technology, but I'll just put it right here. We opened up the GPS, all right, and put in 22 Stratton. And the reason for the GPS, sure, it was directions, estimated time, see what traffic was like, if there was any detours. If I wanted to, I could hit some buttons to see about where gas stations are, or whatever I may want to look at. We look at PBL is based on the exact same principles of the GPS. These four kind of questions. Where do we want our learners to go? What is the destination? for us today, that destination was this room. For a school, as David talked about, it might be the graduation proficiencies, or again, whatever term a school happens to use. For a teacher, learning target. Maybe it's providing evidence or creating a model. But what is that destination? The second one is, how do we know where they are along the way? This is where terms like formative assessment come to play. So if it's your GPS, it's the blue dot. Where is that blue dot in relation to the destination? And as a teacher, that is not something that I knew before this. And so very specific, and it's difficult. Again, and we'll talk about the formative assessment, but how do I know where they are? And then I think they're all key, but possibly the most important, how do I respond to that? Because if somebody was coming here, somebody who's already in Rutland, somebody who's in Montpelier, somebody who's in Ferrisburg, and somebody who has left Shelburne and is headed to Essex, they need different things in that classroom right now. And so it is essential that as the GPS, and in this case the teacher, that I not only know the destination, but I know where each of you are, and then I have to know how to try to get each of you closer to that destination or beyond that destination. And then how do we communicate with people? How do we communicate where that blue dot is in relation to the destination and to what stakeholders and to what time? And there are a lot, as I've heard people talk about, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made. What's the best way to do that? And when does a mom and dad need to hear versus when the teacher need to know, or the kids or the other stakeholders outside of the school? But when we're going to talk today, I think we're going to try to ground our reality, and I think the reality of these in this GPS and in this idea of a destination and communicating that destination.
Heard a lot, I'm going off script. We've heard a lot about the difference between PBL, so the proficiency-based learning, and then PBG, proficiency-based grading, right? And a real distinction between those two. So in the 4 questions, the foundational questions that Stan talked about, a PBG system could be set up with just the first and the fourth. So where do we want our learners to go, and then how are we going to communicate that? But it's that middle section, it's the assessment instruction part in the middle that's really key to actually improving the learning engagement and equity that everyone's talking about today. So I think it's important that we believe really strongly in the importance of those 2 center questions and making sure we have the time to get those right as teachers for our learners. But unfortunately, one of the things that happens is most of the attention goes to that 4th one, that communication piece, the grading piece. That's where most of a lot of the complexities, a lot of the change for the community and parents and students comes in that last one. So that can sometimes overshadow the place where the learning is really going to change. We wanted to share a little bit of our own reality, which when I think about the realities, as Stan talked about, everyone having a different reality, but that's theirs. It's true. It's honest to what they're experiencing. In our reality at our high school, we have 1,400 student realities, and we have 120 faculty realities. So trying to sum that up as a single experience is really difficult. And we heard that today with you, Sabina, right? So the reality that we face in the same school can be very different than the reality you're facing, right? The reality of another student may be very different than your reality. But your reality is true, right? That is actually happening to you in your classes. You're feeling that way, right? So for us to argue that, because theoretically that shouldn't be the way she's feeling, does not respect that is your experience. We know that in our district, because of PBL, we have a much clearer understanding of our destinations now than we've ever had before. We have 4 middle schools and 1 high school, and for the first time ever, our 4 middle schools have consistent learning targets and can collaborate across middle schools. That's never happened in the history of our district
But
before.
that is not necessarily a product of PBL, is it?
It is, because it's that first question. It's that being really clear about our destinations and where we want our learners to go. So for us, we've got our graduation proficiencies in our district, and then we have what we call learning targets in the different courses in the different schools.
I'm just having a hard time understanding why a system of schools could not have set clear destinations.
They could have collaborated,
using any method
absolutely.
of instruction.
Right. I think the difference is the clarity of those destinations through the creation of the shared learning targets across our district. We could have had a shared some shared curriculum documents, but for I think it was the coming together around the creation of those learning targets which brought the district together.
Good.
I think I'll quickly jump on it. I think we spent some time in the middle schools as well. So where I think at times conversations now within school and then across schools, moving into how are we using, again, whatever the content happens to be, whatever the book we happen to be reading, the science that we're working with, but to progress the skills and discussions of those skills that we use the content to grow. Those are new and had never been defined previously. So I think that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, a couple of the other things, and a lot of people talked about this, so we're trying to not spend much time on these pieces. But we have much better ways to determine where our students' blue dots are now, right? So we've spent a lot of time thinking about how do we create accurate, actionable assessments that tell us where that blue dot is in relation to each of those learning targets for our students. And so the idea of the actionable assessments, when we know where that learning target, where the blue dot is in relation to that target, we now know what we need to do to help that student get to that target. And we still want to address something you said earlier, Sabina, so I think we're going to go off script a little here because it seems to fit. I'm going to jump to my notes I took on the back. So a lot of people have talked about work ethic and rigor. And I think that a lot of the issues around that in schools and the realities that students and teachers are facing come from a disconnect between the formative and summative assessments, right? So if a student can do nothing throughout a unit and then get 4s on the unit learning targets, something is wrong in that class, right? So we have fallen down as teachers if that is the case. And is that the case right now in some classes? Absolutely, right? We have inconsistent implementation in all of our schools right now, and we're getting better at that. But I think that the idea is that it's on us as teachers, it's always been on us as teachers to set the level of rigor in our classes and to set the expectations in our classes, and that hasn't changed because of standards-based learning or grading. So we, as teachers, we still have control over that rigor. And with the assessments now, we should be able to tell much earlier in the learning process if you're bored, if you are if you're just cashing it in, right? If you are not having to work hard early on, we knew that right away because we have much more accurate and actionable assessments. So our hope is that what you're experiencing in that class is not what you're experiencing in all of your classes, and that will continue to get better.
Board members, do you have questions?
I have a quick one.
Please.
Something came up earlier and kind of piggybacking on what you were just talking about. It was said earlier that if a student tries really hard, they should be able to succeed. I don't know if trying hard always equates to success. What's your thoughts on that? So Sabina's comment was, in one course she doesn't have to try very hard and she gets a 4, and her peers are trying really hard and gets a 3. I don't know, I have a hard time just saying, well, kudos to her, to some extent. And I also realize that in proficiency-based learning, for example, if you're doing algebra and you've mastered the topic, you should get pushed down to geometry. And I'm not sure that's always happening. I don't know what your opinion on that is, too, that my understanding of the topic is that as you jump higher, the bar keeps getting higher, as it should. Mm-hmm. That, back when I was in school, you just got, if you mastered a topic, which I never did, but you just get more worksheets. Yeah, right. That's how they handle the topic. They just give you more worksheets. And now, if you master a problem in calculus, you should be getting tougher problems the next day. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that, especially the work ethic piece, which, everybody loves the person who works really hard. So it's hard not to, it's like the movie Rudy, when he gets out there at the end of the game, he
Yeah,
finally
you're
gets on the
cheering for
field.
him.
Everybody loves Rudy.
Right, and right, who's the student we're carrying through the door at the end? Right, so those, mind if I start?
Go for
So
it.
I'll start with the work part and then one other, the worksheet part, actually. I just want to make a reference to that, and then I'll let you jump in. Our hope would be that, well, let me backtrack. We have often seen examples. I've taught for 24 years now, certainly earlier in teaching, where there was this student who worked really hard, worked so hard, but by the time you got, it was in this direction, or they had put so much, but they completely missed the mark with it, and that was always often the hardest, because that, oh my goodness, you just put so much into this, but wow, it is way off. What am I going to do now? That was also when I didn't have I honestly I didn't have a destination, or my destination was much too too broad, and I certainly didn't have a blue dot along the way as to where you were. So if a target stands still, and now there's still the route to get there, but that my hope would be that the student, that hard work is going to be rewarded, because that hard work is going to be directed in the direction that we're looking for. And so what I do find is that hard work is going to pay off. I think another part that, as we have disaggregated and kind of pulled some things apart, I look at, again, I don't know if this is work, but kids who are wonderful thinkers and who could see and could think and could offer ideas, but you know what they couldn't do maybe really well at that time when they were in 10th grade was write. And so often the only way we could figure out what you thought was how you wrote. And as we've been able to parse out and to figure out, and we created these destinations that are certainly some about your writing, but also about your thinking, we've been able to honor those kids, and this maybe isn't the hard work, but those kids who could have these phenomenal thoughts, but their output skills, their writing skills. And so we're still working on the writing, but figuring out that, yes, Peter has these great thoughts, and how to parse those out, and then to work with those thoughts in the writing. So I think with, again, the destination and that idea of the blue dot, we've been able to make sure that hard work goes in the direction that is purposeful for this student, but then also find out those skills that maybe were being hidden in the past. And I will go back to, you said that worksheet. Here's another worksheet. And I think that's another interesting thing when you talk about the idea of rigor, that complexity versus difficulty. I would say for years, school has done a really good job at trying to be difficult. I wouldn't say we've always done the best job at trying to be complex and adding complexity to that. And I think, again, that is where a lot of this work is going. I can say, hey, you read that book and read another one right now, or read 2 instead of 1, rather than actually trying to push your thinking or to push whatever it may be. And that's been another of the realities, is the increase in complexity versus just making it more difficult on somebody.
That was really nice.
I don't remember the last part of the question, so I'm handing it to you.
I just want to wrap that response up with earlier, I think it was Chris Whalen, who talked about mental sweat, right? And he had a superintendent years ago who had said that that's what we really want to see with students. And unfortunately, Chris was lamenting that he was not seeing that as much. In my own teaching experience, I see that more now. But that mental sweat comes around complexity, not around difficulty. So it's not that I think I used to think that mental sweat came when students had 4 hours of homework, and I'd ask them to close read 50 pages of, Anna Karenina for AP Lit. I used to think that was the mental sweat, and when I came in, when they came into class, if I could give them a 50-question test that had really specific details about that novel, and they could nail that, then that's the mental sweat. But that's just making things difficult at very low-level thinking skills. So I think my definition of mental sweat has changed, and I do understand the practical versus theoretical here, right? So, and in theory, we should be demanding more mental sweat now from our students, because we know our students better, we know their skills better. So when we know where those blue dots are, boy, can I push every kid to hit that mental sweat. But that's going to look different for different students in my class. So.
Good answer.
Can I ask about grading? It seems somehow to a complete layperson as sort of needlessly complex. I mean, it's hard to understand how going to 1 through 4 is an improvement over A through D. What's the diff? I told you I know nothing.
Yeah, and again, I think that's another when the term SBG, right, gets thrown out.
What's that mean?
Standards-based grading. Sorry.
Oh, pardon me. Oh,
PBG.
okay.
Sorry. Right. You see. Right. And I'm the guy who said we need to get better with our vocabulary and terminology. But that the reality, all these schools, there is no one way. I think there's often a belief that that's a one system. You know, I can tell you, for instance, the current system, I got an email on the way here from my daughter who's in middle school. You know, our current system, a semester class has 4 to 6 learning targets. A year-long class has 8 to 12. And at the end of the school year, your grade is based on, well, in essence, where your blue dot got in regards to those, let's say, 8 destinations.
Okay.
So as far as that, and then those are still, it's CVU again, and I'm talking about our reality, those are still then combined into a letter grade. It is the result of, so Sabina in humanities class, right? Maybe, and I don't know, they could have anywhere from 8 to 12, but at the end of the year, maybe her 10 learning targets. Where that blue dot ended, that will be the letter grade. I think it's something that probably as we've been doing that, people are looking to alter and change, but that is the grade now. Rather than going back to kind of John's question maybe about did I do it, did I not do it, or the hard work, hopefully that hard work has meant that any student has gotten closer to that or to that blue dot, so that the grade, we still have a letter grade at the end, but that grade is now backed up based by where you are in regards to the proficiencies versus a lot of arbitrary things that are out there. I think one of the interesting things that we found, the intentionality that PBL and PBG require, have pulled the curtain back on grading, and it has exposed inconsistencies. It has not created the inconsistencies. The inconsistencies have been there as long as any of us were in school. I think it looked the same at the end because I could wrap my head around a 98. I didn't get many of those, but I could wrap my head around that. But that it's pulled back the curtain on what was something that had never been talked about. I had gone 15 years without ever having a discussion about grading. You go to your master's program, you do not have discussions about grading. And so what this has done is this has forced some of those discussions. It has exposed inconsistencies, but it is working to shrink those as we go. So.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. I may not get both of them, but in that sort of marrying of the proficiency-based learning and grading, and then a number or letter that is digestible in your community, do you feel as though that's sacrificing any of the efficacy of the either 1 through 4 or whatever that is? And if not, or if so, like, isn't that a good way to do it? Because people can still understand it and still see it, or maybe there are compromises.
And it's something we have been grappling with for years with this, right? So I think in theory, I don't think we should have letter grades. Like the idea of pulling, like we have much better information that's disaggregated right now, and yet at the end of the learning, we squish it all back together and it feels dirty at times, right? Because we have to come up with a way to squish it together, right? And we can do that in a variety of ways. We can average and then have a conversion to a letter grade, right? That's an agreed upon conversion. But then if we have an average, is it just a straight average? Are we doing a weighted average based on how important those learning targets are, right? So as soon as you have to bring something together to a single letter grade, it starts to lose the clarity that we have when it's disaggregated. And yet, in order to jump to that level, we risk so much that's happening and so many of the changes that are happening with learning in our buildings. So at our school years ago, we made the decision to hang on to what's familiar to families and kids. And that was a bit of a compromise of the ideal, right? But we said we want there to be a GPA and we want there to be letter grades at the end of the course. Because if we do that, we're going to have a lot more freedom, right, to be able to improve our instructional and assessment practices so we can make those grades mean something clearer. We can make them more consistent across the school. So we can change how we are getting to those grades. But we felt that hanging on to those grades and that GPA was going to allow us to make those other changes we need to make. We've seen around the state different schools who've taken different approaches to that. And I have a lot of respect for all the approaches different schools have taken. But I think sometimes we have to look at what will, as Ken O'Connor, the grade expert says, we have to look at what our communities will tolerate. And then we have to move within that in order to make change.
So I think this is a concern about this issue of PPL and 77 is the grading system. And do you see this being able to, over time, I mean, the districts have control of their curriculum. Do you see over time that you can adjust or customize the grading system to your situation, or how do you think this is going to work out?
Do you mean should there be a common?
No, I'm just saying, however you think it should be just best addressed. How, if you were to just, a common amongst, I would say common, probably within your union or whatever, however you're working, but how can this, I certainly wouldn't expect, and I hope the state doesn't come in and do that, but I would hope that it can be done at the local level. But
yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we're finding, so we've been at this for well over a decade now, this transition, and we have seen a significant shift among students, teachers, community members, parents, now starting to say, why are we bringing everything back together into a letter grade? Like now I'm getting all this great information, so why are we doing that? We really see it among teachers, and at first that was not the case. But now we have the majority of our teachers are saying, when can we get rid of letter grades? And really the administration is having to say, not yet, because we're not ready yet to do that. I think the push has to come from within. As you said, it can't come from the state. I think that's...
Really, what you've done, you said you're doing a very pragmatic thing, and that's very pragmatic. But as John Downs said a little earlier in the day, is that you can have greater validity, but you're going to sacrifice reliability. And maybe that's just something you have to live with.
Okay, last question to Kim.
It sounds you all have been in this for a long time, and this may that you might not even be the right people to ask the question of, but statewide, is there sharing best practice? This is hard work, and our districts sharing where there are successes. And
wow, it's almost like we paid you to say that. That was like our conclusion.
Well, hold on. Thank you, Kim. Well, I think one of what we had with our original script that I can now use it. That's exciting. I think one of the things we had at the end was, as a state, we need to communicate and collaborate better and more intentionally. And again, I think we often, what's been great listening tonight is it is easy to get online or to go somewhere and to share the yahoos and the successes and to hear about these, but to actually be able to dig in and to share the challenges and the work, I think, the strategies around implementation, the strategies around instruction, and again, depending on who you're talking about, teachers, administrators, or I think that's absolutely something. There are enough wonderful things happening in schools, every school in this state, but being able to know where those are and who do I go to with these questions? And then again, getting back to how do I even make sure I'm asking the question in the right way, that they understand what I'm asking. So I think that that does certainly happen, and there are people in this room who have done a wonderful job of bringing it together. But I think collectively, as teachers in schools, we also need to do a better job of not always looking inward, but sometimes reaching out and understanding that it does take. I can't remember it with who talked about. I think this student who was sitting here a while ago did a great job
Trevor,
talking
right.
about kind of collaborating in that
Right.
in that work. Yeah.
I spoke prematurely. There's one more question.
This is a whole other can of worms. So I think I might leave it as food for thought, kind of. But I met with our school's ACLC club and talked with them about their thoughts on proficiency-based learning and kind of come to this meeting with a background from there. And one of the things that kind of stood out to me was looking at, in classes, you're assessed on can you select best evidence and can you analyze this evidence. And so your standards are not really based on the content, and it's more based on skills. And so is that moving into a direction where it doesn't matter whether you know when World War II started, it's, do you know how to please the teacher and give them the information that they need in the way that they want it?
Yeah.
And so looking at, is the fact that we're, kind of moving away from like units, and it's like every unit you're reassessing on evidence. So is it coming down to, are you really being assessed on whether you know the content, or are you being assessed on I can pick what you want me to find?
So for the next 3 hours, we'll answer that question.
or as I was going to say, Kim gave us that one, and I would thank you for that one, because I will start, because I do think that, and again, within our own, as we said, 120 faculty realities, we have those conversations of skills versus content, and I think often a misconception, and not a misconception of the student, because again, it's the misconception of it's the reality, would be that the content doesn't matter. Can I come in and can I make a claim about snowboarding? That's a complex claim. I've made this there. Can I take evidence about the Boston Red Sox and use that? But wait, I'm in a science class. So at our school, the curriculum document that we've used is the KUD, the everything you will know, understand, and be able to do. And so we have common course KUDs. We do not yet have common unit KUDs, but common course KUDs. So in that case, whatever class we happen to talk about, let's take, that's got to be done. You have to prove your ability to provide write a complex claim, provide evidence, and analyze within the content that we are using. Now, going back to a couple of the opening speakers, we have flexibility within the content. I think one of the great things now is we start to have flexibility within the content to push, and if I'm looking at Lord of the Flies and Enlightenment thinkers, I have an ability to push you if you're really interested in this utilitarian thought and applying it, and you're really interested in some other to applying it, but that you have to do it with the content of the agreed upon content of the course. Now again, course to course, there are more opportunities for students to have say over what that content is, and I think that negotiation is happening in more and more classes. But for the simplest answer, it's got to happen within the content of the course. It's the definition of what that content is that I think is the evolving piece.
Thank you. We'll need to leave it there. Thank you both very much. I was just thinking about the U.S. Senate. They're meeting right about now. They have 12 hours of listening to complex testimony, but it's no more complex than this, so thank you very much for that. Board, we are recessed to have a meal. Let's just one more time go around and introduce ourselves, because there's a new gang of folks here, or at least some of them haven't had to put up with us all day. So, Kyle, would you go first, please?
Oh, yes. Kyle Coutois, Georgia, Vermont.
Kim Gleason, Essex.
Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
John O'Keefe, Manchester.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Sabina Brochu, Williston.
And I'm John Carroll, the chair of the board. Yes, so we need everybody to project their voices, you to us, and if this lectern has an amplifier. Is it still on?
Maybe the mic's off.
While they're doing that, if you would like to be heard in the public shall be heard section, which we welcome, please be sure to sign up on one of the clipboards that says something about public to be heard. because we use that to figure out how much time you get to speak, okay? So, and you should also at least sign one of the clipboards to indicate that you're here. I know it's kind of confusing and ambiguous, but that's what we're trying to accomplish. So if you would like to make a statement or something, you can use the lectern because it is amplified.
You can also just talk into the microphone and then that will project.
Oh, how smart you are. Thank you.
Bill's yeah, Bill's the tech one here.
Yeah, imagine that. That's a sorry state of affairs.
That's all an advanced degree's worth, so.
Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Jessica Careless. I'm Division Director of Student Pathways at the Agency of Education.
Right.
And Pat Fitzsimmons, Proficiency-Based Learning Team Leader at the Agency of Education. I have to apologize. I have laryngitis, so I will project as well as I can.
Very appealing.
We can shift this a little bit.
So who would like to speak first?
Sure, and we'll probably go back and forth a little bit as we're
So
presenting together.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Sure. So I think we did want to just provide a tiny bit of background. With the passage of Act 77 in 2013, can folks hear me?
Just hold that
Okay.
right out.
So with the passage of Act 77, also known as the Flexible Pathways Initiative in 2013, it really was a result of over a decade of research and policy and statutory reform, including the High Schools on the Move, Future of Vermont Education, and Act 44 to improve Vermont's educational system. And then in 2014, the Vermont State Board of Education adopted the education quality standards to provide the necessary regulatory support to strengthen the implementation of Act 77. And really working together, Flexible Pathways to Graduation with proficiency-based graduation requirements describe the clear expectations and the 5 attributes of a proficiency-based system that's personalized in Vermont. And that includes personal relationships, flexibility or flexible pathways, learner profiles, student agency, and proficiency-based progressions. And we've heard a lot of folks prior speak to the fact that it's not just one thing or the other, that it's these 5 attributes together that provide a really rich educational system in Vermont. But I do think it's important that we define proficiency-based education, and so in the education quality standards, it describes systems of instruction, assessment, grading, and academic reporting that are based on students demonstrating mastery of the knowledge and skills they need before they move on, and whether that's moving on to the next lesson or the next unit or graduating from high school. And I think it's really important to just sort of ground this in a practical application. I often think about proficiency-based education when I'm traveling for work and sitting on an airplane. And so when I think about proficiency, I'm really thinking about if someone told me that the pilot had a 72, would that really describe for me all of those attributes and those proficiencies that I'd want them to have attained to ensure that I'm landing at the next airport? So essentially, this means that proficiency-based education is honoring the commitment that we've made to all of our Vermont learners, that what they learn in school sticks, and that they can apply it outside of school, in career or in college. Proficiency-based systems are characterized by transparency, and we've heard from students and staff how important that we're transparent. A sustained focus on student learning, not necessarily student ranking or student scoring. Application of learning to new contexts, and enabling all students to meet high expectations. And that really means increasing opportunities for students to meet those high expectations, as well as providing students with an opportunity to extend their learning beyond some predetermined score or scale or cutoff. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Pat.
Educational systems are very complex. There's a lot going on in them. Proficiency-based learning is one part of that system that is certainly a driver of the other parts. Let's just think about a couple of the things educators are working on in their schools. Coordinated curriculum, educational support teams, professional learning, needs-based professional learning, local comprehensive assessment systems, personalized learning. There's a lot going on in that system. I think the important thing about proficiency-based learning is that it's an adaptive change rather than a technical change. It's not a small tweak. It's a huge paradigm shift. Adaptive change requires new learning, as well as changes in behavior, culture, and beliefs. Adaptive change takes place over time and requires systems to evolve. One part of that system is the reporting system, and you heard a lot about that tonight. Grading and transcripts are on the minds of a lot of parents, students, community members, and educators. It's a technical change, though, the reporting system. So technical changes, such as proficiency-based grading and transcripts, seem to be getting the most attention in some parts of the state, not all over the state. These challenges can be resolved with guidance from experts, and solutions may vary depending upon context. We've heard that also a lot tonight, or today, that context really matters. The solutions, so let me share some examples. So we know here at Rutland High School, for example, they have a conversion scale where they can translate proficiency-based grades into a more traditional system. So, and I think the really important thing is, it's not the label that matters. It's not the A through F, 1 through 100, 1 to 4, beginning, expanding, whatever you want to call the different levels. What does that communicate to students and their families about what our students know, understand, and can do? And one of the resources, and that's what we try to do at the agency, is create resources for educators. So we worked on a research brief around grading practices in a proficiency-based system. And what we did with that brief was we looked to see what the research said. We share that. And then we developed some questions that we encourage community members, teachers, students to discuss, because it's important that everybody understands change. And you can't go anywhere unless you bring your community along with you. Another solution that Mill River has used with their transcript is on one side of the transcript, they have a proficiency-based system, and on the other side, they have the more traditional, so that admissions officers get to see both of those. And then a third, which we have some schools that are piloting this in Vermont, is the Mastery Transcript Consortium, which is doing some really interesting work across the country. The Mastery Transcript Consortium is modernizing transcripts by changing them from a flat to two-dimensional accounting of student time spent on single subjects and a listing of grades without context to an interactive digital transcript that highlights proficiency of both content and interdisciplinary skills. There are many strategies that supervisory districts and unions can pursue to address these technical changes. And I just want to share with you, a couple of years ago, students from Stan and Emily's think tank course came to the agency, and they wanted to share what they were doing, the research they were doing around transcripts. And one of the students said, why is it, with all the changes in technology, that our transcripts still look much like they did 30 years ago? I thought that was a great question.
So I think previously David Roof had spoken to INACOL, now the Aurora Institute, as far as having a map describing how proficiency-based learning or mastery-based learning or competency-based learning, they tend to be synonymous, is represented across the United States. And I think in materials you previously shared from 2018, there was a map from 2018. And I believe John Peltier had asked a question as to, are we still one of the few states that's out front? I would say that out of the 50 states, 49 are engaged in this work at some level, whether it's emerging or whether it's advanced. And in fact, actually, the number of states who have entered into that advanced realm have grown since 2018, when you had previously seen that map. And that's something we can share afterwards if people would like to look at it. But I do agree that this work is difficult. We are engaging in a big change, and there hasn't necessarily been a playbook that any of these states could turn to say, this is how you implement proficiency-based learning. I will say that many states who have used innovation zones, in which they have not gone to a statewide policy, actually find that when those innovation zones run out of funding, when those zones have grown dramatically, but surrounding areas do not also engage in that change, what they do is they bake in inequities. So there's greater disparities in those states.
So I believe John Downs talked about J curves. They're also called S curves, growth curves. So they're really a life cycle of an innovation. There's a clear pattern of slow start, growth over time, and then sometimes a slight decline before moving on to another S-curve. At each phase, there needs to be a change in the innovation. Ray Prue, who was a superintendent for many years, he actually hired me as a kindergarten teacher at Berrytown a while ago. I believe he then came to Essex. I was taking a course with him, and he talked about growth curves, and I thought it was so interesting because I noticed there were teachers in our system who at one time had been amazing, and they were no longer amazing. And the growth curve explained that to me. You can't just sit on a growth curve. You have to climb up it and then jump to another growth curve, or what you do does not keep up with the times. So that growth over time is really important. It's important in business, and it's important in education. Our educators are currently working their way up one of those S-curves with the implementation of proficiency-based learning. What we have done in the past was good. However, we continually need to improve, or we will not be meeting the needs of our students, and that's what's most important.
Can we make some, we've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay.
I know it's awful fast.
We'll get through
Can
it.
we make some time for some questions?
Yes.
Okay, so raise your hands if you remember the Jetsons. Okay. Do you remember George and Jane talking on the television? I remember seeing that and thinking, wow, wouldn't that be neat if we could do that? Well, be careful what you wish for. We can now conference call, we can see, people can see you when you really don't want to be seen. That the iPhone is a tremendous change in technology. It's another example of an S-curve, that the technology didn't stay the same. It had to change over time. And also that this one little device does not just let me talk to people. It has games on it. It has, it's my video, it's my camera. It's really replaced a lot of other tools that we used previously.
Mm-hmm. Just another example would be if we can think back to Blockbuster and now Netflix. So as another cautionary tale, to answer the question, why is PBL a necessary innovation? It's because a well-educated citizenry is essential for the health of our Vermont communities, regardless of the path students take after graduation, whether it's directly into a career or college. The world has changed significantly in the last 10 years, and our ability to predict change has also changed significantly. Technology allows us to do things we once only dreamed about, but it also requires our students and all of us to engage in greater independence of thought and to adapt to an ever-changing world. In Vermont, we need students to graduate from high school with the skills, knowledge, and abilities that allow them to continue their education, to enter the workforce, and earn a livable wage. Jobs that can be automated are disappearing at a rapid rate, and this increases the importance of a diploma that certifies a student has demonstrated proficiency related to graduation requirements. In order to succeed in a 21st century economy, our students need to be prepared to work in a global environment, communicate effectively through social networks, use technology to access reliable information, and problem-solve critical issues. Those are just a few of the challenges facing our graduates, and to prepare them, education needs to innovate and respond to change. And I think actually there was a scholar from Rutland who spoke very eloquently to the need to be courageous in encountering change.
So over a year and a half, we worked with educators, business people, students most importantly, across the state, a wide variety of people to develop a Vermont portrait of a graduate. In that portrait of a graduate, we describe the knowledge, skills, and abilities that we want all of our graduates to have upon leaving high school. They include learner agency, global citizenship, academic proficiency, critical thinking and problem solving, communication, and well-being. Well-being came from students. They thought it was important that that be one, not the only one of 6 attributes of the portrait of a graduate. And this can provide a lens for educators to revisit their graduation requirements, because there is a wide variety of variation in terms of expectations now.
One last, and then.
Yeah. So I think also folks were looking for some hard and fast data, and it is difficult. And I do think that there are some challenges that people have to contend with, which is there are ethical requirements. So certainly in educational research, there are some things that we can't do. But I did want to provide some data, and I think David had been hunting around for this. So in our 2018 Common Data Project report, Vermont, as compared to its New England colleagues, had the highest 4-year graduation rate the highest four-year graduation rate for students with economic disadvantage, the highest four-year graduation rate for students with disabilities, the highest four-year graduation rate for males, the highest four-year graduation rate for Hispanic students. It also had the highest six-year graduation rate for students, the highest six-year graduation rate for economically disadvantaged students, students who are English language learners, students with disabilities, the highest six-year graduation rate for females, the highest six-year graduation rate for Black, Hispanic, and Native American students, and the highest college completion rate. And while these numbers are comparing to other states, and certainly there is enormous opportunity for improvement here, I do want to just say that we need to recognize that since implementation of Act 77 and proficiency-based learning, these are the numbers that we have accrued, that we have actually even improved. So from 2013 to 2017, even though we had an 86.6% four-year graduation rate, we went up 2.5%. We actually decreased the number of dropouts by 1.5% in that short period of time.
Do you have data over, say, 15 or 20 years?
Pardon?
Do you have data over 15 or 20 years?
We could certainly get that. I just was basing it on the Common Data Project as it compares to the other New England states.
Yeah, sure. Time for questions.
Couldn't the other way to look at that data is that Act 77 made it easier to graduate? I hate to say that if you look at the data from the other perspective, just playing the devil's advocate.
No, absolutely, and this is why this data is a representation, but you'd also look at the college completion rates.
Yep, and NAEP scores, SBAC scores.
Right, and I think someone...
All of that, I think we'd be happy to see that data.
Yeah, and I think someone previously referenced that, you know, a decline in SAT scores. I think there's equally research that just came out in 2019 that actually the single biggest predictor of college success is actually the GPA. I believe the University of California system is actually exploring eradicating the use of SATs and ACTs because, in fact, actually there are incidences of bias. There's also research that might say something on the other end. Again, this is what we want to be vigilant to, but I'm not sure if what we want to do is make decisions based on conflicting data, particularly.
I suppose making no decisions.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
So a while back, maybe 8 years, whenever I was in the legislature, the dropout rate, college dropout rate was pretty high in terms of students not, you know, and with debt and whatnot. That's not still an issue?
I think that probably one of the biggest areas for us to improve across all student groups, and I think across even New England, and again, I'm referencing the Common Data Project, so that's where we're comparing all of the 6 states to equal measures, is around those retention rates in college, which is that not dropping out of college.
Yeah, I understand. I'm pleased to hear it. I mean, that's...
Kim, do you have something?
Yeah, I know that the range of implementation across the state leads me to sort of wonder, hope, or imagine that there should be some shared best practice, some professional development, some systematizing of the learning that's happening among those places where it seems to be going better than others. And I just am not sure that I completely understand what role the AOE plays in that, or other than the broader data, sort of tracking it more locally, how it's going.
So over the course of this year, we are providing 4 convenings focused on local comprehensive assessment systems because we really believe assessment is a key lever, and high-quality assessments are important in order to determine if a student is proficiency or not. So the big picture of assessment, of local comprehensive assessment, was the first convening. The second one is on performance assessments because we think performance assessments are essential in a proficiency-based system where transferable skills are also important. The one that's coming up is focused on student-designed assessments because that idea of students taking lead in their learning and helping to develop how are we going to know you're proficient, what evidence will you use to demonstrate that. And the fourth one will be system educators sharing what they're doing because the research is extremely powerful that peers learn from peers, educators learn from other educators. So looking to make those opportunities happen is important.
as a convening? Is like, are people a cohort in it? Is everybody invited? Like how does that spread, and how is it captured if you're not able to be there? And what other tools do districts have at their disposal from the agency?
Leadership teams are invited. We are also looking for other opportunity. We're tracking the state to see where educators are coming from and thinking of providing additional opportunities in parts of the state that don't seem to be well represented. We'll be doing these sessions at the end of June, the Best Institute, sorry. So we look for other opportunities to reach as many educators as we can. There are a lot of different educators that are being pulled in a lot of different directions, and they want to be in their schools. So there's that challenge. But we do have other people throughout the state, like Champlain Valley Education Development Center is providing some really strong professional learning opportunities. So we really believe in a culture of collaboration and working with other organizations so that our messages can be similar.
Okay, one last question from Sabrina.
I don't know if I would necessarily consider this a question. It's more of, again, food for thought for you guys as members of the Agency of Education. But you mentioned how there needs to be more innovation, like that's just how evolving works, that everything gets improved. So, we were given this proficiency-based learning and proficiency-based grading, and so it's more complex and it's more time-consuming on teachers. But then you come to the issue of that you still have the same types of classrooms. You still have students who are meeting the standard from the beginning and students who are not meeting the standard from the beginning. But all of a sudden, this teacher has to provide more feedback and put in more effort to grade formatives for these kids and give them feedback and help support them so they can become better. So it's looking at, is there a way to improve the way that we're preparing teachers to implement this? Because I feel like we're telling teachers here, use this more complex way that's going to help your students, but it's okay, but it's going to take more time because it's going to have a greater outcome. But like, how do you deal with that?
We actually convened a group of stakeholders from the field on two separate occasions to update our ROPA standards. So that's the process by which we approve preparatory programs in higher education to prepare leaders and educators to incorporate and represent a lot of these new initiatives and learning around Act 77 and proficiency-based learning. Absolutely.
Bill, you had a question?
If you get us the data that you do have, the biggest problem is going to be attributing causality here. There's a lot of correlations that would go in there, but...
Yeah, I think that's like an overarching difficulty in educational research just generally. But one thing that Wendy Geller, who is the division director for our data and assessment team, and I have been engaged in, is working with the National Forum on Education Statistics to tap into a national group in which we can actually start to get into those metrics very specifically around personalized proficiency-based learning. Be happy to share that with you.
The other data that we're collecting that superintendents are turning in, most SUs and SDs have turned in already, are how many proficiency-based graduation requirements do you have? What does your personalized learning planning process look like? What do your personalized learning plans actually look like? So that's information we'd be happy to share with you. I think you'd find it interesting.
Jenna has a question.
Just a quick one. Have you done any crosswalks between the data that you have in around the schools that report out being effective with proficiency-based learning and the demographics of the towns? And schools that are not and feeling like they've made progress? I mean, there's uneven implementation, and I wonder what that looks like based on the...
I just have a clarify. So when you're saying demographics of the town,
the student population.
Like the student population?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
So,
they're serving.
I mean, I do think that I don't want to lose sight of the annual snapshot and the fact that that's where you can get a lot of that demographic data. Obviously, there are some N sizes that are so small that that data has to be suppressed. But I think the other piece that maybe you're getting at are what are those essential attributes of schools that are maybe being successful and how do we scale that? And I did want to get back to the question that you had asked, because I think it's really hard for us to, in a very succinct way, represent all of the professional learning and support that the agency provides. We also often partner with folks, so we co-facilitate those convenings of the League of Innovative Schools that I think has previously been spoken to. We have network improvement communities. We have tailored and targeted support for comprehensive schools. Just in my division alone, last year we did 200 instances of professional learning, because we're really talking about a complex system with lots of overlapping circles that I think Pat had been speaking to around how do you stand up a system. Proficiency is just one really small part, and in fact actually represents what we know has been best practice for hundreds of years. Whether you're going back to John Dewey, whether you're talking about relationships and relevance and rigor, we're simply describing that, but we've actually said we're going to embrace this, and we want to know that everyone is doing that so that no one gets left behind, that we close those equity gaps.
Team, we need to wrap this.
Yeah,
this
thank
was
you. It's
very
good.
helpful. Thank you both. Next, we're going to have a panel of 4 educators. I think you all know who you are. So come on up, and we'll pass the mic around. Thanks, Sabina. Are we? Yes, okay. So we're hearing from Adrienne Weld, Abby Brodowski, Michael Thomas, and Curtis Heyer. So the way we'd like to proceed with this, if we may, is to hear from each of you for about 5 minutes. Just give us what you want us to know in 5 minutes or less. This is your elevator speech. And then we'll double back, and the board will have questions, and you may have comments or questions for one another. So why don't we start at the end, if you would identify yourself and fire away.
Good evening, and thank you. Tech thing. Good evening, and thank you for inviting us. My name is Abby Brodowski, and I am currently the Rutland High School English Department Chair. I'm in my 9th year of teaching. I've been using a standards-based or standards reference system for the past 6 years, so I was in pretty early. One thing that is important for you to understand right now is that Rutland High School is achieving excellence with our standards reference system. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the structures that help us with that and some of the things we're still grappling with.
Can you just tell us, how do you know you're achieving excellence?
So we achieve excellence with, we are meeting or exceeding the SBAC scores on a regular basis despite some demographic and economic challenges. What I see on a daily basis, given my experience in the system for as long as I've been in, is that students are more likely to know what they should be learning. They are more likely to have their issues addressed when they don't understand, and they have opportunities to go beyond what is expected in this system more frequently than in a traditional system that I've also taught in. Our staff at Rutland High School know what they're teaching, and they work very effectively and efficiently in teams to make their instruction stronger. We're collectively at Rutland High School implementing some of the best instruction, not only in Vermont, but in New England. That's not according to me, that's according to our most recent accreditation visit from the NIASC committee. So the core question is whether or not this system is better. And my way that I approach it is to realize that it's just not complete. The word perfect in Latin, I'm an English teacher, means finished, means complete. And this is something that will never end for us if we're doing it right. So our process, if we're doing it correctly, revising, updating, improving is not going to be done. And we're always going to be grappling with things because it's an imperfect system. Because we're continually engaging in the refinement of this system, it's important, and I seriously caution against removing it right now and expecting better outcomes in Vermont schools. Some of the structures that I'd like to talk about touch upon the ideas of efficiency and equity that help us get to the excellence that we see in this building. And I wrote a lot more than I'm going to say, so you can take a look at that, because I'm an English teacher, I love to write. One of the things that we really rely on here is our PLC structure, which allows us to be efficient, but it also provides clarity to the public about what students are learning in school. So our administration supports this with our Late Start Wednesday. We have common planning time when possible, and if we didn't have that, the system would not function very well. So schools that don't have that would struggle. As the English department chair, I'm always supporting course level PLC groups. We've created our standards and scales. We revise them regularly, annually. Those are published online. And we are working on common summative assessments that we do and scope and sequence documents. And we're working on individualized learning matrices, opportunities for students to reflect upon what they've learned. This is all going to be public over time for anybody who wants to see what anybody is learning in any course at Rutland High School. Also, our PLC teams review student data and plan interventions on a regular basis. So my point is that PLCs are efficient when they're used correctly, and to be used correctly, they have to be well supported, right? It can feel annoying to be a teacher and have to work in a team because it's much easier to work in a silo, and it functions differently depending on personalities. But for me, the beauty of this system is how we are allowed to teach the way we need to if we stay in the lanes that we've agreed upon with our PLC teammates. And that still gives me the freedom to love teaching. It's not all scripted out. Also, we have a really robust MTSS, a multi-tiered system of support in the school, which answers questions about equity. So every staff person can use this system for every student that needs it. And that's really important to have those structures in the building, otherwise you can't catch the kids who aren't getting where they need to be. Most of our interventions, we have daily flex block, after school epic tutoring, education support teams, and credit recovery. That's not even our other stuff. But on a personal note, in the past 4 years, I have served over 100 freshmen per year in year-long classes because of my fidelity to these two systems and the relationship building with my students. So you can serve a lot of people well. So we do have issues. We have things that we have created goals around and are having conversations. Numbers are a big one. Averages, standard reference system, compiling and making averages and then making a score for a transferable skill is a difficult thing to do. Decaying average in our grade book, students report difficulties getting a 4, and our passing score right now is a 1, and we're in conversations about whether or not that's just too low if proficiency is a 3. So those are some of the things that we are constantly talking about, changing, updating, revising. We also want to make sure that every teacher is confident that the grade that they are giving is representative of what the student knows. So in conclusion, the things that we're working on, we're publishing that curriculum to make sure that it's clear to the public. We are supporting our staff to use all the interventions, to engage in conversations, to make sure that they are confident with what they're doing and what they're giving. And this system does allow for better learning for all students if the students are where they are able to be learning. It gives us that opportunity. So in my final comment, I would like to say that Rutland High School really is a role model. You're talking about where can you go to learn about this and see it in a more mature state. That's where we are. We still have things that we're working on. But I really hope that the board can recognize that the system it's years of transition and it is never done. And I hope that we can commit to it. I hope that we can continue to invest in it because just like students, our schools need steady support and clear-eyed vision at the state level to make the excellence that we see here a reality for many more people in the state of Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Well.
Thank you. I'm Adrienne Weld. I have been teaching for 15 years. I've been in New York and in Vermont. I've been the department chair for PE for the past 4 years, and this is my 6th year with PBO. So overall, it's encouraged to be a more professional and personal growth as a teacher, and it's helped me to clearly outline my teaching. So I have had an opportunity to slow down, to look at the content that I'm teaching, and to be able to apply meaningful learning along the way. And what I mean by that is when students are in my classroom as a PE teacher, we're not looking at rules of the game anymore. We're looking at how do we develop healthy lives for students to become competent in how to stay healthy, not me planning a class for them and utilizing the class, but taking that information and actually applying it to real life. Thinking about goal setting is a project that we do. So goal setting along the way is the final outcome. But the things that we use along the way to teach that are at kids' fingertips. So we're talking about like level 2 information. But now we're really looking at applying goal setting later in life and making those connections. So students are set to leave long after graduation with the skill set of how do we stay healthy. And when we think about traditional PE, we think about games, team games, individual games, and that transition has happened here at Rutland, that we are now focusing on personal health. And so many people, so many parents will say in conversations, I wish I learned what my students are learning now in PE, because that's what matters. That's the most meaningful piece of our class, is students are taking that information and being able to apply it. So looking at, in terms of the scales, students have also had the benefit to have direct and healthy communication with us as teachers. So I'm now having more conversations with kids about how their projects are going that they're working on, what they need to be doing to achieve being proficient in my class, and looking at the ability to have those same conversations with parents. And one of the things at the high school level, we're always looking at getting more parent involvement. How do we get them? This has created that conversation of getting more people through the door. Previously, we've been looking at percentages, and that conversation wasn't there because everybody knew historically what a percentage meant. But now the changing of learning has changed in the meaning that we have to let kids know ahead of time what they're going to be learning, so their expectations are clearly laid out. Parents have access to that information. So now we're looking at this being more equitable for not just students, but also teachers, or our students. Also, one of the other large outcomes that I wanted to share with you tonight would be that students have behavior and academic content in my class, which is separated. In the past, students haven't had the opportunity to pass if they weren't prepared. So if they didn't have sneakers, if they weren't changed, and all of these things that allowed them had already set the path for them. Where now we're looking at what is being learned in the class, and that part of their grade behavior is now pulled and is part of our HOW grade, which is our habits of work grade. So students now are more successful in our classes. We're having less students fail, and it's not being held against them if they've struggled with identity, experienced trauma, have difficulties with socioeconomics, and we're creating a safer place for that learning. And just wanted to finish up saying that we provide all of these materials ahead of time for students, so the expectations are clear, they have the ability to ask questions, and then when that conversation, these real life conversations that they're going to be having at higher ed learning in the professional world, we're teaching them that communication, those direct, healthy conversations that we're having here tonight, because in higher ed and in the professional world, we're not going to be measured on our percentages in our performance.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Heyer.
Yeah, my name is Curtis Heyer, and I'm a pretty plain-spoken guy. I'm not going to use jargon. I'm not going to use buzzwords. What we have here is a Bill Gates-funded Great School Partnership organization from Maine. They're 501c3. They're not elected. They're not accountable. And we dance to their tune. Now, when these Gates-backed Great School Partnership staff developed their framework for proficiency-based learning, they were the experts. They knew more about PBL than I did. When curriculum directors and administrators across Vermont accepted their model, they became experts, and they knew more about PBL than I did. Now the teachers are the experts. The practitioners know more than the theorists. Actual classroom teachers have seen the challenges of implementation, and they've seen the disastrous outcomes firsthand. The qualitative research is in. A Vermont NEA survey, which did not have a cherry-picked sample, said that 72% of actual classroom teachers think PBL is demotivating. Mr. Chairman, there appears to be no research that directly supports this model. No research indicates the Great Schools framework is particularly effective. No research indicates a 1 to 4 grading scale is superior. No research supports decaying averages. No research indicates extended deadlines fosters more disciplined work habits. A Duke 2006 meta-analysis indicates a positive correlation between homework and student achievement. Our schools are preparing students for college, the workplace, and the military. The practice of not counting homework, giving extended deadlines for papers and projects, and allowing retakes on quizzes and tests does not prepare students for any of these 3 pursuits. The GSP Gates model is demotivating, certainly because of not counting homework, allowing extended deadlines, and offering retakes, but also because it is confusing. It's almost impossible to explain to students how their grades are computed. Some proficiencies get assessed many times, some once or twice, some not at all. The ones that get assessed many times, they decay. The grading system is like a convoluted Rube Goldberg contraption. Students don't understand it, so they don't know whether it's worth it to make an extra effort. Mr. Chairman, research does show that students do better when they know what's expected of them. But showing them dense rubrics with language-tortured proficiencies just makes their eyes glaze over. Nobody knows what a 3 is exactly. Is it an 85? Is it an 88? A 90? It's proficient, so teachers give lots of them. And many students seem content with them. And many students seem content with 2.5s. I guess at Rutland, 1 is enough to make you content. The past few decades have seen quite a few fads in education come and go, like open space classrooms. It was supposed to promote collaboration, but teachers were finally driven to distraction and erected bookshelves and crates, anything to block out other classes. Dividers went up, and soon rooms became evident. Whole language reading instruction in the early grades left high school teachers facing a string of students over a span of years who could not spell. They were casualties of the reading wars. But this is the absolute most destructive education fad in my lifetime, at least for Maine and Vermont. A generation or more of their students will have their education jeopardized by this reckless experiment. And for what? The new grading system has not changed how teachers teach or how they assess. The emperor has no clothes. The more traditional teachers still use tests, quizzes, and essays. Most any type of assessment can be aligned to proficiencies, although it can seem at times like pounding a square peg into a round hole. And all the benefits that proponents claim from PBL could be achieved without changing the grading system. We can have portfolios, we can have differentiation, we can work in teams. Furthermore, for all this upheaval, following the GSP Gates model will likely make schools out of compliance with the letter and spirit of the state's proficiency-based diploma requirement. Unless curriculum mapping is used, gaps and redundancies will mean no guaranteed number of proficiencies will be met by graduating seniors. And even with curriculum mapping, how many proficiencies should require of graduates? Meeting each one once would be unimpressive. Earning 24 credits with all it entails is more impressive. The credit system works. The idea that credits are meaningless is an insult to the teachers who have given them. Trust the teachers. Best practice? No, this is malpractice. Three points to leave you with. It's demotivating, number 1. Number 2, it's confusing. And number 3, instruction is the same.
Thank you, Mr. Heyer. Mr. Thomas.
Hello, my name is Michael Thomas. I'm Chair of the Humanities Department at Bratt Union High School. I want to emphasize here that I'm not going to be speaking about, or certainly not for, VUHS. As a 2016 Rowland Fellow, I had the opportunity to spend, and still do, spend a lot of time in many schools with many teachers and many students, and I'm going to try to summarize my judgments about the collective experiences that those people have shared with me from around the state. Let me begin by saying that the basic principles of PBL, the basic principles, I find are not controversial. In that sense, I'm an advocate. They're the kinds of things that I think good teachers have always done, clearly or tried to, the best teachers. Clearly articulate standards and goals. Be flexible with students. Give plenty of opportunities to practice new skills, the kinds of things that you've heard. I'm emphasizing that I'm an advocate of PBL, and I've been involved in PBL initiatives for 10 or 12 years now. Because I'm going to put my critic hat on right now. And I found too often that to do that sometimes gets me immediately labeled as opposed to the entire philosophy or something like that. And that has something to do with the tenor, the tone of the conversations across the state these days. The basic principles are not usually controversial. Where controversy appears is with specific implementation, with the nuts and bolts. That's where people get upset. Choice of grading scale, whether to, what sort of learning targets to have, what's the grain size on learning targets, what are the policies for extended time and reassessment, many of the things my colleague just spoke about, types and amounts of information and transcripts, are certain grades like 0 going to be allowed? A host of small nuts and bolts design choices like those things are where most of the controversy lies. They provoke concern for teachers, students, and families because these choices, if they're not made incredibly carefully, can negatively impact each individual student's learning and overall high school experience, including the record of their achievement. I feel like we need to spend a little more time. We've heard some wonderful visionary statements that I agree with, but that J curve, we need to talk about the flat part of that curve. There are real students at risk of being harmed in some schools by some choices, and we've seen some in the news in recent days, and I don't think we should pretend like that's not happening. I feel like some of the presentations here would leave you with the feeling that there isn't anger or controversy, and there is, and we need to look at that head on and embrace that dialogue. The controversy is worsened when any one version of PBL is idealized and labeled the true version. And in my experience, many advocates, while they would say they don't do this, in practice treat PBL like it's one clearly defined philosophy, and their version is the true version. Teachers around the state report to me that design discussions in their schools are made more difficult when someone imposes a litmus test as to what will be considered real PBL. Instead of thinking about the practical implications, the focus often becomes what expert promoted this idea. Another problem is when people transport a practice from one expert or from an idealized school. Oh, they're doing it, they're recognized. Let's take that idea here without considering, will that work in our context? Teachers tell me that's a huge problem. The fact is, and you've heard a few people mention this, the research support for any specific implementation of PBL is extremely limited. There is research for the broad principles, things like feedback improves student learning. I mean, we know this, and there's plenty of research to support that. But when it comes down to the specific choices, a 4-point scale, is homework graded or not, there's very little empirical research to support that, and what there is pretty poor, to be honest. That's a controversial statement to make. I'd be happy to talk about or to share with people some of the things that I've looked into. I've been appalled at some of the things presented as facts in PBL literature that are based on appallingly little research evidence. This isn't to say we shouldn't be pursuing PBL. As I said, I'm an advocate. But it does mean that no one can really claim a definitive answer to what is considered best practice. There is not one best approach. General claims about the value of this or that specific PBL practice should be viewed skeptically. They have to be looked at in the context of a specific school with its specific traditions, histories, policies, etc. What I want to leave you with is this. All PBL systems must find balance between competing principles. There's not one right way to do that. Some of those risks, the things we risk in trying to find that balance, unintentionally encouraging low effort and procrastination through extended time and low weighting of early assessments. And this is one of your colleagues spoke about that. That is a real risk, and some schools are doing that very poorly. There's a risk of masking fundamental needs in a system by focusing on grading scales or reporting systems without improving curriculum and instruction. I see some schools doing that. There's a risk of masking student needs and achievements by combining a wide range of ability levels into one category called proficient. And I think you brought up that question earlier. There's a risk of lowering student achievement and grade inflation if robust intervention systems to support students are not in place before transition to PBL. I would have thought that any serious PBL system would start first with the support and intervention systems. Unfortunately, that's almost an afterthought in some schools that I've encountered. There's a risk of inadequate college preparation by reducing subject area expertise to abstract transferable skills. That's a particularly controversial one for me to be saying, I think, with some colleagues. One concern I have, and again, this is not PBL in general, but specific implementations. A student, in fact, students at several of the more prominent model PBL schools have said to me, I don't feel motivated to work my hardest here. It's a good system for getting people to graduate, but it's not a good system for motivating people to learn deeply or to work hard towards that. Again, I'm not saying that's PBL, but certain choices and implementations about it. And real quickly, having talked about what's happening in schools, I've got 4 points I just want to leave you with. Statewide needs, if we're going to actually implement and improve PBL. School and district administrators and teachers need enormous training, not in PBL, but in how to facilitate and implement significant institutional change. Administrators tell me again and again, they're trained how to run a school, but changing the school is very different. Training and support must be long-term and more consistent than sporadic one-time grant-funded opportunities, which is what most of it consists of. And it should consist of teachers working together rather than outside experts coming in. Teachers need fewer general PBL lectures or workshops and more time to work with colleagues, especially within their subject areas, to develop and refine these nuts and bolts practices. And finally, in a PBL system, and several people have spoken of this already, teachers need significantly more time during the day under a PBL system to revise curriculum, provide detailed feedback to students, and to carry out the interventions to support students not yet achieving proficiency. If we can't find that extra time, we're giving lip service to something here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Well, let's celebrate diversity. You are a spectrum of views, and that's very valuable to us and helpful to us. Maybe a bit uncomfortable at times, but that's the way diversity works. So we thank you for that. Questions? Yeah, hundreds of questions.
I guess, Mr. Heyer, how is it different to know what a 3 looks like with rubrics and otherwise versus an 82 or an 83? Like, how would a student know what that is and what they've accomplished in that?
That's a very good question. I think flattening out the scale is demotivating. This young lady was talking about getting a 2.5 with very little effort and somebody with a lot of effort getting a 3. And there was a young man here who said that could happen with a 100-point scale, and it can. But when you if you stretch it out more, you have more opportunities to I think, properly reward a student for his or her effort. When you flatten it out, I think it's demotivating because I think students see exactly what this young lady has been seeing.
If one, if I just add to that, if one broad category is what you have to meet to pass or to graduate, there's going to be enormous pressures on the system to nudge kids up into that. If you have more gradations, and I'm not arguing a 100-point scale, but 4 categories, you're lumping a huge amount of skill into that proficient category. And what I worry about are the kids at the bottom end of that proficient category, because they think they're doing as well as the kids at the top end of that. But in a lot of schools, the bottom of proficient is not college ready, and the top of the proficient is college ready. But they're in the same category.
And I think I was more wondering how they know what they've gotten just in understand. Like, my kids went through the 1 to 100 system, and I didn't know much about sort of what that 95 meant versus what I'm not sure how much feedback they got in understanding what they would have needed to have done differently to have been all the more proficient. And the only thing that in sort of taking in information seems to be more clear is the standards and maybe consistency in how those are applied from teacher to teacher for all students is that seems to have more information just listening.
If I may, the decaying system, which the Great School Partnership recommended, is confusing. Kids really don't know what they're going to get. If you do a retake and you go from 2.5 to 3.5, we have 0.5 increments on a couple of proficiencies, it may not move the needle at all on your grade. Decaying is confusing and it's unfair. I mean, how would you like to be penalized for taking your SAT a second or third time? That's what we're saying we can do to you is penalize you, because schools don't do that. They take your best SAT, and some schools will even superscore your verbal and math scores. But we're saying everything you did before, that just decays. And you don't need to know about Napoleon. Tell us what you know about de Gaulle.
I don't know much about either one of those guys.
Or decaying.
Are these retakes, are these usually the same test, or is it a different test? I'm just curious. So is it the exact same test that you maybe previously did poorly
In our
on?
school, teachers are given latitude about that.
Okay. I mean, I have a question for Ms. Weld. My kids call them specials. I don't know what the correct terminology is. But in talking to your colleagues, how did your transition from the traditional system to PBL system, how do you think that differed or was the same for math, English, social studies, science? Was it different or was it the same?
So are you asking if what my point of view is of other subject areas?
No, just how physical education as a department, how that may have been the same or different than the other departments that you might interact with.
It definitely would have been different in the fact that our class schedules are set up so that we have 8-week courses, so we have term courses. So the processes that we go through, we tend to be the guinea pigs. So we were one of the first to start applying all of this and walking through the fire with parents, which has only bettered us in our responses and helping kids to better understand it. So we do, in terms of, we would have had more practice rolling that out and getting everything aligned to help students and parents understand that. Speaking for others, it's difficult for them to make those transitions. So if they have a term course and it's 16 weeks and it's every other day, they have more leeway to be able to make changes, but it makes it more difficult for teachers who teach a year-long course. Like, they really have to front everything and be prepared and organized with that information because you can't make as many changes as we do. So
would you say that it sounds like there's more classroom and communication in the PE that you teach now compared to the one 10 years ago. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to have training as a life coach more than a.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like in some cases.
Jock. It just seems very different. And
yeah, it is different for students, and I think it's a bit of a shock, especially for 9th grade students who are incoming from different schools. It's basically they're like, we're doing homework in PE. So it is interesting, but towards the end, one of the great things is it helps us to promote that teamwork and collaboration with parents. And when we meet with them at open houses or calling home for great things, students now have their parents on board and saying, these are great things, we should have learned these. So it also not just with our students every day and asking like where you're at, but every day they come in and they'll say exactly what a 3 and a 4 are. So the students have the information that they need to know whether we're doing something cognitively with a rubric or if we're moving around in our classroom.
Other questions? Bill?
Mr. Heyer and Mr. Thomas and Mr. Downs, you said there was no research supporting this, and you lent yourself in the same direction as I heard it. One thing about the 4 points versus 100 points is when you collapse that scale, you collapse your variance. And you make everything into 2 categories, which no longer differentiates. But you had said there wasn't any research, and I would really like to see some strong empirical research by somebody somewhere that really deals with these questions. And so I'm asking you folks, can you identify such?
You mean the 4-point scale in particular, the 4-category scale? One of the main proponents of that, Thomas Gutsky, makes most of his argument on a logical basis about the difficulty of assigning scores to 100 different categories on a 100-point scale.
Right.
He cites one, I've only been able to identify one piece of empirical research he cites that he completely misinterprets. Basically, he says in it, this is a long point, but basically, he says it supports the fact that teachers with more than 4 categories can't make accurate assessments of student ability. And he says well-trained teachers. The study they referred to was a study where they took teachers through a 2-day workshop, asked them to write their own rubrics individually, and then go off and assess the same student work. When they came back, guess what? They disagreed. I mean, that's the level and now the person who wrote that research made no such claims as Gutsky did later on. So this is the kind of, and there are many examples of this where one piece of research is taken to support something. If you often trace the footnotes back, you'll find it really doesn't support what they're saying it does.
Peer reviewed?
That study was, but it wasn't making any of the claims that Mr. Gutsky had referred to it to support.
Do you have a question? No.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, going back to the demotivation, and so at our school we have a habits of learning grade, which is very similar to your HOW grade, it sounds like, except our habits of learning grade does not affect your overall class grade at all. I have a 2.5 in my bio habits of learning grade, but a 4 overall in the class. So, kind of a question to all of you as educators, do you see this shift amongst your students? Like, their students no longer striving for that 4, whereas in the previous grading system, there were kids wanting to get the 100 or the A+, whereas now they're like, I can pass this class with a 3, I'm meeting the standard. Because I know personally in like middle school, I was on a F through A scale, and I was thinking, I want to get that A+ because that means I did everything right. Whereas now, if I do everything right, I get a 3, and I have to go above and beyond to get the 4. So I don't kind of know. Do you guys see that, and if so, how?
Above and beyond means very different things to very different teachers.
Exactly.
The demotivating thing bothers me a lot. And we heard from a school psychologist who said that she's seen a lot of damage from grades. And my reaction to that is life is hard. College is hard. The workplace is hard. The military is hard. So I'm with you exactly. But I just see the destructiveness of that, generationally.
I think this has been, we could go on for a long time with you four, because you bring such a rich diversity. It's great. We admire you each and all. So thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
And to all of you, I apologize that we're running behind schedule.
Not at all.
Jen Staten,
So
I
what
think
it
you're
is
next.
Oh, completely. I would turn in my homework if it mattered.
Well, we want everybody to be heard, so we'll just hang in
It's
there.
like hidden. You
Can't be
have a
that bad.
list of all your targets and then habits of learning at the very top.
Yeah, you make that motion. Coffee, how about bourbon?
Kim's got a second.
Followed by bourbon, if you will. We're getting a little punchy. Yes, please.
Is the coffee on the way?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God. Well, the nearest Starbucks is in Manchester, so I don't know that we could get it delivered.
Okay, let's go. Jen, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me tonight to provide testimony on proficiency in the state of Vermont, and thank you for your work in collecting this testimony. My name is Jen Stainton. I am the building-based curriculum coordinator at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. That means as opposed to a district-level curriculum person, I am actually located in the high school and middle school. My job was started in 2017, and the first few years of my job was focused solely on the implementation of proficiency in our high school and middle school. So today I'm going to share with you a little bit of a story of sorts of how implementation of proficiency went at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. And I shared with you in paper 6 points to my testimony, and I'm going to speak to each one a little bit tonight. First, I'd like to share with you that I am proud to be an educator in the state of Vermont with a compelling vision that you have set through policy. Act 77 and the education quality standards take two really important and usually competing parts of policy and bridge them together for something that's really powerful. Flexibility and accountability are usually sole factors in education policy, whereas with Act 77 and the education quality standards, those two pieces are put together and blended. And it says that our students should have voice and choice and flexibility in their pathways. And at the same time, schools should be very, very clear about the standards that students should meet in terms of the skills, knowledge, and dispositions before they graduate from high school. I'd like for you to keep in mind that the decision to go in this direction from the state came from a long line of digging into the state of high school education in Vermont. High Schools on the Move took a look at what was happening at high schools in Vermont, and it said something needed to change. That was emphasized by the Transformation of Education, another document. And then it's actually been put into practice with our education quality standards in Act 77. I have to say, the pride extended for me over winter break as I had a conversation with my sister-in-law, who is in charge of mathematics for the Denver public school system, a school system with 92,000 students. And they are also working on competency-based education. And it was great for me to be able to share my experience with her and talk about how we're working on similar initiatives. I'd like to say that the policy has actually entered into the instructional core of schools. And few education policies actually get to do this, so it's really remarkable. And it's done so in positive ways. We're positively impacting student opportunities. We're positively impacting student and teacher relationships around learning. And we're actually positively focusing on outcomes instead of inputs when it comes to what our students are learning at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. And I'm going to share some examples of that. Since the implementation of Act 77 and the education quality standards, we now have a new Center of Community Connections at Woodstock Union High School and Middle School. It's staffed by 2.5 educators, and this center connects students with work-based learning opportunities, internships, virtual learning, dual enrollment, independent studies, student teaching opportunities, and other new ways to earn credit upon demonstrated proficiency. Teachers are now working with students to help them attain proficiency. And once they've attained proficiency, work with them to design ways to extend proficiency, capturing their voice as a part of that process. Their conversations no longer sound like, how can I get a few more extra points so that I pass or I get that A? And instead the conversations are focused on, you gave me some feedback that I don't know how to create a fair counterclaim accurately. Can we sit down and work on that together? And then once that proficiency is met, thinking of other ways together that they can extend that particular skill. Another positive piece is that outcome. Our district is now focusing on getting excellent data into the hands of teachers. We have invested in STAR 360, which is an external data collection mechanism for ELA and math outcomes. We can now put that in the hands of teachers alongside excellent professional development for summative assessments so that they can actually sit together and look at how their students are doing with both internal and external measures to try and help them meet excellence in their outcomes. As you've heard tonight and elsewhere, implementation can be messy. Foundational systems can be challenged, and equity can be impacted as we attempt to implement proficiency. For us, a foundational system of communication was a major problem. We didn't have a good way to communicate with our constituents, with our public. We didn't have a good way to communicate, nor did we have a good way to message. So a lot of the communication and messaging about proficiency happened over hockey games, as opposed to having educators working and talking with families initially. And that was a flaw of ours. Another foundational system that was challenged for us was a system for tracking proficiencies. I was lucky recently to sit in on a panel, a speaker panel, on the future of work and how that might impact education for students. Lindsay Blimes, the director of engineering for Wayfair, sat on that panel. And she explained something that was really interesting to me. And it showed me a conflict between the software industry and the education industry. And that is, iteration is readily accepted in the software industry. We went through several different types of grade books and grading mechanisms that in the software engineering industry is considered least viable product, which is a regular thing that happens. They provide a least viable product to you, they get some feedback from you, and then they say, oh, we'll change this to make it fit better for you. As educators, we assumed that we were getting often grading systems or packaging of software that was already set, and we ended up shifting our grade books many times, therefore looking like we were not solid in our decision making. And what that was actually a cultural conflict between something that's totally acceptable in the software engineering world and less acceptable when it comes to tracking student grades. That was messy for us. The other piece that was messy for us was the decision making of bordering schools, districts, and states. Woodstock is located close enough to private schools or other school districts that have not made the shift to proficiency. We're all struggling for students in terms of numbers right now. And there was a real threat to us of students making the choice if they had the social capital or the financial capital to leave our district and choose another school to attend. That was threatening for us in terms of an economic gap that already exists in our school district that could have been widened. And what we found throughout this whole process was the families that were most engaged in their students' education were willing to hang in with us as we went through this messy implementation. They were frustrated, but they hung in. And we found that those who were already feeling quite marginalized by an education system that hasn't been working for them in the first place felt even more marginalized. Implementation for us was certainly messy. In the end, however, after the messiness, Woodstock Union High School and Middle School came to a point of clarity. And many of these equity issues were certainly context specific and might not necessarily be located elsewhere around the state. We found that getting things right for us meant capturing the voices of all people involved: our students, our teachers, our administrators, our school board members, our community members, to understand what they value. And they expressed to us the following values: grades that reflect student growth in knowledge, skills, and dispositions that we value, and a transcript that includes a GPA easily understood by the post-secondary world, including the most traditional institutions. This led to our school board writing a grading policy, which at the time, after contacting the Vermont School Boards Association, I believe no other school boards at that time were attempting to write a grading policy. The grading policy makes it clear that we value a hybrid system that takes the best parts of proficiency that we value and allow us to still have a letter grade and a GPA for our students. This clarity was really important for us and allowed us to think about those equity issues and take those into considerations as we made these decisions. I want to make it clear that the education quality standards paint a portrait of what high quality education looks like for all students in the state of Vermont. State level policy was very important for Woodstock Union High School and Middle School to even attempt to move the needle towards a more standards-based, high reliability system. We now have a hybrid system. We know that measuring student achievement against standards is highly reliable, and it's something that we value. I personally feel that legislating proficiency as a choice would make the State Board of Education's vision for what education looks like become confusing to those of us attempting to implement this in the field. The last piece I'd like to share with you is there's a revised definition of competency or proficiency-based education from the Aurora Institute that I think captures all of those pieces that Woodstock Union High School and Middle School and the Windsor Central School Board values. And I'd like to highlight some of those pieces. Students are empowered in decision-making around their learning. Assessment is meaningful. School is differentiated and supportive of students. Students progress on the basis of mastery, and there are common expectations that are explicit, transparent, and measurable. We are at a point right now in our system, our proficiency system, where we have a clear grading policy. We are continuing to make sure we implement it with fidelity in the classroom, and we have a lot of growing to do. Statewide with proficiency, we have a lot of growing to do. And just as my community values growth in our students, I also hope the state of Vermont will value growth in our schools as we attempt to get clear on proficiency-based learning for our students. Thank you.
Very nice presentation. Yes, Peter.
So you detailed a long, I would assume it's a fairly long process. And it's still going on, I assume, to some degree. But
always, yes.
But where did you, how long did it take for you to sort of really have it sort of safely be implemented, or to a degree, you know what I mean? It seemed like you were involving a lot of people. With a lot of different, presumably.
We went through, I'd say, for education, in the world of education, fairly rapid iterations of proficiency in our school. It started around 2016, and the board policy was implemented this past fall. So we're still in the process of trying to make it work in the classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? I'll ask if I may. You've seen or read that in many communities there's a great deal of upset and consternation among parents in particular.
Mm-hmm. We experienced that as well.
You did. Mm-hmm. Have those concerns been sort of mitigated some by the school board's clarity about how the grading will work from here out?
It has to some extent, yes. That's less of a focus this year. We have a strategic plan that we're actually focusing now, as opposed to trying to get grading right. In the classroom, we're still having lots of work. Yeah, right. But in terms of the community conversations, there were focus groups, there were surveys given, and
so when the school board did this, they did a lot of consultation with the community?
Yes, and with our principal in particular.
How long was the development process?
For the policy itself, or for the whole time through?
No, for the policy. The school board's work.
I want both.
Okay.
So we began the process of iterating ways to do proficiency in about 2016. The school board policy was deemed necessary based on community feedback in the middle of last school year.
How far have you gone in implementation?
Well, in terms of, the policy is implemented. It was approved by the school board, so that is policy. And we're working with teachers to make sure they're meeting that policy. The policy also has outlined procedures, and the procedures is really where the nuances come in, and that's where we're trying to get teachers all on the same page and working towards that. We're not perfectly there yet.
I'd never it hadn't dawned on me that this could actually have an impact on enrollment. So here in Rutland, Rutland Town at least has choice, and in my area, there's choice as well. Did you see, you said you were concerned about people leaving. Did some leave specifically because of this?
It was a factor, I'd say, in any decision-making around that. It was not the sole factor
Big
that
numbers
we
or
knew
small
of.
numbers?
Yeah.
Just
they're
a couple?
small numbers. Yeah. It's
Okay.
Can you see that it might become a magnet? That PBL could be an asset that would draw
Absolutely.
families and kids?
Absolutely. And the reason why is for the fact that it includes voice and choice. My own daughters are in a capital P proficiency school, I'll call it, where they're really implementing proficiency well, and they value that. That's my own anecdote, however. Yes, it can be.
Did you roll it out all at the same time, or you're a union district?
Yes.
Was it rolled out to all the grades at the same time, or did you phase it in?
No. Yeah, I work at the high school and middle school, so it was at that. Yeah, we.
But it was high school and middle school at the same time.
This policy is happening at the high school and middle school at the same time. We had some iterations in each grade level, at each middle school and high school at various times since 2016.
How was it adopted? Did you see a difference in acceptance between the 7th graders that were seeing it for the first time and 12th graders that were seeing it for the first time?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Tonight, Pat Fitzsimmons talked about adaptive versus technical changes.
Yes.
And then we talked a little bit, Mr. Thomas started saying around
Absolutely.
institutional change and
Yes.
how a school's readiness to adopt new changes really has an impact on the success of implementing any initiative. Can you talk a little bit about like what tenets were already in place for your district to kind of move forward in a quicker way, maybe?
I think what we had was a group of teachers that were very willing to begin this process early on. So that small iterative group willing to take it on was something that we attempted in the beginning. It did not work well, however, because there were so many iterations and so many frustrated people in that process that what it really meant was that wasn't the best way to go about it, really. We really needed to get some administrators and school board members and actually a robust community group together to actually take a look at this as opposed to just a small group of students. And that's where we ended up eventually, more out of frustration than actually out of really trying to figure out a system to make adaptive change and consider all the technical pieces along with it at the same time. Bless you.
How much was the community input? Was that a critical component?
Absolutely. Yes, and a lot of that was gathered through school board members when they were in their towns, through people in their towns, and also through surveys at various times. The surveys last year were the most revealing for us because we knew the right questions to ask at that point to figure out which technical pieces were the most important ones for us to tend to at this time.
I don't know if this is a fair statement, but I would imagine demographics has something to do with all of this too.
I would think so, and I'm sure as you're hearing from different schools, you might get a better sense for that, but I would think so.
Time, money, and professional development all have to be figured out if we're thinking this way.
Absolutely, yes, you're right.
Very good. Thank you very
Thank you.
much, Ms. Denton.
Well done.
You know the cost of time?
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
Lots? No. So we are realizing that we need more cohesive time for teachers to work together on this topic, and that is district-wide. So in order for teachers to have time to work together, we have created some structures within the school day, particularly at the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade level, where we have teachers in core classes teaming and working on this together, right? So allowing for collaboration to happen during the school day, but we are also considering adopting early release days next year, which we've never had in our school district before, so that we can have groups of teachers come together and get some professional development that will help move this forward.
Or some time in the summer.
Yes, that as well. We have a plan for a curriculum camp this summer where teachers can earn either in-district credit or credit through college in order to have some time to understand this topic better and move their practice forward in a cohesive fashion.
Okay,
Very
thank
good.
you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Melissa Connor. There she is. Ms. Connor, we thank you for hosting us. I think
You
you're
enjoyed your dinner?
you're responsible for the dinner, I think.
Personally, yes, I cooked it all myself.
Yes,
so.
yeah, well, we'll give you credit.
No, we had 2 incredible chefs, and 3 of our alumni actually came back to help
Oh, how
prepare
nice
the meal
is that?
tonight. So that was very nice.
Yeah, I'm sorry we missed the students themselves.
The students did the prep work today to get ready, and then they had many after-school activities, and so we were able to recruit 3 alumni to come back. So,
That's so nice.
Yes.
Well, it was a marvelous dinner that was far more ambitious than we had imagined.
Awesome. Glad you
And we
enjoyed it.
thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So, please.
Yes. So my name is Melissa Connor, and I'm the director of Stafford Technical Center. And I kind of have a unique perspective. We have 8 partner high schools, so we're seeing 8 different ways of implementation and trying to figure out how do we work with 8 different systems. It's been a challenge. This is my 26th year in career and tech ed in Vermont, so I've seen lots of iterations of over the education landscape. Things have come and gone. The one constant for career and tech ed is that we have been a competency-based program for 30 plus years. So when the directive came to start looking for a proficiency-based system, for tech ed, it really wasn't that much of a change. We've been looking at competencies, we've been looking at students, are they proficient? If you have an auto mechanic, you want to make sure that a car does not leave the shop unless the brakes are correct. When you have somebody coming to a dinner, you want to make sure that the students are safely preparing the food so that nobody gets sick after they leave. So these are things that we've been looking at. So proficiency is what we do. We are a career pathway for many students, so it's a natural fit for us. And so I'm very proud of the work that we have done. Tech centers throughout the state have taken a very different approach to how they've addressed the transition to proficiency-based grading and assessment. What we decided to do at Stafford is kind of get ahead of it. 5 years ago, as a faculty, including guidance, including our outreach, including our administration, we all took a standards-based class together so that we were learning together, and it was a year-long class. We learned the language, we learned the systems, we looked at different systems, and as a faculty, we decided on the system that we wanted to move in. We looked at our competency lists. We worked with our program advisory committees to make the decisions about what's important for a student in this career field, whether they're headed to college first or straight into the career field. What are the critical skills that they need? And looking at the competencies, looking at the input from those community members, we developed what we called overarching and prioritized standards. So it really shrunk down the competency list. What we tried to do, some competency lists for programs could have up to 50 different areas of assessment. Obviously, that's hard to assess on 50 different areas. So we tried to consolidate that. So that was the first step in the process. As being part of Rutland City Schools, as a district, we made the decision to move to a 1-to-4 scale. So we knew that we had some work to do in that area. So internally, we were looking at that. All of our teachers, they developed their standards for each of the prioritized standards that they have. We call them parent and child standards. We wanted to make sure that we had clear proficiency scales. What are we asking a student to be able to do or know when they finish this course and when they finish the standard? How will we know they've achieved it? And what are we going to do if they don't? So for each lesson that is taught, students are provided a proficiency scale. We start out with a 3, what's proficient? What is it that we're looking for them to be successful? And then we build off that. We work with the students. Some of our teachers have become very masterful at developing some of these scales with the students. We want to make sure that the language of the scales is in student-friendly language. There's no sense having educational and industry jargon if the students don't know where their target is. And that's how we look at these. These are the targets for the students. So we began that process. And when we finished that piece, we said, well, the next step for us is really to kind of do a gap analysis of what we're teaching in our programs. So we started a curriculum mapping, scope and sequence process where our teachers throughout the school year kept track of every lesson that they taught, and we had a chart, and they would chart it on that chart. They would look at that, and they would look at what program competencies from the state of Vermont were they addressing. We are required to do industry recognized credentials, which are a third-party assessment. Which aspects of those were they addressing? We have many dual enrollment college-level classes that are being taught within our programs. Which essential objectives were going to be? It was a long process. Then we started adding the academic proficiencies. Historically, within technical education, embedded academic credits have been part of it. So for instance, if you were taking our natural resources and forestry program, if at the end of the year you had completed 90% of the program competencies with a 3 or higher, because in tech ed it was always a 0 to 4 scale for grading, then you would receive the embedded academic credit. But we didn't have to show where that science credit. The experts at the AOE had done that. So what we decided to do for all of our programs is not look at just what the state was recommending for embedded academic credits, but let's really look at what academics are we teaching and assessing in our programs on a regular basis. So the teachers spent a lot of time really looking at the curriculum they were teaching, our cosmetology program. They do chemistry when they're looking at doing the different formulas for hair color and hair dye, for perms and things like that. We're looking at physics in our auto tech lab. We're looking at every type of academic. And so the teachers were charting this throughout the course of the year. And so at the end of the year, and this is a process that we're working on this year, again, this has been a 5-year process and we are nowhere near done. It is something that we are very proud of, that we can clearly articulate what program competencies we're doing, what industry recognized credentials, which dual enrollment is essential objectives, and which academic proficiencies are being taught and assessed in our programs. Why are we doing all this work? Well, as I mentioned, we have 8 partner high schools who are looking for 8 different things from us. And we could have easily said, you know what, we're gonna just do it here, you take our information and run with it. But we are a school of choice. And if we want schools to send their students to us, we need to be able to meet their needs. We serve 6 different school districts. In one of our school districts, there are 3 high schools within that district. They're all grading differently. We have some schools that are still using a 0 to 100 scale, where 65 is passing, some are 60. We have some that are using the standards-based grading on a 0 to 4 scale, some are using a letter scale. So what we have to do at the end of each of our, whenever we're reporting grades, is our registrar has a very impressive Excel spreadsheet where she has to do conversions. Why do we do that? The first year that we implemented the 1 to 4 scale and we sent off the grades, a 2.5 for instance, we have a very detailed, reference Marzano, and he has a very detailed description of what a 0.5 to a 1 to a 1.5, and what that would calculate into. What we're finding is our partner schools that weren't on this track with us, we're kind of taking 2.5, dividing it by 4, that must be what the average is. And so it was not really reflecting what the students were actually doing in our programs. We don't have any control over the transcript, so we wanted to make sure that whatever grade we were sending to that partner school in whatever format that they're doing is the grade we want a student to have on their transcript, because that was very important to us. It was very important to the parents. I want to tell you a little scenario of what we face on a daily basis. We serve, I'll just use Mill River as an instance. Mill River students, when they are at their home high school in the morning, they will sometimes take an academic class there. They have a grading system of 0 to 4. They have a passing score of a 2.0 with a require of anything that's below that they have to do remediation on those standards. They take the bus after their morning academic classes, they come to Stafford. Some of them will go to Rutland High School and take an academic class, because we offer the access to Rutland High School and they're gracious to do that, so some of our students can access AP classes if they would like it. So when they go to Rutland High School, you've heard how they assess. They're on a 1 to 4 scale. 1 is what is considered passing. Stafford, we have the 1.0 as the official passing grade, but we always tell the students, if you want to receive credit through the state and be a program completer, you have to be proficient in 90% of your competencies, or 90% of your standards. 1 student, 1 school year, 3 different grading systems that the student and the parents are trying to understand. So I would say, this is my first year as director here. I was the assistant director for 4 years prior. I would say probably 90% of the parent phone calls that I field are, I just got a report card in the mail from Stafford Tech, and I have this grade. It's passing at your school, but it's not passing at Mill River. And then what's this jump rope thing? Because it's 3 different systems, grading systems. So that, I don't think there is one grading system that is better than the other. I'm not advocating for 1 to 4 letters, 0 to 100. I think at least regionally we need to have some consistency because I think it is creating inefficiencies. It's creating confusion, and parents and students are getting frustrated with that. So.
Very good. Questions?
Yes, if I've got this right, it's the number of proficiencies passed divided by the total number of proficiencies, which will give you a ratio which you can convert either into a number count or an ABCD count, as long as they pass 90% of them is your threshold.
So with the state board rules the way they are, there's 2 factors. For what they call program completer status, which is what the state deems as the point in which students can receive academic credits or embedded academic proficiencies, they have to have mastered 90% of the program competencies with a 3 or higher.
Okay. Well, my question really becomes, what did we gain?
I think in tech ed, there really has been no change in how we are doing things and how we are reporting out, because we've always been reporting on a 0 to 4 scale. I think what's confusing and where we've lost is when we try to take the the competencies that we've had, change them to proficiencies, and then try to fit it into 8 different systems. That's where it gets confusing. Whereas before, we could kind of just send, this is where a student is, and the schools accepted it as is. And now they're wanting, some schools are wanting an overall course grade. Some are wanting it broken down by program, academic, transferable skill proficiencies. We really have to be able to, if somebody says we want this, we have to be able to provide it. And I'm very fortunate that I lead a fantastic staff that is flexible. They understand that at the end of each year, we are constantly recalibrating. It's never going to be a done deal. We're never going to be finished with the work.
If you get your 8 schools together, would that not make for a regional curriculum and therefore a state curriculum?
That would be a wonderful thing, and it's something we have tried. But I think when you're dealing with 8 different school boards with 8 different ideas on how things should be done, that makes it a challenge. I would love to see that, a regional approach with the tech centers and those boards at a hub. I would love to see that.
Peter.
I'm interested in 77 and regular ed kids accessing the tech program. Did that make any difference?
Well, we're the only tech center, I believe, in the state that actually saw an increase in enrollment. We are at capacity. All of our partner high schools are seeing a decline in enrollment, and we're actually seeing growth. I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. I don't think there's one. I think Act 77 has helped. It has opened up the opportunities for us to access students at a younger grade. So I think it's introducing CTE to students, at the middle school grade, 9th and 10th grade. We've been working with Rutland High School in what we call pre-tech foundations classes for 9th and 10th graders, and I think that's been a huge bonus for us.
But they're not necessarily on a tech ed track, or are
they're not necessarily on a tech ed track for, I always, when I talk to the students, I go out and I meet with all of the sophomores when we're doing our recruiting, if you will. And one of the things I tell them, you have a PLP, look at this as a career exploration. Even if you don't come to Stafford, if you're not going to enroll full time, look at it as a career exploration opportunity.
Thanks. Great.
Go ahead. One more question.
Your numbers are up, so
Yes.
I'll ask the same question I asked Woodstock. Have you seen any individuals? It sounds like you wouldn't, because all of your sending schools probably would be as well. But have you encountered anyone that hasn't gone to Stafford or Spafford because of proficiency-based learning?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Melissa.
thank you.
Thank you.
It was great, thank you. I'm sorry that we're running behind schedule, you all. You're being very patient with us. But now that we're behind schedule, we want everybody to have their time. So, Stephen and Greg, you come on up. And while they're getting settled, I just want to remind you that if you would like to be speaking in the public comments period, which is coming up after these two, please do sign. There's a sign-up sheet over there. We need to have everybody's name on there so that we know how much time to allocate to each of you. So, gentlemen, please introduce yourselves, and why don't you take each 5 minutes, if you would, to just sort of tell us what you want us to know.
You go first?
Yes.
I'm Stephen Dellinger-Pate. I'm the principal at U32. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys today about proficiencies. And I'm not going to go through the whole letter that I provided for you. I'm going to highlight one aspect of it. Try to keep this under 5 minutes is my goal on this. I want to highlight that you asked the questions, and I've heard them several times, is how are we measuring this? How do we know if we're improving? How do we know how the system is working for us? And I would say to you that we actually have been using a measure, and it hasn't been brought up in any of the discussions so far, but there is a document that has been prepared called Global Best Practices. And what Global Best Practices says is that it really allows you to self-assess your school and the things that are happening there. I would say that this is provided by NESSC, and it actually comes with a research brief as well. And our school sat down and we looked at these scales and we looked at it and said, okay, how do we stack up? What are we doing well and what are we not doing well? And I would say that it's a proficiency system, but it's actually on a 1 to 5 scale. So they have a little bit different on this. And they actually, when you're looking at this, they only have 3 levels that you look at. You look at a 1, a 3, or a 5. And then you kind of place yourself on this. And what I would highlight for us at U32 is when we first went through this, we realized that one of the standards, equity, which is the very first one that you look at, is where were we performing, what were we doing, what were we doing well. And what we realized is that looking at this model is that our students were performing below grade level, and then they were struggling to catch up with their peers. We had that group of kids. We had a discipline process that wasn't overly restorative. It was more punitive in its nature. And we really saw that our curriculum did not promote high learning for all students. And so there was our starting point. This had us down at the very low end of the scale, and we had to ask ourselves, okay, what does that mean? What do we do? So we implemented restorative practices in our school. And I would say now that we've reduced the number of kids who are in out-of-school suspension because we have an in-school restorative program so that instead of placing a kids out of school, they stay in the learning environment even if they need some time away from their classroom, but they're still learning in the space that they're in. We implemented interventions, and I know somebody spoke about this earlier, is that interventions are a foundation for a proficiency system. We really bolstered our reading and our math interventions at our middle school and in our high school, and we see a number of kids who have to go through this program. We're looking at our data for our incoming 6th graders, so we start at 7th grade. Our students who will be coming to us from the 6th grade to 7th grade, we see that almost 50% of them need some kind of intervention in math when they arrive to us. So when we look at that, we're actually not overly concerned other than the fact that we'd like to see it less than 50%, but we already have the systems in place. So when those kids arrive, we're ready. We just say, where do we need to put them? Where will they be next? And what can we do to make sure that they catch up with their peers? So in addition to their regular class time, the interventions are sitting there and waiting for them. It looks like we'll just need a few more next year, but we've also seen a decline in our reading needs as we get to high school because we've implemented more in our middle school because of this process. And so we really tried to look at our holistic system. The thing that I would point out too is that the curricula, when we actually looked at our curricula, our teachers decided that one of the standards that was really important in our global citizenship was that students must have economics. And after our first 2 cycles of scoring, as it came out, we realized that none of our kids were being scored in economics. And so we went back to the teachers and we said this was something